Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. A bright light is visible in the depths of the forest. We see the lower part of the man's face, who is shaking and cursing with fear. He holds his leg and says that he can't feel it. Another warrior runs up to him from the depths of the forest, screaming loudly in horror. The soldier looks around as if someone is chasing him. The warrior sitting under a tree asks where the others are and hears in response that they are all dead. We see the creature that destroyed them. It has a human body and an animal skull on its head. All of them died to that monster, screams a soldier running from the forest. His comrade, wounded in the leg, is indignant. Enough with the bullshit. Our average level is 40, and we are all PK pros. There's no way all of them died to one naked psycho. The soldier running from the forest does not have time to answer. 3 darts are stuck in his temple, blood is flowing from the unfortunate man's eye. We see a black whirlwind approaching a soldier with a wound in the leg. He trembles in horror as he looks at his fallen comrade. Looking into the depths of the forest, the warrior demands that the bastard who did all this show himself. He appears and calmly stands before the enemy, who has raised his sword. "What kind of monster are you?" the soldier screams. The eye sockets of the skull glow with an eerie yellow light. "Who am I?" the monster asks. We see a castle with something burning very brightly around it. In front of us is a monster with jets of red energy rising around it. We see a warrior breathing heavily. He holds his side. "I took too much damage," he says. It is reported that this is Battle God Damien, level 904, Field of Honor rank 1. He sees notifications. First, abnormal state. Your character has fallen into a state of weakness, all stats will be decreased. Second, abnormal state. Your character has fallen into a state of bleeding, your HP will be decreased. Third, abnormal state. Your character has fallen into a state of sealed, you cannot use any skills. The young man looks to the side. Damn it, were there always these many abnormal states in this game? He thinks. He sees another notification. Abnormal state. Your character has fallen into a state of petrification, your character will be slowed. The guy coughs up blood. Sighing, he looks up. Not even Saint Magnus or the High Heaven Immortal would be able to heal me at this point, he thinks. Another warrior appears, surprised that the previous character is still alive. "You are like a cockroach. I applaud you for that," he says. It is reported that before us is King Arthur, Demon King expedition leader. The wounded young man stretches out his hand and calls his interlocutor a bastard. In front of us is a skull with huge horns and sharp teeth. A smiling blonde man hits the brunette with a discharge of red energy. "What did you say?" he asks. A red notification appears next to the victim's thrown back head. Warning, the player's stamina has fallen below the threshold. You may be logged out. Damien braces himself. "Why?" he asks. King Arthur smiles. "Why did I do this?" he adds. We see the scary monster with huge horns again. We see 3 notifications. First, the Lord of Abyss, Abraxas, is raising his mana. Second, the Lord of Abyss, Abraxas, is attempting super generation. Third, the Lord of Abyss, Abraxas, is attempting 7th demonic Dao style. King Arthur looks over his shoulder. "It was just getting fun," he says. He holds out his hand, fingers spread. "How dare you?" he exclaims. Another notification pops up. The ultimate, multi-leveled weather reversal realm destruction has been activated. A very powerful explosion occurs. Damien glares at the blonde man. "Damn it, that ultimate is impressive no matter how many times I see it," he thinks. "Humans have their individual positions," says King Arthur and delivers a strong punch to the stomach. Damien falls to the ground, clutching his stomach. King Arthur, in whose hand we see a weapon, looks predatory at the young man. "A loser should live like a loser," he says. "Garbage should act like garbage, and the lower class should act like the lower class." Damien cries out in pain when his offender hits him while he is lying down. "But a loser bastard like this became a hero?" asks King Arthur. He looks at the guy with anger and contempt. "That's a serious mistake, don't you think?" he says. Damien, who is trembling all over, looks up at the villain. He sees the arrogant face of his enemy. "Where did things go wrong?" thinks Damien. In front of us is a gaming chair. 10 years ago, the first ever virtual reality game, Arceus Chronicle, also called AC, was released, the hero recalls. We see a castle with fighters standing in front of it. The game pulled people in with its lifelike graphics and lively NPCs. Alert, main event, defeat the Demon King, reward unknown. We see many valuable items falling from the sky. The main event, Demon King Raid, offered the first one to clear the quest the ability to establish a kingdom and become the AC world's hero, and an astronomical trophy. We see a warrior confronting many terrible monsters. Many users put their all into AC and I was one of them. In front of us is a young man in a white shirt. His family is trying to reach him. "Ginseng, please, I want to live too," asks a crying woman. "Go away, you game addict." You shouldn't even call yourself a brother, the young man screams. I poured my entire life into the game for 10 years, the hero recalls. My family tried to discourage me, but I did not listen to them at all. This game was my entire life, and I needed the reward to make up for my ruined life. We see a character we already know. That was when I met King Arthur, the hero thinks. A goddess in gold jewelry is visible above the blonde's head. His real name is Jiang Yuman, the hero recalls. He was a servant of the goddess area and possessed infinite circle, which gives him endless mana. King Arthur holds a very interesting staff with a knob in the form of a dragon's head. He led the expedition with his warm personality and charisma, the hero recalls. Thanks to him, we were able to reach the dungeon of the Demon King's castle. Damien lies face down. There's only a little more left, he thinks. King Arthur looks at his defeated enemy with a triumphant air. Well, I guess the world needs people like you, he says. Thanks to you, we beat the dungeon and killed the Demon King. Damien finds the strength to raise his head and look at his enemy. Were you planning to betray me from the start? He asks. King Arthur reaches for his sword. Of course, he replies. Damien hangs his head helplessly. Energy streams from his enraged opponent's eyes. Useless parasite, King Arthur screams. I didn't like you from the start. Die. Damien lies before his opponent, who prepares to deliver the killing blow. Is this how I die? Damien thinks. Just because of that traitor, without accomplishing anything. Do you want to get revenge? He hears a voice in his head. Damien looks up. A white cloud rises above the cracking ground. Damien reaches out his hand to his opponent. I understand how you feel, he hears a voice. I, an old evil and the Lord of Abyss, Abraxas. King Arthur looks at the boy's raised hand in bewilderment. We'll continue with the old evil's progress, the voice continues. King Arthur looks at his enemy. Are you still alive? How persistent, he says. And kill the goddess of light, Aria. I thereby appoint Avenger Damien, says an invisible voice. King Arthur looks at the enemy with hatred. I'll crush your skull, he shouts. His staff approaches the young man lying on the ground. Die, you bastard, shouts King Arthur. As the one who will bring upon the second coming of chaos on this land, the voice in the guy's head finishes its monologue. Damien is lying on the ground. A white glow is visible above his body. There is a small truck parked near a brick building. The young man screams loudly as if he is afraid of something. His eyes are bulging, large beads of sweat are rolling down his cheeks. The young man is dizzy. What happened to me, he thinks. The door handle goes down. This is my room. Why I am here, the guy cannot understand. A young man enters the room. Hyung, come and eat, he says. The hero looks at the man in amazement. The guy is standing in front of the bed. Are you Ma Jin-hoon? The hero asks him. What the hell are you talking about? He says, confused. He should be in the military right now, he's an officer. Why is he wearing a school uniform? The hero thinks. You asked me to wake you early today, the guy says. I did my job. He shouts resentfully and runs out, loudly slamming the door. The hero grabs his head with his hand. What? Have I really going insane? He thinks. It seems like something is starting to dawn on him. The hero looks at the calendar. It's the 28th of July 2020. We see a castle and warriors standing in front of it. That's right around the time Arceus Chronicles beta released, the hero thinks. He thoughtfully grabs his lower jaw. Am I back in the past? He thinks. The hero eats rice with gusto. His mother and brother look at him in surprise. What's wrong with him? The woman asks. I don't know either, Jin-hoon answers. Jin-sung, holding a bowl of rice in his hand, looks happy. How long has it been since I've had a home-cooked meal? He thinks. Mom's food is the yummiest in the world, he says out loud. We see a smiling woman and her two small children. Being like this feels like when we were children, the hero thinks. She was healthy back then. Jin-sung stops eating. Wah, I've eaten for too long, he thinks. Jin-hoon looks at his phone. What makes your blood boil comes from there. In front of us are weapons, objects, and characters of a computer game. What makes your heart beat the fastest? We hear an advertisement playing on the phone. Swords and magic, a world of endless adventure. A grand narrative just for you. The world's first virtual reality game. Play it now. Jin-hoon asks what it is, looking at the screen in surprise. AC, his brother prompts him with a spoon to his mouth. In Korean, AC sounds like a rude curse word, so Jin-hoon tells his brother to watch his language. What are you talking about? The hero wonders. That's the name of the game. The name? You're crazy, Jin-hoon yells back. The boys pinch each other. That's so freaking dirty, says Jin-hoon. Today is the launch of the open beta, thinks Jin-sung. The hero slams his fist on the table. Arceus Chronicle, he says angrily. The mother and son say goodbye by the car. I am going to go to my own house now, Mom, says Jin-hoon. Don't push yourself too much, son, the mother replies. Call me a lot too, okay? Of course, the hero promises. He gets into the car and waves goodbye. Look after your health too, Mom, the hero says to his mother, after which he asks the driver to take him to Jumjeong Station as quickly as possible. Sitting in the backseat of the car, he realizes that he really has traveled 10 years into the past. The hero looks at the screen of his phone. The time when the Galaxy M24 app was not a brick, but the best capsule, he thinks. The hero remembers himself with boxes in his hands. It was the toughest time of my life, he thinks. In my bedridden father's stead I worked like crazy, and I couldn't bear the weight of being the family head, so I escaped into the game and cut connections with my family. We see a capsule with a young man lying in it. How can I forget this time, the hero thinks. He sits sadly in the backseat of the car. Suddenly, a notification appears in front of the hero. OVO, the system is activating. What is this? The hero wonders. But several other notifications immediately appear in front of him. The countdown has started. Remaining time, 167 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds. Please note that you will die if you do not log into the game. The guy looks up in shock. What's this? He thinks. I haven't even logged into the game yet. The hero hiccups, one of his eyes closes. The guy grabs his head, he hears phrases in an incomprehensible language. The hero is shaking all over. I am sure I've heard this voice before, he thinks. Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? The driver asks him. Since Adong Garasu Gil. In front of us is the Evertail store, a virtual reality store. We see the saleswoman. Is there something that you are looking for today? She asks. Yes, replies the hero, who looks very strange. The girl behind the counter smiles. Sir, I am sorry, but all of the store's capsules are purchased on the reservation-based service, she says. There are 3 advertising stands in front of us. If it's alright with you, what do you think about taking the customized examination? Asks the saleswoman. The hero does not look at the girl, he is very gloomy. It's fine even if it's not discounted, he says. Please, show me one that's releasing today. Right now. The girl asks again, surprised. However, then a smile appears on her face and she asks the hero to follow her. Jinsung, still frowning, follows the saleswoman. She shows him a shiny capsule. This is a refurbished product that was cancelled by another customer, she says. It's used as the store's demonstration product. The hero hands her the card and says that he is buying this product. The saleswoman looks at the card in amazement. What? Is he a young master from a rich family? She wonders. A guy with a mournful expression KVWF leaves the store. Delivery and installation will be done this afternoon. Would that be fine? He hears behind him. Yes, it's fine. I'll be going now, the young man answers. He sees another series of notifications. User registration has begun. 84%, 99%, 100%. User Ma Jinsung has been registered. The virtual reality mode has started synchronization. The guy is sitting in a chair with his eyes closed. I used most of the money I saved, he thinks. Well, I can't do anything about it. Thoughts flash through his head. I am certain about it now. Coming back in system windows. And that voice. There is no doubt about it. He sees the Demon King and remembers his name, Abraxas. Jinsung sees another series of notifications. The virtual reality mode synchronization is complete. You have successfully connected to the game, Arcia Chronicle. Will you start the game? Start, the hero says with disgust. Red system windows pop up in front of him. Error report, mainstream 18,327. DHCP, warning. Warning, mainstream has been detected. Arcia Chronicle's main protocols blocking has been accelerated. San Francisco, California, USA. We see a girl who has been confronted with a multitude of system warnings. She is reported to be in Evertail headquarters, top secret department Oracle. In front of us is operator Chloe, and she does not understand what is happening. The girl's hand reaches for the microphone. We see a multitude of employees sitting in front of computer monitors. To all employees of the Oracle department, an announcement sounds. Code black. I repeat, code black. A man in glasses jumps up from his seat. What the heck? What the hell is going on? He shouts. It's an emergency, he hears in response. Quickly take action, the man orders. Chloe screams in fear. Team leader, please, come over here right now. A guy in a white coat comes running at her call. What's wrong? He screams excitedly. It is reported that in front of us is the head of Oracle Kim Hyokjin. He looks at the huge screen with warnings. The guy and the girl are scared. When did this start? Asks Hyokjin. It's just started. We don't know the cause either, answers Chloe. The head of the company thoughtfully rubs his chin. The Akashic record of blocking protocol for the mainstream is gradually accelerating, the girl tells him. If this continues, we might lose all control. In front of us is a computer creature that holds a white sphere in front of itself. Mainstream. The Akashic record is a hyper AI that created AC, an unknown territory that has yet to be explored. Hyokjin and Oracle are currently watching over it. But if something small goes wrong, it's something that can erase the system and, of course, the whole game. The young man sees notifications and a warning. The right of control over mainstream has decreased to 48%. The right of control over mainstream has decreased to 36%. The right of control has gone below 25% divided by the Akashic record has started to eat away at the server. Hyokjin curses angrily. He looks down. The control over mainstream. Give it up, he orders. Team leader, his girlfriend tries to pull him up. Hyokjin turns to her in irritation. Quickly, he shouts, "We can't lose all of AC, right?" The young man utters a rude curse and hits the red button with all his might. In front of us is a blue circle and pixels. Notifications appear. The Akashic record has removed its right of control. The Akashic record has paused the blocking protocol. Mainstream is activating. Hyokjin stands in front of the mainstream activate sign. "It's starting now," he says. 3 more notifications appear. You are connected to the game. Player, Damien. Date of connection, 2020, July 29th. Judging by the fact that we can see the hero, he is the one receiving the notifications. A guy in peasant clothes is sitting near a huge boulder. There are 2 more messages in front of him. Current location, the Whispering Island. Welcome to Arcia. The hero looks up. "I really did come back," he says. Jinsung looks thoughtful. "I remember 10 years of gameplay and this name," he thinks. Jiang Human. The guy remembers the one who killed him in his past life. "Every human has his own place where he stands," this character says. There is something sadistic in his smile. An insect acts like an insect, and a commoner should act like a commoner. But bastards who failed in their lives are becoming heroes. "That's a bad error, don't you think so?" asks Human. The hero punches the ground. "I am going to find you, Jiang Human," he promises. Jinsung is very angry. "When I find you, I am going to make sure that not even your ash will be left behind," he declares. The guy glows with yellow energy, clenching his fists. "I'll make sure you forever regret ever playing this game," he says. The hero gets to his feet and looks around. "Come to think of it, where is this place?" he says. "I should be starting at the beginner's village." Jinsung frowns at the blue window, the contents of which we see. Player Damien's connection log has been confirmed. Then a series of red warnings appear. Countdown has been initialized. Text number is 1. The test has started. Condition 1. If you do not log into the game within 168 hours, you will die. Condition 2. When your character dies, you will also die. Condition 3. When your character does not complete a goal within the given time, you will die. The hero looks up with a pained expression. "What the hell is this?" he asks someone. The guy grabs his head. "What the hell is it saying?" he screams. Another notification, sense limit has been removed. The hero falls to the ground and screams in pain. It is reported that the removal of the sense limit is complete. New windows appear. Player Damien's final goal has been renewed. Final goal, Demon King's Descent. Time remaining, 87,599 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. The hero raises his head above the ground. "This damned game," he screams. "What the hell did you do to my body?" He sees 2 more notifications. The class will be given on the condition of the final goal. Witch Doctor. Jinsung looks up in amazement. "What? Witch Doctor? What the heck is this?" he asks in bewilderment. Witch Doctors. We see a typical representative of this class. Using primitive powers, they are beings who are the closest to death, ancient sorcery, and curses. The Witch Doctor sits on the ground and plunges a dagger into a skull he holds in his hand. Their identities are veiled by mystery and they believe that death is salvation. The hero curses. We see mountains in the distance. 2 notifications appear. Damien. Level 1. Class. Witch Doctor. Affiliation. None. Alignment. -9,999,999,999. Title. Atrocity. Stats. Strength 1. HP 1. Agility 1. Intelligence 1. Talent 1. Luck 1. The hero glares at the blue window hanging in front of him. "My stats are really ass," he says. It informs us that this is Damien, Witch Doctor, Level 1. The guy reads the contents of another window. Class rank, hidden. Class description, spells having to do with poison, curses, summons, bones, blood, corpses, and souls can be used. It's an output type, damage dealing class which causes the opponent to accumulate damage. On top of that, poison is a subclass special attack. Jinsung scratches his head with a displeased expression. Even though it's hidden, this class doesn't suit me, he thinks. The hero cries out in fright and looks somewhere up. "What's happening again?" he screams. Red warnings appear. Warning, you have committed a crime. Warning, your alignment is really low. Alignment, -9,999,999,999. Notification, an alignment penalty has been applied. The young man in the Witch Doctor's costume screams in horror. An alignment of -9,999,999,999. He shakes some sticks in his hands. "That number is only possible if I had killed around 1 billion people," Jinsung screams. He holds his head. Does this even make sense? Isn't this a bug? There's another information window in front of him. Penalty: 500% fall in experience points upon death, 500% increase in probability of dropping items upon death, 500% increase in probability of equipment being destroyed upon death, nullification of the safe zone's shield, will be attacked by NPCs. Tears flow from the shocked hero's eyes. "You've got to be kidding me," he says. The guy imagines everyone throwing stones at him. "A penalty like this is basically deeming me to be the Demon King," he thinks. The hero has very interesting shoes on his feet. "I received this second chance, but my life is at stake right now," he thinks. Jinsung raises his hands to his face. "Should I cover my face?" he thinks, cursing everything in the world. In front of us is a village called Dunbayton. A man with a square head enters the room where the old man is sitting. It is reported that the old man's name is Elmore, and he is the elder of the village, an adventurer who has recently arrived in this world. "Welcome," he says to the visitor, who seems like a hero, for some reason wearing a paper bag over his head. The old man turns to the guy standing opposite him. "Why do you have a paper bag over your head?" Jinsung looks at him through the eye slits. "It's cool," he explains his choice. Elmore looks at him like he's an idiot. The guy blushes deeply under his bag. "Ah, seriously," he thinks. "If it wasn't for the compulsory quest, I wouldn't need to use this paper bag." The old man clears his throat into his fist. "Okay, I respect your taste," he says. "Yes," Jinsung replies. "But more important is the fact that I would like to quickly get a quest." Papers start flying in front of the elder. He gets very nervous. "What the hell am I doing?" he says. The old man raises his index finger with a serious expression. "All right, listen carefully," he says. "We see some angry chickens." "The Whispering Island is filled with chicks," says Elmore. "The problem is that they've eaten all their feeds, so there is none left in the storerooms." The old man hands out a piece of paper with a quest. "Catch 10 of them," he says. "This is the quest I am assigning to you. The mountains behind Dunbayton village. In front of us is a rather cute chicken. Someone is looking at it from behind the bushes. We see a point. It is stuck right into the chick's butt." The heroes approach the chicken, which is lying motionless on the ground. The guy is holding a spitting tube and breathing heavily. Jinsung sits down tiredly on the ground. "I forgot that I only have 1 HP, he says. Notifications appear. Quest: catch the chicks. You have just arrived in the continent of Arcia. Get rid of the chicks on the Whispering Island and protect the storerooms. Type: tutorial. Description: catch 10 chicks and retrieve 10 yellow feathers. Progress: 10%. Reward: Elmore's beginner set, Elmore's recommendation." The guy is breathing heavily. "I just caught one," he says tiredly. The hero looks at the system window. In front of him is a menu with the names of skills: shooting of poisonous needles, control the dead, bloody impulse, corrupted elixir, voodoo doll, zombification. The guy peers thoughtfully at the names. There's no helping it, he thinks. I can only use one skill. I can learn other skills only when I reach level 10. Jinsung gets up from the ground, declaring that the rest is over. The guy smiles, holding a spitting tube in his hand. I know how to use this now, so I'm going to do this properly, he says. With this weapon, the hero hits several more chickens in the same place. Notifications appear. You have defeated a chick. You have gained EXP. In front of us is a skyscraper. It is reported that this is the Yushin Group's building. The glass door of the cabin opens. A young blonde man rubs the back of his head. A man in glasses comes up to him and asks what his impressions were. It's not as bad as I thought, the guy replies. He stands up and wipes his face with a towel. How is the reaction of the country's users? He asks. All the capsules were sold out within the day it was launched, the interlocutor replies. I think the current state of existing VR games will change within 1 week. A phone rings on the table in front of the blonde man. We see the device up close. The guy smiles and greets the director. He walks down the corridor and talks. Have you prepared what I asked for? The young man asks. Yes, of course, young master, he hears. The guy stands with a satisfied expression on his face. The most suitable class for you, the fastest way to level up, and every type of items and equipment, the interlocutor tells him. I have prepared all of them. The young man prepares to sit down in an office chair. Thank you, director, he says. Now it's time for me to turn this game around. The guy sits down in the chair and says goodbye. Yes, I'll call you again later, goodbye. The young man looks up, where for some reason birds are flying. AC, yes, he says. We see the young man's face up close and recognize him. He is the 4th grandson of the Yushin Group's president, pro gamer of OS's game, the Tempest of Time and Space Jeong Human, AC nicknamed King Arthur. We see a falling feather. I am looking forward to it, says Human. The hero, breathing heavily, drops to one knee over the chickens he has caught. Finally, I shot as many Juno as I wanted, he says. A blue glow appears in front of him. These are, as you can easily guess, notifications. Level up. You have reached level 2. The guy is shaking either from fatigue or excitement. Ha, I am finally level 2, he shouts. Jinsung clenches his fist, looks out the blue window and shudders in amazement. In his status window, he sees that he has been promoted to level 2, but more importantly, he has gained 5 stat points. The hero is beaming with happiness. I have 5 remaining stat points, he shouts excitedly. Jin-sung can't take his eyes off the message. You'd usually only gain 2 stat points when you level up. If you gain 3, you either have an opus class or you have a great character. The boy smiles and rubs his chin. Haha, is it because I have a hidden class? He tries to understand. This is not as bad as I thought. Jin-sung clenches his fist happily. Alright, he shouts. A predatory gleam appears in his eyes. Wait for me, Jeong Yuman, he yells. I'll soon shred you into pieces. The hero runs away from someone, breathing heavily. He runs down the street of the village, and chickens are chasing him. A young man looks at all this in amazement. The hero almost knocks him down. What was that? The boy shouts in surprise. We see real horror on his face. There are a lot of chickens, and it seems they are ready to tear the hero to pieces. 3 young men are animatedly discussing what is happening. We hear from the line. What the heck? What with that paper bag? Is he a tamer? No, tamers are supposed to only raise a single strong familiar. The chickens, it seems, catch up with the hero. At this rate, I guess he's going to die soon, says one of the guys. The hero turns around and shoots from his blowgun. He hits one of the birds. The rest rush at the guy with fury. Jin-sung looks at his feathered opponents in surprise. Was that too much? He thinks. He starts running again. But if I want to clear Elmore's quest on chicks, hens and roosters quickly, gathering a mob of them like this is the play, the guy thinks. He looks around. Was it around here somewhere? The young man tries to understand. The chickens, with their bright eyes, rush at him again. The hero smiles predatory. We see chicken feet. The birds chasing the guy don't understand what's happening to them. It turns out that they're all inside a pit trap that the enemy has prepared for them. You've all been caught, Jin-sung declares. The guy's smile can be seen even from under the bag. You, lot, prepare to turn into my EXP, he says. Notifications appear. You have defeated the hen. You have gained EXP. The dead birds lie at the bottom of the pit with darts in their backs. The stream of notifications doesn't stop. You have defeated the rooster. You have gained EXP. You have reached level 9. Jin-sung feels a surge of energy and looks at his hands. Great, he shouts and clenches his fists. A smile appears on his bag. Alright, if I keep this up, I'll be able to reach level 10 and acquire a skill, the guy says. A notification appears. Due to your participation in battle, your EXP has increased by 1. The hero feels bewildered. What is going on? He thinks. A nearby forest. We see the tip of a blade on a chicken's neck. Notifications appear. You have defeated the hen. You have gained EXP. A user named Cheol Minjeng, smiling, destroys the birds. This is amazing, he exclaims. Users Dong Cheol and Minyong are doing the same. This is too easy. Is this for real? Says the first of them. Sweet, answers the second. There are 2 more users in front of us. Their names are Namsu and Jinseng. Sweet indeed, says the first. AC has nothing on us, states the second. In front of the guys lies a dead chicken with a hero's dart sticking out of its head. I don't know who prepared this, but let's feast on it gratefully, says one of them. Yes, it always tastes better when it's somebody else's, says his friend. Cheol Minjing sees a notification in front of him about reaching level 7. You leveled up again, right? Asks one of his friends. Won't we become rankers like this? The lucky guy answers. The hero approaches the guy from behind. Hey, are you enjoying that? He asks. Minjing turns around and tries to say that he naturally enjoys everything, but he can't finish. The hero hits him hard in the jaw with his fist. The guy falls to the ground unconscious. 2 notifications appear for him. Status effect. Your character has fainted. You may not control your character for 5 seconds. His friends try to shout at him. They kneel next to him and try to shake him awake. The hero approaches them and calls out to them. He looks at the guys questioningly. Did you eat what was mine? He asks. The conscious young men look at the hero in horror. Spit it back out. While I'm asking nicely, they hear. The guys look at the hero angrily. What the hell? What are you accusing us of? Do you even have any proof? They ask. The hero shows him the chickens killed with darts, which are lying on the ground. The guy's appearance becomes terrifying. He is literally smoking. You, brats, dare to lie when there's clear evidence. Do you really want to die? Shouts Jinsung. One of the guys takes a sword in his hands, but sits down on the ground in horror. This is your last chance. While I'm asking you nicely, says the hero. Spit out what you ate and get lost. Minjing comes to his senses. He takes a sword in his hands and sends the hero far away. Minjing jumps to his feet, swings and calls his opponent a son of a bitch. Jinsung takes a spitting pipe in his hands. I warned you, he says. A blow to the top of the head follows. The victim's friends are horrified. Someone tries to call out to their friend, and someone points a finger at the hero and calls on their comrades to kill him. The whole crowd rushes at the guy armed only with a spitting pipe. The hero strikes and looks at what he got. The result is really impressive. All the opponents got it right. Only Dong Qiao is standing, and he even tries to hit back. However, the hero raises his weapon to deal with this enemy too. "I told you to spit it out," Jinsung screams hysterically. He strikes with his blowpipe. The beaten guys are lying and sitting on the ground. They are talking in horror, trying to understand who is in front of them. A notification appears in front of the young people. "Your party member, Dong Qiao, has died." We see a powerful source of the hero from the side. "A chaotic user," one of the guys asks. This phrase causes panic among the young people. One of them, who is lying on the ground, suggests to his friend to run away as quickly as possible. The guys jump to their feet and run, trying to save themselves. Chaotic users inside the game are those who specialize in PK. The hero has a blowpipe in his hand. Chaotic users are equivalent to criminals. Jinsung shoots from his strange weapon. Both fleeing enemies receive one dart to the head. They fall to the ground with signs of severe poisoning. Notifications appear. Status effect: your character has been poisoned. The hero looks at his enemies in bewilderment. He approaches those lying on the ground and looks around. "Where did one of them go?" he asks. The guy he is talking about lies in the grass, covering his mouth with his hands, and mentally curses everything in the world with the most vile words. The young man calls up the status window and pokes his finger at it. He sees notifications. "You may not log out during an active battle. 300 seconds left until logout." The young man trembles with horror and continues to swear. He punches the ground with his fists. "Damn, to think we would come across a chaotic user," he thinks. The hero approaches the lying guy and stands over him. The young man, trembling with horror, looks up. The hero picks up the blowpipe. "Hello," he says. The guy, from whose eyes tears are streaming, hiccups in horror and tries to cover himself with his hand. The blowpipe is already in the hero's mouth. A desperate cry is heard over the forest. Notifications appear. "You have acquired 58 yellow feathers. You have acquired 47 white feathers. You have acquired 47 basic HP potions." Jinsung works with the status windows. Defeated enemies lie under his feet. "This yielded better results than I thought," the hero says. Without removing the bag from his head, the young man works with the information. In front of him is a whole series of notifications. "You have reached level 10. You may now use the Control the Dead skill. You may now use the Blood Impulse skill. You may now use the Corrupted Elixir skill. You can now use the Voodoo Doll skill." The guy happily raises his fists. "Yes, finally I can use the level 10 skills that were locked," he exclaims happily. In front of us is a window with the names of the skills he just listed. Jinsung flinches in surprise when red warnings appear in front of him. "You have committed PK. Your alignment has decreased by 1. Current alignment, minus 9,999,999,999. There is no additional alignment to decrease." The hero breathes out in relief. "I guess I have already hit the bottom. Yeah. Even shit can be useful sometimes," he says. He reaches out his finger to the blue window. "And this title of atrocity," he says. "Atrocity?" We see an information window. Effects: drop rate of items from victim of PK plus 500%, drop rate of gold from victim of PK plus 500%, automatic possession of assets from victim of PK, automatic possession of EXP from victim of PK. At this point, "Isn't this totally cheating?" asks Jinsung, laughing. He continues to work with the system. "Well, it's a good other way," he says. We see the hero's eye. The guy walks away from the clearing where the defeated enemies lie. "I look forward to leveling up from now," says Jinsung, giggling. The hero approaches the store. The seller turns away from his tablet and looks at the visitor. He starts to say hello, but recognizes his friend, who is the hero. Jinsung looks at the young man and greets him. The hero puts groceries in the basket, causing confusion among the seller. "Why are you buying so much convenience food? You are going to get sick," the store worker shouts. Jinsung smiles. "It can't be helped, I'm a bit busy," he says. The seller sighs heavily. In front of us is a basket of groceries. "Well, enough nagging. Just ring me up," says the hero. The seller stops the guy, who has already taken out his wallet. "It's fine, put your wallet back," he says. "This doesn't even cost much." "But it's over 50,000, Jinsung says in surprise. The store clerk smiles strangely. "Just buy me a drink next time," he says. The hero rubs the back of his head in surprise. In front of us is a tablet with the news on it. The youngest player, Jiang Yuman of the Tempest of Time and Space, is set to retire, the presenter reports. The hero listens to the news in amazement. He revealed that he is no longer interested in the basic games that require a keyboard and mouse to play, comes from the tablet. The next game that Jiang Yuman has selected is the currently popular virtual reality game AC. Jinsung approaches the seller and looks into his device. "Jiang Yuman," he asks in amazement. "What? You know that guy?" the store clerk asks. The young people, smiling, discuss the hero of the report. "Well, he's pretty famous," says the hero. "He comes from a conglomerate, tall, handsome, and amazing at gaming," the seller adds. "You'd be considered a spy if you don't know about him." Jin-sung looks at his interlocutor warily and says nothing. A forest near Dunbayton village. The hero hits another group of angry chickens with his blowpipe. That bastard is coming here, he thinks. A notification appears. Level up. You have reached level 15. Jin-sung thoughtfully rubs the edge of the bag where his chin is. That means I can't slack off, he thinks. I need to become much stronger than I am now. The hero looks around. Anyways, I think it was around here somewhere, he says. Jin-sung calls the system window and starts working with it. A notification appears. Quest: The Predator of Whispering Island. Class: Epic. Details: defeat the mutated wild boar and bring back the hide. Progress: 0%. Reward: Elmore's recommendation. A guy walks along a forest path. The last quest on this island, hunting the wild boar, he thinks. If I complete this, I can go somewhere else with Elmore's recommendation. The only problem is that wild boars have a tendency to migrate frequently, which makes them hard to locate. We see the animal in question. If I don't find the bastard's lair within the hour, I'll have to wait another hour until the respawn time. The hero notices something. His eyes light up with joy. I found you, he says. And indeed, there is a boar standing in front of the guy, between a rock and a tree. An information window appears. Wild boar. Species: wild beast. Type: elite. Level 30. The animal calmly eats mushrooms and worms. Jin-sung examines the enemy, kneeling on one knee. Level 30 and an elite type. I could die if I let down my guard, he thinks. The current monster types that exist in AC are categorized into normal, elite, named, and champion, the hero recalls. We are given examples of creatures of different types. Amongst them, the elite and higher types have special characteristics, and there are 8 of them in such categories as attack, defense, and crowd control, which gives a total of 24 variations. We see 3 icons, under one of which is written, Skill, Corruption Elixir. The hero rushes to attack. Alright, for now I'll find out its characteristics, he says. The boar receives a powerful blow to the head and squeals loudly. He looks around, trying to find the offender. Hello? The hero, who is sitting on a tree branch, says to him. The boar raises his head. Letting out a piercing squeal, he tries to get to the guy. The animal hits the branch on which the hero is sitting with its fangs. Yes, come to me, he says, and throws a bottle with a yellow liquid splashing inside at the enemy. Here's your house-warming present, says Jin-sung. The bottle hits the boar in the head and breaks, then he squeals in pain. The animal shakes its head as if trying to come to its senses. It doesn't have physical immunity, Jin-sung understands. The hero analyzes the enemy's behavior and actions. It's not summoning monsters, has no magical immunity, has no defensive barrier, the guy says. Notifications appear. The wild boar's defensive mechanism has corroded. The wild boar's defense has decreased. The boar, with yellow steam rising above it, looks angrily at the enemy. Alright, the corruption elixir is working well, Jin-sung says. There's not much to this, huh? The boar rushes at the hero. The guy takes a step aside and lets the beast pass by him. That was dangerous, he thinks. The animal's eyes glow with rage. The boar rushes at the enemy with redoubled energy. Jin-sung, breathing heavily under his bag, looks at the beast. He's charging at me like a simpleton. So typical of a dumb beast pieces, he thinks. We see a wall of blue energy. It is approaching the hero. What the hell is this? He asks. Why did this pop up out of the blue? A blue wall covers the young man. He seems shocked. Could that bastard's characteristic be wall formation? He thinks. The boar, from which a powerful energy field emanates, approaches. Jin-sung raises his hand in fear, as if trying to shield himself. I can't dodge this, he realizes. We see a strong white flash. The package flies high into the air. The glow is so strong that almost nothing is visible behind it. You freaking pig, the boar hears. We see human legs, from which streams of red and black energy rise. The hero has transformed, got rid of the package, and became like a monster. We see a notification. Zombification, level 1, attribute, corpse. Then a description appears. When your HP reaches 0, you will transform into an undead. For 600 seconds, your HP will not fall below 1. When the caster is in the state of an undead, he will emit the plague aura. Any opponent within a 3-meter radius will be poisoned and bleed. When activated, no other skills can be used. Cooldown period 18 seconds. Streams of red and black color rise from the corners of the hero's mouth. That hurt, the young man says with pain in his voice. The boar, seeing this transformation, trembles with horror and squeals. Jin-sung looks at the beast with fury and looks like a real monster. Dirty pig, you almost killed me, he growls. Some sounds are heard over the green meadow in the mountains. You are a corpse, the hero screams, looking like a real monster. His opponent, the boar, receives many blows and squeals deafeningly. Notifications appear. The wild boar is bleeding. The wild boar is poisoned. Gray streams rise above the animal. The hero sees another notification. You have 10 seconds remaining until zombification ends. He smiles. 10 seconds is plenty, he thinks. Jinsung clenches his fist, which begins to emit energy of different colors. It is reported that he is using the Plague Aura skill. The hero hits the boar on the top of the head with all his might. I am going to turn you into a bloody pulp, he thinks. Notification, 10 seconds remaining. A red spot is glowing on the boar's forehead. 9 seconds remaining. 8 seconds remaining. An unpleasant looking green spot is spreading around the red diamond. 7 seconds remaining. The hero raises his clenched fist of the same color to strike. Jinsung delivers a powerful punch between the animal's eyes. With this you are done, he screams. 6 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Blood pours out of the boar's head. 4 seconds remaining. The monster is lying on its back and the guy continues to hit it. 3 seconds remaining. 2 seconds remaining. More meaningful notifications appear. You have defeated the wild boar. You have gained the XP. Level up. You have reached level 16. The hero stands over the boar's corpse with a raised fist, breathing heavily. 1 second remaining. 0 seconds remaining. Jinsung, whose entire body is emitting streams of red-black energy, heavily falls to the ground. A notification appears, zombification has ended. We see the hero's leg, above which energy clouds rise. A magic formation appears on his shoulder. The hero looks up tiredly and says that he has won. Jinsung sees many notifications. You have obtained the wild boar's fangs. You have obtained the wild boar's hide. You have obtained the wild boar's essence. You have obtained 30,000 gold. You have obtained the title the one who killed the wild boar alone. You have cleared the quest the predator of the Whispering Island. The hero looks tiredly at all these windows. A smile appears on his face. Nice, I got to hog all the rewards, cleared the quest, he thinks. There is an information window in front of the hero. Title the one who defeated the boar alone. A title given to someone who defeated the champion of the Whispering Island, the wild boar, alone. Strength plus 3%, movement speed plus 3%, characteristic resistance plus 1%. We see the back of a young man. I have got a solo clear title, he realizes. Jinsung leans over the blue window. Alright, let's take a look at the items I got, he says. I can give the hide to Elmorinus for the fangs and essence. Oh ho, what a peculiar bastard, he hears next to him. The guy turns his head in surprise. An otherworld adventurer, who rose again after death, reaches him. Jinsung sees an old man with a powerful torso, who looks at him with interest. How peculiar, how very peculiar indeed, this character says. The hero gets to his feet, clenches his fist and asks who the hell he's dealing with. A notification appears in front of him. An unknown old man. In front of us are the bare legs of the interlocutors. He looks as if he's lived for an uncountable millennia. Species, human, age, unknown, level, unknown. Details, this old man is quite ill-tempered, so please watch out so as not to be killed. The guy's face is filled with amazement. I can't see his information, he asks himself. You, how are you able to move like a dead man? The old man asks. Pardon, Jinsung asks him again. The old man unceremoniously puts his hand on the guy's forehead. He tries to protest. We see a small white dot on the young man's forehead. Judging from the small rune on your forehead, you are indeed an otherworld adventurer, the old man says. Jinsung pushes his hand away and asks him to keep his distance, thinking to himself that the old man stinks unbearably. He rubs his chin thoughtfully. I wonder. I see, he mutters. What do you see? His hero asks. You borrowed the power of darkness, right? The old man answers. A surprised expression appears on the guy's face. He clearly didn't expect to hear that. We see a ring on the old man's hand. Ah, yes, you used the power of darkness to become an undead momentarily, he says. That's not bad, since you won't die so easily when you become an undead. An ominous glow appears in the old man's eyes, but the smile never leaves his face. But why is an otherworld adventurer harboring a level of darkness that's equivalent to the Demon King? He asks. How did you know? Asks the hero, whose leg we see. I can see it very clearly, the old man answers, chuckling strangely. 2 notifications appear. New information has been updated, displaying the NPC's information. The hero is amazed. New information, he asks himself. An information window appears. Karen, priest of the apocalypse, a representative of the forgotten god Shaka and the chief of the black cult. He looks as if he's lived for an uncountable millennia. He's currently looking for a talent to defeat Arya, the queen of the gods. Species, human, age, unknown, level, unknown. Details, this old man is quite ill-tempered, so please watch out so as not to be killed. The priest of the apocalypse asks the hero. He scratches his cheek thoughtfully. What the hell? Is that some sort of pseudo-cult? Asks Jinsung. The old man becomes furious. What? Pseudo-cult? He asks menacingly. We see rage on his face and streams of energy rise around the old man. I, Karen, am the 7th chief priest of the god Shaka and will be spreading the gospel of the apocalypse over this land after defeating the despicable queen of the gods, he says solemnly. The hero, raising his hand, tries to stop the old man, but he already declares that he must teach the impudent fellow a lesson. Jinsung asks him to wait, but Karen tells him to shut up. The old man punches him. It approaches the young man's head, but apparently the guy manages to dodge. Why is he just charging at me? The hero wonders. The fist is again in front of the young man's head. You crazy old man, Ginseng shouts. The enemy's fist flies past again. We see a very powerful yellow beam. The guy looks at the crater he left in the ground in amazement. What the hell is with that destructive power? Ginseng thinks. Huh, you managed to dodge that? Karen asks in surprise. The guy stands in a defensive pose and looks at the old man. Well, I have to dodge it. Did you want me to die? He asks. Look at this lively bastard, Karen says, giggling. The old man, who has a little crazy eyes, clenches his fist. Then let's see how well you dodge, he says. Ginseng looks at the enemy warily, not lowering his fists. It's a senile old man, a seriously insane one, he thinks. What should I do? A series of notifications appear. Karen, the priest of the apocalypse, is displaying hostility towards you. Mainstream Karen's trial has been activated. Quest Karen's trial. The representative of the forgotten god Shaka has taken an interest in you. You must first try and survive this senile old man. Class, mainstream. Survive Karen, the priest of the apocalypse. Progress, 0%. Rewards, unknown. Caution, this quest cannot be deserted. Ginseng, who still hasn't lowered his fists, looks shocked. What? Mainstream, he thinks. Before us are the heroes of a computer game. Mainstream quests are only provided to a few select users. They have great importance and decide the future of the game, the hero thinks. Before us is a formidable warrior with a shield. Depending on the actions of the users, the world of AC may be completely changed. The effect on the world from the user's execution of the mainstream quest is incredible. The hero looks ahead thoughtfully. But what does that old man have to do with the mainstream? He thinks. The old man runs towards him. Why are you just standing there like a dumb log? He shouts to the hero. Ginseng runs away from his pursuer, and he realizes that this is no ordinary character chasing him. The guy remembers a demon with horns. When I was the battle god, the mainstream quest that activated was to defeat Abraxas, Ginseng remembers. A confrontation with monsters pops up in his memory. Along with those called the Six Masters, I entered the worst dungeon in the world, the Abyss, and after trying my damnedest to defeat the dungeon with every moment. We see a demon hovering over the battlefield. I faced the demon king Abraxas, Ginseng remembers. The guy stands with a sword in his hand. If I had not cleared the mainstream quest, the middle world would have perished. The mainstream quests are easily the most important quests inside AC. A drop of sweat runs down the hero's cheek. Yes, if this situation really is related to the mainstream, I must clear it no matter what, he realizes. Karen runs after the hero. To dilly-dally in front of me you must be really insane, he says. The powerful old man jumps up and raises his fist to strike the young man. The hero folds his hands in front of his face and utters words no one understands. Streams of red energy begin to rise around him. A notification appears about the use of the bloody impulse skill. I must not think, I must not calculate, thinks Ginseng. His muscles have noticeably increased in volume. Starting now, I will leave everything to my basic impulses and approach him with the utmost sincerity, Ginseng decides for himself. We see a powerful explosion. Karen angrily screams, raising his clenched fist. You bastard. How long are you going to keep running away? The old man delivers another punch and hits the hero in the jaw. Shit, it's not like he's a martial artist, so why is he so strong? The guy thinks. He can barely stand on his feet. Black and red streams are rising from him. Hold still, Karen shouts. But I can see better than before that old man's movements, Ginseng thinks. The old man jumps into the air and raises his fist to punch. Then he kicks, but the hero manages to dodge. Ginseng, looking back, runs away. It just said I need to survive, he thinks. So if I keep stalling for time. Karen looks closely at his opponent and, judging by the position of his hands, is preparing to use some kind of skill. The guy looks at his opponent with fear. A yellow ball appears in the old man's hands, emitting a very bright glow. Karen looks terrifying. He is incredibly angry. Well, let's see if you can also dodge this, he shouts. Ginseng, trying to defend himself, raises his fists. What the hell is this? He shouts. The old man fires a powerful blast of yellow energy at the enemy. Die, he screams at the top of his lungs. The hero fails to dodge the attack and screams loudly in unbearable pain. A powerful blast of energy occurs. The hero kneels inside the crater. Jets of red and gray energy rise up from him. A notification appears. 2 seconds remaining. The old man approaches the hero. That's a great body you have, he says. The guy looks at his enemy, his red eyes flashing angrily. Ha, it's nothing compared to yours, he replies. 1 second remaining, 0 seconds remaining. Zombification has ended. The kneeling hero looks incredibly exhausted. I thought I was going to die, he says. A notification appears. You have cleared the quest Karen's trial. The old man smiles. I guess your mouth is still alive, he says ironically. The hero, who is smoking with jets of red energy, also looks pleased. Do you know how I obtained this opportunity? Of course, I have to live to my fullest, he says. Karen offers the boy his hand and helps him out of the funnel. By opportunity, you are referring to that power of darkness, he asks. Yes, didn't you recognize it earlier? Asks Jinsung. The old man laughs, folding his arms across his chest. Of course, he declares. There's no way the chief priest of the seventh god Shaka wouldn't recognize that. The seventh god Shaka, Jinsung asks again. Behind the old man we see a character with horns. The best god of Arcia, Karen declares. He is the lord of darkness and apocalypse. Incomparable to Arya, he is the greatest god. The hero thoughtfully rubs his chin. He remembers the most powerful gods he knows. Supreme goddess Arya of the light, Phoenix of fire, Nysa of water, Tenasil of tree, Oread of iron, Crowd of earth. Aren't those the 6 great gods? He thinks, looking thoughtfully somewhere below. The guy scratches the back of his head and smiles good-naturedly. But there's no way the system would lie, he thinks. Yes, I understand, he answers the old man. The latter, smiling, coughs into his fist. Well, now that you are ready to listen, I'll get straight to the point, he says. Now he's ready to get to the point. He's caused all that ruckus already, thinks Jinsung. Karen looks at the young man and asks if he wants to become stronger. He asks again, not understanding what the interlocutor is getting at. The old man raises his index finger. I heard otherworld adventurers long for fast growth and strength, he says. That is true, Jinsung answers. Karen strokes his white beard. In that case you should become my disciple, he declares. The old man holds out his hand to the guy, palm up. The hero opens his mouth in surprise. He turns and leaves, wishing Karen a good day. Karen is angry. What? You, brat? He shouts. The old man hits the guy on the top of the head with the edge of his palm. Where are you off to, brat? He is indignant. Jinsung rubs his bruised head. You senile old man, he insults the old man. What? You arrogant brat, shouts Karen, who seems unaware of the existence of other insults. He raises his index finger and tries to get his point across to the hero. The power of Lord Shaka is so great that it is absolutely unfathomable. If you become my disciple, even trash like you will be able to become an absolute ruler. Jinsung glares at his interlocutor. No, old man, he replies. Would you believe yourself in my situation? The old man becomes furious and thrusts his fist at the guy. Well, think about it, says Jinsung. You are randomly suggesting for me to become your disciple. Karen puts his hand somewhere under his loincloth. Well, fine. If you must know, he says. He puts a book with a very beautiful cover in front of the hero. Take a look at this, he exclaims. Jinsung looks in surprise at the object that has appeared in front of him. It begins to glow. A notification appears. Apocalypse invocation. The Book of the Black Covenant is radiating a faint light. What is this? The young man asks. Another message. Mainstream encounter with the seventh god has been activated. The old man standing behind the hero laughs loudly. This is a divine object and the only tool that will allow you to meet Lord Shaka, he declares. Meet? How? The hero does not understand what is happening. Just open it, says Karen. Open it, asks Jinsung. He turns to his interlocutor with a bewildered look on his face. The guy opens the book a little. It's just a book, he thinks. Do not make any further movements, the old man demands. The guy freezes in place. Then he turns his head to clarify what Karen means. And at the same moment, the old man hits him on the head with a stick, inside which, as a result, a bright flash occurs. The guy comes to his senses and opens his eyes. Jinsung screams loudly. It seems that he tried to get up and hit his head on the ceiling of the cave in which he found himself. That crazy old man, seriously, he says irritably. 2 notifications appear. Current location, unknown. New location information has been updated. An angry Jinsung holds his head and looks somewhere up. Did he mean to send me to the underworld to meet his god? He asks. It is unclear to whom. The hero sees a horned shadow. Shit, I won't let you get away with this when I return, he promises. Jinsung, who is sitting on the floor, looks up in surprise. In front of him is a boy with a staff topped with a skull. The boy looks into the hero's eyes in surprise. What's with this kid? Thinks Jinsung. The child starts dancing around the hero, making strange sounds. Stop fooling around, asks the latter. Where is this place? The boy hits his staff on the floor. He looks into the hero's face. You smell good. A familiar scent, he says. My scent? Asks Jinsung, puzzled. The hero looks at the child standing in front of him in surprise. You, I like you, says the former. Want to become friends? All of a sudden, asks the young man. The boy looks at the hero as if he were some kind of miracle. Jinsung rubs his chin thoughtfully and seems to understand why the child is acting this way. You don't have any friends, he says. No, I have friends, the latter shouts irritably. Lots of friends. The child's face smiles again. My friends like me. I'll give you a friend too, he declares. You are going to give me a friend? Asks Jinsung, puzzled. The boy points somewhere. There, my friend, he says. What the hell is that? The hero wonders. He sees 3 happy chickens in the depths of the cave. Is that a chicken? He asks. Dozens of chicks run towards the hero. How many are there? What the hell? Asks the frightened Jinsung. The boy laughs happily. See, they are all my friends. Amazing, right? He asks. Yeah, amazing, the hero answers, examining one of the chickens. The child reaches out to the boy's face. Then you'll be my friend? He asks. Okay, the hero answers. The boy and Jinsung shake hands. The child's face is filled with genuine happiness. Okay, we are now friends, he says. Something very strange is happening to the hero. What? I feel really faint, he thinks. We see him reach out to the boy holding a staff. The hero opens his eyes. He jumps up in horror and screams loudly. Finally, you are awake, says the old man sitting behind him. So how are you feeling? Jinsung jumps away from his interlocutor in fear. Then he remembers his grievance and pounces on the old man. Goddamn senile old man, he shouts. The guy grabs the old man by the neck. Let go of me, you bastard, demands Karen. You nearly killed me, so why should I let go of you? Jinsung shouts angrily. The old man grinds his teeth from the strain. He pushes the guy's hand away from his neck and looms over him. I said let go of me, he demands again. A notification appears. Status effect. Jinsung staggers, unable to stand still. There are 2 more windows in front of him. Your character is in a critical condition. Until you have recovered your strength, your character is unable to move. The guy almost cries. Shit, not again, he shouts mentally. Jinsung once again comes to his senses and sees the old man again. You are up? He asks. The hero clutches his head. Is your head made of rock? What the hell? He asks. Karen looks sternly at the guy. What did you say? He asks. Nothing, he answers. This goddamn senile old man, thinks Jinsung. Though he may look homeless, he's incredibly strong. I need to swallow my pride for now on. The old man looks intently at the hero. So, what happened? He asks. Jinsung asks again, not understanding what they are talking about. Karen looks at him carefully. What did you speak about with Lord Shaka? He clarifies. The young man mumbles something unintelligible. But then he remembers the face of the boy who extended his hand to him. He asked to become friends, says Jinsung. Okay, we are now friends. The old man asks again. He thoughtfully looks up. I suppose it doesn't matter, he says. Pardon, the hero asks again. The interlocutors are sitting by the fire. I thought you said Lord Shaka asked to become friends, asks Karen. Yes, for now, replies the hero. The old man raises his index finger with a sagely air. Friendship is a relationship of brotherly affection. Meanings that Lord Shaka has internally decided that you should become my successor, he says. Jinsung sadly asks him to clarify what he means here. The old man looks at him sternly. You just need to follow me from now on, he declares. Karen starts laughing loudly. How great is that? He shouts. The guy winces in pain. He understands that his interlocutor is in real trouble with his head. A notification appears. Mainstream encounter with the 7th god has been cleared. Jinsung sighs with relief, looking at the blue window. Yeah, I am sure it's a good thing, he thinks. The old man taps his hand on the ground and tells the guy to sit down on this place. Are we going to meditate or something? He asks. Karen looks at the young man with a serious expression. No, I am going to tell you about our upcoming plans, he says. Our plans? Jinsung asks again, puzzled. The old man raises his index finger. This is from a long time ago, he says. It's just an old story, the hero thinks to himself, disappointed. We see a beauty with magnificent jewelry. There were 7 gods in this land. The old man begins his story. Thanks to the god of creation, area of light, and the god of the apocalypse, Shaka, the circle of life and death was well balanced. But one day, as if she was afraid of Lord Shaka's power of destruction, Arya approached the other 5 gods. We see a picture of the gods communicating. Since Shaka's power is more than enough to swallow us whole, should we not restrict it? Arya asks. Before us are 3 gods, with orange, green, and blue hair respectively. Though there were differences in opinion, nobody denied the claim, and they ultimately decided to restrict his power, continues Karen. Though they were afraid of Lord Shaka's power, they wanted to possess it for themselves. Before us is a picture of a battle between the gods. So began the war between Lord Shaka and 6 gods. The heavens shook and the earth split open, and the war waged on for a long time. The god with the ram's skull on his forehead was defeated. Even if he's the god of apocalypse, he couldn't handle battling all 6 gods, says the old man. Lord Shaka was finally defeated. He left everything else to his family and fell to his eternal slumber, maintaining only his divinity. Karen stands, clenching his fists. Now he looks down at the fire with a sad expression. And so the 7th god became forgotten by the people, he says. The interlocutors sit on the ground by the fire. That means his family member is this senile old man. The hero draws the obvious conclusion for himself. Since Lord Shaka disappeared, the 6 gods were at ease, thinking that there was no longer a force that could threaten them. Karen continues his story. We see terrible monsters, but from that point forward, the world was overcome by evil. Because of Lord Shaka's absence, those who should have died refused to stay dead. which is how the demons were born. Ginseng rubs his chin thoughtfully. I see. The source of darkness, Shaka, was actually the pillar of balance that kept everything in place, he thinks. And due to his absence, evil was created. I understand. The old man, sitting in front of the fire, continues his story. For thousands of years I roamed the continent, for the resurrection of the only good I serve, Lord Shaka, and to find a force powerful enough to defeat Arya and the five gods. The old man looks at his interlocutor with hope. Perhaps the reason I had roamed the continent for such a long time was for today, he says. From this moment you will become my disciple and the sword of Lord Shaka to defeat the six gods, including Arya of Light and her family. The hero looks at the old man in amazement. He has a very serious expression on his face. Can you do it? He asks. Notifications appear. Mainstream Karen's wish has been activated. Do you accept this quest? The hero looks out the blue window in surprise. The forgotten seventh god and the vengeful sword that has been sharpened for thousands of years. And an agent who will carry out their plan, he thinks. The guy remembers his enemy. Come to think of it, he thinks. Jiang Yuman, that bastard. I nearly forgot, but he's Arya's family. Understood, he says, and then selects one of the options in the system message. Then this might as well be my own revenge, he thinks. And resurrecting the seventh god in order to defeat the six gods is an important quest. It's not a bad decision on my part. The guy kneels down. Then he respectfully lowers himself before the old man. Please, accept this bow of respect, master, he says. Karen laughs happily. Yes, you are definitely worthy of being my successor, he answers. Notifications appear. You have formed a relationship with Karen, priest of the apocalypse. You have acquired the title Agent of Revenge. A smile appears on the guy's face. Alright, once I'm done training with this old man, I can defeat that bastard, he thinks. The old man gets up and waves goodbye. I am leaving then, he says. Yes, please, take care, the hero answers, but then realizes that something is wrong. No, wait, master, he shouts. Karen stops, looking displeased. What is it? He asks. Ginseng points his finger at him angrily. Don't you have anything to teach me? Like a new skill? He asks, seething with indignation. What are you talking about? I already made you my successor and told you what to do, so my job is done, the old man replies. Laughing loudly, he tosses the boy an ornate book. Sorry, I almost forgot, he says. The book falls to the ground and Ginseng reaches for it. If there's something you need, look it up in the book, says Karen. A blue formation appears in front of the old man. Try not to look for me if you can, he says sternly. What the hell? The hero shouts and rushes after the old man, but he disappears inside the blue circle. Finally, the old man turns around and waves his hand. Ginseng looks in shock at where Karen was just now. He really did escape, he says. The wind turns the pages of an open book. A notification appears. You have received a quest. The hero looks at it and irritably calls the old man a madman. We see the description of the quest. Quest Karen's wish. Resurrect the god of darkness, Shaka, and defeat the six gods and their families who rule this land. Class, mainstream. Details, Arya of Light, Phoenix of the Stolen Fire, Nysa of the Heavens, Oriette of the Late Autumn, Tennesil of the Dark Night, Crowd of Destruction. Progress, 0%. Reward, unknown. The hero is shaking with nervous tension as he looks at the information. Do I seriously have to do this all by myself? He wonders. The guy grabs his head and screams loudly. How the hell do I complete this? Ginseng kicks the stone with his bare foot, but only hurts himself badly. Holding his head, he looks at the system message. Is this even possible to clear? He screams. And if they are talking about the families of the six gods? The guy remembers his acquaintances. They are the comrades who defeated Abraxas with me, he thinks. A tear rolls down the hero's cheek. And they are the world's most elite and powerful, he understands. We see who he means. The Crimson Agnes, Siren of the Ice, Halo of the Mind, Cyrus of Steel, and Luke of the Boulder. They are the families of the most powerful gods with powers and are disaster class. Finally, his main enemy emerges in the hero's memory. Out of all of them, from the family of Arya, Jiang Yuman, the radiant King Arthur. Yuman holds a brown sphere in his hand. He was praised as the god of magic after obtaining the infinite mana item Infinity Circle, the hero recalls. Can I really defeat Jiang Yuman? And my comrades? Ginseng clenches his fist and looks at him thoughtfully. Determination appears in the hero's eyes. No, there's no need to be scared already, he thinks. We see him in his past life in knightly armor. Though I don't know the reason, when I thought it was the end, the hero thinks. He remembers the terrible face of the villain who killed him. I obtained this opportunity, coming back in time, Ginseng realizes. He clenches his fist and raises it up. Alright, I'll clear this goddamn quest, he cries resolutely. The hero raises his clenched fist. I am going to finish this quest and end this ill fate, he declares. Ginseng looks at the notifications appearing in front of him in surprise. Apocalypse Invocation. The Book of the Black Covenant has been acquired. A new clause has been added. Additional clauses: return to village, oracle, rune page, item appraisal, disassembly, synthesization, creation. Due to your low level, a section of the clauses have been deactivated. Jinsung's eyes are shocked. The notifications continue to pour in. Return to village has been activated. Item appraisal has been activated. Item disassembly has been actuated. Item synthesization has been activated. Item creation has been activated. The hero looks at the book in shock, hanging in the air, emitting a strange energy. Is this all in one multi-item that I've heard of before? He thinks. The guy looks at the book, smiling strangely. This is a scam item, which has various abilities, he thinks. Good thing I looked through it. We see the guy's eyes. Luck is following me, so there's nothing stopping me, he thinks. Should I test the book's ability? He presses his finger on the picture of a boar in the book. First let's disassemble an item, says Jinsung. A bright yellow glow appears on the monster. A glowing magical formation appears under the guy's feet. Then synthesize, the hero declares. And lastly, create. Powerful streams of yellow energy rise above the boar. Jinsung, smiling, looks up at a very bright flash. Oh, is it finally coming? He asks. A message appears stating that the creation of the item is complete. Jinsung looks up in amazement. There hangs an incredibly strange helmet made of a wild animal skull. We see information about this item. Wild boar helmet. Type, helmet. Class, witch doctor. Rank, common. Bonuses: HP plus 100, magic power plus 50. All stats plus 3, defense plus 10, plus 3% damage to animal type monsters. Description: a helmet made from a giant boar head. Simply wearing this will pressure your opponents. The hero thinks, looking at the created item. 100 HP, 50 magic power, 10 defense and plus 3 to all stats. Is this the best option I have right now? The guy recalls the various price ratios. In the global game trading site, GameBank, 100 AC gold is equal to $1. A wild boar's head is usually worth 500,000 gold. Scratching the back of his head, Jinsung examines the helmet he recently created. It's great that I can make Witch Doctor exclusive items, but if I keep creating items in situations when I have no money like right now, I'll become a hobo straight away, he thinks. The guy looks at the blue window hanging in front of him. Well, I'll first give the leather to the village head, he says. We see a very simple house. Now in front of us is a boar skin. Elmore looks in amazement at this trophy of the hero. Did you really catch this by yourself? He asks. Yes, I did, the boy answers. On his head we see a new helmet for the first time. I am certain that it's wild boar leather, the young man says. Elmore takes a pen in his hand. Alright, I will write you a recommendation, he says. The old man signs the paper. You are not someone who should stay on this island, he declares. The hero thanks the elder. He hands him the signed document. Go to the harbor on the very east of the island and take a boat. You'll be able to go to the main continent, the boy hears. A notification appears. Elmore's recommendation has been acquired. The old man hands over the paper. This is my recommendation, he says. Show this to the branch head of the Adventurers Guild. The hero thanks him once again. Seagulls are flying in the sky. In front of us is a small port. Someone is eating a bun. This is the hero. He is sitting on a bench and looking at the information window about his character. Damien, level 16, class, witch doctor, affiliation, none, alignment, minus 9,999,999,999. Title, atrocity, the one who defeated the wild boar alone, agent of revenge. Stats, strength 10, HP 10, agility 10, intelligence 31, talent 10, luck 10. You have 0 stat points remaining. Skill window, shooting of poison darts, level 10, control the dead, level 1, bloody impulse, level 2, corrupted elixir, level 2, voodoo doll, level 1, zombification, level 1. You have 0 skill points remaining. The hero thoughtfully analyzes all these numbers. Level 16, I still have a long way to go, he thinks. His face, covered by his helmet, is clearly agitated. Anyway, the title is Agent of Revenge, he thinks. We see an information window dedicated to this title. Title, Agent of Revenge. An agent chosen by the 7th god. Has an unknown power. During PvP attack power plus 100%. During PvP defense plus 100%. During PvP attribute resistance plus 100%. During PvP status of normality resistance plus 100%. Jinsung is beside himself with rage. That's crazy, he thinks. It's basically telling me to PK. I don't like killing people. The guy is sitting on a wooden bench with a thoughtful look. Anyways, I know this is a pseudo-religion, he thinks. His attention is drawn to alarming sounds. On the ground, next to the boxes, lies a trembling guy who begs to be saved. We see a smiling villain in a hood. Then you should have listened to me when I was being nice, he says. The bastard looms over his victim, who already has one tooth knocked out. You just need to pay, okay, he says. Why are you making it hard for both of us when there's an easy way to do this? The hero looks in surprise at the direction where this unpleasant conversation is taking place. Are they killer mages, he thinks. The leader of the bandits predatorily reaches out his hand to the victim. Now, the mood has turned dark, but we are not bad people, he says. You can tell that he's the head just by looking at them, thinks the hero, who is standing a little further away. The bandit smiles insolently, not paying attention to the people gathered around him. If you just pay the toll, I'll let you go, okay, he says. He's pretty skilled. Blocking the wharf with just 20 people, thinks Jin-sun, looking at him. We see the face of a young blonde man who is shaking with rage, looking at what is happening. He grabs his sword. Shouting a rude curse, he runs out from behind the onlookers and raises his weapon to bring it down on the villains. The leader of the bandits turns his face in his direction. Who is this foreigner? He asks and stretches out his hand, which glows with blue energy. The villain uses the energy bolt skill and stops the guy who rushed at him. The young man screams in unbearable pain. Did he not understand what I said? Asks the leader of the bandits. The bastard smiles, sending energy discharges at his opponent. I said, you can't win, he says. The young man is hit one blow after another. He can barely stand on his feet. Those crazy bastards, says one of the witnesses of what is happening, gritting his teeth in impotent rage. The guy looks down in pain. What a great sight to see, declares one of the bandits. The leader with a wide smile on his face turns to his subordinates. Guys, our guest is leaving. Send him off well. Blue magical formations appear in the hands of the villains. The leader smiles under his hood and declares there's nothing better to look at than. The head of one of his subordinates flies off. The bandits, with their mouths open, look at this disgusting picture. Animal horror appears in their eyes. He was beheaded in one go, one of the scoundrels screams. His comrade notices something and holds out a trembling index finger. Over there, he yells. Jin-sung towers in front of the bandits. A boar, one of the extortionists says in amazement. The hero's eyes glow with an unkind light. His appearance terrifies the villains. Only the leader finds the strength to smile. And who the hell is he? He asks. A weapon appears in the hero's hand. Pay up, he says to the bandits trembling with fear. One of the opponents asks again in bewilderment. The price of your lives, the hero explains to him. He menacingly looks at the enemies from under his helmet. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you want to live, pay up, says the witch doctor. The hero stands in front of a whole squad of enemies with a dagger in his hand. The villains look at him with fear. What is he talking about? This crazy bastard, says one of them. Jin-sung, meanwhile, starts counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. The hero shows 5 fingers. 4, 3, 2. The villains see that there are fewer and fewer fingers. One of them clenches his fists in rage. This damn bastard wants to die, he exclaims. What are you doing? Shouts the leader. Just kill him. His subordinates rush to attack. The hero, who stands with a dagger in his hand, calmly counts to 1. And then to 0. We see a bloody blade in front of his face. The villains look around, trying to understand where the hero went. What? He suddenly disappeared. We hear their voices. One of the villains senses something is wrong. He looks up and sees danger. Everyone, dodge, he shouts. Some yellow shells are falling on the bandits from above. The bastards scream in horror and pain. My eyes, save me. The leader looks in horror at the horror that is happening to his fighters. What the hell is going on? He asks no one knows who. The hero, surrounded by many corpses, calmly counts the number of enemies killed. 1, 2, 3, 4. We see a blowpipe and a flask in his hands. Blood impulse, shooting of poison darts and corrupted elixir, thanks Jin-sung. Thanks to the title, Agent of Revenge, my PvP damage has increased too. The hero stands in front of the bandit leader. Wow, I defeated a lot in one, he declares. What a bastard, his opponent calls him. Jin-sung, smiling predatory, holds a flask with a yellow liquid in his hand. This exceeded your expectations, he asks mockingly. The glass falls down. We see the pier illuminated by bright sunlight. The blonde man, who dared to give the choice to the bandits, comes to his senses. A frightened girl is leaning over him. Brian, are you alright? He asks. Wendy, where is this? The young man asks. The moment of his death pops into the guy's head. That's right, I was attacked by those mages, he thinks. What shit? He screams and hits the ground with his fist. He clenches his fists and screams loudly. Wendy, where are those bastards? I am going to kill them. Brian, we are in the middle of a stream, the girl warns him. Damn, it's crazy, the young man exclaims. With a distorted face, he looks at the blue windows and sees, among other things, user comments. Why so serious? Give up, bro. Don't type to him. He missed, he missed, he missed. The girl raises her hands, trying to calm her friend down. Calm down, Brian. You saw how strong they were. Let's just wait. Phew, Wendy, the guy replies. When do you think a streamer dies? When does he lose all his items? Or when he is level 1? His face becomes serious. No, when he decides not to play anymore, he declares. The girl is stunned. so I am going to crush those bastards, the young man says. Something happens next to the guy and the girl, they turn their heads. There is a bright flash in front of them. The bandits killed by the hero appear from the yellow energy wall. We see white splashes, someone laughs. One of the shifted has completely empty eyes. 3, 4, 5, 6, we hear. The counting is none other than Ginseng, who, laughing loudly, kills another opponent. The leader of the bandits looks at the hero in horror. This crazy bastard. Can a person really have that level of control? Is that even possible? He thinks. The leader standing at the end of the line addresses his charges, who are ready to use some magic. Hey you, stupid bastards. What are you going to do with your reserved manth? Hurry up and cast. Okay, one of the mages replies. The leader prepares to attack the hero, his face distorted with hatred. Bastard, I'm going to kill you, he shouts. Ginseng, meanwhile, smiles. I will use bloody impulse again, he thinks. The mages release a powerful stream of blue energy at the guy. However, no one is visible in the place where it flies. The villains stand with their hands outstretched and do not see anyone. One of the mages asks if they managed to hit the enemy. Apparently not, because the next moment the extortionists are attacked from above. The hero appears next to the mages, emitting red and black energy. He laughs loudly. The guy has a blowpipe in his hand. The effect is amazing, he exclaims. His opponents tremble with horror. Is he human? Is he really the same level as us? One of them asks. How can he not get hit once when we shot so many at him? The bandit leader, arms folded in front of him, looks at the hero with hatred. No, at this rate we'll all die. It can't be helped, he thinks. Hey, you guys, endure for just 3 minutes, he shouts to his comrades. Ginseng notices something suspicious. He lowers his blowgun. The bandit leader, with a blue magic formation visible in front of his hands, looks angrily at the enemy. I will make that guy a fried skewer with lightning, he screams. Someone is watching what is happening on the tablet screen. Oh my god, we hear. We also see the comments of the audience. Is that real? That's impossible. Amazing. It turns out that Brian is looking at the tablet. Does this make sense? Where did a crazy bastard like him come from? He asks. Someone calls out to him. However, the young man pays no attention to this. Come on, tank boy, he shouts joyfully. Seriously, the girl who called him asks irritably. She is standing behind the guy, who is looking at the screen and does not see anything around him. Brian, what the hell are you doing? She shouts angrily. This isn't the time to admire him. Brian looks at the screen with a slightly crazy expression on his face. Hey guys, it seems like I am all over the place. What do you all think? He says. Brian pays attention to the number of viewers of the broadcast. There are 236,442 viewers. My streamer gut is telling me something. This is a chance, he thinks. The young man smiles, pointing his finger at the number of viewers. Are you ready, Wendy? He asks his companion. For what? She asks in response. Brian points his finger at the hero. Ready to get that guy, he declares. The leader of the bandits once again uses his energy bolt skill. A blue charge flies over the head of the hero, who is standing with a blowpipe. Ginseng looks at the enemy warily. That guy is preparing for something, he thinks. Behind the bright blue formation we see a mage gritting his teeth. The hero accelerates and runs towards him. Shall I go see what it is? He thinks. He's coming, one of the mages yells. The bandits, leaving their leader, begin to run in different directions. I don't know anymore, one of them yells. Hey, you idiots, the leader shouts. Where are you going? He looks at the enemy with hatred. Yeah, well, I gathered enough mana. You are going to die by my hands soon, he thinks. The hero, looking menacing, rushes towards the leader of the bandits. He stretches out his hand and seems to be about to reach the enemy. Enchant status, call lightning, the bandit says. Die, the scoundrel yells, and a blue magical formation appears under the hero's feet. A very bright flash of light occurs. The energy discharges absorb the hero. Brian and his companion look on in amazement at what is happening. The leader of the bandits is breathing heavily. He sees the hero fallen on his back. The villain thinks that he has won and smiles happily, looking at his trembling hands. I did it, he exclaims. Ginseng is clearly shocked. His body is still sparkling. One of his comrades turns to the joyful leader of the bandits. Shit, Park Mandu, I believed in you. The villain looks very pleased. Gosh, you idiots, I told you, didn't I? He asks his comrades. You couldn't wait to celebrate. Mandu smiles happily. However, the fun quickly ends. The villain hears alarming sounds. Turning to their source, he freezes in horror. That hurt a little, he hears. It's impossible, Mandu screams with a face distorted with horror. The hero is back on his feet, and he smiles, holding a dagger in his hand. What do you mean impossible, you bastard? He asks calmly. Ginseng prepares to use his weapon. Okay, well, I'll acknowledge it, he says. You have good sense and you are smart. Mandu holds out his trembling palms towards his enemy. Memorize, he says, noticeably stuttering. The river of the bandit mage leader seems to fly off to the side. We see the hero, whose face is hidden by his helmet. My hand, Mandu screams hysterically. So you shouldn't have fooled around so much, Jinsung tells him. The villain lies on the ground next to the corpses of his comrades, groaning in pain. Stop thinking about what to do. Since you can't run away, the hero tells him. Jinsung licks his blood from his dagger, glaring bloodthirstily at his enemy. I pay back kindness 100-fold, revenge paid back by 1,000. That's my creed. Mandu, tears streaming from his eyes, begs the hero not to come any closer. A deafening scream sounds over the port. Brian looks on in shock at what is happening before his eyes. Wendy, who is standing behind him, has turned away. I can't look anymore, that's insane, the girl screams. Shit, I was planning on killing him, Brian thinks to himself. But isn't this too much? Mandu rolls his eyes and, shaking all over, begs someone to save him. He even apologizes for his disgusting behavior. The hero pours the contents of the vial over his head. All right, I'll save you, he says mockingly. I thought he would give us a chance to beat him up. But no, that guy is the devil, the leader of the mages thinks. The hero raises his dagger to strike. He strikes, killing his opponent. Since I'll feel better to beat you up, he says. The hero blows on his weapon to cool it. That took a while, he says tiredly. Jinsung sees 2 notifications. You have committed an act of PK. Current alignment, minus 9,999,999,999. The hero stretches, flexing his muscles. A corpse of an enemy lies at his feet. So why did you come into the fight that you'd lose? He asks. Another batch of notifications appears. Your alignment cannot fall any lower. You have obtained 184 toothless daggers. You have obtained 209 beginners t-shirts. Continuing to stretch his muscles, the hero examines more notifications. You have obtained 113 coarse leather leggings. You have obtained 98 staff made of old wood. The hero seems quite surprised. Wow, I really got a lot, he says. How much is all of this? Old daggers, cotton t-shirts. Oh, a wilderness ring. And how do I eat this? The guy cries out in amazement. What? This is insane. He sees a notification about receiving 3,429,325 gold. Jinsung looks at the number, repeats it out loud, and can't quite believe his luck. But then a smile appears on his face. $1 equals to 100 gold. It is about $3,000 to $4,000, he thinks. Wow, this is freaking good. Nice. Then shall I sell it right away? Jinsung looks at the system message and reads it out loud. Selling 3 million gold. Fast and easy deal. Selling for cheap. Please leave me a message. Then he selects the post option. Responses appear almost instantly. I'll buy it all. Please message me. Negotiations possible. The hero smiles, looking at the blue window. Oh, people are replying to it already, he says. I knew there would be a lot of people wanting to buy it. The guy notices 2 more incoming messages. Hello, I get my pocket money the day after tomorrow, so can I give you $10 first? Who the hell are you? Give it to me right now. Which one should I choose? The hero says word by word. Smiling, he extends his finger to the window and presses the choose option. 2 notifications appear. You have finished your deal. Your rank has changed from normal to VIP. Jinsung looks at the system window, raising his right hand. Wow, as expected of the game bank. So quick, he says. 2 more notifications. The amount from the deal has been deposited into the account you have chosen. Total selling price, 35,610,001. The guy laughs happily. I realized then that AC was my future, he thinks. The witch doctor stands with his hands up and screams with happiness. A man with a scarf walks down the street in Cambridge, Massachusetts, USA. A man in a suit with a cup in his hands is visible in the window of a skyscraper. Today's coffee is good, he says. We see this character up close. It is reported that in front of us is Alan Jacobs, CEO of the best MCN enterprise and internet streaming platform Switch. Someone knocks on the door, the man turns around. President, are you in there? He hears. The secretary appears in the office. Q. William Balmore is looking for you, he says. I am ready, so tell him to come in, says the man. The visitor enters the office, holding a tablet. Welcome, William, have you been well? Asks the director. I've been well, thank you, the visitor replies. He sits down at the table and takes a mug. You seem to be in a good mood today, Alan, says the visitor. It is reported that in front of us is William Balmore, Q of the internet streaming platform Switch. He looks at the owner of the office, smiling. How's your condition? Asks William. Good, thanks to you, he replies. Thanks to our coup, I couldn't contain myself because I was curious about what you were going to tell me. William brings the mug to his mouth. Well, that's good. I have news that you'll be very surprised about, he says. Really, what is it? Asks the director. Do you know what AC is? Asks William. Alan looks at him in surprise. AC, isn't that a game? He asks. William is sitting with a tablet in his hand. So you do know, he clarifies. I know of it. Isn't it the most trending thing right now? A lot of our streamers are playing it too. But what about that game? Is there an issue? Asks the director. The interlocutor holds out a tablet. Take a look at this, he suggests. Alan takes the device. This week's hottest clip, he asks. The man looks at the tablet screen. What he sees surprises him. I think we have a new prospective streamer. What do you think, Alan? Asks William. Smiling, he looks at the interlocutor. Don't you think this will be a great business venture? In front of us is the street of an old town. Hello? Yes, Mom, it's me, someone says. We see the hero, who is talking on the phone in a witch doctor's outfit. I just sent money to your account, so please have a look. Aw, I got a bonus, he says. Yeah, but still it's not like you have a lot of money, his mother answers. Continuing to talk, the guy walks down the street. Geez, I said I got a bonus. Anyways, I'll stop by soon, so look after yourself. I'll be going now, he says. The blue window appears in front of the hero again. Nice. I sent what I needed to send to Mom, he thinks. Shall I use the rest on investments? In front of us are various instruments for investing capital. After AC and Evertail appeared, cryptocurrency steeply increased over the next 10 years. Jin-sung wanted to use this current trend to solidify his financial foundation. The guy works with the system interface. Alright, shall I do 3 million won first? He says. I'll choose one of the cryptocurrency future options stocks. The hero clicks on the buy option. Notifications pop up in front of him one after another. Warning, warning. The chosen cryptocurrency has fallen to its lowest price. Customers loss rate 8.42% divided by. Customers loss rate 12.98%. Customers loss rate 27.63%. As your loss rate is remarkably high, the money you possess has been forcibly liquefied. The hero is horrified, he curses loudly. Terrible mental anguish is visible on his face. My $3 million disappeared in just 3 seconds. Impossible. I need to look at the fluctuation chart again, he thinks. New notifications appear in front of him. Bitcoin future options leverage. Rate of increase 1.4%. Rate of increase 2.98%. Rate of increase 7.63%. Jin-sung silently looks at the chart. He looks up bitterly. What the hell? The guy asks. If it's like this, someone 100% interfered, he thinks. The hero angrily clenches his fist. Damn it, he thinks. It can't be helped. There's only one way. Jin-sung grinds his teeth in rage. I only have AC now, he realizes. Changchun City, Julin Province, China. Jangsun Startup Business Factory. A young man runs across the yard of the company, loudly calling out for someone named Jeej. The guy bursts into the room with a tablet in his hand. Jeej, something bad has happened, he shouts. We see a stern-looking young man lighting a cigarette. What's so bad that you are destroying the door? He asks. I am sure I told you not to do that. It is reported that this is Mingchen, Jangsun Startup Business CEO. What the hell happened? He asks, looking at the guy with irritation. About that. The game bank, he answers. 3 million gold has appeared. Mingchen looks at the guy in amazement. What? That's bullshit? He shouts. Do you think that makes sense? The guy shows him the tablet screen. It's real, Jeej, he says. Look at this. Mingchen looks at the screen in horror. Oh shit, he says out loud. It's been 2 weeks since I have joined the gaming company called AC, he thinks. We see the young man demonstrating a diagram of the capsule to the audience. For this business I took care of all the operational equipment. I also got an enormous investment from a higher up I knew, he recalls. We see Mingchen standing next to the capsules. With the investment I even purchased a large amount of the Galaxy M24 app capsule, he thinks. But, in front of his eyes is a message on the tablet screen. Selling 3 million gold. Fast and easy deal. Selling for cheap. Comments 1124. Mingchen slams his fist on the table. What the hell? He yells. 3 million gold. That amount exceeds the output of Jangsun, he thinks. Mingchen clutches his head in his hands. A person, not a company, made that amount, he thinks. And the single sale price is the best price. If people like him keep popping up, then AC Gold's market price will drop dramatically. The director takes the tablet and smashes its edge on his assistant's head. Hey, you bastard, he shouts angrily. Why are you telling me this now? Are you planning to bankrupt me? I was telling you before, the guy tries to object. Shut up, bastard, Mingchen interrupts him. He looks at the tablet screen again. At this rate, Jangsun's value will become nothing. It's only a matter of time before I go bankrupt and can't even pay back the investment. Find out who the hell this bastard is. You got it, he shouts to his assistant. Yes, the guy answers and runs away from the angry boss. We see a sailboat sailing on the sea. We are setting sail now, someone's voice is heard. The hero in the attire of a healer lies on the deck. That island was filled with many twists and turns, he thinks. But thanks to that Park Mandu guy, I got a lot of materials, so I have a lot of items. Then, shall I disassemble some? Jinsung opens a menu with images of items. Notifications appear. Item disassembly has been successful. You have acquired 8 low-grade iron. Jinsung looks at the screen, smiling. That's insane, he thinks. If I get this much, then I can make more money than the users who are still on the island. In front of him are more notifications. You have gained the XP. You have reached level 20. The hero, smiling, continues to work with the system. On top of that, thanks to the effective atrocity, I leveled up a lot, he thinks. Shall I take a look at the status? We see a character card named Damien, in which, compared to the previous time, the only thing that has changed is the level, which has increased to 20. The hero looks thoughtfully at the next window. Up until now I have invested skill points into Bloody Impulse and Corrupted Elixir, he thinks. Shall I take a look at the other skills? The hero gets acquainted with several windows of the type he is interested in. Skill window, shooting of poison darts, control the dead, blood impulse, corrupted elixir, voodoo doll, zombification. Bloody impulse, level 5, attribute, blood. Description, for 100 seconds the target's attack and movement speed will increase by 100%. 1% of the target's stamina will be consumed per second. Corrupted elixir, level 3, attribute, poison. Description, you throw a special elixir and you inflict 90% physical damage. When you've hit your target, 140% magic damage will be inflicted for 330 seconds and your target's defense will decrease by 20%. Control the dead, level 1, attribute, summoning. Description, you can summon applicable dead monsters at 50% of their stats. The amount of summons is proportionate to the summoner's magic power. Voodoo doll, level 1, attribute, curse. Description, you consume an item and curse you target. Every time you stab the doll, your target's stamina will drop by 1%. Judging by the hero's look, there's a lot he doesn't like. These are really shitty skills, he thinks. The controlling the dead skill can only summon chicks or chickens, and for the voodoo doll skill I need to carry a doll item. He gets up from the deck. Well, I'll be able to use these one day, he thinks. A notification appears. Information about a new location has been updated. A joyful smile appears on the hero's face. Finally, he exclaims. Notifications appear. Current location, Terra Kingdom's dock. The world map has been updated. There are many sailboats in the harbor. The main continent, the hero thinks. Jinsung waves goodbye to the ship's captain. Well, so long, the sailor shouts. Thank you, the young man replies. Jinsung looks up. A familiar view, he thinks. The hero, along with many other people, approaches a huge city gate. It's one of the most lively kingdoms on the eastern part of the Arcia continent, the center of the eastern side, Terra, he thinks. Jinsung walks along the pavement. We see many people looking at system windows. Announcements from various characters are displayed. Fake Baka-sensei, recruiting 4 mage field sensors level 25 and above. Sukamura-san, this is my first time here, where should I go? Royal Knight S2, we are recruiting for blood allies at Royal Shell Route's level 1 blood alliance. Above level 20, casual players welcome. Thunderous, is there anyone who hasn't completed the Academy's beginner process? Shining Me, channel 984 is currently hunting for 48 hours. They show you what crazy spirit is. If you steal it, we'll follow you to the end. Jinsung looks at what's happening around him with a smile. It's as it was, he thinks. Even though there are so many people, there's no one who's noticed my disposition. The hero sees 3 men shouting loudly, trying to attract attention to their vacancies. We are recruiting people who want to raid a dungeon right now. We treat healers favorably. Anyone want to be a temporary mercenary for 1 week? We provide meals and lodging. Gosh, guild recruitment is the same too, the hero thinks. Where was the place I was heading to again? A smile appears on the guy's face. Ah, it's there, he exclaims. The Adventurers Guild. We see several employees, among whom a bearded man stands out. 2 guys are talking to visitors. We hear what they are saying. No, so our schedule is. Adventurer, this is a platinum grade request, so please have another look. The hero, wearing his helmet, brazenly makes his way through the crowd. I'll be late if I just stand around, he thinks. A bearded man loudly calls out to someone named Maria. Bring me all the adventurer applications from today, he orders. Of course, a cheerful girl standing behind him answers. The man's name is reported to be Hatsun, and he is Adventurers Guild Terra Kingdom's branch manager. The hero approaches him and greets him by name. The man looks at him in surprise. Jinsung smiles. I would like to get a license, he declares. Hatsun looks sternly at the guy. Welcome. You look like a new adventurer, but you have good eyes. You looked up my name, he says. I should be at least this aware if I want to be a mercenary, Jinsung answers. Hatsun looks at the hero with approval. Yes, that's true, he says. Oh, not bad, he thinks. Before us are warriors of various classes. The Adventurers Guild has branches throughout the Arcia continent. It's a facility that all NPCs and adventurers utilize. We see a firm handshake. There are some people who pay to make requests, and in order to make money, there are those that do the requests. The Adventurers Guild's main job is to mediate between the two parties, but there aren't many people who utilize this feature properly. But I think this person is quite quick to catch on, thinks Hatson. The manager is holding a pen in his hand. That's right, you need a license to do that sort of work, he says. Yes, that's what I've heard, the hero confirms. Then do you want to play right away, asks Hatson. Of course, the young man answers. The manager raises his index finger. I knew you were straightforward. Maria, get me one more guild license application, he asks his assistant. Is it for a team or just you, he asks the hero. Hatson makes a corresponding mark in the document. Myself, answers Jinsung. In front of us is a diagram with Roman numerals and an arena. The Adventurers Guild license is issued after a simple test, explains Hatson. Behind this lobby, there is an arena with 10 stages, and depending on which stage you pass, tiers will be assigned. You understand, right? The hero, putting his hands on the table, looks at his interlocutor. If I want a high grade, then you're telling me to come back after preparing myself, right? He asks. Yes, seems like I don't need to explain any further, says the manager. He looks sternly at the guy. It's normal to use a couple of days to prepare, so you should come back after preparing, he declares. Jinsung smiles and raises his clenched fist. Oh, no, he says. I'm going to do it right now, since there won't be much difference. Hatson looks at the guy thoughtfully. Will you really be okay? It will be hard to prepare when you go in, he says. The hero's eyes sparkle with enthusiasm. A test is used for you to prove your usual skills, he declares. Hatson looks at the guy with a little surprise. That's some amazing confidence. Follow me, he says. Jinsung looks at the status window hanging in front of him with surprise. It's the quest description. License exam. In order to be a part of the Adventurers Guild, you need a license and have your skills evaluated. Pass the Adventurers Guild license exam and prove your worth. Class, Epic. Details, pass the Adventurers Guild exam. Progress, 0% reward, Adventurers Guild license. Warning, upon giving up this quest you will automatically receive an Iron Tier license. The hero smiles. It's been a while. Then, shall I go, he thinks. The guy's face is surprised. We see a huge number of fighters trying to pass the exam. Maria raises the megaphone to her lips and makes an announcement. Adventurers from 301 to 400. Please, get ready for the exam. Hatson puts his hand on the hero's shoulder. Then, good luck, I wish you a good fight, he says. Yes, thank you, the young man answers. The grate on the entrance to the gate rises. A hurricane wind blows through the opening onto the exam participants. A summon gate, the hero thinks. A masterpiece that Master Arceus from the Monster Mage's Tower devoted himself to create. Maria, who stands on a dais, conveys useful information to the exam participants. The exam area is beyond that door. You will pass when you defeat the summoned monsters. There are a total of 10 stages, so if you can't continue anymore, please shout I forfeit. Are they real monsters? Maria asks one of the young men. It's an illusion that the guild mages have created. However, I don't think there is a big difference between them and the real ones, the girl answers. Jinsung thoughtfully rubs his chin. Most of the Adventurers Guild requests are related to monsters, so this is a practical method, he thinks. Then we'll begin, shouts Maria, who always seems to be in a great mood. The bars are lowered behind the exam participants. The warriors look around in bewilderment. What? We have already starting, says one of them. Behind the bars, in front of which Maria smiles as usual, desperate cries are heard. The monsters pounce on the people and begin to exterminate them. Jinsung looks scared. Has it begun? He asks. Scary sounds are heard from behind the gates closed with heavy bars. Kill them. I said kill, someone screams hysterically. The exam participants, who have yet to find themselves behind the barrier, are quite worried. What's that? Isn't it dangerous? We hear them say. Maria, smiling, looks at them. There's no need to be scared, she declares. It's just illusion magic. All right, participants 401 to 500, please stand by and get ready for the exam, she announces after a while. The candidates open their mouths in horror. We hear their exclamations. What? That time already? The hero, smiling, flexes his muscles. Shall I get some action? He thinks. You are all trying to kill us, aren't you? You are lying that this is a test, right? The people next to him shout. Maria, to whom these phrases are addressed, answers using a megaphone. Please don't misunderstand. For the Summon Gates license exam. It's an exam where after you clear the monsters, you head to the next stage. Since your time is precious, those who aren't happy about the testing method, please head outside of the testing area. Of course, you'll lose your adventurer's license too. The audience, hearing these words, turned to the girl in surprise. The young men exchange glances. Well, I am sure it's fine, says one of them. Since this is a game, we can just die and come back in 60 hours, the second one confirms. Then I'll start the next exam, Maria says, smiling. The gate rises and the girl invites everyone to go inside. Start, she announces. The gate closes and the participants who have entered the exam area hear an announcement. Welcome to the Summon Gate. There are a total of 10 stages in the Adventurer's License exam, and in every testing area you should clear all the monsters. If you clear all of them, the door to the next testing area will open. If you would like to forfeit during the test, please raise your hand and yell I give up. For solo examinees, who aren't in a team, if you don't defeat a monster, you'll automatically be eliminated. The hero scratches his chin thoughtfully. For those who have entered, please get ready for the exam, he hears. Time until the next test is 9 minutes and 59 seconds. The guy thoughtfully looks at the other exam participants. There are a total of 10 people, including me, in this testing area. I don't recognize any faces, he thinks. The exam will begin soon. I wish you all good luck, comes from the speakers. Jinsung rubs his chin. That's the end of the announcement, he wonders. The hero continues to think, thoughtfully looking somewhere into the void. For a Summon Gate license exam, other than defeating monsters, there should be a battle royale system where participants fight each other. Did these guys purposefully not tell us? We are introduced to the participants of the exam present. What's this? Are we clearing this all together? Asks Lua Bebong Bebong. I think so, she replies. Please, buy me chicken. I am a little scared. Let's get out of here, says the girl with the nickname Umjuvi. My baby is scared. Alright, I'll make sure we leave quickly, the user Umju's husband replies. A guy with a sword on his back approaches the last two characters. Hello, nice to meet you, he says. This character's nickname is reportedly Gentle-Mannered Guy. It's said that when you brush up against someone, it's fate. So do you want to do this together? We should help each other, he says. If we clear the last stage, then instead of an iron tier we can start as a silver tier. The hero looks at this guy warily. Really? He asks. A super rare 5-piece set of full iron armor. Seems like he spent a lot of money, thinks Jinsung, examining the young man. Ah, and these are my party members who I've been playing with since the open beta, he says. We see several more young people and their nicknames in the game. Roagood, open your mouth, a heel is coming, it's Minky. A talkative guy stands in front of a married couple with his hand raised. Since we met like this, let's all clear it together, he suggests. Sure, replies the young husband. Since we have you, Gentle Nim, it feels like we can rely on, says the girl. His social skills are above average. Is his tongue the real weapon, thinks the hero. Gentle-mannered guy, he notices someone else. And come to think of it, there's still one person I haven't met, he declares. In front of us is a gloomy girl in a transparent mask and with bare legs. A friendly guy comes up to her, says hello and starts offering something. You're spouting bullshit, the girl interrupts his flow of words. What did you just say? Asks Gentle-Mannered Guy. The girl looks at him with hatred. Stop talking to me and get lost. I have no intention of being in a party with you idiots, she declares harshly. The guy looks at the rude woman in bewilderment. Wait, aren't your words too harsh? He asks. Huh, what the hell is this gigolo-looking guy saying? Time, she answers, demonstratively turning away. Time remaining until the next test is 0 minutes and 0 seconds. The test will begin, sounds from the speakers. The boy and the girl shudder in fear, hearing this unexpected announcement. Monsters, mostly goblins, appear out of nowhere. The Gentle-Mannered Guy takes out his sword and holds it out in front of him. The monsters are coming. Everyone get ready, he orders. Let's give it a go. Let's all fight together and earn a high tier, his comrades shout. The Gentle-Mannered Guy smiles. Behind him we see a frightened married couple. Seriously, the standards of the Adventurers Guild aren't that high, says the Gentle-Mannered Guy. The guy is actually amused. They said they give everyone a license, but aren't they looking down on us, he asks. One of the goblins takes a powerful blow to the chest. The monster cries out amusingly. The Gentle-Mannered Guy and the goblin look at the corpse in amazement. What just happened? Asks the young man. He notices something next to him. The guy has to step back as the hero flies next to him, his fist already raised to strike. I got one guy, exclaims Jinsung. He strikes and hits the goblin in the face. The Gentle-Mannered Guy is shocked. What are you doing? He asks in amazement. The hero jumps up and raises his left hand to strike. Everyone who sees this is shocked to the core. Notifications appear. You have defeated one illusionary goblin. You have defeated 2 illusionary goblins. There are many glowing corpses on the floor. Another window reports 10 goblins killed. An announcement sounds, the first stage has finished. We will announce the test results. The hero takes a tired breath and lifts his helmet. Damien has obtained 10 points. those present here. The second stage will open. Jin-sung calmly leaves. The gentle-mannered guy is shaking with rage. Damn it, I planned everything out, but a thief appeared, he thinks. Forget about monopolizing the points, we lost it all to him. The guy shouts after the retreating hero. Hey you, immoral bastard. Who the hell defeats all the monsters when someone's talking? Wanna die? Is a dog barking somewhere? Jin-sung brazenly answers, demonstratively cleaning his ear. He looks thoughtfully ahead without removing his finger from his ear. Not acting the way he wants is a separate issue, since to begin with, the goal of this test is to see who kills the most monsters, he thinks. The evaluation is based on the participants' fighting abilities, but the person who survives till the end gets the highest tier license. The gentle-mannered guy takes out his sword and calls the hero a bastard. I am going to kill you, he shouts and tries to hit the witch doctor. Jin-sung takes out a vial with a green liquid. Then he smashes it on the guy's face. The gentle-mannered guy, screaming hysterically, clutches his eyes, and the hero jumps up and disappears. The blinded guy swings his sword, but naturally misses anyone. Where are you? Where is this bastard? He screams hysterically. The hero, however, has to dodge one of the blows. Not bad, he admits. The gentle-mannered guy looks closely. Are you over there? He asks. Jin-sung dodges a few more blows. This guy wasn't just acting desperate. Instead, he's reading my presence and attacking. This might not be so easy, he thinks. The gentle-mannered guy points his finger in the hero's direction. Why are you just standing there, you bastard? He shouts to his comrades. Are you going to attack after I die? The members of his squad use several combat skills at once. We hear them shout, Cure, Hawkeye, Fireball. The gentle-mannered guy smiles happily. Nice, my vision's getting cleared, he thinks. This bastard is dead now. His sword glows. He uses swordsman skill and counter-strike. The guy swings his sword and makes a sweeping strike. Die, he screams loudly. But the hero is no longer in the place where he just was. Where did he go? Shouts gentle-mannered guy. I'm over here, bastard, Jin-sung declares and kicks the enemy in the back. He flies back and falls face down on the floor, and the hero runs to the married couple. The girl opens her mouth in horror. The hero grabs her by the neck and covers himself with her body. Try shooting if you can, he screams at the enemies. If you kill her, you all will die. The hostage's husband begs him to let her go. The guy in the priest's vestments calls the hero a vile bastard. The gentle-mannered guy orders his comrades to open fire. The hostage's husband calls out his name with despair in his eyes. The gentle-mannered guy, his face distorted with anger, repeats the order. He looks at the members of his squad. Stop hesitating and attack, he screams hysterically. What are you talking about? A user with the nickname Amju's husband screams at him. He grabs the scoundrel by the arm. You won't? Right. You are really not going to shoot? Right, he yells. The gentle-mannered guy forcefully pushes him away. This bastard and that bastard, he screams. Do I look that easy? You idiots, are you deaf? Don't you hear me say to shoot? He screams at his squad mates. Don't shoot, Amju's husband begs them. The young men are shocked, they do not understand what to do. What should we do? Asks one of them. I don't know, anyways, that idiot, answers the second. What the hell are you doing? Shouts Amju. Are you insane? Says her husband, who is shaking from what he sees. The gentle-mannered guy looks like a madman. He raises his sword to his face. These pathetic bastards, he says. That's why you guys can't do anything. Amju's husband looks at the madman in horror. The next moment, he receives a sword blow and seems to die. His wife, whom the hero holds tightly by the neck, screams in horror. The gentle-mannered guy rushes to the attack. Kill them all, he shouts and raises his sword for another blow. Jin-sung and the hostage are in front of him. However, this picture does not frighten the hero. On the contrary, we see joyful excitement on his face. The hero throws the hostage aside. You are more idiotic than I thought, he declares. Jin-sung looks predatory at his opponent. This isn't something unusual, he thinks. Bastards who look like big shots often turn out to be nothing in the end. Once their abilities get acknowledged, they start showing off. The hero remembers an opponent trying to appear positive. I didn't want to get involved with him while we were waiting, so I just let him be. But he has finally shown his true colors, just as I had expected, he thinks. A gentle-mannered guy rushes at the hero with a sword. Die, he screams. A mark from the blow is visible next to the hero. Jin-sung starts throwing kicks. One of them brings down the opponent's shoulder. The villain coughs and kneels. What the hell, he says. The members of his squad attack the hero. We hear the names of the spells they use. Double shot. Energy bolt. Powerful energy waves crash down on the guy. The hero sharply turns his head. He strikes with his dagger and seems to hit his main opponent. After that, he strikes with his kick and also hits the target. The gentle-mannered guy flies backwards. Dodge, he hears from his comrades. What a bastard, the villain thinks, looking at the hero. An arrow pierces the villain's back. He falls at the hero's feet with a pained expression on his face. Jin-sung clenches his fist. You are annoying, so I will kill you in one blow. he says. A very powerful blow flies into the villain's head, lying on the ground. Jinsung reaches out his hand to the fallen enemy. The hero wearily holds the back of his head. I guess that's how it ends, he says. A series of notifications appear. Gentle-mannered guy has left. Umju's husband has left. Rogud has left. Please buy me a chicken has left. Jinsung thinks. All his party members and solo participants who were fine just left. Something strange. A very strange sound is heard next to the guy. He sees a girl with a spear sticking out of her chest. Save me, please, she screams desperately. The girl coughs up blood. The guy looks at her in amazement. What's happening? He thinks. Another notification appears. Lua Bibong has left. A girl appears in front of the hero with a knife in her hands. Jinsung looks at her in amazement. Are you the only one left now? She asks. It is reported that in front of us is a user with the nickname Manhwa. The knife in the girl's hand emits a purple glow. Well, I guess so, the hero answers her question. A description of her weapon appears. Sashimi knife +9. Type, dagger. Attack speed, very fast. Rank, rare. Bonus, attack power +200. Critical damage on normal attacks, +50%. Critical damage on sneak attacks, +100%. Description, a Kanto-style sashimi knife with great slicing power. A sashimi knife with +9 enhancement. Huh, that's crazy, the hero thinks. The girl looks at the hero standing in front of him. You're pretty good for someone who doesn't have any items. You must be hiding something, she says. Says who? You are an overgeared noble, Jinsung answers. The hero picks up the sword from the ground. This woman might be a little difficult, he thinks. I should take this just in case. Junhwa looks at him, smiling. I don't think you are a knight, so what are you going to do with that? Have you even used a sword before? She asks. Jinsung answers with a wary look. You're more talkative than I thought, just like that guy from before, he says. What? The girl asks, raising the knife blade up. Assassins are usually strong in one-on-one fights, thinks Jinsung. Her synergy with the sashimi knife is probably no joke either, but let's give it a go. The guy raises the sword. We don't have much time, so shut up and come at me, he declares. Junhwa looks at her opponent angrily. You bastard, she says. I'll make you regret saying that. The girl rushes to attack the hero. We see a bright flash. A purple vortex appears in front of the hero. The girl, who seems to be in great pain, uses her skills, Kunoichi skill and Tiger's Molar. She strikes with a knife, but the hero manages to block it. The guy looks at the girl from behind their crossed blades. She's no joke. If I didn't have my titles or equipment, I would have died already, he thinks. You have a good fighting spirit, but your arms are too weak, he says out loud. Junhwa trembles with tension. He blocked one of my strongest skills, Tiger's Molar, she thinks in amazement. What the hell are you? She asks. The hero, smiling, blocks her knife. You want to know who I am? He asks. Junhwa charges at his opponent, using two skills again, this time Kunoichi skill and missteps. An energy beam hits the ground in front of the guy, creating purple clouds of dust. Jinsung looks at the girl in surprise. Is it a stealth skill? So that's what she used to get rid of the other participants? He thinks. Jinsung looks up, trying to figure out where his opponent is. Junhwa laughs. Now you can't do anything but look around, she says. What a sight. It suits you so well. The hero holds out his hand with the sword. Although her reveal timings are very short, that skill doesn't prevent detection completely, he thinks. Here she comes. Top right at 45 degrees. The guy performs a series of movements, and each time he avoids a blow from the girl. Nice, now I should slowly get ready to counterattack, he thinks. Junhwa grits his teeth in anger. You rat-like bastard, she screams. How long do you think you can dodge? She doesn't have time to finish speaking as she receives a blow to the stomach. Green liquid splashes out of the hero's hand. A shard of a bottle falls down. Junhwa, with horror in her eyes, tries to understand what happened to her. What is this? She asks. Jinsung delivers a powerful punch and throws his opponent far back. It's a skill, what else? He answers mockingly. Junhwa looks at him with one eye. She sits on the ground and looks at the green streams rising from her body. What is this? She asks once again. The girl tries to cover her chest, which partially took the blow. You perverted bastard. What did you do to me? She squeals. It seems like you haven't grasped the situation yet, the hero declares. Junhwa looks at him with fury. What do you mean? She screams. Jinsung approaches her, holding his sword at the ready. If you keep shouting, I am going to send you off cruelly, he says. If you surrender everything you have, I'll send you off painlessly. He puts the tip of his sword to the sobbing girl's face. I told you to surrender everything. Are you deaf? He asks. He looks at his opponent with an unforgiving gaze. I will give you 10 seconds, he declares and begins the countdown. The hero licks his lips. Damn, this is pretty nice, he says. In front of him are many items that fell from the defeated opponent. +9 sashimi, +6 tights, +6 steel wrist guards, +6 Kunoichi's discreet garter belt. It was an overgeared noble, the guy thinks. This is incomparable to other ordinary players' equipment. Jinsung looks at the item of women's underwear in surprise. Nice loot from the get-go, he thinks. But what the hell is a garter belt? An announcement plays, 0 minutes 0 seconds until the next test. Starting test. The grate rises. Time sure goes by fast, the hero thinks. He holds the knife he took from the girl. I'll speed up a bit and make progress, the young man says. Many armed rats in armor appear. Whereats, Jinsung thinks, I'll get this over with quickly. The hero stabs one of the rodents. Notifications appear. You have defeated 1 Whereat Phantom. You have defeated 2 Whereat Phantoms. You have defeated 10 Whereat Phantoms. The guy stands with a thoughtful look. He holds one rat by the tail, and the second is stuck on the tip of a knife. Announcements sound. Test level 2 complete. Calculating results of the test. Explorer Damien has earned 10 points. Opening test level 3. The grate rises once again. Welcome to test level 3, the hero hears. 9 minutes and 59 seconds remaining until the test. Jinsung calmly enters the open passage. I don't need to wait. Just start it right away, he says. Will you skip the waiting period? The system asks him. Yeah, forever. Eternally, the young man answers. Jinsung looks somewhere up. Let's go, he says. The hero easily destroys another batch of monsters. Nature rejects, we hear. An announcement sounds. Notification, test level 7 complete. Opening test level 8. The hero thoughtfully rubs his chin. Alright, what came after these guys again? He tries to remember. Lizardmen lizards armed with jagged blades appear in front of the guy. One of the lizards rushes at the hero with an axe. A predatory gleam is noticeable in the guy's eyes. A blow follows, and the monster's head flies off. I can use other users' weapons pretty proficiently, Jinsung thinks. He remembers himself in a past life. It's probably because I cleared gladiator mode, one of the challenge modes, before my regression, the hero thinks. A mode in which you have to clear a level with only the given equipment. Jinsung stands with his sword raised against a background of defeated monsters. I earned the title Grand Weapon Master for being the first to clear 100 levels, the healer recalls. The guy crosses his fists in front of his face. The body doesn't forget what it learned through hard practice, he thinks. Everything I learned from mastering all those weapons are still clear in my memories. Jinsung destroys many lizards. Notifications appear. You have defeated 3 lizardmen phantoms. You have defeated 4 lizardmen phantoms. You have defeated 10 lizardmen phantoms. The hero steps on the head of the defeated monster. Jinsung resolutely looks into the distance, holding a sharp sword in front of him. Next, he says, an announcement sounds. Test level 8 complete. Opening test level 9. The hero passes through another opening under the raised grate. We see someone's hands on a crystal ball. Maria, how's the testing ground looking? Someone's voice sounds. Hatsun is sitting at the table behind the girl, and it was he who asked the question. Nothing much is going on. Just all newbies who don't know what they are doing, the girl answers. Is that so? Nothing's changed. Is anyone good enough to send right away to the front lines? The bearded man asks another question. He looks at what his subordinate is doing. Not really. I would have already said, if there was, answers Maria. Not that your standards are too high, asks Hatsun. Well, there are some you could use as human shields. Although they won't last long, the girl says. The man looks thoughtfully somewhere up. Geez, tens of thousands of people come for a license. But it's so hard to find someone the guild would want, he thinks. At this rate, NPCs are going to be more useful than explorers. Hatsun yawns while sitting at the table. It's better than the earliest stages, at least. There were guys then who claimed to come from other worlds, says Maria. That's true, but I can't help but be disappointed anyway, the man answers. We are just picking out obedient battle machines, so don't be too greedy, says the girl. Before us are warriors of various races and classes. Explorer guilds take in members regardless of birth status, past or race, thereby creating large guilds, but the really talented ones are usually taken in by the Royal Academy or the Magic Tower. There are many contenders standing in front of the closed gates of the castle, so quests and jobs that are above a certain level are left undone. Hatsun lights a cigar. I guess we have to teach them from the ground up, he thinks. If I consider the pushed off quests, taking in people right now wouldn't even be enough. This month is going to be another busy one. Ah, there is one unique case, Maria exclaims. Hatsun, surprised, takes the cigar from his mouth. Unique case, he asks again, surprised. We see Maria in armor and with a sword, but she is still smiling. That's a surprise, thinks Hatsun. For Black Rose Maria Jones, who is rumored to be strict and meticulous and has years of war mercenary experience to me such as judgment. He must be really out of the ordinary. What's unique? He asks. The girl, smiling, turns to her superior. 9 people died in the first level, but the remaining one is going through level 9 alone, she answers. What do you think? Isn't that pretty unique? The man is amazed. 9 people died in the first level, he asks. Even a normal adult man can take care of goblins, but 9 people dead is. Did anyone give up? Asks Hatsun. Maria, smiling, looks at him. No, she answers. Anyway, the average time it takes him to finish each level is 2 minutes and 58 seconds. That's fast enough to be in the top 3 of all contestants today. And those 9 people weren't killed by goblins. Hatson gets up from the table. What does that mean? He asks. The girl smiles and looks down. Plus, no one can intervene in the testing other than me, she says. What do you think does that mean? Hatson looks at her in surprise. Could it be? He starts to say. Yes, the girl interrupts him. The person I'm talking about killed all of them in the first level. We see the hero inside the crystal ball, and he's going through level 9 right now, Maria exclaims. Announcements are heard. Test level 9 complete. Calculating test results. Explorer Damien has earned 10 points. Opening test level 10. Jinsung, covered in blood, is sitting on the ground. Dead elves lie in front of the hero. Something strange, he says. The hero recalls the monsters he knows. According to my past life's memories, level 8 were slimes and level 9 were skeleton mages, he thinks. But instead there were orc warriors and dark elves, which are much more difficult. The previous level's difficulty was higher than I expected too. With a wave of his hand, Jinsung goes through another door. Well, whatever, he says, as long as they give me the rewards. He approaches a closed gate. Level 10, the last stage, the hero thinks. If I remember correctly, it was either a slime king, a mud golem, or a blood goblin. That should be easy. The hero smiles happily. Well, I'll just think about what rank I'll be receiving. A deafening roar is heard, interrupting the young man's thoughts. Jinsung crouches in shock, spreads his arms, and looks up. What is this even? He exclaims. The hero looks at his opponent, his eyes wide with amazement. There's no way, he thinks. A huge minotaur stands in front of the hero. A description of this monster appears. Minotaur's phantom. Species, beast, type, normal, level, unknown. Description, looks and acts like a minotaur. However, it is simply a phantom created by Summon Gate, so do not worry. Jinsung looks at the monster in amazement. These bastards, he thinks. What the hell are they thinking? This is a monster that most explorers won't even dare to face. The minotaur roars menacingly and stretches its hands towards the hero. Well, I guess I have no choice. I'll think about it after I defeat it, Jinsung decides for himself. He puts forward his hand, from which red streams of energy rise. Watch closely, I am going to be quick, the hero promises. The monster moans in amazement. We see the hero's legs, from which red streams rise. The guy is not in the place where he just stood. The minotaur looks around in amazement, trying to see his opponent. The hero's face appears next to the huge head of a minotaur. You know, you're a bit too chewy when cooked normally. You should be marinated first, Jinsung says mockingly. He holds a vial of green liquid in his hands. It is reported that he is using the decay elixir skill. The monster lifts his head and roars loudly. Green flashes are visible all over his body. A notification appears. Minotaur's phantom's defense power has decreased. Almost immediately it is duplicated. The hero lands effectively. The monster grabs his head. He is clearly uneasy. Streams of green energy are flowing from his mouth. The monster clenches its fist. It strikes, which hits straight into the ground. The hero lands and immediately jumps high into the air again. Jinsung strikes and hits the target. The minotaur roars deafeningly. The guy looks at his opponent with a predatory look and strikes again. You are just beef, you cowhead, he says. The minotaur roars loudly, tilting its head to the side. The monster's eyes glow red with rage. The heroes jump, preparing to strike. The minotaur crosses its arms in front of its head. Two identical notifications appear. Minotaur's phantom has fallen into a state of overdose. The monster pounces with its hoof. The hero fires his blowgun. The monster's eyes glow with rage. We see a hand next to the minotaur's eye. The hero looks in amazement at his opponent, who seems to have started throwing large rocks. Many rocks fly at the hero, gritting his teeth from the effort. The minotaur raises his head and roars loudly. He grabs a rock from the ground. The minotaur swings, preparing to launch another projectile. The rock flies at the hero, who stands with his sword raised. The young man has to move quickly and make complex movements to avoid being hit. Crazy cowhead, he says. Did you really think I'd fall for these slow-ass attacks? What is this? He thinks. Despite this situation being a life or death one, my blood is boiling. The hero, smiling, rushes forward. The minotaur continues to throw large stones at him. Yes, the way my heart is beating in this sense of joy, thinks Jinsung. It's fighting spirit. The guy, smiling, clenches his fist. Let's see how soft you have become, he says. We see the minotaur's hand, and it is also clenched into a fist. The hero rushes at the enemy with a knife in his hand. He strikes and jumps high, jumping over the enemy. The monster tries to catch the guy with its hand, but it does not succeed. Would you look at that? You are still holding on? Jinsung asks mockingly. The hero looks at the monster. Next to his cheek we see the tip of a knife. The guy crosses the knife and sword in front of him. A Minotaur's weakness is over here, he thinks. Ginseng jumps and strikes with both hands at once. We see a bright flash from the hit on the monster. 2 notifications appear. Critical. Minotaur's phantom has fallen into a state of bleeding. Ginseng crouches, and behind him we see the monster, from which streams of purple blood spurt. Another notification. Minotaur's phantom has fallen into a state of near death. The hero looks at the enemy, holding his sword in front of him. Is it over? He thinks. Notification. You have defeated Minotaur's phantom. An announcement plays. Test level 10 complete. Calculating test results. Explorer Damien has earned 10 points. The huge body of the kneeling Minotaur sparkles. The hero stands behind him. I didn't expect this kind of monster, but it wasn't as hard as I thought, the young man thinks. I can't even tell anymore what level I'm at now. Ginseng looks at the jagged sword in surprise. I have definitely grown a lot more compared to when I just started. Unbelievably so, he thinks. We see the hero's eyes. All right, I just have to keep on moving, the young man realizes. He hears an announcement. Explorer Damien's total score is 100 points. The test has ended. Ginseng enters the gate, from which a blinding light shines. We see a room with many high arches. Hatson sits at a table and looks at the hero who has appeared before him. I am here, says the young man. Oh, yeah, you are here, the man answers. The test must have been quite the ride. Ginseng waves his hand affably. Well, it wasn't easy, he says. Hatson looks at his interlocutor carefully. Summon gate cleared in record time, first ranking in general combative skills, he thinks. He's also first in ranking in situational judgment and execution of actions, and killing all his fellow test participants. Thanks to all that, he became a popular topic between the employees. I see why Maria called him a unique case. He remembers how the girl laughed, joyfully clenching her fists. We need to scout him no matter what, she shouted. People as skilled as him are rare. That's true, but is it okay to make that decision so quickly? He asked. Yes, he is exactly what I want, Maria answered him. The hero is standing in front of his interlocutor sitting at the table. Your test results were impressive, although it does bother me that you killed the other participants, says Hatson. I am good at judging people, and those people were all bad, the young man tells him. I don't normally kill people. It's not a habit of mine. That makes you sound more like a psycho, Hatson laughs. Ginseng smiles and raises his left hand. Then I don't know what to say, he says. The hero rubs his chin thoughtfully. It's not a random excuse, he thinks. It's because I have played the game for so long that I can easily catch on to what other people are thinking. If Hatson still says he won't take me, then I can say goodbye to the license. There are papers on the table between the two interlocutors. You don't seem like someone who would cause trouble for us, but you still can't act like you did during the test from now on. A guild member's blade should be facing a monster, not a human, says Hatson. Of course, I am aware of that, the hero answers. The man folds his hands in front of him. Then, one last question, he says. Hatson looks at the hero carefully. Will you take the license and work as the Adventurer Guild's mercenary? Ginseng smiles. Of course, it would be an honor, he says happily. Hatson tries to hide his smile. They shake hands. All right, from now on you are a part of the Adventurer Guild, says Hatson. I look forward to working with you. Notifications appear. You have obtained an Adventurer license. Your affiliation has been changed to Adventurers Guild. The hero happily raises his fists. It's finally over, he exclaims. We see a piece of paper. Adventurer license. Gold 5 tier, it is written on it. Ginseng happily looks up somewhere. Now that I have been acknowledged as a part of the guild, I'll be able to take quests and receive news from all over the continent, he thinks. A notification appears. You have earned the title record time clear. The guy raises his right hand. And I got a new title without a problem, he thinks. We see the description of the reward. Title record time clear. A title given to the person who clears the summon gate test given by the Adventurer Guild the fastest. This title is given to only one person. Attack speed plus 3%. Movement speed plus 3%. Unique trait, this man is very fast. Hatson approaches the hero sitting on a chair. Do you like the rank? I hope you do, he says. Ah, of course, the young man answers. The man looks at the guy thoughtfully. Well, of course, he thinks. The gold tier is given to those who have accomplished various difficult quests or passed Maria's harsh promotion test. This is unprecedented. Hatson stands in front of the hero, raising her index finger. Gold tier licenses are given to those who are worth 10 iron tiers and 3 silver tiers. You'll be able to accept pretty high-ranking quests too, he says. I see, the hero answers him. Hatson hands him several pictures. So I brought some quests you might be fit for. Choose well. It's your first mission, he says. The guy looks at the cards. They are all gold tier quests, he realizes. Deep waterway exploration of the royal palaces underground, Drake's breath cultivation. This is. The hero shows the bearded man a card with a picture of a ram. Hatson, what's this one? Asks Ginseng. You mean the village where the sheep disappeared? It's in a village called Cornell. The government sent that one, the man says. He carefully examines the piece of paper handed to him. It's in the middle of nowhere, so they don't want to send their precious knights, says Hatson. So it's better to just take care of it using money, the guy asks. Yes, you are smart, the bearded man praises him. He takes off his glasses and, using them as a magnifying glass, looks at the card. From what I heard, their sheep keep disappearing, says Hatson. I assume it's just a pack of wolves that just moved into the area. The government wants the problem to be solved at the root. That means I can do whatever I want to solve the problem, asks Ginseng. Pretty much, the man answers. The hero rubs his chin thoughtfully. These kinds of quests are usually not a lot of work. It's probably someone else in the village stealing them, he thinks. It won't be a problem if I just take care of the issue and then make up some reasonable cause for the report. Hatson looks at the hero over the card. Of course, whatever you do, you'll have to bring forth results that will satisfy both the village and the government. What do you think? Will you take this one? He asks. Doesn't sound bad, I'll do it, the guy answers. A notification appears. Quest: the village where the sheep vanished has been created. Will you accept the quest? Yes, says Ginseng and presses his finger on one of the options of the blue window hanging in front of him. But I'm a bit excited about it considering it's a gold tier mission, he thinks. Ginseng walks away. Hatson watches him go. Then I'll be back, says the young man. The bearded man wishes him luck. The hero smiles happily. Yes, I'll see you, Hatson, he exclaims. All right, let's go, he thinks delightedly. The hero looks around with the card in his hands. Is it this way? He asks. In front of him are high cliffs, over which the sun shines brightly. Notifications appear. New location information has been updated. Current location, Sellas Valley 3. World map information has been updated. We see the map that the hero is looking at. Let's see, Cornell Village is in between Terra Kingdom and Principality of Pharma, which is also called the Ivory Tower of Truth, he says. Ginseng, who is holding a card with an image of a ram, thoughtfully looks somewhere at the sky. I thought I was almost there, but I still have a long way to go. This is why they didn't have the night to do it, he thinks. The guy continues to look around. Anyway, I accepted a gold tier mission, but I didn't get any equipment or party members, he thinks. The hero thoughtfully rubs his chin. It hasn't been long since I started the game, and I don't even have the basic equipment. I can't even dream of partying up with mercenaries since equipment is the most important thing for them, he thinks. The guy stands there, his left hand held out in front of him, puzzled. It's better to do it alone than waste time looking for party members. It's definitely not because I couldn't find party members, he thinks. An idea occurs to the hero, he raises his index finger. If I can't find party members, I can just create them, he says. We see the description of the skill Control the Dead. Level 1. Attribute, Summoning. Description: you can summon applicable dead monsters at 50% of their stats. The amount of summons is proportionate to the summoner's magic power. Ginseng puts his hands out in front of him, a magic formation appears in front of him. The guy strains all his inner strength. Did it work? He asks. A notification appears. You have succeeded in summoning. Something strange appears in front of him. Are you my owner? It asks. We see an angry chicken with a patch on its head. Nice to meet you, owner, it exclaims. Ginseng sees a notification that he summoned a chicken. The hero squats down in front of the tiny chick. What the hell is this? It asks. I am your summon, the creature answers. Wow, it talks, the guy says puzzledly. The hero pokes his finger at the top of the chick's head. Can I even use it for anything? I didn't think something this useless would be summoned, he says. What? I will kill you, the chicken answers indignantly. A notification appears about the need to give the chick a name. The chicken hops all over the hero, who scratches the back of his head and looks up thoughtfully. A name for this useless little thing, asks Ginseng. He looks down at the chick with a displeased look. Whatever, don't you have a name already? The guy asks. I was just born. How would I have a name? The yellow creature answers reasonably. The hero raises his index finger. What would fit? Let's go with Bundle, he says. Bundle? The chick asks perplexedly. He doesn't look very happy. You know, like a bundle of straw. I mean, like a bundle of fur, Ginseng reassures him. It's cute. The chick once again jumps on the guy, who shies away from it in horror. I heard that. Owner, the chick screams. Its personality is terrible, the hero yells. This was the moment my first summon was born, he thinks. In front of us are sharp rocks, over which the sun is shining. Hey, stay close. If you fall behind, I'm just going to abandon you, Ginseng says to his pet. All right, owner, he answers. The hero, with the chicken sitting on his head, looks at the system window. This is Sellas Valley 6, so there must be a side path around here. Ah, that way, he thinks. The guy slides down the slope. Where are you going? Owner asks the chick. I got to go somewhere, he replies. A series of notifications appear. New location information has been updated. Current location, Farber Forest. World map information has been updated. The hero stands in the forest under the treetops and looks around. It's the same, he says. This isn't that popular of a field. It's really far from the village, and it really doesn't have any merits. In front of him are user comments regarding this location. You should skip the Farber forest. It's faster to just buy the item instead. The mobs take 0 damage. It's really not worth it. Who the hell designed this mob? The guy rubs his chin thoughtfully. And the biggest reason the users avoid this place is the monsters that live here, he thinks. We see the strange caterpillars in question. An information card dedicated to these creatures appears. Farber, cocoons that reside in the depths of the Celes Valley, easily found on trees. They stay in groups and resemble unripe bananas. Species, insect. Type, normal. Level 25. Unique traits, the string of Farber is very strong and viscous, so be careful not to be hit by them. There are quite a few monsters of the described type in the tree branches above the hero's head. They are pretty high up, thinks Jinsung. It'll be hard to attack and defend, but he looks up thoughtfully. I'll give it a try. The hero moves forward, and we see the first 2 caterpillars on his way. The hero is holding a flask of liquid in his hand. It is reported that he is using the Decay Elixir skill. Jinsung swings his arm like a real baseball player to throw the vessel in his hand. Ready, he says. A throw follows, and the flask hits the largest caterpillar. Shoot, the guy exclaims. A green liquid spills out from under the monster's belly. The hero clenches his fist in joy. Strike, he shouts. The caterpillar that took the blow appears to die. The monsters fall from the trees to the ground one by one. A series of notifications appears. A Farber has fallen. The Farber's defensive exoskeleton has been decayed. The Farber's defense power has been decreased. Jinsung approaches one of the fallen victims with a satisfied look. This looks like fruits dropping off a tree, he says. 2 pink ovals are visible on the caterpillar's forehead. Making a very strange sound, the caterpillar spits out white webbing. The liquid flies past the hero's head. Too slow, he says, and brings a blowpipe to his mouth. 3 darts fly into the body of one of the caterpillars at once. The hero sees 2 identical notifications. Farber has been poisoned. The monster spins in front of the hero like some kind of top. Jinsung removes the blowpipe from his mouth, looking very pleased. Thanks for the meal, he says. More notifications pop up. You have defeated a Farber. You have earned EXP. You have obtained a hard outer shell. A green bean-shaped object falls into the guy's hands. Oh, nice, the hero exclaims. A description appears. Hard outer shell. Type, ingredient. Rank, high. Description, a shell taken from monsters. Hard like a rock, but light in weight. Could be made into something great. Jinsung, smiling, examines the loot. The item that has such a high demand to the point where the supply can't keep up with it, he thinks. EXP is nice, but I came all the way here just for this. We see user comments regarding these items. Buying all the hard outer shells regardless of quantity. Looking to trade hard outer shells for mana dust. Buying hard outer shells for 300 gold. Please sell it to me. Jinsung spins the protective shell, glittering in the sun, in front of him. They are all desperate to buy some, he thinks. The number of people seeking them will just increase with time. And with that, the price will also go up. I'll become a millionaire if I can monopolize the supply. Jinsung starts running somewhere. I'll have to collect as much as I can, he thinks. Let's go. The hero rushes between the trees. Gold hunting, he shouts joyfully. Okay, owner, the chick shouts no less excitedly. In front of the hero is another group of caterpillars. One of them is sleeping peacefully but on its own web. Damn, we hit the jackpot, says Jinsung. Is that all the money? Asks his chick. Jinsung looks at the unsuspecting caterpillars. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, he says. There's got to be hundreds of thousands of gold's worth. The hero stands with a satisfied look, holding out his index finger. I'm taking over this place from now on, he declares. You all get down here and peel off your shells. Then I'll spare your lives. It seems he has really angered the caterpillars. Several monsters are aiming at the guy. Jinsung looks in horror at the approaching web that the caterpillars have spat out. Bloody impulse, on, he orders. The hero, holding the vial, quickly runs away from the danger. I can see all their attacks, he thinks. I can clearly see all their attack movements and how many there are. The guy swings his arm to throw the vessel with the liquid. Come down, you little arrogant bugs, he shouts. The throw hits the target. Several monsters fall dead to the ground. Identical notifications appear, a Farber has fallen. Then another one, the Farber's defense power has decreased. The hero, with jets of red energy rising up from him, approaches the next group of monsters, smiling. Here comes the needle, he declares. The caterpillars look very unhappy. What's with their faces? Jinsung asks in amazement. The monsters simultaneously spit out jets of white web. This entire mass flies at the overconfident hero. The guy is horrified. It seems he understands that he is about to get very sick. What the hell? All at once, I let my guard down, he thinks. The chicken jumps off his head. Damn it, it's too late to dodge, the hero realizes. I'll get hit even if I hide. It seems a good idea comes to the guy's mind. I have to block if I can't dodge, he thinks. Something to block. The hero looks at the chicken, mended in several places. Why are you looking at me? It squeaks in confusion. The caterpillars shoot webs at the hero. The chick is spinning around rapidly. It looks like the entire web is wrapping itself around the chick. Jin-sung throws something at the caterpillars, above which the chick is spinning, wrapped in web. Alright, it's all getting sucked into it, he thinks. That was close. Then let's go. We see traces of the shells hitting something. The hero raises his sword above his head. His opponents seem doomed. The guy jumps up and rushes to attack them. Checkmate, he says. Notifications appear. You have obtained XP. You have reached level 25. The hero breathes heavily, hanging his head. The guy sits down on the ground next to the corpses of the caterpillars in a small ball of web. I could have died, he says. The chicken extricates itself from the web that had wrapped itself. It's been a while since I was pushed this close to the edge. I fought with everything I had, he thinks. Once free, the chick rushes to its owner, who doesn't seem to be happy about it. Owner, what was that? He asks. Why did you throw me? I didn't have any other choice. The hero justifies himself. I can't come back alive if I die. I still can't forgive you, the chick squeaks. Two identical notifications appear. You have obtained a hard outer shell. Jin-sung looks at his pet in bewilderment. A real hail of shells rains down on the hero and the chicken sitting on his shoulder. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, says Jin-sung. It's basically a money rug. Bundle, the guy calls to his pet. The chicken looks at him warily. What, owner? Asks the chick. 1 seed per hard outer shell, says Jin-sung. The pet happily raises its wings. Really, owner? He clarifies. Of course, go pick them all up, the hero orders. The pet disappears between the trees with a happy squeak. Much faster than I ever could, the guy thinks. A notification appears. A farber can sometimes drop 2 hard outer shells. Keep that in mind. Jin-sung looks at the shell in his hand. Considering how valuable these things are, it's definitely worth fighting for them even if it's dangerous, he thinks. Currently, these cost more than 500 gold. If I remember correctly, it will double in value soon unless there is a big change in supply. Jin-sung remembers the monsters he fought in his previous life. Nothing really has changed between here and the game I remember, he thinks. I cleared the summon gate using my memories from the game until now. In other words, I'll have an easier life if I keep using my memories of the game. The Farb's levels are about 25. That's my level 2, so I guess I won't be receiving any level penalties, the hero says out loud. The chick brings him a full armful of shells. What are you talking about, owner? He asks. Jin-sung holds out his hand, and the shells pour into it. I was planning to get to Cornell Village in 4 days, but I am changing the plan, he thinks. I'll collect as many hard outer shells as I can for 2 days and then hurry on the village for the next 2. The guy decisively clenches his fist and looks up. Let's sweep some money, he says. Okay, owner, the chick answers. We see a young man looking in surprise at the traces of explosions among the treetops. There is wariness on the guy's face. What's that sound? He asks. Someone hits the guy on the back of the head. He turns around. What are you spacing out for? He hears. Elder brother, I thought I heard a noise, he says defensively. In front of us is a young man with deep scars on his face. It is reported that this is Liang Kao-ming, Jengson's startup team first leader of the week. Are you insane? He asks. Who else besides us would be here? The younger brother points his finger away from himself. But I definitely heard a noise, he says. They'll die there anyway, Kao-ming answers. He turns away from the guy and sets off. Enough with the bullshit, he says sternly. Rejoin the group. We have a long way to go. Okay, answers the guy with purple hair. All the fighters of the squad raise their swords and follow their leader. We need to feel our quota for the day. Hurry, Kao-ming orders. Yes, elder brother, the young men shout. The guy with blue hair looks somewhere to the side. Elder brother, are you sure we can collect all that today? He asks. Whether we can or not, we've got to do it somehow. Are you going to keep spouting bullshit? He asks. The guy who disturbed him apologizes. Kao-ming looks ahead thoughtfully. This forest is hidden and dangerous, so most users won't take the risk, he thinks. But considering the value, the hard outer shells are Jengsson Startup's major profit item. It's harder to hunt farbers than I expected, but it's more important that it's possible to farm them. Kao-ming looks at one of his squad members who has been entangled in a caterpillar's web. Elder brother, I can't cut the string, the trapped guy shouts. Kao-ming sighs heavily. If we don't fulfill our quota for the day, I'll be the one reprimanded for it, so we need to hurry, he thinks. I am exhausted, so let's get this over with and log out, he tells his subordinates. Where are all the caterpillars? One of the fighters points at something with a frightened expression. There, aren't they all dead? He shouts. Are you crazy? What are you talking about? Kao-ming asks him. He looks ahead with disdain. Have you finally gone blind? Asks the squad leader. Why would Farbers? But now he himself notices the caterpillars lying on the ground. What the hell? He shouts. Ko Ming clenches his fist angrily. What? Which bastard got here before us? He yells. Ko Ming grabs a man by the neck and raises a dagger to cut him down. This place isn't Jensen's territory, he thinks, but we killed all users we came across in order to monopolize the supply, so how? Ko Ming grabs one of his fighters by the shirt and shakes him hard. Go find me the bastard who killed them. Get that bastard who invaded Jensen Startup's territory, he yells. Okay, elder brother, the guy replies fearfully. The hero, meanwhile, picks up another shell from the ground. Oh, it was right here, he says. Ko Ming notices the young man and looks at him in bewilderment. What the hell? He asks in amazement. The scoundrel turns his attention to the hero's helmet. A boar head? He asks in bewilderment. I forgot these, says Jinsung. I need to look around more. Oh, there are more here too. The bastard is amazed beyond measure. What the hell? He roars. The hero, meanwhile, is casually discussing the latest shell he's gotten with the chicken. All he has equipped is some cloth and a boar head, Ko Ming thinks. How did some NPC-looking guy get in here? Ko Ming and his companions approach the hero from behind. Hey you, boar bastard, he yells. What are you doing? Do you want to die? Jinsung looks around. Do you have a problem? He asks. The fighters commanded by Ko Ming grit their teeth in anger. Where do you think you are? They yell. Give us everything you took here before we split your guts open. The hero looks at the crowd opposing him in bewilderment. What are they talking about? He asks the chicken sitting on his shoulder. I can't even tell if they are from North Korea or China. The enemies are ready to tear the young man to pieces. Do you know who am I? Asks Ko Ming. Yes, and who are you? Asks the hero. I am Liang Ko Ming, the scoundrel yells. The hero thoughtfully rubs his chin. Liang Ko Ming. Who's that? Asks Jinsung. He punches his palm. Liang Ko Ming, Liang Ko, he repeats thoughtfully. The hero points a finger at the enraged villain. That evil factory leader, he asks. What? Ko Ming asks, puzzled. I read about you on the community forum before, Jinsung says. We see the desired user messages. Sella's Valley is shit. Who are these Jensen startup guys? It's obviously some farming factory, screwed over by both monsters and the farmers. The hero's eyes, extending a finger forward, burn with noble anger. You appeared in Sella's Valley, Jinsung says. The Chinese farming factory that's killing other fellow users. Violent and absolute garbage human beings. I didn't think I'd come across you guys here. The bastards giggle together. You just found out. But it's too late, Ko Ming says. Dozens of swords are pointed at the hero. You are dead now, the leader declares. This is the end for you. Jinsung is surrounded on all sides. Game over, do you understand your situation now? Ko Ming asks. The hero casually clears his ear with his finger. What the hell? Hey, are you guys paying rent here? He asks. Ko Ming looks at the hero in amazement. What did you say? He asks. I asked if you guys are paying rent here, the guy repeats his phrase. The hero continues picking his ear and looks at the villain with an implacable gaze. Play nicer before I start getting violent, he says. Unless you all want to die. Ko Ming orders his subordinates to kill the guy. Sorry, one of the fighters asks again. The leader points his crossbow at the hero. Kill him, he shouts to his fighters. The projectile flies past the head of the hero, who dodges the shot. Are you serious? He asks disappointedly. Jinsung reaches out to the enemy, who is screaming in horror. The guy grabs the leader's hand and starts twisting it. It's all too obvious, he says. The hero looks at the enemy predatorily. As confident as you guys may be in ganging up on one person, I am just as confident in PvP, he declares. The hero, smiling, holds the leader's head and twisted arm. The ordinary bandits are furious, they are ready to attack the hero. You bastard, let him go, they shout. Arrows are flying at the hero. Jinsung looks at the enemies in amazement. The hero releases the hostage and runs away from him to save himself from the shelling. Why are you shooting me? Ko Ming screams frantically. The leader flies to the side. The hero is ready to fight the rest of the bandits. Jinsung pounces on them and deals multiple blows, each of which hits the target. In his way are two bastards armed with swords. He's coming, one of the fighters screams shrilly. The short-haired bandit swings his sword. You boar bastard, he yells. The hero puts his wrist guard under attack. A notification appears. Defense, still wrist guard. The bandit is amazed that his blow did not cause any damage to the enemy. Ko Ming, lying on the ground, gritting his teeth in rage, watches as the hero deals with the members of his squad. This son of a bitch, he exclaims. Ko Ming takes out a crossbow and starts shooting. I'll kill you, he shouts. Jinsung looks back at the enemy angrily. The hero runs somewhere, and behind him we can see a bandit with a broken neck. Jinsung grabs the bandit by the head and breaks his neck. Ko Ming is lying on the ground, a dozen arrows sticking out of his body. The hero, an ominous yellow light streaming from his eyes, stretches out his hand to the villain. Don't think you're going to make it out of here alive, he says. Got it. We see a sunlit brick building. It is reported that this is Yangson's startup farming factory. A young guy in a blue shirt bursts into his boss's office. He loudly calls out to his boss, who is Mingchen. What the hell? The boss asks. How many times do I have to tell you to knock? An ashtray flies at the guy's head. He makes a strange strangled sound. The guy holds his bruised head. Mingchen reaches out his hand to him. What are you here for? The furious boss shouts. If it's nothing urgent, I'm going to kill you. There's a big problem. The young man justifies himself. What is it? Mingchen asks. Team 1 of the week just got screwed over, he hears. The boss opens his mouth in amazement. Trembling with rage, he looks at his assistant sitting on the floor in front of him. What? Say that again. Who? He yells. Team 1 of the week, the guy repeats. Mingchen slams both fists on the table. How is that possible? He yells. There are so many people in that team. The boss continues to pound his fists on the table. Was it the Japanese? Do they want to go at it with us? He screams hysterically. It wasn't, boss, replies the young man sitting on the floor. Then who? Asks the enraged boss. Tell me, which bastards dare to attack us? Mingchen grabs the guy by the collar and yells angrily at him. The latter, trembling with horror, puts out his hand in front of him to somehow protect himself from his boss. Do you remember the guy that put in 3 million gold into the game bank? He asks. What about him? Mingchen asks menacingly. He's a Korean, whose username is Jinsung123, the young man answers. It was him again who did that. They don't manage to finish because the boss delivers a powerful blow to his chin. Mingchen, holding some kind of wooden object in his hand, stands over the assistant sitting on the floor. You piece of shit, he says. Do you want to die? Do you think that makes sense? But it's true, his assistant answers. The half-dead guy is sitting on the floor, trying to come to his senses. You are saying it was all one person's doing. Tossing in a nuclear-level item into the game bank and killing all of our Team 1 members, he hears the boss ask. Yes, that's right, the young man confirms. Mingchen glares at the guy, holding out his piece of wood. You better explain what happened, he says. Don't leave out any details. We see notifications. You have gained the XP. You have reached level 30. We return to the hero, who has a chicken sitting on his shoulder. Oh, I got quite a bit of EXP, he says. Jinsung stands over dozens of corpses of defeated enemies. Well, I guess that's a given, considering I killed about 50 players, he says. 2 more notifications. You have obtained a hard outer shell. You have obtained a basic steel. The hero examines his trophies. Plus, I got some rare items, he says. More notifications. You have obtained an elven branch. You have obtained a rubber tree sap. The winner stands over his fallen enemies and raises his fist in joy. This much loot just from one fight. Pretty rare, he thinks. Of course, I assume a lot of these are also stolen, but this is insane. We see the inventory list of trophies. Hard outer shell, 12,454, basic steel, 8213, basic cloth, 6228, basic leather, 9895, white herb, 1224, hunter's leather armor, 36, light shortbow, 11, money, 191,849 gold. Smiling, Jinsung looks at the item menu. I would have never earned this on my own without looting, he thinks. The hero, smiling, works with the system interface. I'll be able to get millions of bucks if I change it to cash right now, he thinks. I won't have to worry about sending money home for a while. The guy selects one of the items in the menu. Then I'll change the goods into cash, he says. As for the items, above the hero's head, we see the book he received from the mentor. A notification appears. You have used Apocalypse Invocation, the Book of the Black Covenant. What's this, owner? The chicken asks. I'm going to make some equipment, the guy answers. In front of us is the menu of the book Apocalypse Invocation, the Book of the Black Covenant. Oracle, rune page, item value judgment, item extraction, item synthesis, item creation, item dissection. Jinsung looks at the book. Item dissection, he says. The hero, with a dazzling smile on his face, is enthusiastically working with items. We see a series of notifications. You have dissected 5 superior falchion. You have dissected light shortbow. You have dissected hunter's leather armor. It's nice to sell all the items, but I need some higher grade ingredients, thinks Jinsung. He holds a book in his hand and tries to find something in the system window. I saw a nice item before. Where is it? He says. A notification appears. You have earned the title Lonely Hyena. The hero looks up in surprise and looks at the window hanging in front of him. What? I've never seen that title before, he says. Here is the description. Title Lonely Hyena. A title given to those who have looted more than 99.99 items from other users. A person who is leading the environment cleanup movement. Plus 100% likelihood of detecting dropped items within a 100-meter radius. Plus 100% likelihood of detecting someone's item. Plus 100% likelihood that an opponent will drop an expensive item. Remark, too much of anything can lead to obesity and various health conditions. The hero's face is filled with amazement. The chicken happily jumps on his shoulder. Holy shit. The condition is to pick up more than 99.99 items, thinks Jinsung. He remembers one of the battles in his past life. Then it makes sense why it's my first time seeing this title, thinks the hero. Before my regression, I only fought in large-scale wars with blood alliances or organizations, so I never really had the time to pick up dropped items. Well, I also didn't really need them. But the title's effects are pretty okay. Jinsung rubs his chin, puzzled. But did I really pick up that many? It's kind of embarrassing, he thinks. As if you haven't been picking up items from the ground all along, says the chicken. The hero tells his pet to shut up. The young man seems to have an epiphany. Wait, then, considering this title, he says. The boy clenches his fist happily. Isn't it better to kill other users than to hunt monsters? He asks. We see the hero again standing over his fallen enemies. There were around 50 of them, he thinks. If they work in day and night shifts, there must be more than 100 of them. That's a lot. Plus, if I assume that one factory farms thousands of items per week. Jinsung smiles happily. The money I can earn from that would be astronomical, he says. That's pretty nice. The hero sets off. He stands on a high cliff above a river flowing somewhere far below. Plus, after all that loss, Jangson's startup is bound to come after me. I'll have to deal with them anyway, he thinks. Jinsung folds his palms in front of him. With inspiration on his face, he looks over his folded hands. Then I'll get to work with them too, he says. His hand rests on the tree trunk. This is insane, says its owner. Alert. Playtime 35 hours 33 minutes 23 seconds. Before us is the commander of another squad sent to this location. His name is reported to be Chang Tingbao, and he is Jangson's startup night shift team 1 leader. Elder brother, how much longer? There's no sign of any humans. I can't even see an ant, his squad members tell him as they follow him. How long do we have to chase this damned Korean? Tingbao thinks. The soldiers try to move forward quickly. Hold on a beat, the commander asks. All we need to do is get rid of that Korean. Yes, but one of the young men tries to object. Say one more word and you're dead to the boss, okay, Tingbao says. Yes, elder brother, he hears in response. We see fatigue and anger on the commander's face. Why don't we get return spells? It'd be much easier with those, someone behind him says. Those are expensive, Tingbao replies. Think, idiot. Enough with the stupid questions. Look around. It's going to take us ages at this raw. The commander's speech breaks off mid-sentence as he realizes something. Something's weird, he thinks. I have never heard that voice. Tingbao looks around in fear. And why is it suddenly so quiet, he thinks. The squad leader stands under the tall trees, all alone. His face distorted with horror, he raises his sword in front of him. I didn't even hear anything happen, he thinks. What kind of treacherous bastard. The young man, whose face is filled with animal fear, looks at someone. I wouldn't draw that sword if I were you, he hears. Jinsung is squatting in front of him, smiling happily. Why don't you come on forward, he asks. The hero prepares to strike with his fist. If you won't, then why don't you take a little nap, he asks. The guy, in front of whose face a leaf falls, opens his eyes and sighs heavily. Tingbao looks in amazement at his tightly bound hands and feet. What? Why am I tied up? He thinks. No less surprising is the presence of many angry chickens. And what's with these weird chicks? The young man tries to understand. The prisoner is awake. Tell the captain, one of them squeaks. All right, the second one answers. Hey, are you sure you tied him up properly? Tingbao hears someone's voice. He looks fearfully in the direction from which the sound came. This voice, the villain thinks, it's the Korean. The hero thoughtfully works with the system window. He almost noticed earlier. You need to think up of better lines, he says. That's because you suck at acting, the chicken sitting on the guy's shoulder tells the guy. Tingbao, who is sitting under the tree, is trembling with fear. Damn it, I gotta get out of here, he thinks. Oh, seems like the patient is awake. Bundle, go pull up the patient's sleeve, Jinsung orders. The chicken jumps onto the ropes that bind the prisoner's hands. All right, owner, he squeaks. Sharp spikes covered in some purple liquid are visible between the hero's fingers. Now, he says. Don't get scared. We haven't even started yet. Jinsung raises the spikes, preparing to hit his victim. This is going to sting a little, he warns. Puncture marks are visible on the prisoner's legs, arms, and sides. Notifications appear. Abnormal status. Your character has been poisoned. HP is slowly decreasing. Tingbao falls on his back, foaming at the mouth, making terrible sounds. Geez, it doesn't hurt that bad, the hero says. Jinsung looks at the enemy with a predatory gaze. This is just the beginning, he says. Get ready. We see another batch of notifications. You have obtained Ranger's Gaiters. You have obtained Old Hinge Belt. You have obtained 3888 gold. Jinsung falls tiredly to the ground and closes his eyes. I am tired, he says. The hero lies on the ground. Glowing corpses of enemies are visible next to him. I got rid of all 100 members of the Jensen's day and night shift teams without resting for 48 hours straight. I am even more tired from summoning all the chicks, he thinks. I'll check the status window, he says out loud. An information window appears. Necromancy, Level 1. Attribute, Summoning. Description, summon a corpse with 50% of the dead monster's stats. The number of summons depends on the user's mana. Jinsung smiles happily. I never would have thought that the stats of the summons would be so low because I had no limit on how many I could summon, he thinks. Plus, summon skills usually have a time limit, or the summons will disappear once you use up all your mana. But this skill doesn't have any of those restrictions. The summons don't vanish until they're depleted of HP. The hero sits on the ground with a dozen tiny yellow chickens next to him. You guys should go home. We're done with work here, he says. The Soul Realm is boring. It's much more fun here, one of the chicks squeaks. The guy looks at the chick in his hand. These chick specs are basically garbage, but with enough mana and casting time, I can have an infinite number of them. They're useful when there are so many of them, like when I use them to find the Jensen guys. Sitting on the ground, the hero talks to his tiny pets. Anyway, they aren't any of them anymore, he says. The guys who were after you, one of the chicks asks. Yes, Jinsung answers. He remembers fighting his opponents, picking them off one by one. It was pretty fun killing and looting them, he says. Plus the reactions were killer. What are you talking about? Owner asks one of the chicks. One kill with just shooting of poison darts, he thinks. I don't even need to use decay elixir or bloody impulse. It'd be better to use necromancy since avoiding the death penalty is hard. Then, Jinsung clicks on the book icon. Status window, he says. A notification appears. Apocalypse Invocation, the Book of the Black Covenant. We see a bright glow above the hero's head. The items created with this book are much more expensive, but they are also higher in stats and efficiency, he thinks. Jinsung looks at the book. Where was the formula for that one? Aw, I found it, he exclaims happily. Hey, Bundle and Chicks, he calls to his pets. We see the chicks he addresses. What? Owner asks Bundle. Smiling, the guy shows them a page of the book. Do you guys want to try this out? He asks. We see a huge skyscraper. It is reported to be in Shanghai Pudong. Someone is walking down the corridor. AC, huh? He says. So something like that happened in AC. That's a bit concerning. We see a man in a business suit and a scar on his forehead and cheek. This is reported to be Zhang Wei, Business Kirin Society's chairman. The man lights a cigarette. Zhangsen startup, he thinks. One of my sources of funds for laundering money. One of my brothers led its development himself, so I left my funds to him as an investment. We are shown how many people from this organization died at the hands of the hero. It was only a little bit of money, so it doesn't affect me, but for just one person to have killed everyone there, he thinks. Zhang Wei takes a phone out of his pocket. That's definitely concerning, he says. A man is calling someone. I'll have to get rid of him, he says. A man in a suit answers, with several other similar characters standing next to him. It's me, I have an order, says Zhang Wei. Yes, sir. Go ahead, the interlocutor answers. We see the boot of a running man. It's a frightened guy who is breathing heavily and looking around. A monster, he thinks. The young man is running away, and he means a character we know named Jiang Yuman. Dozens of my teammates were killed by just one user, the guy thinks. I need to get away fast. A black sphere is visible above his head, from which streams of white energy are spreading. They catch up with the running young man. There is a powerful explosion behind the guy. The young man falls to the ground with a mangled knee. There is already someone standing next to him. I didn't think you'd dodge that, he hears. Jiang Yuman looks at the guy menacingly. Pretty impressive, he says. The young man lies on the ground, trembling, and stretches out his hand to the enemy as if begging for mercy. I guess you are not a captain for nothing, says Jiang Yuman. Don't come any closer, the guy begs. The villain looks menacingly at the enemy. Why? Are you scared? But this is what you guys wanted, he says. An information window is in front of us. Plus 12 Wing of Tetra. Type, Stuff. Cass, Mage. Rank, Hero. Option, Magic Attack Power plus 7880, Wisdom plus 88, Casting Speed plus 100%, Additional Damage plus 40%. When using Lightning type magic, the force will be increased by 50% and the skill delay will be decreased by 50%. Description, a stuff with the energy of lightning within. It is said that when it casts magic, Tetra's cries ring throughout. The guy, whose face is filled with animal terror, raises his hand, trying to stop the staff hanging over him. I like that expression on your face, says Jiang Yuman. The villain smiles. Go tell them, if they want to defeat me, King Arthur, they'll have to bring the entire Blood Alliance, he declares. Jiang Yuman raises the staff over his head, emitting powerful streams of red energy. The young man screams shrilly, stretching out his hand forward. Jinsung cleans his ear. Is someone talking behind my back? He asks. There is only one chick sitting on the guy's shoulder. Are you digging for gold there? Asks the chick. It's itchy, replies the young man. A notification appears. New location information has been added. The hero looks into the distance. We are here, he says. The air is nice and fresh. Ginseng is standing above a small settlement with one-story houses. Two notifications appear. Current location, Cornell Village. World map information has been updated. The hero walks down the street and the locals frown at him. Where are we now? Owner asks the chicken. Our workplace, the hero answers. There's a lot of tension in the atmosphere. Hide. Ginseng stands in front of a steep staircase that leads to a house on a cliff. Why is the chief's house so high up? He thinks. I barely made it in time. I wasted quite a bit of time because of Jensen. Of course, I got tons of goods in EXP, but it's not good to be late to my first quest. Ginseng knocks on the door. Anyone inside? He asks. An elderly man appears in front of the hero. Who is it? He asks. I'm from the Adventurers Guild. You made a request for support to the government. A joyful smile appears on the old man's face. You are finally here, he shouts. It is announced that Albert, Cornell Village Chief, is standing before us. The man invites the boy to come inside. The old man raises a wooden mug. Have a seat, he offers. I gotta serve you something. You must have come a long way. His wariness towards me, a foreigner, instantly disappeared. The problem must be pretty serious, he thinks. We see rats eating something from a plate standing under the window. The village sheep keep disappearing, the old man says. The village people are also on the edge because the number is dwindling. Please be understanding, even when it's pretty tense. The hero and the elder are sitting at the table. How many have disappeared? Asks Ginseng. 20 every week. I can't fathom where they have all gone, answers Albert. When did this start? The hero asks. About a month ago, follows the answer. Ginseng looks closely at the old man, who usually herds the ship. Are there shifts? He asks. There's an orphan named Joseph who takes care of them all. Although he's such a troublemaker that I can't tell whether he's actually herding sheep or just fooling around, Albert replies. He closes his eyes and puts his hands on the table. According to him, it was wolves, says the old man. If 20 are disappearing each week, that would make sense too, says the hero. We see the character in question shouting something loudly to the other villagers. He liked pranking everyone since he was younger, so he would always lie that the wolves appeared, Albert says. That made the village people dislike him, and now he's being imprisoned because people think it was him. The old man grabs the hero's hand. But the sheep keep disappearing, even though he's in jail, he says. There must be something else going on. Please, do something. At this rate, my village people might starve to death. Alright, can I meet the pal? Asks Ginseng. Albert looks at him in surprise. The pal? He asks again. The hero looks at his interlocutor, smiling. Yes, the boy named Joseph, he clarifies. I'll make sure to solve this problem quickly. We see the hero with a chicken on his shoulder. Was it supposed to be this way? The boy asks. Where are we now? Owner, the chick asks. Ginseng approaches a small barn with a boarded up door. Two people standing guard at a tiny house, he thinks. And the door is blocked. It's that house. Plus, this sound. Someone is loudly pounding on the closed door from inside. Open up, it really wasn't me, comes from there. Be quiet. Chief Albert said to keep quiet until the issue's been resolved. One of the guards screams in fear. The hero looks at this picture, rubbing his chin. What's up with those people? Owner. Are the people here all like? Asks the chicken. They probably think Joseph is the culprit, Ginseng answers. The boy's gaze is thoughtful. Well, all I really care about is getting my reward. But this is a bit unexpected, he thinks. We see a smiling shepherd surrounded by dozens of sheep. Joseph's guardian died recently from a disease, so he's been going around doing other people's jobs and herding sheep to be fed, the hero thinks. That's pretty mild treatment for an orphan sheep herder when the sheep are disappearing. Joseph keeps pounding on the door next to the guard. This village seems to be rather rational for a rural one in the middle of nowhere, the hero thinks. Either way, I'll meet them. Hello, he says to the guards. We see the surprised face of one of them. Ginseng smiles and raises his hand in greeting. Ah, what brings you here? I thought you were talking to Albert, he hears. I just did. Is Joseph fine? The hero asks. Joseph? Well, he's the same as ever, the guard replies. The pounding on the door gets so loud that the people standing outside shy away in fear. Open this, please, Joseph shouts. There's no time. One of the guards points his thumb at the door. As you can see, he's fine. He keeps screaming as if he has endless energy. I am getting exhausted for him, he says. The hero thoughtfully stretches his hands. I see I don't have much time, he thinks. Alright, I want to meet him. Can you get out of the way for a bit? He asks the guards. Ginseng punches the boarded up door. One of the guards screams in fear. Joseph, you better get far away from the door, Ginseng warns. A smile appears on his face. What? Who are you? Comes from behind the door. We see the prisoner's frightened eyes. Having smashed the door to pieces, the hero rushes inside. You are Joseph? He asks. Seems so. Owner, the chicken sitting on his shoulder squeaks. Joseph covers his eyes with his hand in fear. I want to ask you a few things. Do you have time? He hears. Who are you? The guy asks in bewilderment. The hero gives him a thumbs up. Ah, right. I haven't introduced myself, he apologizes. Ginseng smiles affably. My name is Damien, a mercenary in the Adventurers Guild. He introduces himself. I am Bundle, the chicken squeaks. Don't mind the talking chick in the broken door, the hero adds. Joseph looks at his new acquaintances in surprise. What the hell is going on, he thinks. The hero sits down next to him on the bunk. I heard wolves are hunting your sheep, he says. Yes, that's true, the guy answers sadly. It was an enormous wolf, much bigger than a human. When I saw it, it was hunting a bear. Before us is a picture illustrating the guy's story. A wolf hunting a bear? Ginseng asks in surprise. Yes, you won't believe it, but Joseph says sadly. One of the guards appears in front of the interlocutors. Mr. Adventurer, don't listen to him, he shouts. A wolf bigger than a human that hunts bears. How does that make sense? I'm telling the truth, Joseph says, offended. The hero folds his arms across his chest, looking thoughtful. Well, it's not impossible, he thinks. There are all kinds of monsters and beasts in mountainous areas like this. Alright, where did you see this wolf? He asks the guy. Joseph raises his index finger and describes the area. At the peaks of the Caliph mountain ranges, he says. I saw a pack of them there. If you follow the peak and go north, there's a wide plain. It's at the end of the forest, so it won't be hard to find. Ginseng looks at the guy carefully. Really? Alright, he says. A notification appears. Quest Caliph Peak Wolves has been created. Okay, the hero thinks. Another window asks the guy to confirm his consent to complete the quest. We see the tracks left by the rapidly running hero. Caliph Peak, I'll get there soon enough at this speed, thinks Ginseng. The running hero has a smile on his face and the chick is jumping on his shoulder. It sure is nice to have good items. Money is the best, says the young man. That's true, owner, confirms the chick. I got a full set of witch doctor items using Apocalypse Invocation. The Book of the Black Covenant, thinks Ginseng. We see a gold bracelet on the hero's arm. 2 information windows appear. Flame Lizard Bracelet. Type, bracelet. Rank, high. Option, defense power plus 25, wisdom plus 10, fire attribute resistance plus 15. Can use Flame Banquet by consuming a point of durability. Flame Banquet creates flames for 30 seconds, causing constant damage to the opponent. We see the guy's pants and shoes. 2 more descriptions appear. Nijawalu's leather pants. Type, pants. Rank, high. Option, defense power plus 100, HP plus 100, wisdom plus 10, magic resistance plus 10. Can use Dark Green Blessing by consuming a point of durability. Dark Green Blessing for 1 minute. Casting, mana regeneration and stamina recovery speed will be increased by 100%. Golden Rabbit Sandals. Type, shoes. Rank, high. Option, defense power plus 50, agility plus 10, moving speed plus 5%. Can use Golden Flash of Light by consuming a point of durability. Golden Flash of Light, the moving speed of the first step will increase by 10,000%. Tongues of flame are visible around the hero's feet. Equipments this good can't be bought with just money, he thinks. Ginseng brings a clenched fist to his face. It took hundreds of thousands of gold to create them, and I had to use some ingredients that aren't available on the market, but from now on having good equipment will be much more important, he thinks. Plus, the place I am heading to is full of monsters whose levels are higher than 30. The hero continues to run somewhere. Smiling happily, he says that he has found what he needs. Ginseng is somewhere in the mountains, among sharp, jagged rocks. Notifications appear. New location information has been created. Current location, Caliph Mountain Ranges Peak. World map information has been updated. Ginseng looks surprised. It does look like a place where a wolf den would be. What a big place. We are shown the area that the hero is examining. There are tons of blind spots because of all the boulders, and there are cliffs that look dozens of meters tall, thinks Ginseng. He is standing on top of a high cliff, but that gap looks too small for a wolf bigger than a human to fit into, the hero understands. Well, Joseph said he saw them with his own eyes. The hero, staring somewhere, raises his left hand. Come out, he exclaims. We see a hand with fingers spread wide. Ginseng is reported to have used the Necromancy Witch Doctor skill. We see 3 bright magical formations in front of him at once. In front of us is the lower part of a young girl's face. We're close, so please get ready, she says. It's the squad leader, and her name is Seo Hai-yoon. Several more people follow her. We'll be there soon. Hold on a bit longer, the girl asks. All right, the smiling young man answers. Hai-yoon walks up the mountain and calls the rest of his squad to follow him. But are you sure there's no one here? Someone asks. I haven't read anything that said someone succeeded in raiding this place. In other words, no one has cleared the quest yet, the girl answers. All right, we'll take it, then, declares a determined blonde man. It's a user with the nickname God from Afar. But would we be able to defeat the Great Wolf King? Someone asks. The guy looks around with a very displeased look. Of course, that's what we are here for, isn't it? He answers. In front of us is a frightened mage with a staff in his hand, who asked the question. The nickname of this user is Selling Heals 500. That's true, but I heard it's really strong, he says. The guy looks at his friend with fear, who asks him not to worry. God from FR looks very determined. I am here. I have a lot of experience and pretty good specs, he exclaims. Smiling, God from FR puts his hand on his friend's shoulder. It's not a scary monster, and its patterns are pretty obvious, so you just have to focus on healing us, okay, he says. Hey, let's keep going. Enough chit-chat. We are going to be too late otherwise, the young people here. We see a guy in knight's armor who uttered this phrase. His nickname in the game is Jelpunisher. Just because no one has been successful yet doesn't mean no one's trying, he adds. There could be people up there right now with similar quests. God from FR looks angrily at the knight. Holy shit, you are so freaking impatient, he says. Jelpunisher turns to him as if he is ready to kill. What did you say? He shouts. Nothing, I was just talking to myself. The blonde justifies himself in fear. Watch your mouth, the knight warns him. It seems that God from FR has harbored a mortal grudge against his comrade. Yeah, he answers out loud. I'll get back at you later, he thinks to himself. The squad leader looks back at his fighters. You can fight later, she tells them. Right now it's important for us too. The girl does not finish speaking because she notices something. Not far from the squad, some explosions are heard among the rocks. Amazement is written on the faces of all the squad members. These sounds. A fight, they say to each other. We see a white paw that is trying to hit a chicken, then squeaks loudly. In front of us are many grinning wolves, around which yellow chicks are jumping. The animals growl menacingly. Ginseng is surrounded by wolves on all sides, but he smiles cheerfully. He raises a clenched fist to his face. There are a bunch of them, he says. Well, not that I'm complaining. The wolves slowly approach the hero. The guy looks at the enemies with alarm. That's unexpected. These many just from such small cracks, he thinks. The animals are crawling out from everywhere, even from cracks in the ground. Do they live in between these boulders? Then the bottom of this cliff must be like an ant's nest, but with wolves instead, thinks Ginseng. We see wolves already behind him. There are already so many, but there are even more below, the hero asks. The white wolves bare their teeth and growl threateningly. Look at you, guys. I was just investigating, says Ginseng. We see an information window. Caliph wolf. Wolves that reside in the Caliph mountain peaks. They rarely act individually. They are usually in packs of 20 to 30. They tend to hunt in groups of 5 to 6. They're very mobile and never let go once they have bitten something, so be careful. Species, beast. Type, normal. Level 30. Unique traits. Caliph wolves are usually hunting in groups of 5 to 6, so make sure to not be deceived by their tactics. The white animals leap at their enemy. One of them flies at the hero, the second sneaks up from behind. A smile appears on the young man's face. He puts his hands out in front of him. You are still just wolves, he says. Ginseng throws a punch and hits one of the wolves. Take this, he shouts. The animal falls to the ground, dead, with its mouth wide open. That worked great, says Ginseng. A series of notifications appear. Abnormal status. Caliph wolf's defense has decreased. Caliph's wolf's HP is slowly decreasing. The hero happily clenches his fist and looks at the flask in his hand. The Flame Lizard Bracelet and the Flame Banquet skill. It works great with the Decay Elixir, he thinks. The synergy is great because both continue to cut away the opponent's HP. On top of that, the hero status window appears. Damien, level 34. Class, Witch Doctor. Affiliation, none. Alignment, -9,999,999,999. Title, Atrocity, the one who defeated the wild boar alone. Agent of Revenge, record time clear, Lonely Hyena. Stats, Strength, 35, HP 15, Agility, 10, Intelligence, 76, Talent, 10, Luck, 10. 0 stat points remaining. Ginseng smiles while looking at the status window. I got to level 34, so I should be able to handle these wolves on my own. My equipment is pretty good too, he thinks. Window dedicated to the hero's equipment. Weapon, +9 sashimi knife. Shield, Bon Clay's poison darted rooster. Helmet, wild boar helmet. Top, beginner shirt. Bottoms, Nijawalu's leather pants. Shoes, golden rabbit sandals. Necklace, none. Ring 1, none. Ring 2, none. The wolves sneak up on the hero from behind. You guys are still there? Ginseng asks. The guy's eyes glow menacingly. All soldiers, get ready to fire, he orders. The wolves growl menacingly. The animals approach the guy, surrounding him from all sides. The chickens are ready to fight. Bundle is here, their commander exclaims. The chicks are on a cliff overlooking the place where the wolves surround the hero. The white wolves look up anxiously. Soldiers, prepare your weapons, they hear. The chickens put blowpipes to their beaks. Jinsung holds up a multicolored figurine of a bird. As expected, he says, it was worth all the money. We see an information card. On Clay's poison-darted rooster. Type, shield. Class, witch doctor. Rank, rare. Option, defense power plus 50, intelligence plus 30, MP recovery plus 10. Changes the chick's default attacks into level 10 poison darts. Description, the totem of a rooster that Bon Clay used to care for, said to have copied the actions of the owner. The hero sits on the ground, with dozens of chickens around him. It's the most expensive item that I can create using the Apocalypse invocations, the Book of the Black Covenant, but it's worth it, he thinks, turning all the chicks' attacks into level 10 poison dart attacks. There's no better item than this to deal with a group of enemies. The guy, smiling, looks at the enemies. Behind him there are chickens on the rock. Of course, I can take care of them myself, but I am a bit too lazy for that, he says. That's right, owner, says Bundle. Jinsung points at the grinning wolves. And I can't leave even one alive, he says. The guy smiles. Bang, he says. Thousands of darts fly at the wolves, the animals die one after another. Realizing that they can't do anything, the wolves bare their teeth, growl, and howl piteously. A notification appears. Caliph Wolf has been poisoned. Then another one, you have defeated the Caliph Wolf. Dozens of defeated enemies lie in front of the hero. The hero's face is surprised. Wow, damn, he thinks. I didn't expect to be able to kill all these wolves without even moving a finger. Before us is another information window. Bloody Impulse. Level 10. Attribute, Blood. Description, for 180 seconds the target's attack and movement speed will increase by 200%. 1% of the target's stamina will be consumed per second. The chicks surrounding the hero are picking up wolf fangs from the ground. Plus, if I apply this skill on the chicks, I can make up for their weak attack power and specs, the hero thinks. Rubbing his chin, he looks at another system window. The skills I have mastered are shooting of poison darts, decay elixir, and bloody impulse, he thinks. At first they were all either garbage or the penalties were too big, but they're pretty useful now that they have gotten higher in level. I got them all, owner, the bundle reports. A notification appears. You have obtained a wolf canine. The guy looks at his pets, smiling. Oh, good job, he says. We see new notifications. You have obtained gray eye. You have obtained gray fur. Jinsung is talking to his yellow pet. There should be an alpha somewhere, he says. Alpha, the chick asks again. Joseph said there was a really huge wolf, the guy explains. Well, I'll check the quest one more. We see the description of the quest. Caliph Peak Wolves. According to the Cornell Village Shepherd, Joseph, the reasons the sheep are disappearing is the wolves. Let's get rid of all the wolves that reside in the Caliph Mountain Peaks. Type, normal. Description, defeat 200 Caliph wolves, defeat the Great Caliph Wolf, progress, 0%. Rewards, Adventurer Guild Mission, completion package. Warning, if you fail your mission and the Cornell Village people die, the Terror Kingdom might blame you. The hero looks at the description thoughtfully, raising his index finger. This won't be easy, he says. I have to kill all of them. A notification appears. Chick 34 has died. The hero's eyes widen in surprise. The young man turns around to see what alarmed him. We see a white paw. Speak of the devil, Jinsung thinks. A giant white wolf appears in front of the boy. Notification, a great wolf king has appeared. The animal raises its head and begins to howl. Much smaller animals gather around it. We see notifications. The great wolf king has summoned his pack. Prepare for the pack's ambush. Both the hero and the chicken sitting on his shoulder are scared. Holy shit, these many at once, Jinsung exclaims in surprise. What do we do, owner? His pet asks. Here is information about the hero's enemy, the Great Wolf King. The dominator of the Caliph Mountain Peaks seems to have grown larger due to some unknown causes. The leader of the Caliph Wolf Pack, strong enough to hunt down a bear. Species, beast. Type, elite. Level 45. Unique traits, where did such a monster come from? I don't know. All that I'm sure of that I have never seen a wolf that large before. Bertha, in the midst of talking about being a retired hunter. The wolves slowly approach the guy. He uses his bloody impulse skill. Well, I got to give it a try, he says. Jinsung stares at the wolf army. Bundle, I'll take the big one. You take care of its minions, he says. Okay, owner, the chicken replies. Hopping on the hero's head, the chick addresses the other chickens, who are standing in large numbers below. Soldiers, prepare. The yellow creatures raise their blowpipes to their beaks. In position, they hear. Bundle orders to open fire and raises a red flag above himself. His squad's soldiers fire hundreds of darts. Jinsung takes a knife in his hand, preparing to strike the wolf leader. Alright, the minions won't be a problem, he says. Jinsung stares at the enemy. Ready, he says. Notification, defense, golden rabbit sandals. The hero's shoes emit bright tongues of flame. Go, he shouts and rushes forward, leaving a bright trail behind him. It is reported that he is using the golden flash of light skill. The guy pushes off several times and finds himself high above the leader of the pack. The huge wolf bares his teeth. Where are you looking? Jinsung shouts at him. The hero, knife in hand, prepares to attack the enemy from above. You are up against me, he shouts. We see a smile on the guy's face. A series of notifications appear. Defense, Nijawalu's leather pants. Skill, dark green blessing. Casting speed has increased plus 100%. Mana recovery speed has increased plus 100%. Stamina recovery speed has increased plus 100%. This is quite a lot, the hero thinks. I feel like I could do anything. The wolf leader grins angrily, his evil eye streaming red energy. We see 2 notifications. Warning, the Great Wolf King has decided you are the most threatening enemy. Warning, watch out for the Great Wolf King's attack. With a deafening roar, the monster rushes at the hero, who barely dodges the attack. Pushing off from the wolf itself, Jinsung flies high into the air. Taking 2 vials in his hands, he looks at his opponent. First I need to melt the fur, he says. The guy attacks the giant enemy, and powerful tongues of flame appear around it. Notifications appear. The Great Wolf King's defense has been decayed. The Great Wolf King's defense power has been decreased. The Great Wolf King has been burned. The monster desperately shakes its head. Behind its back we see the hero with a knife. Something is weird, thinks Jinsung. The Great Wolf King must be an elite type monster and should use an attack or defense skill, or order his pack to do something about now. After all these attacks, he has yet to use any skills. We see the knife in the hero's hand. Well, not that I'm going to worry much, thinks Jinsung. I have put in enough damage to kill it before it uses any skills, so. The guy resolutely holds his weapon out in front of him. I'll get this over with as fast as I can, he says. The hero, armed with a knife, rushes at the wolf leader. Jinsung looks at his opponent, analyzing his actions. Considering its behavior pattern, its trait is probably either attack type or a leading type, he thinks. Whatever the trait is, I need to finish this quickly. We see a bright flash, so I'll chop you up as fast as I can, the guy thinks. With a smile on his face, he rushes into the attack. The chickens successfully deal with the regular wolves with the help of darts. Alright, I won't need to pay attention to below, the hero thinks. He looks at his opponent predatorily. Now it's mine turn, right, he says. The huge alpha wolf roars deafeningly, his jaws open. Jinsung approaches him, knife raised to strike. Haiyun looks in surprise to the side where the sounds of battle are coming from. What is that? She asks. Her squad hurries to the scene of the battle and hears both the howling of wolves and the squeak of a huge number of chickens. The young men notice something and stop. Are the monsters fighting each other? Jelpanisher asks in amazement. There's something out there, pointing to Selling Heels 500. The alpha wolf takes multiple blows and roars deafeningly. There's something moving in the fog, one of the squad members shouts. Jelpanisher and God from FR are in front of us. Did someone get here before us? The paladin asks. Damn it, what's happening here? The blonde man wonders. We see all the members of the squad at once. It's probably not a user. The quest only popped up recently, and we left first thing in the morning, says Haiyun. You are right. It's probably just monsters fighting over territory, Selling Heels 500 answers her. The girl resolutely looks forward, holding a sword in her hand. It's not too late, she declares. Healer, is your buff memorized ready? Everyone, get ready for battle. Selling Heels 500 points at the leader of the wolves visible in the distance. The fog is going away, he shouts. The rest of the squad stare intently in the direction the mage pointed. How does that make sense? Asks God from FR. It was a person, exclaims one of the squad members. Jinsung, jumping high into the air, raises his knife over a huge, grinning monster. And it's only one, someone from the observers asks in amazement. The squad watches the hero fight the monster in amazement. He's fighting the Great Wolf King alone, the paladin asks. God from FR curses foully. He breaks away and runs away, shocking his comrades with the statement that they risk losing all their loot. The blonde quickly moves away, the squad leader tries to shout at him. The wolf leader roars loudly, opening his terrible mouth. It just won't die, the hero shouts. Standing on one knee, Jinsung stares at his enemy. As expected of a field boss, he thinks, I cut down its defense power and HP with the decay elixir and used the synergy of the deep green blessing and flame banquet. We see the wolf leader's health bar, and it is exactly half empty, but it still has half its HP left, the hero thinks. The monster is furious, it rushes at the guy. Tom has to jump far away to avoid being hit. Jinsung stands in front of the wolf leader, his legs spread wide. It's getting harder to dodge it, he thinks. It's closing in on me, but it's still doable. I'll have to switch to a ranged weapon first. The wolf tries to catch up with the hero, but he deftly dodges the attacks, simultaneously firing at the enemy with a blowpipe. Jinsung holds his ranged weapon in his mouth. I don't know what trait it has, so I'll have to watch out, but it sure is easier to fight from a distance, he thinks. Is that all you have? He asks his opponent. The monster, growling threateningly, advances on the hero. What are you looking at? Ginseng asks him in surprise. The wolf leader lifts his head and begins to howl deafeningly. Ginseng looks at what is happening with alarm. What is he doing? He asks. Many red wolf eyes appear around him. The animals are approaching the guy from all sides. The knife falls out of his hand. It's too late, the hero thinks. Its elite trait was summoning its pack. 2 wolves sink their teeth into the guy's shoulders. He screams loudly in terrible pain. 2 notifications appear. Abnormal status. Your character has been inflicted with bleeding. The hero's hand is shaking. He sees a wolf in front of him preparing to deliver the decisive blow. Is this it? Ginseng thinks. He receives 2 more notifications. Your character has been inflicted with muscle rupture. Warning, player's HP is falling beyond standard levels. Be aware of log out. One of the hero's eyes is closed. Blood is flowing from the corner of his mouth. I'm going to die at this rate, he realizes. With the last of his strength, Ginseng folds his trembling fingers in front of himself. The wolf leader becomes wary. It seems he sees something very dangerous for himself. We see the hero's leg, around which streams of black energy rise. We see the description of the skill. Zombification. Level 1. Attribute, corpse. When your HP reaches 0, you will transform into the undead. For 600 seconds your HP will not fall below 1. When the caster is in the state of the Indeed, he will emit the plague aura. Any opponent that is within a 3-meter radius will be poisoned and bleed. When activated, no other skills can be used. Ginseng, whose skin has turned gray, calmly approaches the enemy. We see more notifications. Zombification has been activated. Remaining time 599 seconds. Remaining time 598 seconds. The wolf leader, growling menacingly, bends his legs, pressing himself to the ground. The hero, like a real zombie, reaches out his hand to the enemy. Loud ass dog, he says. Shut up before I rip you snout apart. This hurts like shit. I am going to kill you for sure. Ginseng approaches the huge leader, pointing his index finger at him. It's been a while since I felt pain like this, he says. One of the normal wolves jumps on the guy from behind. It clings to the hero's arm. These bastards, Ginseng says with disgust. He grabs the monster by the throat and lifts it above his head. You all want to die? He asks angrily. The hero slams the wolf into the ground. A notification appears. Caliph wolf has been inflicted with bleeding. The monster lies on the ground, white foam flowing from its mouth. 2 notifications appear. Caliph wolf has been inflicted with poison. You have defeated the Caliph wolf. Now we see the skill description. Plague aura. Attribute, poison, curse. Description, inflicts opponents within a 3-meter range with status abnormality, bleeding and status abnormality, poison. Status abnormality damage depends on the user's mana amount and can even be useless depending on the opponent's level. Ginseng, opposite whom the wolf leader is grinning, flexes his fists. I don't have time. Come at me, he calls. Black streams of energy rise from the hero's gray body. Or I'll come to you, he threatens the giant animal. We see traces of a running man. Stupid bastards, thinks the speeding character. We recognize him as a user with the nickname God from Afar. His weapon made him seem like he was a short-range class, he thinks. Shouldn't we give up? I don't know. I don't want to do this. Go back like this, without gaining anything. I can't accept that. No, I won't accept that. The guy's face is completely insane. He runs up to the scene of the battle where the hero, who has turned into a zombie, is dealing with his enemies. What the hell? God from Afar asks in amazement. The hero's fist crashes into the wolf leader, who growls, but somehow weakly. A notification appears. You have defeated the Great Wolf King. Ginseng lets out a sigh of relief and raises his clenched fist. He sees a whole series of notifications. You have gained the XP. Level up. You have reached level 36. You have obtained Essence of Wilderness. You have obtained Great Canine. You have obtained Wolf Head Leather. Ginseng squats down in front of the artifacts lying on the ground. I killed it in the end, he says tiredly. The notifications continue to appear. You have obtained Token of Heresy. You have cleared the quest Caliph Peaks Wolves. Return to the Caliph village to Chief Albert and receive your rewards. Ginseng picks up a shiny yellow object from the ground and examines it, smiling. I even got a high-value material like Essence of Wilderness, he thinks. That was worth it. The hero sits on the ground, a bunch of chickens gathered around him. I leveled up a bunch too, thanks to the chicks taking care of the other wolves, he thinks. These guys are pretty useful now. Now that I have cleared the quest, I'll get going. The boy notices something and turns around excitedly. He raises his hand to protect himself, and an arrow immediately pierces it. Ginseng examines the projectile sticking out of his hand. This is a catapult arrow. It was aimed right into my head. Seems to be from close by. I didn't notice anyone. It must be a strong user, the young man turned into a zombie thinks. The hero, with a very angry expression on his face, demands that the shooter show himself, otherwise he will be in great pain. He comes out and stands in front of the hero, who is sitting on the ground. "You've got some reflexes," Jin-sung hears. God from FFF holds his crossbow at the ready. "Don't try to take even a single step," he warns, "unless you want to die." The hero, smiling menacingly, takes the arrow out of his hand. "Who the hell are you?" he asks. The hero is sitting on the ground, emitting streams of red and black energy, and a user with the nickname God from FFF is standing in front of him. Jin-sung notices the crossbow that is attached to the young man's hand. That weapon looks familiar, he thinks. It's the same one the Jangsun startup guys used. Considering the crossbow and the 2 semi-automatic catapults, he must be a ranger class. That's a more mobile type than a destructive type, so this might not be that hard. An arrow fired by the enemy grazes the hero's cheek. God from FFF stands, aiming his crossbow at the guy. "I thought I told you not to move," he says. "Just listen to what I tell you to do." Jin-sung, his skin turning purple, gives a thumbs up. "I stand corrected," he thinks. "He's faster than I thought. He's got to be at least level 30. His equipment is a level or 2 better than the Jangsun guys too." God from FFF looks at the hero, pulling back the string of his crossbow. "That's right, good," he says. Notifications appear. Remaining time 1 second. Remaining time 0 seconds. Zombification is being undone. Jin-sung, streams of dark energy rising behind him, looks at his opponent appraisingly. On top of that, he was waiting for my zombification to be done. He's definitely no ordinary enemy, he thinks. God from FFF looks at the hero sitting in front of him, smiling, his skin color back to normal. "I don't know how you managed to kill the Great Wolf King, but it's not easy to kill a boss like a close-range fighter." "Impressive," he says. Jin-sung looks at his opponent grimly. "What do you want?" he asks. God from FFF responds with an equally hostile look. "What do I want? Do you seriously not know?" he asks in return. Smiling, God from FFF reloads the crossbow in his other hand. "You bastard," he says. "You wasted my time and effort. That wolf was supposed to be mine. Don't you get it? Give me everything you got from the Great Wolf King and all the equipment you have. Then I'll let you go alive." "No," the hero answers shortly. "What?" God from FFF shouts in rage. "I said no," Jin-sung repeats. The hero, as is his habit, clears his ear with his finger. "Do you think I'm crazy?" he asks. "I am the one that worked hard to kill the Great Wolf King. I am not stupid. Would you give it up if you were me?" The enemy's hand, to which the crossbow is attached, trembles. "Die," says God from FFF. "What I can't hear you," says the hero. The villain shoots with both hands. "Die, you bastard," he yells. "All right, the provocation worked," thinks Jin-sung. He uses the bloody impulse skill. The hero, looking menacingly at the enemy, raises his index finger. Notifications appear. "You have activated bloody impulse. Attack and movement speed has increased 200%. Remaining time 178 seconds. Remaining time 177 seconds. A flask appears in the hero's hand. "I'll take 1 healing potion and activate Deep Green Blessing and Flame Banquet," he thinks. Jin-sung quickly runs forward. Next to him we see many green crosses. "I'll make sure to use the buff skills while the bloody impulse is in effect," he thinks. "I need to deal him as much damage as I can while he's still shocked." Jin-sung throws away the used beaker, smiling. His pattern is pretty simple anyway, he thinks. Reloads 10 each. Takes about 1 to 2 seconds between each fire. He's a loser. God from FFF fires with both hands, but can't seem to hit his target. "You little rat," he shouts angrily. The hero runs forward at full speed, dozens of arrows flying at him. He's doing all that, thinks God from FFF. The villain grits his teeth in anger. On top of that, he's been looking this way all this time, he realizes. Jin-sung, running, smiles, red energy streaming from his eyes. Fear is visible on his opponent's face, his hand holding a crossbow outstretched. "I'm going to be the one to lose at this rate," the villain thinks. "I need to." Jin-sung prepares to smash the vial on his enemy's face. "I can see all your attacks," he says. Green liquid spills over God from FFF's body as he screams hysterically. It is reported that the decay elixir skill was used. God from FFF lies on the ground and looks at the green steam rising from his body. "What the hell?" he screams. "But the damage seems to be less than I thought," he realizes. 2 notifications appear. Abnormal status. Your character has been inflicted with poison. God from FFF screams loudly as he looks at what is happening to his armor. He sees 2 notifications. Your armor has been corroded. Your armor durability has decreased. The hero's leg is visible in front of the discouraged villain. "What the hell is this?" God from FFF screams and swears filthily. He looks at his enemy in horror, his mouth wide open. He even had damage over time and defense power debuff skills. Wasn't he a close-range dealer? God from FFF thinks. "I'm going to need to soak you again," he hears. Jin-sung, smiling, prepares to smash the second vial on the enemy. "You are going to die if you can't block this one," he says. God from FFF, closing his eyes in horror, tries to protect himself with his hands, but the liquid spills over him. Notifications appear. Your armor has been corroded. Abnormal status. Your character has been inflicted with burn. God from Afar screams loudly in unbearable pain. Another message. Elite Hunter Bogan has been destroyed. The villain swears again. Standing on all fours, he looks angrily at the enemy. So, are you ready to die? The hero asks him. God from Afar takes something out from behind his back. You piece of shit, he screams. It turns out that the villain is going to use a large crossbow. I'll kill you, he screams. The hero remembers where he has seen a similar weapon before. Is that a heavy hunting arbalist? If I recall correctly, one of the AC beginner rankers used to wield that. To think I'd come across a weapon that's focused solely on destructive power here. The hero stands in front of the enemy aiming at him, his arms outstretched in confusion. Are you sure about that? He asks. What? God from Afar says, puzzled. Can a ranger like you, whose best skill is being fast, pull off using that? Jinsung clarifies his question. The blonde looks at the hero with fury and once again spews out a curse. Let's see how long you can stay arrogant, he thinks. White steam rises around the villain's boot. The hero barely manages to dodge the projectile fired at him. That was close, he thinks. A powerful white flash is visible above the guy's head. What the hell? He mentally says. God from Afar appears behind the hero. He smiles happily. This is a lot different from the heavy hunting arbalist I know, thinks Jinsung. I can't see it and the system doesn't detect it either. Where are you looking? Asks the enemy. The hero turns around in fear. Then he breaks away and begins to run away rapidly. God from Afar is not far behind. He again aims his weapon at the guy. You stupid bastard. Look at you run, he shouts. God from Afar smiles, looking threateningly at the enemy. What? You think it's weird that you can't see me? He asks mockingly. Jinsung looks at him in fear and confusion. It's not an invisibility cape or a potion, he thinks. There isn't an alchemist that advanced yet. Then it must be an exclusive skill. God from Afar, smiling, approaches the hero with a crossbow in his hand. You should have stabbed me instead of punching me. This is why you are going to die now, he says. You talk too much, the hero answers. What about it? You won't even get to hear me talk once you are dead, the blonde says. God from Afar smiles, the amount of smoke around him increasing. Try holding on for longer, although I am sure you won't be able to, he states. The villain is reported to be using the skills Dark Hunter skill and Invisible Bow Shot. The hero quickly runs away. Traces of multiple landings are visible behind him. God from Afar fires his crossbow, quickly moving across the area. Invisible Bow Shot lets you be invisible while rolling on the ground, and Dark Hunter skill is passive. It's a pain in the ass because those skills are letting him use the heavy hunting arbalist much quicker, Jinsung thinks. The hero raises his clenched fist to face level. Then the solution is to get this over with quickly, he realizes. God from Afar is still smiling. Don't waste your energy, he says. You are already dead. We see the hero's feet, shod in sandals. Jinsung lands on one knee and looks closely at the enemy. A notification appears that he is using the skills Golden Rabbit Sandal and Golden Flash of Light. A dark trail leads to the blonde, who is shooting from a crossbow. We see the faces of the opponents next to each other. What was that? God from Afar asks in bewilderment. Running past the enemy, Jinsung stops. We see some strange mark on the villain's temple. What? My sideburns, God from Afar shouts. You psychopath. The hero holds a few hairs in his hand and looks closely at the enemy. Hey, I'll give you a chance to apologize one last time, he says. Think wisely. This is your last chance. The blonde looks at the enemy with fury. What the hell? Are you insane? He shouts. Why would I apologize to you? You think you can say things like that even when your head's expel? A strange beam flies into his ear. God from Afar clenches his fist. Something is wrong with him. What the hell? The villain screams. My heart. Oh, its effects are pretty good, Jinsung calmly says. He holds a straw doll in his hand and holds out a needle to it. Where should I stick this one? The hero says. God from Afar, holding his chest, trembles with horror. What is this? He screams loudly. Jinsung, smiling, shows him the toy. What does it look like? He asks. It's your body. Seo Hyun and Jelpanisher walk through the mountains covered in clouds. Selling Heels 500, holding a staff in his hand, leads the squad. God from Afar was firing a bunch of arrows earlier. What do you think is happening? The girl asks her comrades. I am not sure. It's quiet now, the mage answers her. The squad members notice something very alarming for themselves. They see the health bar of their squad member with the nickname God from Afar, and it is half empty. Hyun looks up in alarm. What's wrong with his health? She shouts loudly. It's quickly going down. The young people stand and watch as another division on the bar gradually disappears. Damn it, what is happening? Shouts Jelpanisher. He is going to die at this rate, exclaims Selling Heels 500. I'll have to go check it out, declares Hyun. The knight, holding a hammer, tries to stop the girl. You should think about this, he shouts. You want me to just watch him die? Hyun answers him. Gel Punisher, gritting his teeth, looks at the commander of his squad. Is she in her right mind? He thinks. God from Afar isn't so weak that he would be so easily killed by another user. If his HP is decreasing that fast, it means the other user is very strong. Notification, hostility from user, at $% detected. The hero, with purple streams rising up from him, stands over the enemy lying on the ground. 2 more notifications. Propensity unable to measure. Warning, a dangerous user. You should watch out. Propensity is unmeasurable, Gel Punisher thinks. He excitedly turns to the commander of his squad. Hi Yoon, this is too reckless. He killed the Great Wolf King on his own, and his propensity is. Prepare for battle, the girl interrupts him. She resolutely held her sword out in front of her. Healer, please, buff us, she asks the mage. Alright, he answers. God from Afar hits his head hard on the ground. What the hell did he do to my body? He just can't understand. The hero stands over the enemy with a doll in his hand. Why? Are you curious why you are in pain? He asks. The villain has no choice but to call him a bastard. Smiling predatorily, Jinsung shows the enemy the rag doll. I used your hair on this doll to cast a spell on you, he declares. This doll is you, and you're this doll. Do you get it? What the hell kind of nonsense? Asks God from Afar. Jinsung takes the doll's arm. Here, I'll show you again, says the hero. If I crack this doll's arm here. Jinsung snaps the rag limb. Lying on the ground, God from Afar screams in unbearable pain. How is it? You felt it too, right? Asks Jinsung. He lifts the toy and the villain looks at it in horror. Then shall we try something else too? Asks the hero. Smiling, he cups his fingers to flick the doll on the forehead. If I hit right here, what do you think will happen? He asks. God from Afar looks at the guy in horror. He grabs his loincloth and begs him not to do what he is about to do. God from Afar, who appears to be missing all his teeth, is kneeling. Please, I'll do anything. I am sorry, he says. Please, give me a chance. Just once. Smiling, the hero flicks the doll on the forehead. Goodbye, he says. God from Afar is lying on the ground with his head twisted to the side, foaming at the mouth. What the hell? He passed out right away. Lame, the hero says. He squats down and pokes his finger in the blonde's face. Hey, are you dead? Asks Jinsung. You can't die yet. Your HP hasn't run out. Stop it. The hero hears and turns around. He sees young men running up to him. Get away from him, shouts Hai-Yoon. The girl kneels in front of her comrade. Dark Hunter, are you okay? Asks Selling Heels 500. He is not dead yet, he's barely conscious, shouts Hai-Yoon. Considering their equipment, they are about intermediate level, thinks Jinsung. They seem to somehow be connected to this dude. I was wondering why he was so confident. I guess it was because he had a party. The hero looks closely at the new arrivals. Are you party members of his? He asks. The girl looks back at him. She sees a message, user, at $% propensity unable to measure. The squad leader draws his sword towards the hero. Everyone, prepare for battle, she orders. Notifications appear. User Co Hai-Yoon considers you an enemy. Be aware of penalties in case of death. Jinsung glares at the girl. What is the meaning of this? He asks. Damn it, the guy thinks. Did they realize what my propensity is? This isn't a good situation for me. The exhausted witch doctor is surrounded by a green glow. He sees several notifications. Dark green blessings effect is vanishing. Stamina recovery has paused. Mana recovery has paused. I used up a lot of resources during the fight. I need to stall for time for the skill to cool down, Jinsung realizes. He puts his hands out in front of the girl, trying to calm the girl down. Hey, why don't we talk? He says. Shut up, you murderer, Hai-Yoon shouts. How many users have you killed until now? She asks. Jinsung stares at the young men. They don't seem that agreeable, he thinks. Hey, that's enough, the guy says out loud. Hai-Yoon raises his sword in anger. What did you say? She shouts. It is your party member who is wrong here, Jinsung says. He demanded me to drop all the items the Great Wolf King dropped and all my own equipment too. The hero stands calmly in front of the 3 opponents, arms folded across his chest. I think my actions are pretty justified, he declares. Considering what he's done, I think I should have you guys take responsibility too. Or did you order him to attack me? What are you talking about? We are not those kind of people, the girl shouts. A loud groan is heard behind her. God from Afar sits up and reaches out his hand to someone. The girl screams in fear, calling her comrade by name. A small sharp tip is visible under the palm of the revived blonde. That's a baby arrow, the hero asks himself. God from Afar shoots at the enemy, the projectile flies at the frightened enemy. Damn it, thinks Jinsung. The arrow flies straight at him. I can't dodge. I need to give up my arm, the hero realizes. White foam gushes from the mouth of the user with the nickname God from Afar. His comrade is completely perplexed. What happened? The girl screams. He runs there, pointing his finger at Selling Heels 500. A couple of notifications appear. User God from Afar has logged out. You have committed PK. Ginseng looks at the rag doll with a displeased look. I didn't mean to do that, he says. There are 2 more notifications in front of him. Your propensity has decreased by 1. Propensity minus 9,999,999,999. Your propensity cannot decrease any further. The members of the squad that the deceased was a part of are sincerely outraged. I knew it. You made him kill himself using spells, shouts Hai-Yun. You were gonna kill him from the start, huh? How terrible. You shouldn't even be considered human, adds Selling Heels 500. Ginseng looks at his accusers in surprise. What the hell? He asks. This wasn't intended, it was just. Shut up, the girl screams, not letting him finish. We see the mark from the blow. No need to talk anymore. You can make your excuses in hell, the squad leader ends the conversation. She rushes at the hero, holding her sword forward. Ginseng calmly puts his hand on his helmet. I guess I have no choice, he understands. Well, whatever. I've recovered my HP and my skill cooldown is over. Activate Blood Impulse, Flame Banquet, Dark Green Blessing. The guy rushes at the enemies, fist ready to strike. You guys started this, so don't beg me to go easy on you later, he says. Ginseng raises his hand to strike. Hai-Yun, who is standing in front of him, prepares for the worst. Selling Heels 500 puts forward a brightly glowing staff and uses her skill Excelethio. The girl's sword begins to flow with white energy. The 2 blades clash. The hero clenches his teeth from the tension. She can block my heavy attack with this thin blade. He wonders. Hai-Yun looks into his eyes with malicious joy. What a disappointment, she says. Have you been going around killing other users with this garbage skill? The hero has to jump far back to avoid harm. The enemy squad acts as a single organism. We hear the names of the skills being used and orders. Healer, keep the buffs coming. Divine Aura, restore. Lux Gloria. Ginseng looks at his opponents in surprise. He just keeps putting buffs on her, he thinks. There's no chance of winning unless I kill him first. We see the mark of the blow. Hai-Yun raises her shining sword to strike. Undue toi, she screams. Ginseng puts his hands forward to defend himself, but we see marks on his body from many precise hits. What the hell kind of, the witch doctor thinks. I didn't expect this kind of advanced swordsmanship. In front of us is Gelpunisher. He uses his Will of Solidarity, Reduction Armor and Shield of Trust skills. That paladin's collecting all the buffs too, Ginseng realizes. It'll be too difficult if he is buffed too. There's only one option. The hero stands in front of the girl, covering his chest with a knife. Where are you looking? Hai-Yun asks. A bright white sphere is visible next to the girl's face. It is the vial that the witch doctor is trying to break. The hero throws the vessel at his feet and a powerful explosion occurs. The girl, frightened, tries to understand what happened. Is it fog? She thinks. Her allies have lost sight of her and are trying to shout at her. Ginseng, holding a knife in his hand, stands behind the squad leader. Hello, he says. Grinning predatorily, he points his weapon. You are trapped, he declares. Hai-Yun, holding a sword in her hand, looks angrily at the hero and calls him a bastard. Blue light streams from the girl's eyes. I'll kill you in one attack, she thinks. We see the mark of the blow. The squad leader uses the counter-attack skill and tries to deliver another blow to the enemy standing opposite him. Ginseng dodges and the sword flies past his face. The hero holds out a vial of yellow liquid to the girl. There is a powerful explosion that throws the beauty high into the air. Selling Heels 500 loudly calls the girl by name. The shocked Hai-Yun watches in horror as her clothes disappear. Are you okay? The paladin shouts at her. The girl delivers a powerful blow to the knight's head. Don't open your eyes, she shouts. I said, don't open your eyes. Hai-Yun, who is trying to cover herself, stands behind the paladin, who has turned away, and addresses the hero. Why is it melting? She screams hysterically. What? It didn't melt at all, Ginseng replies in bewilderment. I thought everything would melt away. The girl, furious, calls her opponent a scum of society. He smiles cynically and replies that he acted in self-defense. The guy looks at someone predatorily. Anyway, the healer, he says. He is now unprotected. Selling Heels 500, judging by his pose, notices the danger he is in. Don't shoot. I said don't shoot, he screams desperately. The hero raises the blowpipe to his lips. I will shoot, he says almost inaudibly. Several darts are stuck into the healer's back. Selling Heels 500 sees notifications. Your character has been inflicted with poison. HP is slowly decreasing. Then a message appears for everyone. Party member Selling Heels 500 has died. The hero raises the blowpipe to his mouth again. Next, he says. The paladin, who is to be the next victim, looks at his enemy in horror. Shit, it's all over, he thinks. This is why I said we should think beforehand. This wouldn't have happened if we just threw out God from FR. The guy brings up the system window and pokes his finger at it. Damn it, I must log out, he thinks. Notification, you cannot log out during battle. Why can't I log out? The paladin thinks. Notification, 300 seconds until log out. Gel Punisher continues to work with the system window. 2 more messages. 299 seconds until log out. 298 seconds until log out. Jin-sung smiles bloodthirstily. Hey, what are you doing? He asks. The paladin looks at the hero in horror. I can never win against him. This bastard is too good, he thinks. Gel Punisher falls to his knees and begins to beg humbly. I am sorry. Please, spare me this once. If you want me to strip, I'll strip. If you want me to crawl on all fours, I'll do that too. Jin-sung looks at the knight in surprise. What a strange dude, he thinks. He is equipped with full plate armor and a kite shield. I couldn't get a dart that in if I wanted, yet he's begging for his life. How lame. Gel Punisher looks at the ground, not daring to look up. I'll just give him what he wants and leave, he thinks. The hero looks at the paladin with a very unkind smile. Well, not that I'm complaining, he thinks. Can you give me everything you have? He asks out loud. Gel Punisher looks at the hero in amazement. Sorry, he asks again. Give me all your equipment and items. Don't leave out anything, Jin-sung clarifies his demand. This demon, the knight thinks. He looks at the hero's hand approaching him with horror in his eyes. We see the village elder's house, which stands on top of a high cliff. On the floor lies the skin of a giant wolf leader. Those present are discussing it. Wow, there really was a wolf this large. I didn't think Joseph was speaking the truth. Albert examines the huge wolf's tooth. Sometimes people do the most unexpected things, the hero standing next to him declares. This wolf could certainly kill a bear, says the elder. Albert and Jin-sung stand next to each other. Seems like it was a rash of us to blame Joseph as a criminal. I don't feel good about treating a young kid like that, says the old man. You can just treat him better from now on. He didn't seem like the type to hold grudges anyway, the hero replies. I hope you are right. Thanks, says Albert. A hand is on the boy's shoulder, and coins are raining down on him. Notifications appear. You have cleared the first mission of the Adventurers Guild. Return to the Adventurers Guild and report. Jin-sung and the chicken sitting on his shoulder look on in delight as the awards and trophies fall from above. Here's the promised reward, says Albert. It's not a lot, but we are not doing too well. I hope you understand. Of course, replies the hero. The elder stands over the pelt of a giant wolf, his index finger raised. You can come visit us whenever you wish. You are our hero after all, he declares. All right. Can I get going now? Asks Jin-sung. Of course. I'll see you out, replies the old man. Smiling, Albert looks at the guy. I have to apologize to Joseph and calculate the damage caused by the wolf to the village, he thinks. I have to also have a meeting about what we are going to do from now on. I've got a lot to do, but I am full of motivation thanks to that man. Mr. Explorer, someone shouts from behind the door that Albert has just opened. The old man and the hero shudder in surprise. A guy runs up to them, with 2 guards chasing him. Are you leaving already? He shouts loudly. The guard grabs the guy by the collar, but he is already standing in front of the hero. I got rid of the wolf you mentioned. The sheep won't vanish anymore, says Jin-sung. I am glad, replies Joseph. The witch doctor leaves, but turns around to say a few words of farewell. Good luck with sheep herding, and you should quit lying, he advises the boy. There's an old saying that if you get caught lying, you will get your hands cut off. My hands? Joseph asks again, puzzled. Yeah, I'm busy, so excuse me, he hears. Mr. Explorer, the guy does not calm down. The hero turns to him again and asks what he wants. Joseph bows low. Thank you so much for saving our village, he says sincerely. Jin-sung, on whose shoulder a not very happy chicken is sitting, laughs. He raises his hand and leaves without looking back. Of course, I am going now. Have a good life, he says. In front of a low building we see people in old-fashioned costumes. It is reported that this is Terra Kingdom Golden Lark Lodgings. Jin-sung is lying on the bed, completely happy, with greenish crosses rising into the air around him. That feels nice, the guy says. A 4-star lodgings is the best. Notifications appear. You feel comfortable in the cozy bed. Your exhaustion level has decreased largely. There is a chicken lying under the blanket nearby. How are the Golden Lark Lodging suite rooms blankets? Jin-sung asks. So soft, owner, replies the pet. A lot of the stats were covered, says the hero. He looks at the menu with icons of various items. I got a lot of loot too, the guy thinks. Field boss items, quest completion rewards, and Seo Hyun parties equipment too. I always get a lot more than I expect thanks to this title. We see an information card. Atrocity, a title given to those whose propensity rate cannot fall any lower. It's not an exaggeration to call these people the reincarnation of the devil. Drop rate of items from victim of PK plus 500%. Drop rate of gold from victim of PK plus 500%. Automatic possession of assets from victim of PK. Automatic possession of EXP from victim of PK. Jin-sung smiles happily. Open Trade Center. He orders. The guy, smiling, looks at the items received during the mission. Full plate mail, eagle kite shield, plus 8 staff of recovery, plus 6 heavy hunting arbalist. All of these must be hundreds of thousands of gold combined, he says. Is this all you stripped from the party? Asks the chick. What? I never stripped them, Jinsung replies. He looks over the top of the blue window he is working at. I had to spend a lot of money on my equipment. This should cover my living costs for this month, he says. Notification. You have an unread message. Please check your messages. The guy's face is surprised. Huh? From whom? He asks. Wait, this is. On the screen in front of him is the name of the organization, Wiz Entertainment. Wiz Entertainment? Jinsung asks, puzzled. A character with a strange white face looks at the system window. It's over, he says. Progress, someone asks behind him. The guy turns around. He looks away from himself, expressionless. There was some, he says. I couldn't completely conquer the body, but I was able to manipulate them to start a fight. Sense exchange became possible too. It turns out that the one talking to him is a black cloud. That's worth observing. Nothing more, it asks. It'd be great to be able to conquer without a medium, but I haven't succeeded with that yet, replies the character in the monk's robe. Then you won't be able to create yet, he hears from his strange interlocutor. The white-faced guy looks at his palm. The authority you received from God allowing you to create and conquer monsters' bodies will be very necessary in the future, says the black cloud. This assignment is the most important thing in the world. The guy folds his hands in front of him as if he is going to pray. We are the true followers of God and the chosen ones, he hears. Let us recite our prayers once again. The white-faced guy looks at his hands folded in front of his face. He and the black cloud recite a prayer. Oh, my brothers, let us repent and praise God in joy. See that a new era has come upon us. It is not long until the Messiah will descend. Brothers of trust, be not afraid. The Messiah will be with us, and the flames of salvation will save us from the false gods and kith and kin. The black cloud hangs behind the young man. The grand plan is near, Aleister, it says. Our duty is to open the eyes of the poor and ignorant and expose the lies of this world. I am aware, the guy replies. He continues to communicate with the cloud hanging nearby. Keep in mind all that we have done to prepare for the day. I was just checking in on your progress today. We cannot afford any mistakes, the cloud says. We see it separately, without the guy. Do you have something to say, Aleister, it asks. The young man looks closely at his interlocutor. There's one thing bothering me, he says. What is it? Yes, asks the cloud. We see the hero, who is holding his knife. Yes, a unique explorer, Aleister says. I saw through the test subject. Message, Wiz Entertainment. Hello, this is Wiz Entertainment Korea. Can we meet? Jinsung looks at his phone in surprise. Is this place? The place I think it is, he thinks. Before us are joyful employees of the corporation. Wiz Entertainment, the world's biggest internet streaming platform, Twitch's subsidiary company and management. They are also connected to the social network Twitter. They are superior in terms of marketing, the hero thinks. Before my regression, it was where countless streamers and Korean rankers were affiliated. We see several streamers that the hero remembers. Wings, Explorer number 1. New continent exploration pioneering, 84.22% in progress. Meow Meow Teacher, endless streaming for 126 hours in the Diamond Master region. Don't do what I am doing. This is only for experts. Phoenix TV, plus 15 Chanjuka's Rage. Guest with insane specs today. In short, it's where all streamers wanted to go, thinks Jinsung. The hero looks thoughtfully at the message he received. But why are they contacting me? I have no idea why they would, he thinks. The phone in the hero's hand starts ringing. I have never recorded anything during gaming and never formed parties with anyone, thinks Jinsung. The only people I met were thieves or people who wanted to fight because they knew I was a chaotic user. The guy remembers his recent opponents. There was a streamer or gamer associated with Wiz amongst the users I've come across. He tries to understand. This doesn't seem good. Now that I think about it, Wiz was famous for being really good with caring for the streamers. Jinsung presses his finger on the screen of his phone. There is anxiety on the young man's face. That's why any player who made an enemy out of a Wiz streamer ended up in really bad situations, he remembers. Jinsung looks at the screen of the phone, which is lying on the table in front of him. Hello, this is Young Sang-hoon from Wiz Entertainment Korea. Are you Damien? Comes from the device. There is a bus parked in front of the building. It is reported that we are in front of Seoul Gangnam Cheongdam-dong. The hero is sitting at a table in a cafe. Across from him is a guy in a business suit. It must have been really sudden, says the latter. Thank you for replying. Is the dessert okay? I hope you didn't have any issues getting here. Yes, it's all fine, answers Jinsung. In front of us is Young Sang-hoon, Wiz Entertainment Korea chief producer. I am glad, he says. I was worried you might not meet me because the request was out of nowhere. I am glad I asked to meet you. The hero looks at the glass with a straw in his hand. I agreed to meet you because I was curious about something too, he says. I see. Can I ask you what you were curious about? Asks the interlocutor. Jinsung looks at him with the friendliest look. How did you know my nickname? He asks. Sang-hoon fearfully raises both hands up. Aha, it is a misunderstanding, he says. I didn't find your username through any bad means. We don't have any bad intentions either. We analyzed the logs and records of a user called Brian. That's how we came across your nickname. The hero remembers the guy in question. Brian, the streamer, he asks. Yes, he's affiliated with us, Sang-hoon answers. He places his tablet on the table in front of the hero. Have you ever seen this video? He asks. Jin-sung looks closely and seems to remember what the event was. We see him fighting in a shaman's outfit. It was a part of the hot clips of the week, Sang-hoon says. It was when Brian and Wendy were struggling to escape the Whispering Island because of some evil users. 165,000 people were watching that scene. The interlocutor, smiling, looks at the hero holding the tablet in his hands. We wanted to get into contact with you and asked Brian for his game logs, he says. Brian agreed because he also wanted to meet you. Sang-hoon takes out some paper. The reason I wanted to see you today is to thank you for your help at the Whispering Island and to ask if you would like to join us, he says. The guy hands the hero a sheet of paper with a prepared text. If you are interested, would you like to try being a streamer? He asks. Sang-hoon smiles affably, looking at the hero. In front of us is a blue door. Then goodbye, says the company representative. Jin-sung is holding a brown envelope in his hands. Yes, thank you, he answers. Super convenient that he explained the conditions of the contract, support and management contents, the young man thinks. There is a look of genuine happiness on his face. I wasn't satisfied by most of the contracts of other management companies, but this one is impossibly good. I'd be crazy to reject them, thinks Jin-sung. The guy takes his phone out of his pocket. Alright, that's one thing taken care of, he thinks. I'll get to the other stuff now. Jin-sung puts the phone to his ear. Hello, Hyung, he says. Are you busy? No, why? Comes the answer. It's time to repay my debts, the hero thinks. We see a whole series of notifications. Normal full plate mail has been sold. Eagle Kite Shield has been sold. Plus 8 Staff of Recovery has been sold. Plus 6 Heavy Hunting Arbalist has been sold. Even Branch and other 5,827 items have been sold. Jin-sung presses his thumb on the last field of the sale confirmation. Finally, he says with relief. 2 more notifications. Money from the trade center has arrived. Money, 5,975,100 gold. Jin-sung walks down the street, looking at the phone screen. This is just from a month of gaming, he thinks. It's almost in the tens of millions. Right? This is why I got addicted to gaming and neglected my family and financial matters. The guy rubs his chin thoughtfully. Red warnings start appearing in front of him. Condition 1. If you do not log into the game within 168 hours, you will die. Condition 2. If your character dies, you will also die. Jin-sung clenches his teeth and fists in anger. Not again, he thinks with some despair. But he sees 2 more warnings. Condition 3. If your character has not reached the goal by midnight, you will die. Warning. If you try to forcefully remove the system, you will die along with your character. The hero looks angrily at the window hanging in front of him. Now that I think about it, I don't know what this system is and how I came back to 10 years prior, he thinks. Jin-sung hits himself hard on the left cheek. No, let's forget about it, he decides. That is not important right now. Plus, I don't intend to neglect my family again. The hero looks ahead with anxiety. I still have some problems to tend to, he realizes. Jin-sung looks at the pictures of his nemesis. The first is titled King Arthur His Recent Activities.jpg. The second is described as Official Fan Club Others 200,827 Shinchon Fan Signing Review and U-Mini Interview. The third is titled AOL Weekly Hot Topic, Meeting with the First Rank Mage, King Arthur. Jin-sung looks at his phone with a surprised expression. Considering Jeong Yuman's information that's being updated onto the channel and portal sites, his rate of growth is faster than I expected, he thinks. Much faster. If he's currently ranking first in Magic, he's already ahead of millions of people. Jin-sung, judging by the expression on his face, is incredibly angry. As far as I know, he forms the Blood Alliance half a year after starting the game, he thinks. It didn't take more than a year after that for him to get within the top 10 of the Blood Alliance. And Jeong Yuman stands among the other players with a happy look. The 6 Masters recalls Jin-sung. He obtains a hidden class called Dragon Mage and becomes one of the 6 Masters as Radiant King Arthur. I need to keep an eye on what Jeong Yuman is doing and think about when the 6 Masters will appear. The hero in the guise of a healer looks at the book he received from his mentor. It's important to figure out what happened to me too, but having received the hidden class, Witch Doctor, and the mainstream Karen's Wish, I need to also keep track of the 6 Masters' growth, he thinks. Jin-sung in his past life looks at the winged demon hanging in the air. I do think there's something I don't know about. When I think back to that day, the hero thinks. That day, when only Jeong Yuman and I survived, and had only the demon king Abraxas to kill. The hero's enemy extends his glowing staff towards him. Jeong Yuman stabbed me in the back, But the reason for it might not be as simple as him being a psychopath, Jinsung thinks. The bastard who destroyed the hero in his past life smiles happily. Had I not regressed to 10 years back and instead lived the life as I had, would Jiang Yuman have been able to deal with the consequences of having betrayed the entire reading party? Jinsung muses. He rubs his chin angrily. There's no way, the hero thinks, unless that rat bastard has no brain cells. He imagines his enemy making excuses to reporters at a press conference. He would gain a ton of popularity from being the sole person to defeat the final boss, but there will be questions as there was a whole team with him at the beginning of the raid, Jinsung muses. We see a lot of outraged people. If I hadn't regressed, I would give a press conference with the right members or maybe sued Evertail for its rule on not to interfere with users since I had lost everything and hit the rock bottom, the hero thinks. He clenches his fist tightly. Either way, I don't intend to letting that betrayal go at all. The guy clenches his teeth in anger. He is very determined. I'll have to find out the reason for his betrayal, he promises himself. In front of us is an advertising sign. Now we see the ad and user comments underneath it. VIP Premium, selling 5 million gold, selling cheaper than regular price. Message me, I'll buy it right away. Don't sell it to anyone else. Negotiation possible. I'm from the new RG Group's management planning team. I'd like to buy the gold. Give it to me. Give it to me. Jinsung, sitting at a table in an outdoor cafe, looks at the screen of his phone. Why are there so many? He asks. What? Someone asks him again. A young man sits opposite the hero. It seems to be Hyung, with whom he called a little earlier. Messages to buy an item I put up for sale on the trade center in a game, Jinsung explains to him. I was wondering what you were looking at. Does that bring in good money? The guy asks. There are a bunch asking to buy it right now. I don't know whom to sell it to, the hero tells him. Notifications appear. Deal has been completed. Money has been transferred into your bank account. Jinsung, smiling, takes a drink from a tiny shot glass. Tastes great, he declares. All right, I'll be able to pay for father's home and the rest will go to the family, the young man thinks. He talks on the phone again. Yeah, Mom, what's up? He asks. Nothing. I just wanted to hear your voice. We haven't seen each other in a while, the mother answers. I am a bit busy, as you know, Jinsung makes excuses. Geez, the woman says. Hearing Mom's voice again makes me more determined to never go back to the way I was before regression, the hero thinks. He continues to talk to his mother. I'll come see you soon, promises Jinsung. Take care of yourself. I love you. The young people sitting at the table are talking to each other. Right, says Jinsung. You said you wanted to get into AC too, right? Yes, I am thinking of reducing my hours at the convenience store and to become a gamer. Looks like it brings in quite a lot of money, answers Hyung. The hero looks closely at his interlocutor. He has a bottle of beer in his hand. Then do you want a capsule? You need it for the game, he says. A capsule? I don't know how much that is, but you are just as broke, aren't you? Answers Hyung. The hero holds out a green bottle towards his interlocutor. Don't worry, he says. Just take it as a repayment for a debt I have with you, he says. Geez, all right then, answers Hyung. The guy raises his glass, smiling. There is no such thing as debt between us. Enough with the nonsense. Let's drink, he says. All right, the hero replies. The guys are sitting at an outdoor table under a blue umbrella. I intend to keep doing nice things for people who are nice to me before regression, Jinsung thinks to himself. We see a mountainous area. Above the hero's hand is a card with an inverted star and the skull of a horned animal. Token of heresy, the hero says. Before us is a description of this object. Token of heresy. Type, other. Rank, unknown. Description, a wooden card with an ominous symbol. It has an unknown aura. Looks like it was cursed or cast onto somehow. Jinsung, who is wearing his witch doctor's clothes again, looks up. That's a bit suspicious, he says. It's probably like a collectible or something, considering it is classified as another, he muses. The guy looks at the object he is studying with curiosity, but its rank is unknown, he thinks. Interesting. Items like this need to be taken to an appraiser or you need to use a special item to find out their real value. Jinsung works with the system interface. There's a possibility it might be super valuable, so I'll keep it for now, he thinks. I'll use the Book of Covenant later to find out its value. I hope it's something good. Someone appears behind the hero. We see this person's leg. Oh ho, what an interesting, he says. Jinsung looks in amazement at the one who disturbed him. This can't be, he says. Karen is in front of him, waving his hand in greeting. How have you been, my idiot student? The old man asks. What's he doing here? The hero wonders. The hero looks at the old man less than favorably. What brings you here? He asks. Are you back after running away for your life? What did you say? Karen shouts loudly at the hero, offended. Nothing. It's just been a long time since we last saw each other, Jinsung replies. The old man calms down a little. Watch your manners, he says. Anyway, where did you get that? The thing you are holding. The hero looks at the small wooden tablet he is holding in his hand. Aw, this, he asks. I went to the Caliph mountain range for a gold rank quest from the Adventurer Guild, and I got this when I killed the boss monsters there. Oh, I thought you for a lost cause, but that's pretty impressive, Karen says. I can't be worse than you, the hero answers offendedly. The old man takes the wooden tablet from him. Whatever, hand that over, Karen says irritably. He carefully examines the artifact in his hands. Oh, I see, he says thoughtfully. So that's the kind of item it is. Then should I take a look at you too? Jinsung stands in front of the old man with a gloomy expression. The old man familiarizes himself with his parameters. Damien, level 38. Class, Witch Doctor. Affiliation, none. Alignment, -9,999,999,999. Title, Atrocity, the one who defeated the wild boar alone, Agent of Revenge, record time clear, Lonely Hyena. Stats, Strength, 35, HP, 20, Agility, 20, Intelligence, 76, Talent, 20, Luck, 20. You have 0 stat points remaining. Equipment, Weapon +9 Sashimi Knife. Shield, Bonclay's Poison Darted Rooster. Helmet, Wild Boar Helmet. Top, Beginner Shirt. Bottoms, Nijawalu's Leather Pants. Shoulders, none. Gloves, Flame Lizard Bracelet. Shoes, Golden Rabbit Sandals. Necklace, none. Ring 1, none. Ring 2, none. The mentor addresses the student with his hands folded on his chest. That's fitting for my student. But you've still got a long way to go, he says. Aren't your standards too high? Asks Jinsung. As if, you need to get on a level where you can take 3 of my punches without dying, the old man declares. He raises his index finger and continues his speech. Anyway, you've got a while to go. How can you behave as a person should when you can't even take care of yourself? If you're unable to make the things inside you your own, you'll end up being eaten by it. The things inside me? Jinsung asks, puzzled. The old man points at him. The darkness that's comparable to the Demon King, he says. The power that's your foundation. We see a red glow inside the hero. I get what he means, the guy thinks. The OVO system I earned and the stats that I got from regressing because of Abraxas. He saw right through all that. What an impressive old man. The conversation between mentor and student continues. What's important right now for you isn't getting stronger, but finding a way to renew your body, says Karen. Renew my body, the hero asks, puzzled. Yes, either get everything in you out, or make those things your own, the old man declares. He looks sternly at his student. This might be the answer, he says. Jinsung puts out his hands and catches the sign the old man has thrown. He looks at it. This will help, he asks, surprised. The hero looks at the message that appears. Oh, he must have just logged on, he says. We see the contents of the window. Minjun. Message. Hey, Jinsung. Am I doing this right? 2 more windows. Yes, Hyung. You need to get stronger by killing chickens for now. And don't avoid the village citizens' quests. Those are the quickest ones. Hyung, sword in hand, points at the message window. Ah, really? He asks the hero. Okay, I'll hurry and level up. See you on the main continent. Jinsung, in a witch doctor's robe, does the same as his comrade. Alright, Imego game now. Fighting, he writes. The hero examines the wooden tablet. I told him everything he needs to know, he thinks. I'll take a look at this now. The guy remembers his conversation with his mentor. What's this inscription on the card? He asked the old man. Rune of Domination, he answered. To be more precise, it's a power that's similar to what you have. He said this is supposed to either amplify the force of a spell or complete an incomplete spell, Jinsung recalls. He raises his index finger. If the penalty I'm suffering from is a kind of curse, then the solution is to find the origin of it and destroy it. I don't know why a curse in the game is affecting me in real life too, but if it's Karen, I can trust him, the hero thinks. The quest description appears. Heresy traces. A strange aura is coming from an item coincidentally obtained. According to Karen, it's supposed to be a power similar to the one I have within me. Type, epic description. Let's find out more about the organization that's using the token of heresy. Progress, 0%. Rewards, unknown. Warning, this quest is mandatory. Jinsung stands with his hand raised. The next most important quest after the mainstream Karen left me, he thinks. The hero and the chicken sitting on his shoulder look ahead tensely. This might show me a way to escape this stupid penalty, the guy thinks. This might also help me find out how I was able to regress 10 years. We see ancient buildings, including a gate with a lowering portcullis. Look who it is. It's the rookie, someone says. You've properly completed your first mission and came back so quickly too. Everyone in the guild knows about you now. Jinsung, showing off his perfectly pumped up torso, he scratches the back of his head. That's embarrassing, he says. It turns out that the person talking to him is Hatsun, the head of the local guild. I hope you liked the reward, he says. The government guys liked how you got the job done too. Do you want to work with them? I am only a gold tier adventurer. Thanks for the offer though, the hero replies. Hatson looks at him, raising a finger. "Oh, don't say that," he says. "Gold tier adventurers aren't common, you know. If you want, I can even connect you to a renowned family or even the castle. People are desperate to hire gold tier adventurers all over the nation." Jinsung raises his clenched fist. What a nice treatment, he thinks. Well, I did go through all that work. I deserve it. Anyway, your debut to this guild went smoothly, Hatson declares. The interlocutors smile warmly at each other. With skills like yours, you'll be able to get a job anywhere easily. Even those with high risks, says Hatson. That's great for me, the guy replies. Haha, as expected. I'm glad I met you, the bearded man admits. The man looks at the hero, imagining the ideal warrior. What a great potential, thinks Hatson. A battle sense worthy of Maria's envy and the experience's swordsmanship. There are many who surpass him in martial arts, but martial arts isn't the only thing that will carry you in this field. The man takes a piece of paper and begins to read. Anyway, have you heard any rumors for news lately? Asks Jinsung. Rumors or news? Hatson clarifies. Let's see. There is one. An expedition team that went out to the swamps all died. The hero rubs his chin in confusion. Swamps? Do you mean Karakoram swamps? He asks. If that's the swamp that lays in the past in between the harbor city Masis in the east and the Arno kingdom in the south, yes, Hatson answers him. Jinsung looks thoughtfully at his interlocutor holding a piece of paper. There must be something there, he thinks. There's no way an experienced expedition team would die in a place like the Karakoram swamp. It's not that dangerous of a place either, says Hatson. The worst it has is a zombie or a skeleton. There were a total of 20 in the team, and they were mostly silver tier adventurers. People were saying I was sending too good of a team just for an expedition. The hero thoughtfully extends his right hand. That's strange, he says. The bearded man raises his index finger. Right, he agrees. Perhaps a dungeon appeared. That's right, thinks Jinsung. All big incidents are caused by small things. The hero stares at the man, his mouth slightly open. What about an extra expedition? He says. That hasn't been decided yet. We'll have to bring together a more advanced team than before, Hatson declares. Anyway, that's been a big problem for us. Jinsung abruptly puts his hands on the table. His interlocutor flinches in surprise. Hatson, can I do it? The guy asks. Do what? The branch manager asks to clarify. The guy looks at him with eyes shining with enthusiasm. Figure out what happened at the swamp, he says. I'll do it. We see the dense crowns of huge trees. The description of the quest appears. To the Karakoram swamp. I'm not sure what happened, but I can't think of anyone better than you for the job. Anyway, please find out what happened at the swamp. Type, normal. Description, let's head to the Karakoram swamp and find out what happened there. Progress, 0%. Warning, quest difficulty is high. Form a party with people who will be helpful to you. Jinsung walks down the path, keeping his eyes on the blue window hanging in front of him. Sure is strange, he says. The boy has a surprised expression on his face. Even the system is telling me the quest is difficult and that I need a party. Well, the Karakoram swamp was a place where hidden streets and dungeons pooped up often even before my regression. Well, I have to do what I need to do, he thinks. The chicken sitting on the hero's shoulder squeaks. Jinsung reaches out to the system window, where something like a crosshair has appeared. Is this thing working? He asks. In front of us is an arch splattered with someone's blood. We see a monster falling to the floor, dying. An alert sounds. Lycanthrope defeated. Test level 10 complete. Calculating test results. The warrior who has defeated the monster steps away from it to the applause of those present. How lame, he says. 3 men of unattractive appearance bow and congratulate the one they call Hyangnim. It is announced that this is Jiang Wei, Business Kirin Society CEO, and also the first dragon of the Eastern 5 Dragons. A timid youth with a piece of paper in his hand says that the test is over and tries to announce its results. He is interrupted by the examinee's companion. He looks sternly at the young man and declares that he can communicate with him. This is Liu Lei, second in command in Business Kirin Society. The young man looks at his superior with fear. This person is definitely a higher up, he thinks. You have passed the test faster than anyone has, he says. If we take into account that you did this as a team, there might be some changes in the score. But when we look at the leader's leadership and the overall teamwork in general, I don't think there will be much change. Will you register right away? Liu Lei points at a bald man with an eye patch. Yes, we'll send a teammate over, he says. The fighter he showed rudely tells the guy to come with him. Sure, the certification won't take long, the young man says fearfully. He looks at his interlocutors with fear. We just need to know if you'll be joining our guild, he says. It's inconceivable that they'd be newbies, the guy thinks. Jiang Wei, on whose shoulder we see a coat with a skull, works with the system window. They seem to run under an absolute obedience system and have a very precise teamwork system too, the young man thinks. What was most noticeable though is their battle style. The guy recalls the battle of the members of this squad with monsters. The leader did not cooperate with others. It was as if his purpose was to get as much experience fighting as possible. Other teammates hunted all the other monsters that weren't boss level. The guy is also struck by the behavior of the stern assistant commander. I don't get Liu Lei's method to hunt monsters with just a gloved hand, he thinks. They are definitely not your ordinary group of adventurers. The bald Chinese man leaves with the guy, leaving the rest of the squad. How do you feel? Liu Lei asks his boss. He raises a clenched fist with an angry expression. Not bad. It's just as that guy said, he says. We see a game capsule and a smiling stranger who holds it out. I was gifted a capsule from a friend and tried this game out just for fun, thinks Jiang Wei. It's a new experience, but it's unpleasant. The feeling when I kill the monsters is too real. We see a clenched fist. I almost can't differentiate between this and reality. I thought the games were just child's play. Liu Lei looks carefully at the system window. Hi Young Nim, there's news, he says. News? Jiang Wei asks again. Yes, apparently everyone in the Rising Dragon Assembly has died, says Liu Lei. Judging by the expression on his face, this news has greatly alarmed the boss. You mean the guys under Azure Dragon Society? He asks. Are they all dead? Jiang Wei stands with his back to his assistant and tosses something in the air. Did the Black Tortoise Society decide to go after the Azure Dragon Society? The fifth dragon isn't strong enough to win against the fourth, he says. I apologize, but I don't mean in real life. This happened in the game, Liu Lei clarifies. It turns out that the boss is holding a cigar. How funny. Are you kidding me? He asks. The Great Eastern 5 dragons all dead in the game. Have you confused the meaning of all dead or something? Liu Lei answers, clasping his hands behind his back. A dragon that reached the end of the sky. That describes the situation of the fourth dragon and the Azure Dragon Society at the moment. Jiang Wei smiles. Behind him we see a blue dragon. Recently the Azure Dragon Society has been active in the virtual reality, having created their own force there, says Liu Lei. After ceasing all external activity, they had Wang Yue take over the Rising Dragon Assembly and poured 70% of their money into their virtual reality force. But not long after they expanded their force, the entire Rising Dragon Assembly died. We see a figure with a staff towering over the corpses of defeated enemies. But what would you say if I tell you it wasn't the Eastern 5 dragons that killed the entire Rising Dragon Assembly, but just one individual? Asks Liu Lei. We see the grinning figure up close and recognize the character. Jiang Wei breaks his cigar. What did you say? He shouts angrily. Still holding the ruined cigar in his hand, he stares ahead with glassy eyes. The Azure Dragon Society died to just one individual? He asks again. Jiang Wei looks at his assistant. So, that's how the fourth dragon went down, he says. Yes, replies Liu Lei. Jiang Wei is already smoking a whole cigar. His reputation is at rock bottom, he declares with great satisfaction. We see an elegant emblem and a lot of dead people in white shirts. Decades ago, blood was spilled on all sides because of a fight within the factions of the Triad, Jiang Wei recalls. The groups began quickly rallying into 5 forces, including the business Kirin security. In front of us are the fighters, who are cheered by the crowd. That is how the Eastern 5 dragons were formed. They quickly recovered the losses from the era of the Triad and became a much larger and more powerful organizations than the previous one. Jiang Wei thoughtfully rubs his chin, looking up. For the Eastern 5 dragons to fall to some unknown bastard. This ruins their reputation, he thinks. We see a young man with a grim expression sitting in a throne-like chair with a cane in his hand. Fourth dragon Chungbing of the Azure Dragon Society must be enraged, Jiang Wei thinks. He's always putting his focus on gambling and entertainment. Chungbing looks at the phone screen in anger. He must have taken a big loss from the investment, thinks Jiang Wei. I just wish I could have seen his face when he had heard the news. The boss shows his assistant the butt of a cigar. How interesting, he says. 2 of the Eastern 5 dragons met the same fate. I'm starting to get curious about this person that's challenging the Eastern 5 dragons. Don't you agree, Liu Lei? Yes, he replies. Jiang Wei clenches his fist. The death of the Jengson startup farming factory and the Rising Dragon Assembly. There's no way it was the same person, but I don't have a good feeling about this. I can't just let this go, he thinks. Jiang Wei holds out his hand with a nasty smile. So, who is it? Tell me, Liu Lei, he says. In front of us is a billboard, behind which we can see trees shedding leaves. It is reported that this is Shinsadong Gapasu Gil Road. Someone loudly slams a movie clapperboard. Cut. Okay, we hear. On the set we see a girl and a guy in a coat. You worked hard. Good work, someone shouts at them. We see them up close and seem to recognize the guy. The last scene of the filming of the Friday and Saturday drama Why Am I the Only One Not in Love? The drama became a big hit, and the actors gained popularity. The young man looks at us like a real movie star. This man benefited the most from the drama. I love you. Jiang Yuman, his enthusiastic fans shout at him. In front of us is the film's director Kang Mansik and assistant director Jang Ea. Damn, I don't know whose son that is, but he sure is popular, says the first of them. He is so incredibly good looking too, adds the second. The film crew takes a group photo, the fans discuss what they see. Look at the director over there, he's got such a big smile. He's usually so strict. Even he couldn't yell at Yuman. He's the only chance he has to have a connection to the Yushin group. Two young men discuss the participants of the filming. It's impressive. How can he be so bright after 15 hours of filming a day? I heard he used to be a pro gamer. Plus he's a great actor and has a rich family. Multi-talented and kind too, says one of them. He's got everything. Life is so unfair, answers the second. The guys get up and leave. Let's get some drinks, then go rest, says the first one. Alright, let's bring to the brink of death today, answers the second one. The photographer, meanwhile, says that the filming is over and thanks them for a job well done. Yuman and his co-star stand opposite each other. Good work, Yuman, says the girl. Will you come to the after-film party? After film party, the guy asks. When was that again? The girl looks at her partner adoringly. I'll let you know. I think I should go, she says. What the heck? She thinks to herself. What's wrong with me? I've never felt like this about any fellow actor before. Yuman smiles, rubbing his chin. Ah, really? He says. Then I have to go. Although I don't know if my schedule will allow it. Ah, really? The girl exclaims. The guy approaches her as if he is going to kiss her. Why? Do you want me to come? He asks. I'd love to come see you. Ha, don't joke with me, says the girl. I'm not joking, Yuman answers her. He holds out his business card. You can call me anytime even if it's not about the after-film party. Here's my number. My personal one, says Yuman. Huh, your number? Really? The girl can't believe her luck. Yes, if it's too overwhelming, you can reject me, the young man tells her. The girl seems scared. Ah, no, I really like it, she exclaims. Yuman winks and puts his finger to his lips. Alright, it's only for you though, he says. I'll be waiting. See you. Yuman smiles, and above the girl's head he sees, for some reason, a rather unpleasant woman of about 60. The guy walks away with his hands in his pockets. She looks fun to play with, he thinks. Yuman gets into the backseat of the car. You are here, says the driver. He is announced to be Executive Secretary Kim Woo-sung, Yuman's exclusive secretary. Yes, what's next? Yuman tells him. You have a contract with the Sunghai Group to sign, a talk show that you are a guest in, and a brand commercial filming, replies Woo-sung. Yuman sighs heavily. Is there a fan meeting too? He asks. That's in 15 days at the Sangam-dong. An entertainment program requested it, replies the secretary. Alright, Yuman replies discontentedly. He picks up a device that looks like a ring, mobile virtual reality capsule Galaxy H55 Apple. I am logging onto AC, so message me when we're there instead of waking me up, Yuman tells his assistant. Alright, the assistant replies. Yuman frowns at the secretary. Did you find the guys I asked you to find? He asks. Who are they? Woo-sung looks away from the road and glances over his shoulder at his boss. They've got a pretty hefty organization. He says, they are called the Rising Dragon Assembly. They are connected to the Triad. I don't think they are directly connected. They're funded by a part of the Triad. Woo-sung looks back at the road but keeps talking. They do anything to expand their forces, but it seems like they ambushed you just to get some valuables. Because I was equipped with expensive items, Yuman asks. Yes, they probably wanted it to reinforce their strength, Woo-sung replies. His boss laughs. What a bunch of funny guys, he says. They just came at me like dogs without even knowing who am I. They are pretty annoying. Considering their past behavior, they might come for you again, Woo-sung says. Yuman claws at the arm of his seat. Again, I see, he says. The boy imagines the armed thugs grinning angrily. A gang related to the Triad, he thinks. It's likely that the Yushin group's influence won't work on them. They're an overseas organization, and who knows what kind of people are in it. Yuman smiles predatory, holding the device in his hand. Interesting, he thinks. This is why I can't quit the game. The guy puts on virtual reality glasses. Make it. The force, he says. Alright, someone says. In front of us is a row of green trees. A hand reaches for the screen, on which a timer is visible. Hi, guys, it's Damien, the hero says. This is my first time streaming. The hero, smiling, stretches out his hand with spread fingers. Today we are going to go to Karakoram Swamps, he declares. It's a great hunting spot for those who aren't level 50 yet. Let's go together. What the hell are you doing? Owner, asks the hero, a chicken sitting on his shoulder. Jin-sung, smiling, looks back at him. Can you see this? He asks. People all over the world are watching us through this screen. The world you live in? Asks the pet. Yes, the guy answers. Then let's get going. He starts to run. I'll think over the contract conditions on the way, he thinks. Jin-sung recalls his conversation with Young Sang-hoon. Since you've signed an exclusive contract, I recommend you stream 40 hours a week. You should upload about 3 videos a week, says the company representative. Sounds like I'm going to work really hard, says Jinsung, looking at the paper. I promise you the best treatment and support. Your value is definitely very high, says Sing-hoon. The witch doctor rushes forward. Getting a contract with Wiz Entertainment is a great boon. I can't just sit and do nothing, thinks Jinsung. Karakoram Swamp is easy to find if you have a map from the Academy or the Adventurer Guild, but I'll explain the directions anyway, he tells his viewers. Behind the guy, high cliffs of an original shape are visible. If you go around the Great Guy's mountain range and go down the opposite side, you can find a very creepy swamp area in the northwest region, says the hero. Remember, going into the Great Guy's mountain range is an act akin to suicide. We see a lot of scary monsters. Great Guy's mountain range. It's called the continent's roof because it's in the middle of the Arcia continent. It's hard to traverse because of the terrain and weather. The deeper you go in, the worse the terrain and the monsters become, thinks Jinsung. Even before my regression, the Great Guy's mountain range was one of the most dangerous places in Arcia continent. Even an ancient dragon nest was found there. The guy shows his thumb at the camera. Owner, where are we going? I'm scared, says the chicken. Don't worry, we are not going anywhere scary, the hero reassures him. We see his leg, it looks like he arrived where he wanted. Jinsung stands under the old crooked trees and looks at the system window. Notifications appear. New location information has been created. Current location, Karakoram Swamp. The world map information has been updated. We are finally here, says the hero. I got here pretty quick because of the shortcut. The guy, smiling, walks right through the water. A blue screen is visible above his head. Most people here get confused on how they should walk around. But once that problem is solved, this is a perfect hunting spot, he says. Owner, aren't you gonna drown? It looks super deep, the guy's pet warns. We see the hero's foot in a sandal, which is standing at the bottom of a shallow pond. It's okay, says Jinsung. It's just an illusion. This lake has a different index of refraction than other lakes. Anyway, if you have this route down, going around this swamp is a piece of cake. The hero calmly walks through the water, but there are still very few people who come here, he thinks. It's hard to get here even if you know about the shortcut. There aren't any popular farming items, and most of the monsters are pretty difficult. A threatening roar is heard behind the guy. For example, he thinks. The guy raises his leg and effectively kicks some monster. Monsters can pop out of nowhere like this, so be careful, he tells his viewers. A description of the monster appears. Swamp alligator, an alligator that results in the Karakoram Swamp. It possesses triple the amount of jaw muscles and teeth. Its jaw strength is strong enough to drag most beasts. Has a protective coloring unlike normal alligators. Can swim underwater without creating a single ripple on the surface. Species, beast. Type, normal. Level 40. Unique traits, this monster has the ability to completely blend in with its surrounding environment when underwater. We see the scary monster in question. It jumps high out of the water and flies towards the hero. Geez, Jinsung exclaims. A glowing blue handle appears in his hand. Smiling, the hero rushes at the enemy. What a primitive bastard, he exclaims. The guy delivers a sweeping blow. The crocodile he hit makes a funny sound. A vial of liquid appears in the hero's hand. We see a green flash. The crocodile flies off somewhere to the side. Jinsung, smiling, looks at the monster clumsily waving its limbs. It is reported that he is using his bloody impulse skill. The guy holds a sharp knife in front of himself. You gotta die if you can't adapt and get better, he tells his viewers. The monster's severed head lies in the water. Notifications appear. You have defeated the swamp alligator. You have gained the XP. Large drops are visible next to the hero's hand. Behind his back, the monster's body is cut into several pieces. And that's how you hunt them. Easy, right? Says Jinsung. The chicken sitting on his shoulder doesn't look very happy. The owner is a liar, he thinks. How does that look easy? Smiling, the hero raises his index finger. Now that the warm-up is over, let's do this for real, he exclaims. The guy puts his clenched fist forward and rushes off somewhere. In front of us are cigarettes, cigarette butts, and a keyboard on which someone is working. This is so damn tiring, the worker says. We see this man, he is a programmer named Jamie. How do I not even have a single day off? He says. I am going rot to death at this rate. There are many screens in front of the guy. Damn it, there's nothing to watch, he complains. Even if I want to take a break, there's nothing fun to do. Jamie receives several messages. Jamie, bad news. A client wants to change the logic a bit. The online meeting is at 11 a.m. please. Don't forget. I'd like some briefing on the pilot project you've been doing, Jamie. The guy holding the cigarette looks very tired. Aw, I am going to lose my mind, he says. How long do I have to live like this? Notification, Jinsung 123 has started streaming. Jamie takes off his glasses to get a better look at the hero's image. What? Jinsung 123? That doesn't like someone I subscribe to, he says. He's streaming on the platform's main banner. Is he a new streamer? The programmer's hand falls to the mouse. Why are they recommending me someone I don't even know? He asks. I should turn off these recommendations. The guy sees the scary face of an angry monster. The beast makes a deafening sound. In front of us are the wheels of an office chair. What the heck? A zombie. Jamie loses consciousness and falls out of his chair. The guy comes to and, shaking with excitement, looks at the screen again. Was there a stream with that kind of stuff before? And he has 23,435 viewers, he wonders. There is no way I wouldn't know him if he's such a major streamer. Who is he? The witch doctor raises his index finger. That's all you have to do. It's not difficult at all, he says. Do you get it? Jinsung, covered in blood, smiles happily. A bore, Jamie wonders. The hero looks at the comments under his stream in amazement. I don't understand. How is that possible? That's crazy. I can't do that either. What the hell is this? I've never seen him before either. His physicals are great. Why do I have so many viewers? Jinsung wonders. Did someone dox me or something? Welcome, everyone. I am a bit taken aback to have so many viewers on my first stream ever, he tells his audience. To give some context, I am at the Karakoram swamp. There are small islands. Monsters appear behind the hero. They are noticed by the pet, who warns the guy of the danger. A disgusting zombie is already very close to the guy. Aker, Kunhuijang, Oching-sensei, thanks for the 6-month subscription, the hero says. Meanwhile, a sharp knife appears in his hand. Smiling cheerfully, Jinsung deals with the monsters that have snuck up on him. We see the viewer's comments. Holy shit, what was that? What is with his physicals? Jinsung stands surrounded by the glow of blue energy. Notifications appear. You have defeated a swamp zombie. You have gained the XP. Coins fall on the guy working with the system window, but he doesn't look happy. From level 30 and on, the monsters quickly get stronger, he thinks, and considering the potion and equipment prices, it's not worth it. We see a blue monster with huge fangs in front of the hero. That's why it's hard to fight elite or named monsters with just items. But I can make up for that with my physicals, the healer thinks. He looks up, smiling ominously. Jinsung and his pet look back. A description of the monster appears. Swamp skeleton. Undead, residing in the Karakoram swamp. Was cursed with this fate hundreds of years ago with dark magic and has since been attacking invaders that come into the swamp. They are resummoned after a specific time because of the mana and old magic summoning seal that is still in the swamp. Species, undead. Type, normal. Level 38. Unique traits, you may be inflicted with the weakness or darkness status effect if attacked. A large squad of monsters is approaching the hero, including zombies. The next card describes this type of enemy. Swamp zombie. Zombie that appears in the Karakoram swamp. A case in which humans that drowned in the swamp turn into monsters because of deep resentment. They have lost their rationale because of the disability to move on to the afterlife. They tend to hunt the living. Species, undead. Type, normal. Level 36. Unique traits, you may be inflicted with the overdose or bleeding status effect if attacked. Behind the monster, the hero is seen examining the system window. I'll start with them first, the young man declares. He ducks, and the opponent's punch flies over his head. Dodge low, the guy explains to his viewers. Then he punches the monster in the head, and then hit its head right away. The next piece of advice sounds. The skeleton that received the blow flies back, its comrades scream loudly in rage. By the way, undead don't get inflicted with status abnormalities other than burn, Jinsung explains. We see one of the monsters in some kind of ghostly display. Now that I think about it, my sixth sense has improved quite a bit, the hero thinks. I can easily see the opponent's weak spots. This will be useful. The smiling hero prepares his next attack. Therefore, unless you are going to use divine spells, it's much better to just attack it physically, he says loudly for the subscribers. Jinsung grabs one of the zombies by the throat. It makes a terrible wheeze. The monsters froze in horror in front of the hero. That's it on how to kill a swamp zombie, Jinsung declares. Smiling, the guy holds out a bloody knife in front of himself. Now it's time for the Mad Movie to celebrate the subscriptions, he says. Like and subscribe, please. Notifications appear. You have gained the XP. You have reached level 40. The witch doctor drinks a liquid from a flask that restores his health. He stands in the middle of a stream of water from which many skulls stick out. That's basically it for everything. About 200 minutes 300 per term. The hero points his thumb behind himself. If you go back to the location you came from, the monsters will respawn. Then you need to hunt them again, he explains. There are other small islands, but there are alligators there, so it's better to avoid them. A zombie hand appears from the water. Horrible looking monsters crawl out of the pond. They grin and growl. Here we have more viewer comments. Damn, what's with the time calculation precision? Sounds like you are going to need quite a lot of attacks at your disposal in order to deal with all the regenerating monsters. Jinsung glances at the screen hanging next to him with a happy expression. The reactions are pretty good, he thinks. Well, most streamers are getting popular nowadays for figuring out monster patterns or for exploring new areas and item creations. We see the trace of the blow. The hero delivers a series of blows, dealing with an entire squad of enemies. If I keep explaining about the hunting spot and giving tips, I am bound to get more viewers, he realizes. Jinsung stands with his arms outstretched majestically, while behind him the heads of 2 more monsters fly off. Programmer Jamie watches the broadcast with his mouth wide open. We see more comments from viewers. Holy shit, this is a loss if I don't subscribe. His control is insane. What time are you going to stream tomorrow? Kakachin has subscribed for 1 month. The hero stands with a happy expression on his face, with chickens visible in front of him. Oh, great, he exclaims. Here are more comments. Tumaburst has subscribed for 3 months. Daunty Chair has subscribed for 8 months. Jinsung holds a knife in front of him. This is a good place to show off my hunting performance, he thinks. Owner, are you done with work yet? Bundle asks him. The chicken holds a measuring cup with green liquid. The hero smiles, looking at it. I picked up some useful things with my siblings, the chick declares. Yes, good work, the hero praises him. Viewers comment, cute, are they his pets? Or summoned? I am the only one without a pet. Show the pets closer. Jinsung shows off his pets on camera. Having the chicks loose raises efficiency because they bring back items faster, but they are great for the chat too. 2 birds with 1 stone. It's already time to log out. The guy looks at the system interface. Time goes fast with this, and item farming went great, he thinks. This is pretty good for the first stream. Jinsung shows the viewers his high five. That's all for today. Time's up. Thanks to everyone who watched. See you next time, he says. The viewers bid him farewell with monotonous messages. The chickens standing behind the guy flap their tiny wings. The stream interface disappears, revealing the ugly trees it was hiding. I am so tired, Jinsung says. He sits down on the ground, breathing heavily. It's a good hunting spot, but the monsters are stronger than in other places, and they regenerate in the mud, the hero thinks. There are 2 notifications in front of us. Unique traits, you may be inflicted with the weakness or darkness status effect if attacked. Unique traits, you might be inflicted with overdose or bleeding status effect if attacked. The head of a dead zombie is visible in front of the hero sitting in the water. Plus, their default attacks can cause status abnormalities, so I should be more careful when using Bloody Impulse next time, Jinsung thinks. Bundle, smiling sweetly, lies on the hero's shoulder. Owner, are you tired? Why didn't you give us weapons? He asks. Your attacks won't work on these guys. And there's no need to show everyone all our skills, the guy answers. It's a scary world. We need a few aces up our sleeves. Jinsung looks at the system window with concern. I can't have it be known that I am a hidden class, he thinks. I might get betrayed like before I regressed. Anyway, I didn't expect this much, but I leveled up twice and got a bunch of good items. Here we see the loot that the hero managed to get and the corresponding notifications. You have obtained swamp alligator leather. You have obtained the dead's energy. You have obtained 38,154 gold. Jinsung extends his finger to the object menu. This is pretty good compared to the other dungeon, he thinks. The healer with a pumped-up torso works with the system window. Anyway, how did the expedition team that Hatsun mentioned die? He says, I can hunt in this place alone if I just fulfill a few conditions. The quest description appears. To the Kirakoram swamp. I am not sure what happened, but I can't think of anyone better than you for the job. Anyway, please find out what happened at the swamp. Type, normal. Description, let's head to the Kirakoram swamp and find out what happened there. Progress, 0%. Warning, quest difficulty is high. Form a party with people who will be helpful to you. Jinsung looks at what the system shows him in confusion. If it's not a dungeon. Was I wrong? He thinks. The hero holds a wooden tablet with an inverted star in his hands. This token of heresy and Karen's warning might not be related to this quest, he thinks. Streams of red energy rise around the healer's face. Did I come here for nothing? No, let's at least check, he says. To his amazement, Jinsung hears words in some unknown language. Squealing skeletons appear above his head, emitting a powerful blue glow around themselves. What is this? He asks. I didn't see it until now. The atmosphere of this place changed when I took this out. The wooden tablet emits red waves. The chicken tries to hide behind the hero's shoulder. Something's wrong, Jinsung realizes. Blue ghosts fly above the hero, screeching shrilly. Wraiths, Jinsung thinks in amazement. He looks at the monsters, his mouth wide open. Why are those things here? The healer asks. Owner, what are those? Asks Bundle. The chicken looks at the ominously smoking tablet held in his owner's hand. As soon as owner took that out, the mood changed. Even Bundle can see that, the chick squeaks. This caused a phenomenon that even Bundle can see. Just was what does this thing do? The hero thinks. First I need to be ready for the ATA. The guy doesn't finish the sentence, he looks up in amazement. It looks like the ghosts are being sucked into some kind of vortex, and they have lost the desire to attack the hero. What is this? Jin-sung thinks. He looks in amazement at the blue traces of the ghost's movement. What just happened? He thinks. Usually wraiths immediately attack anything alive, but it's as if someone is pulling them deep into the swamp. The ghosts shriek shrilly, their mouths wide open. Something's definitely weird, Jin-sung muses. Before I returned, I spent quite a while in the swamp, and I never saw anything like that. In fact, there were no ghost-type monsters in this swamp at all. Something suspicious. I'll have to track them. Looking ahead warily, the hero holds out a knife in front of him. Let's go. Just in case, be ready for combat, he says to his pet. Got it, owner, he replies. Jin-sung sets off. He quickly rushes forward. The ghosts are visible behind him, but already quite far away. Come to think of it, Hatson did say something like that, the guy recalls. We see the man in question. The adventurers who went on the expedition at that time said they didn't die to monsters or traps. As if possessed by a ghost, 1 or 2 people would disappear at a time, and the people who were left said they lost consciousness. As if they have been drugged, he says. The hero looks ahead thoughtfully. That's why the Adventurers Guild doesn't know why the expedition failed. Seeing those wraiths also makes me remember something Karen said, he thinks. Before us is the young man's mentor, with a finger extended forward. For this task you need to be extremely careful. Evilness is like an anglerfish. If you can't swallow it, you will be swallowed by it. Make sure to keep this in mind, he says. The old man spreads his fingers. If you meet something you can't handle, run away as fast as you can. If you are even a little slow, the evil will open its jaws wide and consume you without a trace, he declares. Jin-sung rushes forward at full speed. If the old man said that seriously, it's no joke, he thinks. Let's check my items first. Without stopping, the hero looks at the object menu. Looks like I have enough potions, he thinks. And what is this? He sees a wooden card and some kind of black vortex next to it. Notifications appear. Token of Heresy is glowing. The dead's energy is reacting to Token of Heresy. Jin-sung, with the window still hanging in front of his face, is amazed. The dead's energy went up in smoke, he thinks. Jin-sung looks where the black energy is going. Where is it going? He thinks. Wait, it turns out that he is standing on the shore of a shiny blue lake. That's the Lake of Oblivion, the hero realizes. We see the green water again, in which hundreds of skeletons and zombies lie. A girl with very long hair runs up to the shore. Found it, she says. She has very angry eyes. It is reported that Kunoichi Jumwa is in front of us. It was definitely here, she thinks. The girl touches some surface with her hand. It was good of me to come here as soon as I saw the broadcast. I can still feel that bastard's energy, she thinks. Jumwa puts 2 fingers to her nose. It hasn't been 30 minutes since he left, I am sure of it, the girl thinks. We see her eyes. I can smell that bastard scent clearly, she thinks. The anger on her face gives way to fear. Shit, the memories of that time, the girl is frightened by her own memories. Before her eyes appears the hero, holding a sword in front of him. It looks like you still haven't understood the situation, he says. If you don't shut up, this won't end nicely. Jin-sung looks at the girl threateningly. If you give me everything you own, I'll send you painlessly, he says. Everything you own. Are you deaf? Jumwa grits her teeth with hatred and anger. He humiliated me, she thinks. I will never forgive him. We see a hand with fingers spread wide. Human, the girl screams loudly. It is reported that she is using the insect skill. There are glowing footprints on the surface of a pool of strange green water. The girl looks where the path leads. I see it. He went northwest. To the deepest part of this swamp, the girl thinks. She clenches her fist in rage. Just wait, you son of a bitch, she screams silently. Jumwa squats and raises her clenched fist. I'll definitely kill you this time, she screams. Jin-sung clears his ear with his finger. Is someone cursing me out? He asks. My ears are itchy. The hero runs through the water, raising his index finger. Anyways, how far do I have to go? He thinks. It feels like I've walked for more than 30 minutes. The boy, with a sleepy chick sitting on his shoulder, listens. What is this song? The more I listen to it, the sleepier I get, he thinks. Owner, Bundle is so tired. How much longer? The chick asks. Wait a second. I need to check the minimap, Jin-sung replies. Notifications appear. You cannot see your location. Please try again after exiting the current area. The hero looks at the red windows in confusion. What? How is my minimap not opening? He thinks. Concern is visible in the guy's eyes. Wait, something's wrong? He thinks. Where am I? Jin-sung stands under the ugly old trees, not understanding where he climbed. The guy looks around. The red window is still hanging in front of him. If I walk this much, I should be able to see the island and the lake, but it's just getting darker like a forest in the night. The chicken, looking very tired, leans on the guy's helmet. I should check my surroundings, thinks Jin-sung. I need a clue to my location. The guy looks at the water flowing between his legs. The flow of the water, he thinks. The hero walks along the edge of a small waterfall. It's flowing in the opposite direction. If this is the way to the Lake of Oblivion, then the water should be flowing inwards, not outwards, he thinks. The chick jumps up on the guy's shoulder. It seems he notices something above him. And indeed, blue ghosts are circling above the hero's head again. Owner, the chick cries. I heard it too, he says. Just be quiet for now. Jin-sung clicks on 2 menu icons. Let's use these first, he thinks. If I hold this, then like earlier, a wooden sign and a small red-black vortex appear in the guy's hands. 2 notifications appear. Token of heresy is glowing. The dead's energy is reacting to token of heresy. A red-black sphere flies past the guy's face. It flies between the trees, showing the direction. Yes, the hero rejoices. Smiling, he raises his clenched fist. As expected, it's going backwards, he thinks. My prediction was correct. The hero stands inside the water stream between the huge roots. I wasn't going to the Lake of Oblivion, he thinks. I was heading towards the Forest of Death. It's been a while since I've seen this kind of skill. They are using some fun methods. The boy smiles happily, looking ahead. Bundle, close your ears, he says. The chick, tears streaming from its eyes, does as its owner commands. Why should I close my ears, owner, he asks. You should be thinking of how to get us out of. The boy pinches off the chick's tail. If you don't close them, you'll fall asleep and off my shoulder, he says. Jin-sung covers his ears and looks ahead. The song earlier, he thinks. There wasn't enough mana for it to be a barrier or hallucination magic, so it must have been mental magic. Jin-sung gets into a fighting stance, raising his left hand high. That's the only way to bypass my sixth sense and afflict confusion on me, he thinks. The longer I hesitate here, the more dangerous it will be, so I should turn back immediately. Jin-sung, taking a knife in his hand, rushes to attack the ghosts. Angrily looking at the enemies, he prepares to use the vial of liquid he holds in his hand. It is reported that he uses the skills Flame Banquet and Decay Elixir. Ghosts near which bright flashes occur die. Sounds great, says the hero who dealt with them. He sees notifications. You have learned information about a new location. Current location, Lake of Oblivion. World map information has been updated. A black figure is visible in the middle of the pond in the distance from the hero. There we go, I see it now, thinks Jin-sung. The guy walks between the trees, looking somewhere up. I can hear the sound and those wraiths slowly disappearing, he thinks. But who's the bastard who played these tricks? The hero notices someone. Amazement appears on his face. It was you, he hears. A creepy figure in a monk's robe and bright red eyes hangs above the water. That disgusting energy, the creature says. Now that I see you directly, I understand. We see the face of this creature and it seems truly creepy. The body of heretic, filled with the energy of the false god. Everything inside your body is an affront to the living gods. Disgusting. Heretic, black beast, one who should not exist, the strange entity says. Jin-sung looks at his opponent in amazement. What's the meaning of this, he thinks. And what the hell is that thing? A figure in a black robe stands in the middle of the pool in front of the hero. Jin-sung takes a fighting stance and prepares to defend himself with a knife. Just what is that, he says. It looks weird. Is it a dimension walker? Or a parasite? We see the red eye of his opponent. There is nothing more to say. You know too much of what doesn't exist in this world, the creature says. It seems to have jets of black energy instead of hands. I'll give you a punishment befitting that, the enemy says. A stream of black energy bursts out from under his robe. It transforms into a structure that resembles a cross between a hand and a tree branch. Regret coming here, you heretic, the entity says in an ominous voice. A huge whirlpool forms between the opponents. Notifications appear. Warning, warning. There is a strong mana reaction from the Lake of Oblivion. Something huge begins to emerge from the water. Notification, a strong monster has appeared. Be careful not to die in battle. Jin-sung looks up in amazement. Shit, even the ground is shaking. Just what's coming out, he thinks. A sad white mask with 2 red dots under its eyes appears in front of him. The guy sees the description of the monster. Modified siren. You can see sirens in the rocky areas of deep bodies of water or lakes. They call human men to the water with the sorrowful voice of a woman. Due to an unknowable power, it has changed and completely lost its original form. Species, fairy. Type, named. Unique traits, has vastly higher abilities and skills than normal sirens, so be careful while facing it. Jin-sung looks at this enemy in amazement. Modified siren. How is such a hideous monster a siren, he thinks. In front of us is the thick aquatic body of a monster. Notifications appear. Warning, the modified siren is preparing a strong attack. Be careful not to die. The siren's eyes grow huge, powerful blue streams burst from its mouth. It is reported that the modified siren used her hydro pump skill. The hero, mentally cursing, tries to dodge the streams flying at him. The blue streams don't seem to hit him, although it takes an incredible amount of effort to do so. Even if it's a powerful named monster, what's with this dirty pattern? Jin-sung thinks. The robed creature's hand visibly trembles. Although incomplete, this is evidence of my faith and the fruit of my research, the enemy says. The monster's left hand rises into the air. Getting rid of someone like you is nothing, he says. Jin-sung looks at his enemy with concern. He took out both of his arms. Just what's he trying to do, he thinks. Looking back at the black-robed monster, the hero runs away from the siren pursuing him. Now that I think about it, he hasn't attacked me since earlier, he thinks. Instead, he stayed in place and just moved his body and two arms. We see the incredibly strange hand of the robed creature. Not to mention, when he moves his finger bones, the color of the mana in the air slightly changes, the guy thinks. Now we have the face of the siren in front of us. Every time the modified siren's movement also changes, the hero understands. He looks closely at the enemies, analyzing their behavior. If so, that means that the modified siren isn't an independent entity, but is manipulated by some spell or sorcery. Is that what he meant by incomplete? The huge water column continues to chase the hero. Well, it's not like knowing this will mean I can face a monster whose level can't even be measured, thinks Jin-sung. However, its mana keeps getting stronger. I have to do something. In front of us is the hero's leg, behind which the siren's huge body can be seen. If that monster is being manipulated, then my only hope is severing that, thinks Jin-sung. Taking an unnatural pose, he names the skills he wants to use. Bloody Impulse, Decay Elixir, Dark Green Blessing, Flame Banquet. A powerful blue stream continues to burst from the siren's mouth. It almost hits the hero, but he manages to jump back. Now, thinks Jin-sung. The guy escapes from the enemy, leaving behind a jagged trail. 35 degrees, 22 degrees, 47 degrees, 81 degrees. I can see the angle of that unsophisticated water cannon now, Jin-sung realizes. An excited smile appears on his face. This thrill of not knowing if I'm going to die or not. This is why I can't stop playing, he thinks. The hero's leg emits a red and black glow. He pushes off the surface and once again avoids the stream that gushes from the siren's mouth. Got you, the young man shouts. He jumps up and finds himself high above the monster with a mask instead of a face. A flask appears in the hero's hand. He uses the Flame Banquet skill. A very powerful explosion is heard near the siren. We see a notification, Decay Elixir Acts 22. It looks like the siren's mask is starting to collapse. Notifications appear. The modified siren's defenses have been corroded. Status effect. The modified siren is in the state of burning. Phew, looks it worked, thinks Jin-sung. Notification, the modified siren's stamina is falling drastically. The hero and the chicken sitting on his shoulder look at the enemies. Now I just need to go attack the main, the guy starts to say, but stops mid-sentence. It seems that something unexpected is happening to the siren for him. What's that? Its face is recovering immediately, he thinks. Oh, well, I need to use another method. The chicken, pushing off the hero's head, jumps high. Bundle, Jin-sung calls him. Got it, stupid master, the chick answers. The siren is distracted by the chicken, and next to the hero, meanwhile, dozens of the pet's relatives appear. Nice, the aggro is working, thinks Jin-sung. Now, the creature in the robe looks at him impassively. It's useless, heretic, it says. You. The phrase breaks off and in this case, the creature sees thousands of chicks around itself. The hero, whose bracelet is brightly glowing on his hand, looks at the enemy. Well, we'll see if it's really useless or not once you get hit, he declares. This one will hurt a lot, you see. Jin-sung puts his palms forward. A notification appears, Flame Banquet X 125. The chickens are ready to fire from blowpipes. Thousands of darts fly at the siren. Bundle, who is barely visible above the huge monster, orders his comrades to keep firing. In the distance from the hero, we see the black figure in a robe again. Just what is that? The creature says. Where are you looking? Jin-sung asks him. Something like bewilderment appears on the enemy's face. The hero flies up to him, raising his sharp knife to strike. The blade sticks right into the forehead of the creature. The hero looks at his weapon in surprise. That sound. Just what is under this, he thinks. Why isn't it going in at all? The cloaked creature begins to move away rapidly. Leave, it says. The hero flies away from his enemy. His boyfriend is perplexed. Now he has to dodge some strange black appendages. Tentacles. I didn't expect this, he thinks. The hero is again standing on the shore of the reservoir in front of the enemy towering over the water. Damn it, who would have thought he had protective measures for his actual body too? He thinks. Wait, what's that? He sees the notifications again. Warning, warning. The modified siren is recovering its body. Before us is the guise of the monster and only small cracks remain on its mask. Another notification, get rid of the modified siren before it completely recovers its body. The monster looms over the guy and his chickens. It's recovering, Jin-sung thinks. It's way stronger than I expected. He looks at his hand in surprise. I used up all of my flame lizard bracelet, thinking I'd finish it in one go. He thinks. Damn it. Without this, how can I physically damage that monster? The robed creature stretches out its terrible clawed hands towards the guy. Is this your last struggle, heretic? It asks. Thousands of chicks standing behind the guy squeak pitifully, seeing a huge siren and a creepy robed figure in front of them. Jinsung looks up in fear. Shoot, it's almost completely recovered, he thinks. And this amount of mana, it's enough to cover the entire lake. The siren opens its mouth wide and begins to make creepy gasping sounds. Jinsung realizes what is happening and opens his mouth in horror. He covers his ears and orders the chickens to do the same. A blue energy vortex swirls around the siren. The hero and his chickens try to escape from the siren towering above them. 2 notifications appear. The modified siren is performing the Song of the Deceased. Your movement and attack speed are slowed due to the effects of the Song of the Deceased. Jinsung covers his ears tightly with his hands. This feels like a similar debuff to what I felt in the Forest of Death, he remembers. Notification: your mana is decreasing rapidly due to the effects of the Song of the Deceased. The chickens fall to the ground one by one and fall asleep. Stupid master, I am sleepy, says Bundle, barely able to stand. Damn it, I realized it too late. More of them have fainted than I thought, thinks Jinsung. The guy, with a shaking knife in his hands, realizes that something is wrong with him too. Me too. Was I too slow in covering my ears? No, I need to get a grip. If I fall asleep here, I'll die in reality too, he realizes. I can't collapse here, no matter what. Behind the guy, we see his enemies. How foolish of you, says the creature in the black robe. We see its eye and a black tentacle. Thinking that doing something like that will help you escape it, says the enemy. The hero hears a very strange and loud scream. He turns around in surprise. What was that? Thinks Jinsung. I was wondering why it was that kind of siren, he thinks. Ghosts with outstretched arms are flying above the siren, and it is they who are screaming shrilly. But it was because it could drag the evil spirits from the swamp towards it, the hero realizes. We see the character in the black robe in profile. Traditionally, spirits are energies with the highest purity, he says, even though the entirety of this land is corrupted. If you forego your physical body, repent with your soul and worship the Messiah who will come again, even if it's a mere soul, you will receive salvation. The siren above the creature's head continues to make eerie sounds. On the day the world will end, we will defeat the false god, and the Messiah will open a new world and era, declares the enemy in the black robe. The hero looks at the creature in the black robe. The evil spirits are going to the siren because he's using them as fuel, he thinks. Although the Song of the Deceased is temporarily stopped, it keeps recovering, so how can I have inflict physical damage on it? A smile appears on the guy's face. Yes, I can do that, he realizes. Give up and accept your fate. Even if you are a heretic, if you repent and offer your soul to the Messiah, says the enemy. Jinsung, whose leg we can see, interrupts him in the most shameless way. What a bullshit, he says. What did you say? Asks the creature in the robe again. The hero, smiling, holds a rag in his hand. I said, cut the bullshit you bastard, he repeats. Do you think I'll just lose obediently? It seems like you have gone crazy from fear. Your fate has already been decided from the very beginning, the enemy begins to say. An electric discharge appears next to his face, and he cries out in pain. Powerful energy flashes sparkle above the bastard's head. What is this? He asks. Oh, as I expected, says Jinsung. The function works here too. The guy holding the rag doll smiles happily. It is reported that he is using the witch doctor skill voodoo doll. The hero is preparing to stick a needle into the doll. What is that? How did you do that? Asks the creature in the robe. How else, you bitch? Asks the hero. The enemy roars in pain, and Jinsung once again sticks a needle into the doll. I took one of the torn pieces of your clothing floating around and put it in here, he says. We see the doll up close, it has buttons instead of eyes. Because of you I suffered so damn much, shouts Jinsung. Blood flows from under the enemy's mask. Oh, what's this? You're bleeding, the hero asks mockingly. He laughs and spreads his arms, holding a doll in one of them. I don't know what your body is made of, but this isn't such simple sorcery, he says. Don't plan on dying easily, okay. The creature tries to stretch out its arm and calls the enemy a bastard. He breaks the doll's arm. How dare you? He asks. The enemy's left arm bends unnaturally in several places. The creature screams in unbearable pain. Are you deaf? Jinsung asks ironically. I told you this wasn't simple sorcery. Well, you won't be able to manipulate the siren for a bit. The guy raises his index finger, addressing the chickens. Hey, everyone awake, take out your blowpipes, he orders. Flame Banquet is still in effect, right? Jinsung, smiling evilly, points at the enemy. Shoot, let's see how strong he is, he orders the chicks. The boy points out their target to the chickens. Yes, stupid master, Bundle answers. In front of us is a forest with ugly old trees. In front of us is a girl with a mask on her face. I definitely already passed by here, she thinks. Something strange. The girl looks up anxiously. Not to mention, this strange singing I've been hearing since earlier, she thinks. Damn it, am I hallucinating? To think I'd fall for such shallow tricks. I was too focused on finding him. The girl raises her right hand. It still can't be much, she thinks. This flimsy hallucinatory magic means nothing to me. The girl touches the water and a blue energy stripe stretches forward from her. Kunoichi is reported to have used the grass bug skill. The girl realizes something. The traces lead to the place where the strange singing came from, she thinks. Kunoichi starts running. But I'll go, she thinks, no matter what happens to me. The girl quickly runs forward, taking a knife in each hand. She uses the shadow walking skill. I am going to kill him, she promises herself. Hundreds of chickens are firing at the enemies. Everyone shoot, Bundle commands. There is a bright trace in front of us. I finally found him, Kunoichi thinks. The hero looks around in surprise. It seems he noticed something. The girl is reflected in the hero's eyes, preparing to strike. Danger, Jinsung realizes. The girl lands in front of the hero, scaring away the chickens. The guy looks at the new enemy in surprise. Who's this? Where did she come from? He thinks. Wait. The girl waves her knives with an angry expression. This person, I've definitely seen her before somewhere, thinks Jinsung. But why is she here? The hero turns to the girl and prepares to parry her attack. I have to finish things now. You dare interfere at such an important moment, he thinks. Jinsung glares at the girl and blocks her blow. The guy attacks in response, and now it's Kunoichi who has to dodge. The hero kicks, the girl blocks the blow with her hands. Are you crazy? Jinsung screams. Kunoichi claws the ground with her hand and looks at her enemy with hatred. This son of a bitch. He blocked that, she thinks in amazement. The guy straightens up, holding his neck with his hand. Hey, what's with you? He asks. Why would you suddenly appear right when we were about to get to the important? I've waited for this day, you bastard. The girl interrupts him. You'll die by my hands today. Jinsung glares at her. What bullshit, he declares. Just when I am finally about to win, an uninvited guest appears, he thinks. Damn it, now that bastard is recovering. Notification, unknown has recovered his defensive power. The robed creature's eyes glow an eerie red. Notification, unknown has quickly recovered his stamina. Let's send this person away quickly and then attack him before he recovers, Jinsung thinks. He points his finger to the side. Hey, don't you see that? He says to the girl. What is it? She asks. The guy, who is already approaching the siren, looks sternly at the girl. Get lost while I am talking nicely, he says. I am pretty busy trying to get rid of them, okay? If you don't want to get screwed over like them, leave. Kunoichi holds out a sharp knife in front of her. I don't care about them, she declares. I'll kill you no matter what. She charges. Understood, you bastard, she screams as she flies. The hero prepares to block the blow. She's crazy, he says. A madly spinning whirlwind approaches the boy. It is reported that Tiger's molar is being used. We see the hero's clenched fists. The nerve of an insignificant person to go here, he says. Jinsung strikes the girl, who cries out in pain. How annoying, the hero exclaims. The girl flies back and falls on her back. I am already pissed because I wasted my equipment, the boy starts to say, but notices something and turns around. The siren and the creature in the black robe seem to have fully regained their combat ability. Notifications appear. Unknown has escaped the influence of Voodoo Doll. Unknown has recovered the modified siren. The masked enemy smiles. How laughable, he says. Is this the level of the heretics? The pain inflicted by a mortal man cannot bend my faith in the Messiah. I, Aleister, convict you, heretic, in the name of the Messiah. Aleister raises his hand with unnaturally long fingers. With your death, I will let all of the corrupt and false people in this land know the judgment and punishment of the Messiah. The enemy's fingers bend upward. So be happy, heretic. Your body and soul too, as they will be used without waste as evidence of faith in the Messiah, Aleister declares. The hero looks at the enemy with anger and fear. Is he insane? I've never heard of the name Aleister even before I regressed, he thinks. Anyway, I have no information on him. I have also used up all my attacks, so my chances of winning are less than 10%. The guy's eyes begin to stream with yellow energy, but I can't back down. In order to get rid of the curse placed upon my body, he thinks. Jinsung clenches his fist. Even if the odds are low, even if I can't escape, I am going to risk it all. I need to solve my problems myself. The guy takes a defensive stance and prepares to fight. I'll use it all here, he swears to himself. The hero prepares to fight his enemies. He looks at them warily. Anyway, how will I beat that guy up, he thinks. The purple-haired girl points her finger at the young man. I will kill you at all costs, she shouts. La-di-da, Jinsung answers her. He squats and looks appraisingly at his enemies. He is acting up again. At this rate, the siren's pattern will activate again, the hero thinks. So let's start preparing. "Hey you, crazy woman," he shouts to the girl. "This isn't time for this, you know." She looks at him in amazement. "What, brat?" she asks. The hero plugs his ear with his finger and points with his other hand at the monsters located a short distance away. "I'm not joking. Do you see that?" he asks. "It will be best for you to run away quickly." The girl looks at him with fury. "I thought I told you I don't care about that stuff. Stop stalling for time by acting pretentious and bullshitting," she screams. Notification: the modified siren is performing the song of the deceased. The siren's body, which we see behind the character in the black robe, takes on incredible proportions. Notification: your movement and attack speed is slowed due to the effects of the song of the deceased. The girl rests her hand on the ground, clearly uncomfortable. She falls on her back, while the hero, meanwhile, is cheerful and happy. He is smiling. "What is this?" asks Junhwa. "See, what did I just tell you?" Ginseng asks her. "Well, I covered my ears well, so it won't affect me," he thinks. Kneeling down on one knee, the hero looks at his enemies. "First let's calculate how much mana I have and get all the buffs I can," he thinks. The hero approaches the knife lying on the ground. "And I have to use as many items as I can," he thinks. Junhwa looks at the hero running around her with the knife in amazement. "Ah, right. That was there too," he says. Ginseng takes the second knife from the girl. "I am borrowing this," he declares. "You're crazy," says Junhwa. The hero, whistling something, holds a rather elegant object in his hand. "She has a lot of useful things," he thinks. "Oh, a time bomb. This is quite an expensive item. To get this in its roll form, I struck it rich." We see the hero's magnificent torso. "Nice. Now is that my preparations are basically done, I just have to finish things as planned," he thinks. Aleister extends her clawed hand towards the guy. "You put your weapon away. Have you finally given up?" "If so, I'll do as you please," he says. The siren opens its toothy maw wide, preparing to pounce on the boy. Ginseng steps into the water with his foot. He walks across the pond with his arms spread wide. He asks, "Hey, do you want to know something fun?" Aleister looks at him, confused. The hero holds a piece of cloth in his hand. "I've been building up mana inside my body since earlier," he says. "This means that the mana hole inside of me has puffed up to the point where it's about to explode. Usually, if someone gathers this much mana, it's normal for the person's mana hole to explode and for the person to die." The hero has a predatory smile on his face. "But if the mana hole is much bigger, what will happen?" he asks. Aleister holds out his right hand, confusion written on his face. "What are you saying?" he asks, amazed. The hero pushes off the ground with his foot, leaving a deep crater in it. It is reported that he uses the witch doctor skill Bloody Impulse at 99 points. We see a bright red flash, the energy of which flies straight at the siren. The hero is holding a vial with an image of a skull and bones. "Take this bomb," he exclaims. It is reported that the witch doctor skill Decay Elixir is used at 47 points. Ginseng throws his projectile and hits the siren, next to which a very powerful explosion is heard. The mask on the siren's face cracks, poisonous green vapors rise around the monster. "Nice. Now, enough with the preparations," the hero thinks. He is holding unusual objects in his hands, topped with labels with hieroglyphs. A notification appears about the use of the Kunoichi skill Time Bomb at 200 points. Ginseng flips in the air, many bright flashes appear on the siren's body behind him. We see the siren's health bar and understand that she is practically dying. The girl looks at what is happening before her eyes in amazement. How can he use the time bomb when he's not a practitioner of ninjutsu? She thinks. You can only use it if you are well versed in ninjutsu. The hero makes another somersault in the air, and below him we see a creature in a black robe. "You bastard," it says. Aleister stares at his opponent. "It's useless," he says. "It looks like the siren is coming to an end," she screams shrilly high in the sky. Ginseng looks at his opponent predatorily. "I knew this would happen," he says. We see the hero's sandaled feet. The guy approaches his enemy from behind, but he seems to notice this. Ginseng is holding a knife in his hand, emitting red energy streams. Aleister calls him a bastard. "Did you think I would come at you without understanding such a simple mechanism?" The hero screams loudly. He deals multiple blows to the enemy. Warnings appear. The durability of Sashimi Knife plus 9 has 11% left. The durability of Sashimi Knife plus 9 has 8% left. The guy's weapon breaks right in the middle. Notification: Sashimi Knife plus 9 has been destroyed. The blade remaining in the hero's palm cuts his hand, blood spurts in all directions. Nevertheless, Ginseng plunges the tip into the enemy's forehead. 2 new knives appear in the guy's hands. The use of the Kunoichi Kirinai skill is reported in the amount of 2 units. Ginseng is furious, yellow energy flows from his eyes. Damn it, he really won't die, he thinks. The guy, his face distorted with rage, deals another blow to his enemy. Die, you bastard, he screams. The mask on the enemy's face cracks, a red light glows inside its eye slit. This force, Aleister thinks, even I who have gotten rid of the shells of emotions, feel a slight sense of fear. It's pure malice. Jinsung swings at the enemy once again. Damn it, this is my limit, he thinks. I've gathered so much mana that my body's about to explode. Below the enemy's mask, we see some strange bulges. Die, Aleister shouts. Black tentacles reach out to the enraged hero. I can't dodge this, he thinks. But the tendrils pierce the hero's body, the helmet flies off his head. A smile appears on the enemy's mask. He says. The hero grabs one of the black streams. Holding the black jets in his hands, Jinsung looks at the enemy standing in front of him. What is he doing? Aleister wonders. Despite the fact that his body is pierced in many places, the hero smiles. Checkmate, he says. The girl sitting on the ground looks in horror at what is happening in front of her. What is that? She thinks. That's not something you can consider a human's fight. We see an absolutely incredible confrontation between the hero and his enemy, who has released dozens of black tentacles from himself. This is a bloody battle between beasts, Jumhor realizes. Aleister, blood gushing from under his mask, coughs heavily. He calls the hero a bastard again. Jinsung, whose eyes are shooting out streams of yellow energy, clenches his fist, preparing to strike the enemy. Do you think your attack just now will work, you bastard? He screams. The witch doctor's hand flies past the black jets and crashes right into the enemy's ear. The creature in the mask receives several more very powerful blows. He can still move after taking the full brunt of all my attacks. Just who is this man? Aleister thinks. The hero is scary to look at. Jets of black energy rise above his clenched fist. Clench your jaws tightly, he says. Grabbing the enemy by the robe, Jinsung prepares to strike again. I'm going to crush you before I go, he tells the enemy. Grabbing the enemy by the robe, Jinsung prepares to strike again. A stream of water flows between the ugly old trees. White streams appear above the river. In front of us is Junhwa, who is trembling with excitement and fear. She watches in horror as the hero fights the enemy using many long black tentacles. The guy's fist breaks the mask covering the enemy's face. Jinsung, laughing loudly, prepares to stab with a knife. The enemy's tentacles pierce his body. Aleister looks at the healer, who once again swings his fist. Is this really how I'll go? The hero thinks. Red warnings appear, which frighten the guy. Warning: Aleister is attempting to self-detonate. Yellow rays beat from under the mask of the creature in the black robe. What's wrong with him? Jinsung asks in surprise. Notification: please be careful not to die from the explosion. Bubbles appear on the mask. The hero looks at the enemy with anger and fear. What a psycho, he screams. Powerful rays of light beat from the enemy's body. The guy is already far from him, on the shore of the reservoir. A very powerful explosion occurs. Jinsung, protecting his face with his hands, stands in the water between the gnarled trees. The hero's body turned gray, black streams rise from it. Notification: zombification is activating. I thought of you too lightly, says Aleister. The hero's eyes glow menacingly red. He looks up, where the enemy, who now resembles a small black cloud, is making loud sounds. In front of us is the entity hiding behind the mask, and it looks very strange. The hero sees a grin on its face and screams loudly, clenching his fist in anger. You bastard, come down right now, before I rip you to shreds. I thought he was self-detonating, but he's alive, Jinsung wonders. Was that not his main body? Aleister shines his red eye. I'll acknowledge this is my loss, he says. The creature hanging in the air no longer resembles a person. I didn't even find out the identity of that inside you. I rushed too much, it admits. Regardless, with your puny strength, you cannot avoid the coming dawn. The day the Messiah comes, your fate, just like a shroud of dust, will go flying. Jinsung looks at the enemy, gritting his teeth in rage and impotence. Aleister smiles cheerfully, his red eye shining. On the coming day, I will sit on the Messiah's right side and watch your destruction, and I will become the spearhead that tells the gospel of this land's salvation, he declares. An explosion occurs in the air above the hero's head, and fragments fall to the ground. A series of notifications appear. You have defeated Aleister's other self. You have defeated the modified siren. You have gained the XP. You have reached level 44. Zombification has deactivated. Jinsung, suffering from pain, holds his shoulder. After spouting such good-for-nothing nonsense, he complains. A warning appears. The player's body signal is more unstable than the threshold. Please log out. Chickens are squeaking behind the hero. Are you okay, stupid master? Asks Bundle. Another series of notifications. You have cleared the Karakoram Swamp quest. Receive the rewards from the Adventurer Guild's branch manager, Hatson. You have found a hint for Heresy's traces. Find your teacher, Karen, and find out more. The hero clutches his shoulder with a pained expression on his face. This isn't time to be happy from finishing a quest. I almost died, he thinks. The boy remembers the opponent he just fought. He's the strongest opponent I've ever faced since regressing, the young man thinks. The hero's powerful torso is splattered with blood. And it wasn't even his main body, the boy thinks. Just what is the identity of that bastard? The hero and the chick notice something. It's Junhwa sitting on the ground and sobbing, shaking with nervous excitement. "Don't come closer," she screams. The boy is still clutching his shoulder. "What's up with her now?" he asks the chicken. "Who knows, stupid master," the chick replies. Junhwa runs away from the hero. "Go away, you monster," she screams. The girl trips and falls painfully on her stomach. "Just what the heck are you saying?" Jinsung asks her. Smiling ominously, he reaches out his hand to the girl. "Well, whatever. Good timing," he says. Junhwa closes her eyes and squeals loudly. The hero's hand hangs over her head. Jinsung points a finger at the girl and begins to angrily scold her. "I'll really kill you if you chase me again like you just did and piss me off. Got it? Go back obediently and get some rest." He turns and leaves, waving his hand goodbye. Junhwa looks at him in bewilderment. However, the girl realizes that she still has questions for the guy. "That's it?" she asks in surprise. "Please, just go. I'm tired," Jinsung answers her. A notification appears, Apocalypse Invocation, the Book of the Black Covenant. The hero and the chicks accompanying him are ready to disappear into the portal that has opened above them. "Let's go, bundle," the hero says. "Got it, stupid master," the chick answers. Junhwa looks in amazement at the pillar of light that has appeared in front of her. "Return to the village," she hears. We see amazement on the girl's face. "Oh, right," she exclaims. We see her figure somewhere in the distance, between the sky and the water. "Hey you, bastard. Give me back my weapon," she shouts. "Terra Kingdom Golden Lark Lodgings. You are here," someone says. The hero enters the door and looks at someone in amazement. Karen is sitting in a chair in front of him, crossing his legs. "Master," Jinsung asks in surprise. "Come," he declares. The old man is holding some kind of fruit in his hand, and the chick's eyes light up as it sits on the hero's shoulder. "Why did you enter someone else's room without permission?" the hero asks discontentedly. "Obviously, because what's yours is mine," Karen answers. The guy's eyes fill with irritation, and the chick jumps off his shoulder. "No, that's not what I meant." "Why are you here?" the guy asks. Karen takes a bite of his apple. "I came here because there was a reason to." "Of course," he explains. "Bundle wants food too. If you eat it all by yourself, I will cause trouble," the old man threatens the disgruntled pet. "Take it," the old man answers irritably. "They sure do get together well," thinks Jinsung. The guy sighs. "Did you meet them?" Karen asks. "What?" the hero asks again. The old man points his finger at the hero. "The rune of domination you are holding," the mentor hints. It turns out that the guy is holding a wooden tablet with an inverted star in his hands. He recalls the opponents he recently defeated. "I didn't just meet them. I had to close fight with them. I almost died," says Jinsung. "Just what is that guy's identity?" The old man looks at the hero with a serious expression. "The one you fought is part of a group that calls itself the Crucifix's Dawn." We can make out an intricate design on the old man's temple. We see people in robes standing before a throne with a huge cross above it. Their goal is to descend the being that they worship as the Messiah to this land, explains Karen. There is a door visible behind the hero. "Messiah? Are they some kind of cult?" asks the guy. The old man rests his head on his folded hands. "A very dangerous cult," he says. "They're religious fanatics who believe that this world, which is ruled by the 6 gods, including the goddess of light, Arya, is a fake world, and that the world of the Messiah they follow is this world's real state." Behind the old man we see a boy with ram's horns. "From what I see, you are a religious fanatic too," the hero thinks. He stands in front of his mentor, who is sitting thoughtfully on a chair. "Just who is the Messiah they believe in?" asks Jinsung. "Do you know about the evil god?" the old man asks. The young man scratches his cheek thoughtfully. "The evil god?" he asks again. Karen looks thoughtfully ahead. "He is a living embodiment of evil and a type of demon," he says. "The hidden monarch, the sinful saint, big fire, six-eyed beast. He has a lot of names, but in the end he is the first evil born from the great god of darkness, Shaka." We see the god in question. "Balak," the old man says. In ancient language his name means the one who annihilates, and he is an ancient evil who's been trapped on the other side of the world, unable to appear on this continent. The hero is amazed. He instinctively clenches his fist. The scale suddenly got so much bigger, he thinks. The hero stands thoughtfully at the door. "An ancient evil?" he says. Jinsung remembers something. "Wait, no," he shouts. Scary monsters appear before the boy's eyes. "What did you say earlier?" he says to the old man. "All kinds of evil are rampant because of Shaka's absence. So you're saying the source of that evil is Balak?" The old man, arms folded across his chest, smiles. "Yes," he answers. "So my disciple isn't that dumb. And that thing inside of you and their origins are the same." Karen holds up a finger, his eyes shining brightly. The hero looks at his mentor in amazement. We see a demon with horns, around which chains are stretched. "The Demon King, Abraxas," the boy exclaims. A red glow surrounded by black streams is visible in the hero's chest. Karen sits on a chair, legs wide apart. But don't be mistaken, he says. Above the old man's head, we see a face in a white mask. They simply worship the beginning of evil that became rampant in Shaka's absence and are mere robbers who only know a part of the truth of the end, says Karen. They are Shaka's enemies. In other words, they are our enemies as well as our worst enemy's enemies. Jinsung is astonished. Earlier he was saying the goddess of light was his enemy. He thinks, why does Shaka have so many enemies? The old man looks sternly at his student. Are you complaining that we have more enemies? He asks. Not at all, the hero replies, feigning holy innocence. Crazy old man. So quick-witted, the young man thinks. Karen looks at him, smiling. You don't need to worry, he says. In the end, they rose using the twisted power of darkness and are vermin who deny the gods and kill their creation. Between the old man's ankles, we see the hero standing at the door. Their deterioration will become your bravery, and their subservience will one day become your strength, Karen declares. He grabs the hero's wrist and raises his other hand above it. As long as Shaka's grace is with you, he says. Jinsung screams shrilly, his mouth wide open. What the hell? He asks. The chick perched on his shoulder chirps desperately. The chick flies off the hero's shoulder in terror. What are you doing now? The hero screams. Get a grip. Notifications appear. Warning, warning, an unfamiliar feeling has seized you. The veins on the hero's neck stand up, sweat runs down his cheeks. An error message appears, describing the error. A feeling I can't understand is flowing through my body, Jinsung realizes. The old man looks at the guy angrily. Focus, he screams. As I said, in the end, that is also the same darkness as theirs. You need to swallow it whole and take it as your nourishment. The guy's face is distorted, everything is swimming before his eyes, including the notification about the unusual feeling. You freaking old man, he screams. Jinsung clenches his fist, powerful electrical discharges sparkle around him. Notification, a strong fragment of darkness is permeating inside you. Another notification, focus on absorbing the fragment of darkness. The hero's face becomes ghostly, he screams loudly. Powerful energy discharges run through the translucent body and head of the young man. Notification, you have cleared the quest token of heresy. Jinsung raises his ghostly head, the number of discharges increases. 2 more notifications. You have gained the XP. You have reached level 45. Jinsung is kneeling on one knee, his hand on the floor, breathing heavily. Another notification, items that were disabled due to your low level have been unlocked. The hero glares at the old man, the chicken squeaking on his shoulder. 2 more notifications. Oracle has been activated. Rune page has been activated. The hero, whose back of his head we can see, is astonished. Oracle, rune page, notification, you have gained rune of grid extorting hand. The hero's hand glows. Gritting his teeth, he raises his hand, curling his fingers. What is this? He thinks. A blue magical formation is visible on the guy's palm. A pattern. Is this a charm? He thinks. Notification, opening rune page. Jinsung, gritting his teeth, looks at the rather graceful object circling above his head. The guy is staring at something. Is this Sephiroth's tree? He thinks. In front of us is a book spread with an image of a tree. No, it seems a bit different, the boy thinks. We see the old man's leg standing behind the kneeling hero. Sephiroth's what? Asks Karen. I don't know what that is, but you're wrong. The hero turns to him. The old man explains enthusiastically. Its name is the 7 deadly sins. They are Balak's subordinates and are the 7 evils of the beginning. One by one, we see all 7 characters that Karen means. Unlike Balak, who is trapped on the other side of the world, they undoubtedly exist in this world, planning certain things through their disciples to bring him back from the other side. The hero remembers his recent opponent in a white mask and black cloak. Then the bastard I just fought is also a disciple? He asks. Yeah, he was one of the crucifix-down 7 disciples who received power from the 7 deadly sins, the old man replies. The hero, thoughtfully rubbing his chin, repeats his mentor's words several times. 7 deadly sins. I have heard of that somewhere before, he says. Judging by his eyes, he remembers what exactly is spinning around in his mind. Abraxas, he thinks. We see demons again, including in female guise. The Lord of Abyss, Demon King Abraxas, also had apostles named the 7 Demon Dukes. The guy grinds his teeth in anger. Is this a mere coincidence? He tries to understand. Karen is standing at the door behind the hero. From now on, you need to defeat them one by one and absorb their powers, he explains. The goodness of light is hard enough. Just when will I get them? Asks Jinsung. Complaining is useless, the mentor answers. Because if you don't want it, they'll come looking for you themselves. The hero cries out in bewilderment and horror. The old man looks at him sternly. To them this incident was nothing, he declares. If anything, they are simply aware of your existence now. Jinsung, cursing everything in the world, clutches his head. And that was not even his main body, says Karen. All you did was bring them back up to the service. The guy is terrible to look at. He is beside himself with horror. So if I complete this, just what happens? He shouts. You'll earn the power to match the lord of the other side, the mentor answers. The old man smiles mockingly, folding his arms over his chest. Of course, you'll need to be careful not to be eaten alive by that thing inside of you, he says. Darkness naturally consumes and is consumed to gain power. Karen turns and heads for the door, waving his hand goodbye. Haha, you'll have a difficult journey from now on, he declares. Looks like it, the hero replies irritably. Thanks to a certain someone throwing me onto death's doorstep. The old man turns around indignantly. Your tongue is like that of a snake's, he shouts. Are you saying that my methods are wrong? It seems the hero is ready to pounce on his mentor. This damned old man. I won't just stand by and suffer this time, he thinks. Karen looks angrily at the boy who has taken a fighting stance. But then a smile appears on the old man's face. Compared to when he started he thinks. The mentor throws something over his shoulder and sets off again. Take this, he says. It turns out that the old man is about to climb out the window. What is this? Ginseng asks him loudly. It's an item that detects evil energy, Karen answers. If there is impure energy around you, it'll respond, so you'll know if they are approaching in advance with that. A smile appears on the boy's face. Oh, he gave me something quite useful for once, he says. Are you really giving this to me? Don't take its back, la. Ginseng doesn't finish the sentence as the old man to whom it was addressed disappears from sight, jumping out of the window. The hero looks out the window and we see the trajectory of the mentor's movement. Karen looks like he can easily jump over tall buildings. He's so weird, the young man says. Then again, I guess he's taking care of me since he's still my teacher. The hero lies down on the bed and closes his eyes. Ginseng examines the elegant ring. Let's take a closer look at it, he says. The item's description appears. Tessa ring. Type, ring. Rank, hero. Option, defense plus 10, magic resistance plus 35, intelligence plus 66. Increased skill power plus 35%. Explanation, when this ring senses evil energy, it glows red. Ginseng is puzzled as he looks at the item in his possession. What the hell? Wasn't that old man broke? How did she get such a precious item? The chicken bounces on the boy's shoulder. Is that expensive? Stupid master, he asks. If I sell this, I can buy a sedan, the hero answers. He lies down on the bed again. What is a sedan? Stupid master, the pet asks. Don't worry about it, kid, Ginseng replies. He looks at something carefully. Oh, yeah, I unlocked something, right, he thinks. An object resembling a book makes strange sounds above his head. Rune page, the young man says. In front of us is an item card. Rune of greed. Extorting hand. When struck, a fixed amount of MP is extorted. One of the pages of the book shows a hand with a magical formation on its palm. What is this? The hero says. From blood absorption to mana absorption. The guy looks at the book, which emits streams of black energy. This is the first property and it's already this opus, Ginseng says puzzledly. Isn't opus being good? Stupid master, the pet asks. The hero's face is alarmed. Damn it, he exclaims. It's a problem because it's too good. We again see the scary demons that the guy will have to face. If the first stage reward is such an opus ability, just how strong will the next opponent be, he thinks. Can I really get them all by myself? Ginseng falls face down into the book. Now he looks closely at the blue window that has appeared. It's a message from Minjun. I have arrived at the main continent. Where do I need to go? In front of us is a fortress wall, behind which the spires of tall buildings are visible. What? Someone's voice is heard. The hero is talking to someone, looking at the blue screen hanging in front of him. Did you say Jushin? He asks. Really, Hyung. In front of us is the face of his interlocutor. Yeah, that's what the system window said, he says. Hyung is standing in the middle of an ancient settlement and describing what he sees. They are all going around in some old-fashioned clothes. I can see Chinese characters and old-school tile roof houses. It's almost like it's half historical drama and half martial arts novel. There is amazement on the hero's face. His interlocutor looks around, a little frightened. Hyung, I think you hit the jackpot, he hears. What's that supposed to mean? The guy asks. That's the Eastern continent. You must be one of the first AC users to get there, his friend replies. Hyung, who is walking past some boxes, opens his mouth in surprise. What? This isn't the main continent, he asks. Just how did you get there? Asks the hero. We see a fishing boat and two people sorting through shells. Some old man was picking clams at the dock, so I helped him a bit, and he gave me a ride, that's it, the guy replies. Hyung, first off, hurry up and start streaming, Ginseng prompts him. This is basically a sign from the gods telling you to be a streamer. The guy, smiling, presses his finger to his ear. Okay, I got it for now, thanks, he says. If you are curious about anything, feel free to ask. And if you need help setting up the stream, I can help, says Ginseng. Hyung, in whose hand we see a tiny shield, smiles. "Okay, I'll leave it to you," he replies. The guy clutches his head. "But if I am the first AC user to reach the eastern continent, isn't it weird?" he thinks. "How does he know about this place?" The hero stands with his back to us. "Wow, to think Minjun Hyung would be the first to reach the eastern continent," he thinks. We see a high cliff surrounded by buildings. The nation where the sun rises from the east, Jushan. It was supposed to be a new continent discovered after a year, the hero thinks. He remembers a character he knows, around whom we see powerful electrical discharges. Master Rising Thunder Sky was from Jushan too, the hero says. Marshal Supreme Rising Thunder Sky. The hero screams loudly, trying to withstand the effects of the electricity, the discharges of which we see. I, who was an average hand-to-hand fighting class before regressing, was taught outstanding internal energy arts and martial arts of incredible power by this NPC. Jinsung recalls, "I know a lot because that NPC is from the eastern continent." Emitting electrical discharges, the hero stands over hundreds of slain enemies. "Thanks to him I defeated the original continent's rookies and received the title," Jinsung recalls. He walks along the pavement, people are seen strolling next to him. "Well, that's all in the past. Phew, the glory of the past," he thinks. The hero angrily points his finger at the blue window hanging in front of him. "But now, a certain someone is using these shitty witch doctor skills," he says. "Those who will succeed will do so regardless of what they do." A chicken flies over the hero's shoulder. He is simply furious. "Are you insulting Bundle right now?" he squeaks angrily. "What the hell?" the guy asks, perplexed. The chick flies around the hero, who desperately waves his arms, trying to defend himself. Bundle heard everything, the pet squeaks. "Don't peck me, you brat," Jinsung yells back. In front of us is a monumental building. It is reported that this is the Terra Kingdom Branch Adventurers Guild. Maria smiles, she has a feather in her hands. "Oh my, the pride of the Terra branch is here," she says mockingly. "I heard you are injured, but you look fine." Jinsung puts his hand on the table. "Where's Hatsun?" he asks. "Why are you here?" "Hatsun went on a work trip," the girl answers. "I am acting as his proxy while he's gone." The hero waves his hand dismissively. "Just give me some work that'll make me money," he says. "Did you already use all your money?" the girl asks. "Even though the recent pay should have been good." Jinsung looks up tiredly. "I want to rest too, but," he thinks. We see an information window. Sashimi knife +9, flame lizard bracelet, Nijawalu's leather pants, golden rabbit sandals. "I don't have a choice because all of my gear got wrecked during my previous fight," the young man thinks. He rubs his chin thoughtfully. Karen said he doesn't know when the 7 deadly sins bastards will attack again. He thinks, "That's why I need to recover my gear as soon as possible." The hero thoughtfully raises his right hand. "I have the contract payment from Wiz Entertainment," he thinks, "but I don't want to touch that if possible. I need to use it for father's hospital fees and mom and Jinhoon's living expenses." The hero remembers his brother and mother. "I can't make the same mistakes as before," he thinks. Maria looks at the boy intently. The girl shuffles through some papers, looking askance at the hero standing in front of her. "Since it's a request from none other than our ace, I guess I'll have to do it," she says. "I thought about this before, but this person really is a bit scary," thinks Jinsung. The girl hands the guy a sheet of paper and offers to read the document. The hero looks at the paper and surprise appears on his face. Maria smiles, sticking out her tongue and propping her head up with her palm. "It's not easy work, but if it's you, my darling, I think it'd be possible," she says. In front of us is a snowy area. It is reported that this is Veritas Highlands. We see a purple portal, a path leading to it and a dozen people standing nearby. The hero, who is practically naked, is shivering from the cold. "Shit, the place she gave me just had to be this one," he says. "This reminds me of the past, damn it." "Stupid master, have you come here before?" asks the chicken. "Not here, but," the guy says. He remembers a soldier in a helmet and with a machine gun, who is in Chiorwan, Gangwon province. "There's a similar place in the world I live in," he finishes the sentence he started earlier. An announcement sounds, "Those who have volunteered for the defense of Aldian Fortress, please gather at the central square." Those present, including Jinsung, shudder in surprise. In front of us is a knight with a spear. "Once again, in 30 minutes Commander Mikhail will instruct you, so those who have volunteered for the defense of Aldian Fortress, please gather at the central square," he announces. In front of the portal are many strong men. "Aye, is it starting?" thinks Jinsung, who is located behind everyone. In front of us is a huge cliff. At its foot there is a fortress, which is attacked from all sides by terrible monsters. Aldian Fortress. It's a place where monsters appear almost every day. Not to mention, geographically speaking, it's not a nice place. The rate at which people run away and die is high, so most ranked mercenaries are opposed to going. From the kingdom's perspective, it's also a place that must be defended to prevent monsters from crossing over the border. It turns out that the one talking about the fortress is Maria, who is sitting at the table and looking at the hero standing in front of her. It sounds difficult just from hearing about it, Jinsung replies. Is the pay good? The girl shows with her fingers that everything is fine. The basic pay is 200,000 gold, and depending on your achievements you get a bonus. Among the currently registered quests, this has the highest pay. I'll say this again. This won't be easy, she says. The hero in torn pants walks down the street with a chicken on his shoulder. There's nothing easy in this world, he says. Regardless, I just have to face what comes my way. Someone points at the guy. Hey, you, he hears. There is a girl in front of us and we seem to recognize her. You are that pervert from back then, she screams. Jinsung remembers his battle with the squad led by the girl. That's the person I met at the Great Wolf King raid, he remembers. The girl looks at the hero with hatred. How could scum like you come here? She asks angrily. Aren't your words harsh right away? Jinsung asks calmly. You got new gear. Wow, looks like you spent some money. The girl hiccups with indignation. She is shaking all over with indignation. Don't be scared, Seo Hae-yoon, she convinces herself. You can't get scared by a pervert like him. The girl remembers her incredibly difficult training. It seems like you lack training, the teacher in the red cloak tells her. It'll be difficult to repair this, the blacksmith tells her. If I want to recover my gear, I need money, the girl says in despair, sitting on her knees. Hae-yoon is shaking with hatred, remembering the insults inflicted on her. If I think about the shame I experienced because of this bastard, she thinks. The girl takes out her sword and points it at the hero. Prepare yourself, she screams. Today is the day you die. Jinsung calmly clears his ear with his finger. You'll regret it, he says. What? Hae-yoon asks, puzzled. The guy's eyes begin to glow menacingly. If you don't put your sword down, you'll regret it, he repeats. The girl rushes to attack. Chevalier, she says the name of her skill. Hae-yoon puts her sword forward and rushes at the hero. Attack Composi, she screams. The girl looks at the enemy in amazement. He dodged that, she thinks in amazement. Hae-yoon is not going to give up, she attacks again. I won't let you go, she screams. You have lost your mind, the hero says. We see the mark of the blow. With a cry, Hae-yoon flies far back. The girl comes to and falls to one knee. Hae-yoon spits out some green liquid. The girl falls on her back. She lies on the ground, shaking slightly, and the hero stands over her, arms crossed over his chest. See, I told you would regret it, he says. Jinsung stares at someone. It's him, he thinks. The people at the front, who protect the border in Aldean Fortress with absolute defense. The Night Crow Knights. We see a warrior with a sword, who the guy is thinking about, with his leg raised. Those who fight within Aldean Fortress will be immediately executed, he declares. Do you want to die? He asks. We see the man's face up close. It is reported that this is Giorno di Jekashev, 6th Platoon Commander of the Night Crow Knights. Giorno looks gloomily somewhere. Cloak with crow's feathers and dark-colored armor, the hero thinks. Next to him, we see several determined warriors. The leading role in protecting the border in Aldean Fortress with absolute defense, where each individual is known to exceed the skills of the knight commanders of the royal guards of most kingdoms, thinks Jinsung. We see that the commander's face is cut with scars. The Night Crow Knights, thinks the hero. Giorno looks gloomily at something. He sees a red gem and golden swirls. A member of the Ursulea family, he asks. The man stands in front of the girl lying on the ground, whom the hero has just defeated. It seems the level of manpower of the Ursulea family has fallen significantly, he says. What? How dare you? Hae-yoon shouts indignantly. Giorno passes by the girl, looking back at her over his shoulder. If you are a member of one of the families that represent the Terra Kingdom, act accordingly, he says. If you weren't a member of the Ursulea family, I would have killed you on the spot. There is contempt in the man's gaze. Hae-yoon looks at him with surprise and resentment. The hero, whose leg we can see, approaches the girl lying on the ground from behind. Wow, I didn't think about it, but I guess you have quite a good backer, he says. To think the Night Crow Knights wouldn't take their swords out in a situation like this. Jinsung stares at the girl. Consider yourself lucky, he says, since it looks like your class saved your life. Hae-yoon screams in rage, lying on the ground, and the hero yawns, feigning indifference. I know you have feelings for me, but what about focusing on our job from now on, like Mr. Knight said? He asks. It's not like we are here on vacation, right? Hae-yoon looks at the guy with resentment and disdain. He turns to her, smiling sarcastically. No, you won't have time to focus on me since you'll be busy trying to stay alive, right? He asks. Jinsung waves goodbye and walks away triumphantly. Then good luck, I'll go first, he declares. The girl is ready to sink into the ground with rage and shame. We see the colonnade. What's up with him? She screams. In front of us are plate gauntlets, a high-efficiency item enchanted with homeostasis magic, thinks Jinsung. We see his shiny black boot. To maintain body temperature as well as stamina recovery magic to combat long periods of reconnaissance or marches. The guy pulls a new helmet over his forehead. The highest level of defense I can use at my current level, he thinks. We see the young man's new appearance. He is reportedly wearing the Chaser of the Night set. The quality is quite amazing for a barren border core supplies. No matter how cold it is, I think I'll be fine. The pet has also received a helmet and a wool cape. The bundle is warm too, stupid master, he squeaks. Jin-sung looks at the chick, smiling. Wow, looking good, he says. Are you also a chick now? Asks the chick. It seems that the hero is only now realizing what he has become like. I'm a crow, he answers. Giorno comes up to him from behind. It seems you have taken quite a liking to the supplies, he says. The man smiles. But when you die, it's all worthless, don't you think? He asks. The hero looks at his interlocutor, smiling from under his new helmet. Haha, of course, he answers. If you die, everything is useless. That man is the night crow I saw earlier, he recalls. We see the character's personal card. Giorno di Jekashev, the eldest son of the Jekashev family, who avoided and survived the purging of political opponents. After losing everything, he devoted himself to Aldean Fortress. Now, no one knows of his past. He uses the swordsmanship of the Night Crows and this swordsmanship of Jekashev. Type, human. Affiliation, Night Crows. Level 99. Titles, The Last Survivor, Shadow Sword, One Who Has Overcome Their Limits, Monster Slaughterer, Boss of Steel. Giorno looks at the hero, crossing his arms. Judging from your energy, you are not a rookie like the woman you defeated, he says. The man smiles. However, don't forget that this is a dangerous place where even experienced warriors die overnight, he says. The only ones who will clean your body are monsters. Jin-sung, on whose shoulder a chicken jumps, looks at his interlocutor. Ah, yes, he says. How pretentious, he thinks. Giorno leaves. Go outside, he says finally. You are the last one. Soon the commander's instruction for the defense will begin. Understood, Jin-sung replies, putting his hand to his head. A whole crowd is standing in front of the portal. We see the leg of a man walking up the stairs. His hands are folded behind his back, he is slightly hunched over. But, having risen to the portal, the man with a determined look begins to deliver an impassioned speech. Welcome, soldiers, he says. I am Mikhail Sinister, the commanding officer here. First, I'd like to greatly praise your courage for coming to this cursed place on your own 2 feet. The assembled listen to him attentively. Some may be here for their own advancements, some because of unexplainable circumstances, while others may be here due to a sense of duty. Hyun looks closely at the speaker. To protect humanity from the monsters outside of the borders, says Mikhail. His mouth is wide open. But this place is a cursed land where nothing you won't exist, the commander shouts. This is a place where you have to kill in order not to not be killed. We see a multitude of terrible toothy monsters. This is originally the land of the monsters. It was always so, and it will continue to be that way, says Mikhail. A man stands in front of a portal. From today onwards, you will follow the fortress regulations, prepare for the coming day of the twin moons, and carry out your duty to protect the border with absolute defense, he says. Mikhail shouts very loudly. Although it will only last for half a month, it will be a difficult battle, he says. This time might be the last for the fortress. The young men exchange anxious glances. The hero stands calmly, his arms crossed over his chest. But don't forget, all you have to protect is yourselves, that's all, he hears. The commander's gaze becomes a little mad. After today, you will all be busy finding, so if you have anything you'd like to ask now. Any questions? Asks Mikhail. The young man raises his hand. What do we need to do from now on? He asks. In front of us is an old map. As you all know, Aldean Fortress is at the edge of Verida's highlands and is located at the summit, which spreads out in the shape of a fan, says Mikhail. We see red arrows pointing at the fortress. Thanks to our geographical advantage, we've been able to block the monsters on the borders until now, but on the other hand, that's the main reason Aldean Fortress is being invaded periodically, the bearded man explains. We see 3 emblems and 2 red moons. That's why you need to prepare for the invasion of the enemies before the day of the twin moons and get classified into the Annihilation Team, the Reconnaissance Team, and the Pioneer Team, the commander says. 2 red moons hang over the fortress, painting everything around them bloody. And on the day of the twin moons, you need to put all of your power into stopping the coming monsters, Mikhail reports. The young man asks his second question. Just what kind of monsters will we be facing? We see the vague outlines of the monsters next to the commander's face. Although we have fought the monsters for a long time, we are unsure of their exact identities, Mikhail answers. They are irregular and different in kind, with no particular abilities or shapes. If there is one thing they share, it's that they are all specialized in killing. The guy who asked the question and his comrades look at the bearded man with fear. He snaps his fingers clad in a gauntlet. Now that I'll organize you into your teams, the commander says. Another character appears behind the people standing by the portal. Move according to Peterson's orders, says Mikhail. A warrior of enormous size approaches the crowd. What orders? One of the young men asks in amazement. Hey, I am a gold rank adventurer from the Adventurers Guild. The guy shouts loudly, not noticing the giant approaching him from behind. Do you think I came here to clean up after you? Old man, don't misunderstand, you bastards. The young man extends his index finger towards the commander. You are just tools for users to level up. Without us, do you think anyone else would need you? He shouts. The boy looks around, finally noticing something is wrong. A veritable giant is towering over him. Keep talking, he says. What did you say? The young man asks, puzzled. The giant raises his hand. You are just a damn NPC bastard. Who doesn't know his place? The boy shouts. The giant strikes. An alert appears. The B-West he has died and logged out. Due to the use of inappropriate language, his account has been suspended. The audience stares in horror at the giant's huge, bloody fist. He raises his fist and shouts loudly, explaining his rules. If you go against commands, you will be executed. If you resist, you'll be executed. If you retreat, you'll be executed. All acts that go against Aldean Fortress will result in immediate execution. The warriors stand around the giant and listen carefully. If you want to end your life right now, it's not a bad decision to keep talking shit like this dead bastard, he screams. He has a crazy expression on his face. Since it will be less painful than getting ripped to shreds by the monsters outside the border, the giant explains. Jinsung smiles. Should we run away? He asks the chicken sitting on his shoulder. It squeaks, closing its eyes. Aldean Fortress assignments are divided into 3 teams. In front of us are fortress walls surrounded by scaffolding. The Pioneer team is in charge of supplying goods and repairing buildings. The Annihilation team protects from the invasion of monsters on top of the fortress walls. Now in front of us are 3 fighters standing on the fortress wall next to the portal, and the reconnaissance team analyzes the trends of the monsters from outside the fortress. A black monster with glowing eyes attacks the fighter. Because the reconnaissance team has to search outside the fortress, it is the one that is most exposed to danger. That's where I have been assigned, thinks Jinsung. The hero doesn't seem very happy, and neither does the chicken sitting on his shoulder. It just had to be the reconnaissance team, the guy thinks. A short-haired man approaches him. You are the last member of Group 6, he says. Jinsung asks again, surprised. We see the face of the fighter who addressed the hero. Welcome, he says. I am Amoeba King. The man shows the hero the other members of the squad. Over there is Noan Dandy Man, Lucky Day, I Love Choco, and Seo Hyuyun, he says. The old enemies don't seem very happy to see each other. What's the heck? She is also here, the hero thinks. It's you, the girl shouts, pointing her finger at the guy. I'm Damien, please take care of me, the hero replies, who pulls back the curtain and asks if everyone is here. In front of us is a familiar bearded man with scars on his face. A pleasure meeting all of you, he says loudly. I am the leader of Group 6 of the reconnaissance teams in the Night Crow Knights, Giorno di Jekashev. Our task is simple. I'll explain immediately, so listen well, he says. First, we will analyze the trends, scales, fighting powers, and habits of the monsters outside the border, the man says. In front of us are various monsters. We again see the stairs stretching along the edge of the cliff on which the defenders of the fortress stand. Second, we will move while following the search path to check whether the place's equipment got damaged and if the camp's conditions are favorable. Giorno says. The quest description appears. Night at Verita's Highlands. Class, normal. Details, follow the reconnaissance team and search outside Aldean Fortress. Progress, 0%. Warning, if you fall out of line or cause discord, you may die at the hand of the Night Crow Knights. The hero, smiling, looks at the system window. Finally, a quest window. Huh? It's simpler than I thought. Jinsung, smiling, looks at something in the status window. There are a lot of modified monsters here, but if I just carefully hunt and wait until the day or the twin moons, I can level up a lot and earn lots of money, he thinks. Giorno di Jekashev stands in front of his squad. Now we will carry out our tasks at the 3 bunkers that are built in the search paths area, he says. In groups of 2, the man shouts loudly, his mouth wide open. We'll leave in 5 minutes, so get your gear. We see a spacious gazebo at the foot of a high cliff. It is reported that in front of us is the second Western banker, who is occupying the hero's squad. Jinsung closes his eyes and lifts his head, trying not to fall asleep from boredom. Ha, I am so tired, he says to Hyun, who is nearby. Not only are we in the same group, but also on the same team. The girl yells at him angrily. Hey, that's mine line. Do you know what I had to go through because of you? Jinsung smiles innocently. Like what? He asks. Hyun asks again, puzzled. The hero smiles and looks at the girl. Honestly, shouldn't I be the one complaining about what I have gone through? He asks. The guy remembers his battle with a huge white wolf, and how he, completely exhausted, was attacked by a squad led by a girl. It seems like you want to talk about when we were catching the Great Wolf King. But it was you who started blackmailing and ganging up on me, says the hero. Hyun looks at his interlocutor with concern. It was misleading from our point of view, she justifies herself. The hero smiles, showing sharp fangs. Whatever. What's the point of talking about it? He asks. If you came to me first, you should have won. Don't you think so too? Miss Seo Hyun, who almost died but lived thanks to her family name after taking her weapon out in Aldean Fortress Square, he says. The girl angrily shouts at the hero, but he notices something behind her. It is some kind of winged creature which is rapidly rushing downwards. The monster approaches, allowing us to take a closer look at it. It's a ghoul, a flying type monster, the guy understands. But it shouldn't be here in this area. Jinsung takes out a dagger and, smiling bloodthirstily, asks the girl not to move for a while. The monster dives at the hero. Suddenly, a man with a mace in his hands appears above the heads of the guy and the girl. He strikes, and the monster crashes into the ground next to the combat post. The winged monster lies at the foot of the cliff, and the man who struck it with the mace lands next to the gazebo. He jumps down into the fortification and asks the girl excitedly if she is alright. Hyun looks at the man in surprise. Sir Amoeba King, she asks, amazed. Jinsung looks at the suddenly appeared fighter with suspicion. What the heck? Why is someone, who should be at a different bunker, appearing as if he knew exactly when the ghoul was coming, he thinks. Amoeba King looks at the girl with concern and asks if she is hurt. Hyun turns away from the man and looks at the creature lying nearby. I am alright, she says. But what is this in front of us? Who knows? Amoeba King tells her. We see the monster lying under the cliff. It looks like a vampire, the man says. The hero joins the conversation. A Verita's ghoul, he says. One of the most annoying monsters that appear in this place. A ghoul? The girl asks, surprised. Jinsung looks at the monster carefully. And it's not dead yet, he says. Hyun grabs his sword. This can't be, she exclaims. Notification, the Verita's ghoul is about to transform. The monster stands up and roars loudly, throwing its head back. It noticeably increases in size and now looks much more muscular. A card appears with information about the creature. Verita's ghoul. Species, demon. Type, normal. Level 65. Unique traits, the moment this monster tries to transform, its level rapidly increases, so be wary. Hyun raises his sword. You were right, she says. The hero gestures for both her and the man to move aside. There is no point in pissing it off by attacking it with a half-baked attack again, he says. The monster opens its toothy mouth wide and lets out a deafening roar. Jinsung takes a blade in each hand and prepares to meet the monster. Watch carefully. I'll teach you how to properly kill a ghoul, he says. The hero kicks. The monster takes a very powerful blow. Its tongue hangs out. First its head, says Jinsung. The guy throws another punch. Then shoulder, he says. Then he bends down to the ground and kicks the monster in the leg. It's Achilles' heel, he explains. The hero strikes the monster multiple times. Then slice up its remaining joints, he shouts. The monster roars deafeningly. Behind it we see a column of red energy. Notifications appear. The Verita's ghoul has received serious damage. The Verita's ghoul's defensive power has decreased. The Verita's ghoul's defense has been reduced. The monster kneels down. Its torso is shaking. The hero looks at the monster, smiling. That's a ghoul's move when it's about to shoot bone splinters from its mouth, he thinks. The guy kicks off the ground. Trying to struggle until the end, he asks. The ghoul shoots a multitude of small projectiles from its mouth. However, there is no one left in the place where they fly. The hero pushes off the ground and jumps high into the air. Jinsung looks bloodthirstily at the enemy and clenches his fist, which flows with red energy. Checkmate, he proclaims. It is reported that he uses the Witch Doctor skill Bloody Impulse in the amount of 99 units. A powerful explosion occurs. The hero delivers a powerful blow and hits the target. Black splashes fly in all directions. The guy is standing on the corpse of a monster with the top of its head missing. Notifications appear. You have killed the Verita's ghoul. You have gained the XP. Most of the guy's face is covered by the beak of his new helmet. Jinsung majestically tramples his fallen enemy underfoot. Did you see that? He asks. If you are trying to kill a ghoul, go for its head first. The chicken squeaks, confirming the truth of his words. Amoeba King looks in shock at what is happening before his eyes. My goodness, he says. The hero steps away from the monster and approaches the girl and the man. Just how did you? The latter tries to ask. The guy puts a knife to his throat. Amoeba King, I'll keep things short. How did you know when the ghoul would appear? He asks. The man grins angrily. Jinsung grabs him by the chest. Hey, why are you being like that to someone who fought alongside you, hey? Hyun asks indignantly. Amoeba King gently pushes away the hero's hand that is holding the knife. Calm down, he asks. I just saw the herd of ghouls coming from afar, he declares. And I saw one of them turning this way, so. Jinsung puts the knife away, smiling. A herd of ghouls? He asks again. The guy takes a fighting stance, preparing his knives for a fight. Verita's ghouls don't have the concept of the same race, he declares. Unless someone was up to something, they would never travel in a group. Hyun, who is standing next to the enraged man, looks at the hero in amazement. Who are you? She asks him. Jinsung swings his knife, getting ready to strike. Do you want to get hit before explaining? He asks the short-haired man. The girl hears some noise and turns in the direction from which it comes. What's with the noise over there? She hears. Giorno di Jekashev appears on the cliff overlooking the outpost. Why are you trying to fight your allies? He asks. The captain came just in time, the hero thinks. Giorno, judging by the look on his face, is very angry. Amoeba King, shouldn't you be at the third bunker? He asks. Why are you here? NPCs become very firm when players interrupt the quest, the hero thinks. Giorno jumps off the cliff and lands next to the fighters, who are ready to engage in battle with each other. I saw a monster approaching this way. Amoeba King tries to justify himself. Both he and the hero turn to the commander. I thought it was a Veritas ghoul, so I came to help. Amoeba King continues to justify himself. The hero interrupts him. A certain person here left his bunker as he pleased, he states. He even knows a lot about ghouls. Amoeba King, gritting his teeth in anger, looks at the guy, who continues to accuse him. I think he came here for a different reason. I think he's a spy who will harm Aldean Fortress, Captain, the guy says. Both the hero and the chicken sitting on his shoulder look at Amoeba King in fear. This bastard. You are really annoying, he says. It turns out that the man is holding a faintly glowing red ball in his hand. The rewards for the quest were good, so I wanted to get rid of you and make it look like you were killed by the monsters, he says. Smiling menacingly, the villain lifts the sphere to the level of his face. Are you going to keep being annoying? He asks. Damn that quest. I'll just kill all of you. Warning, the Tessa ring senses a strong feeling of darkness. Jinsung looks anxiously at the ring that is glowing on his finger. What? Why is the Tessa ring? Those are. A multitude of winged monsters appear in the sky, similar to the one that was recently defeated. The monster, sticking out its long tongue, looks bloodthirstily at the people standing below. Why are so many ghouls going in this direction? The hero thinks. Amoeba King looks with an absolutely mad look at the red sphere emitting streams of black energy. Just how did you live for someone to give me this, telling me to kill you? He asks. There is a bright white mark near the villain's neck. Even if you are lucky to kill one ghoul, you'll never be able to kill all of them, Amoeba King shouts. The hero strikes and decapitates him. The red sphere falls from the dead man's hands to the ground. Notification, Amoeba King has logged out. The chicken jumps up in horror on the enraged guy's shoulder. He sure does talk a lot, Ginseng declares. How dare such an insignificant person act out? Warning, Veritas ghouls are approaching and being pulled in by the energy or darkness. The monsters, their toothy maws wide open, fly at the heroes and his companions. Giorno realizes how great the impending danger is. Ghouls are coming, he shouts. Everyone, return to Aldean Fortress and assume battle formation. The quest description appears. Mysterious rage. The monster has absorbed an ominous power. If you want to live, escape the stronghold and return to the fortress. Type, epic. Description, return to Aldean Fortress within the given time limit. Progress, 0%. Warning, the level of monsters is quite high, so be careful not to die. Jinsung grits his teeth in anger, looking at the system window. Damn it, that ball is attracting the ghouls, he thinks. Giorno breaks into a run. If you want to live, run, he shouts. Jinsung and Haiyun run after the commander along the road carved into the rock. The girl and the guy talk as they run. Just what have you been doing for the Amoeba King to try and kill you? Asks Haiyun. How would I know? There are so many bastards trying to kill me, the hero answers. He looks back at the monsters approaching him from above. They'll catch up at this rate. I need to get rid of some of them, the guy understands. Seo Haiyun, you said you wanted to show your ability, right? He asks. The girl turns to him with a surprised expression. When I give the signal, attack, she hears. Haiyun puts his sword forward and takes a position behind the hero. What signal? She asks. Vials of glowing liquid appear in the young man's hands. It is reported that he is using the decay elixir skill of the healer in the amount of 99 units. Jinsung throws vials at the monsters. This kind of signal, he shouts. Explode all of the elixirs, the order sounds. Haiyun is ready to join the battle, the blade of her sword glowing pink. The girl rushes forward and uses her Balestra skill. Then the Rose skill is used. Haiyun puts her sword in front of herself. The vials that fly at the monsters explode. The monsters fall to the ground like downed aircraft. Jinsung grabs the girl's hand and pulls her to the side. I'll leave the rest to you, Captain, he shouts. Giorno, holding a sword, looks at his soldiers in bewilderment. Streams of purple energy rise near his stern face. Notification, Night Crow skill Shadow Sword. Giorno deals multiple blows with his weapon, creating a veritable network of purple trails in the sky. A whole series of notifications appears. You have defeated a Veritas ghoul. You have gained XP. You are now level 47. Great, says the hero, who is no longer holding the girl by the hand, but by the waist. A free level up at this time is awesome, he thinks. Giorno, with the slain monsters visible behind him, approaches the boy and girl, who are sitting on the ground, hugging each other. You are both talented, he says. Jinsung looks at the commander, and Haiyun, blushing a little, looks at him. We need to escape this place quickly before other monsters come. After hearing this noise, Giorno tells the young men. We see a passage in the rocks that leads to a fortress in the distance. The hero and his companions rush along it. Suddenly, a powerful explosion is heard in front of them. We see a blonde in a magician's hat sitting on the ground in confusion, holding her staff out in front of her. I love Choco, Hai-Yun asks, perplexed. Someone appears in front of the four fighters. Gosh, you sure did take your sweet time, this character says. We see the man's face, and it seems familiar. I thought I was going to fall asleep from waiting so long, he says. The hero, covering his face with a knife, looks at the villain. Was it you, the one who was trying to kill me? He asks. The scoundrel throws aside the corpse of the defender of the fortress who was protecting the passage in the rocks. Thanks to you, we've lost the favor of the higher-ups, and the Jengson startup is in danger of disappearing right now, he declares. The villain, with a glowing red gemstone on his chest, snaps his fingers. So, don't you think I should get my revenge? He asks. It turns out that there are dozens of fighters standing on the rocks along the mountain pass. We see dim red spheres in their hands. The villains are smiling predatory. Hai-Yun frowns at the enemies. Isn't that what Amoeba King was holding? She asks the hero. Warning, the Tesser ring senses a strong feeling of darkness. Jinsung, with a glowing ring on his finger, looks at his opponent with hatred. Is he trying to summon some more monsters with those balls again? He thinks. Jinsung holds a knife in front of his face, threatening sounds reach him. An eerie red and black glow appears behind the villain. What is that? The hero thinks. A description of the monster appears. Stitched up predator. Species, demon. Type, champion. Level, 95 unknown. Unique traits. This monster's type, level, and abilities are decided depending on the beings that make up its body, so pay close attention. Before us is a monster whose body consists of the heads of many other monsters. Warning, a champion monster has appeared. Be careful not to die. Jinsung smiles happily. I thought I'll have to search around for this quest, but a champion-level monster appeared all by himself, he thinks. In front of us is a fortress standing at the foot of the mountain. So Giorno's reconnaissance group 6 hasn't returned yet, comes from there. Mikhail, Sinister, and Peterson are standing in front of a map spread out on the table. Yes, and according to the words of the other reconnaissance groups, the monsters did not show any special traits, says the giant. Mikhail, Sinister, arms folded across his chest, looks thoughtfully at the map. But Giorno, of all people, hasn't returned. That's a bit strange, he says. The bearded man looks extremely gloomy. How are the preparations for the defense of the Day of the Twin Moons going? He asks. We are about 85% complete, answers Peterson, standing nearby. Even if we fight right now, there won't be a big issue. Do you think there is a possibility of the Day of the Twin Moons being moved forward? Asks Mikhail. The giant's face shows concern. Although the fact that Reconnaissance Group 6 hasn't returned yet bothers me, that has never happened before, he answers. Mikhail is still looking somewhere down sullenly. Then Reconnaissance Group 6 not having returned yet must be because of a different reason than what we've normally prepared for, he says. We see how lush the fur collar of this character is. I have a bad feeling about this, he says. In front of us are hundreds of sharp teeth that have grabbed a purple monster. The hero and his companions look at something in amazement. What is this even? Asks Jinsung. The giant monster, which consists of many other monsters, holds one of the defenders of the fortress in its hand. Lucky day, the vile entity says joyfully. The man screams loudly, begging to be saved. The monster sends the victim into its mouth, from which blood immediately begins to spurt. A monster that swallows users whole, the hero realizes. Giorno holds out his gauntleted hand in front of the young men. He is ready to fight the monster approaching him. Leave this to me and return to Aldean Fortress, the man says. Judging by the expression on his face, he is very determined. Let Vice Commander Peterson know to prepare to fight like on the Day of the Twin Moons immediately, says Giorno. The hero, gritting his teeth in anger, looks at the monster. Even Captain Giorno won't be able to face the monsters alone, he realizes. To top it off, they are flanking us, so escaping will be difficult. The hero steps forward and stands in front of the captain. Even if we leave everything to you and escape, I don't know if everyone will be able to return safely, he declares. Shouldn't we try to fight them together? Hai-Yun and the other two soldiers of the squad look at the guy in amazement and fear. The representative of Jengson Startup starts speaking, with a scary monster standing behind him. Haven't you grasped the situation yet? He asks. Do you still think you can run away? The bastard raises a glowing ball emitting black jets. This is called the Destruction Orb, and I brought it here to catch you, he says. The villain raises the ball above his head. See if you can beat this nasty bastard, he declares. Are you an idiot? Jinsung asks him. The bastard looks at the hero in amazement and asks again, deciding that he misheard. The guy smiles. I don't know where you got such a cheat key item, but isn't it obvious that that's an experimental weapon used with your lifeline? He asks. Jinsung, above whose head we see many enemies standing on the rocks, smiles. Do you even know who are the guys who gave that to you are? He asks. Their names, affiliations, goals. You don't even know why they give you that item, yet you're running around all excited, aren't you? There's a glint of malice in the guy's gaze. The basics of magic are equivalent exchange. Do you think it makes sense that you can use that much power with no risk? He asks. Do you think your failed company can be revived just because you do something to me? The villain's subordinates seem to think about it. They look at the hero with their mouths open. Did they say they'd reward you for putting your lives on the line? He continues. So what are you earning from this? Please use your brains and think, you bastards. Jin-sung smiles, seeming to hypnotize his enemies. Let's make them lose their cool first, he thinks. That way, they'll move predictably. The bastard grins angrily. It doesn't matter, he says. The bastard lifts the glowing ball, which is now covered in black stripes. No matter what kind of object this is or what risk there is to it, I, Mingchen, can handle it, he declares. Won't it be enough to just kill you? In front of us is the hero and Hai-Yun. I'll take out your tongue first and cut it to pieces, Mingchen shouts angrily. Gosh, they are so easy, Jin-sung thinks. A monstrous monster, all of whose heads make scary sounds, approaches the guy. Stitched Predator is reported to use his collapse skill. Many thick tentacles crawl out from somewhere in the monster's leg. Stitched Predator then uses the Thorn of Death skill. One of the tentacles grabs the hero and lifts him into the air. Tentacles from the ground, Jin-sung thinks in bewilderment. Giorno raises his sword to strike. He is reported to use the Night Crow skill Sun, Moon and Stars. The captain cuts off the tentacle that grabbed the hero and frees the young man. Well, as expected of Captain Giorno, thinks Jin-sung. That's the monster slaughterer for you. Nice, let's leave things to the captain until I analyze that thing's patterns. The hero, holding two daggers, kneels down. Some kind of projectile flies past his face, leaving a yellow trail behind. Now the guy looks at the enemies, who are standing on top of the cliff with red balls in their hands. These weak guys sure are excited that there's a lot of them, thinks the hero. We see the face of one of the fighters we're talking about now. If you gather together like that, all you do is become a target. While the guy surveys the battlefield, his comrades are actively fighting. Stupid master, over there, warns the chick sitting on his shoulder. Projectiles resembling sharp teeth fly out of the monster's huge belly. Stitched Predator is reported to be using its rotten meat shower skill. It can do wide-range attacks too, thinks Jin-sung. Damn it, that's enough analyzing of patterns. Crouching, he rushes into the attack. Hai-Yun, he shouts loudly. Please, watch my back. Everyone else, spread apart for now. The girl, over whose head the bastards with red spheres in their hands are giggling, shouts in bewilderment to the hero. What? Where are you going on your own? We see the villains who are making fun of her. Oh no, the pimp has left you and run away, one of them declares. Hai-Yun looks at the moral freaks with disdain and calls them damn bastards. They continue to giggle vilely, standing on a high cliff. The girl collects her thoughts. Then she jumps up and, pushing off from the slope of the cliff, flies up. A moment later, Hai-Yun finds herself already above the heads of the bastards teasing her. One of them, with vile thick lips, looks up in fear. From above, from beneath the clouds, petals fall, and an angry girl approaches to deliver a devastating blow with her sword. If you want to F around with that mouth of yours, I'll help you, she screams. The girl's sword pierces one of the enemies. It is reported that she used her Chevalier skill. A powerful flash occurs next to the girl. The second bastard aims at the girl with a crossbow and swears foully. Hai-Yun delivers another blow, leaving a bright pink trail in the air. We are informed that she managed to use the Balestra Rose skill. The girl turns to the hero. You have a plan in mind, right? She asks. Hai-Yun, from above, on the cliff, looks at the balance of forces below. If you fail, I'll kill you, she screams. Jin-sung looks at the system window. Nice, he thinks. Hai-Yun succeeded in disrupting those bastards on the cliff. They are nothing if you fight them one-on-one. The girl looks at the system window in amazement. The hero's two other allies are also quite surprised. Now on Dandy Man and I Love Choco have recovered somewhat, and the Stitched Predator's patterns aren't increasing, the hero thinks. The monster's tentacles reach out to the captain. Jin-sung smiles and puts his hand aside. Then let's go for the win, he thinks. A dagger appears in the guy's hand. We see the description of the item. Kurenai. Type, dagger. Attack speed, very fast. Rank, rare. Bonus, attack power plus 104, 50% chance of making the target into a state of bleeding on attack. If you attack the target in a state of bleeding, hemorrhage, curse of blood will take effect. Hemorrhage, curse of blood, the level of the target continuously decreases for 180 seconds. Jin-sung stands in front of the monster, preparing to give it a fight. Mic test, he says. Can everyone hear me? Has anyone here ever caught a champion monster before? If no one has experience with a champion mob raid, I am planning on taking lead. Is that okay? Jin-sung looks at the enemy. Then I'll begin, he declares. Mingchen, with black energy streams rising around him, looks back at him. We see two hands, each holding a dagger. It is announced that the hero is about to use a witch doctor skill. It is Bloody Impulse in the amount of 99 units. Jinsung strikes the monster. Hae-yoon looks at what is happening before her eyes in amazement. Giorno smiles. "We have no choice but to trust you," he says. Jinsung kicks the villain named Mingchen in the stomach. He screams loudly, but continues to hold the glowing sphere in his hand. The hero glares menacingly at one of his opponents. The stitched predator has noticeably transformed, gaining more heads and tentacles. The more we attack it, the more it changes. This is completely abnormal, the boy thinks. The orbs those Jangsan suckers are holding show that only one group would do something like this, thinks Jinsung. The villains in question seem to be out of their minds. They look like zombies that someone is controlling. The mastermind behind this must be the Crucifix Dawn, the hero realizes. We see images of monsters that we seem to have heard of before. Hae-yoon watches from afar as the hero fights the monster. It is reporting for its viewers. "Let's keep attacking for now. The more the champion monster uses its abilities, the harder it gets for it to control them. We have to make it keep focusing on us. Hae-yoon, help Captain Giorno and keep attacking." The girl flies into the air. The captain, holding a glowing sword in his hands, is ready to fight. "Right now, what's important is to return with my teammates. Finding the mastermind should come after that," Jinsung thinks. He strikes the monster's leg. The girl pushes off the ground. She flies above the monster and pink petals begin to fall to the ground. Jiryo looks up. "Bundle, you shoot too," he shouts. The chick raises a red flag. "Understood, stupid master," he confirms. Many chicks put blowpipes to their beaks, preparing to shoot at the enemy. The stitched predator, slightly surprised heads visible on its body, is subjected to a massive fire. It looks like the monster is starting to attack its nominal allies. A notification appears. "Your party member, Liang Keoming, has died." The monster swallows a fighter in a long cloak. Notification: "Your party member, Liang Keoming, has logged out." Mingchen lies on the ground, many of his subordinates writhing in the monster's tentacles. The villain, his eyes bulging, looks at what is happening. "Just what is this situation?" he shouts in bewilderment. A short distance from the scoundrel, the hero is fighting the monster, holding a dagger. Jinsung, smiling, looks at the monster. "Nice. Looks like they can't control it anymore," he says. A view from above gives us an idea of the balance of power on the battlefield. Hae-yoon, lead them towards the cliff, the hero shouts into the microphone. "Since they can't control it anymore, the monster will only focus on us now. Run." Two more squad members are looking at the system windows on the cliff. "Known dandy man, I love Choco. Have you prepared the trap?" Jinsung asks them. "We need to finish it in one go." The young man in the mask looks questioningly at the magician girl in the pointy hat. The hero, Hae-yoon and Giorno run away from the monster pursuing them. "I'll lure it at the very end," Jinsung shouts. The two of you go up the cliff and in front of the trap. The trio running away from the monster splits up. The hero looks back. "Okay, trap activation in 14, 13, he thinks. From the guy's look, it becomes clear that something very unexpected is happening. We see that there is an arrow sticking out of the hero's side. It becomes clear that Mingchen, who is holding a crossbow, shot the young man. "I caught him," the bastard shouts joyfully. The bastard points his gun at the guy again. "Did you think I'd let you escape?" he asks and, without waiting for an answer, begins to laugh. Jinsung falls on his back. Stitched predator comes close to him. The hero's comrades try to shout to him. The monster grabs the guy with its huge hand. "But I still lured him to the cliff where the trap is," Jinsung thinks. He turns his face to his comrades and shouts for them to continue carrying out the plan he told them. I love Choco puts her hands forward and uses one of her skills. "Okay, I don't know anymore," she says, visibly worried. Next to the monster, we see fighters with red balls. A blue glow emanates from the cliff. It trembles. Known dandy man, holding two daggers, jumps into the air. He is using Stalker skill multi-trait force field impact trap. The cliff begins to crumble and collapse. A powerful rockfall occurs. It continues for quite a long time. We see thick clouds of dust. And now the knee and the tip of the sword. Hae-yoon and the other members of the squad look at something in amazement. There is a huge collapse in front of them. "Damien," the girl calls out to her comrade. She turns to the captain with anger in her eyes. He walks away. "We can't wait for him. More monsters will come soon, so we need to return using another route," says the squad leader. The fighters obey and follow him. Hae-yoon, who is very sad, looks back one last time. The girl looks at the rocks, from which clouds of dust rise. He is definitely alive, she thinks. We see many notifications about the murder of users whose names seem to be randomly generated. Someone's silhouette is visible above the rocks. It is Mingchen with his red ball in his hands. Damn it all, he shouts. Cheng Ting Bao, Lai Feng, why aren't you responding? The villain notices the silhouette in front of him. He seems to understand who is in front of him. He raises the sphere in front of him, emitting black streams. Why didn't you die? He asks. The bastard, who has a completely insane look, raises the ball above his head and starts laughing. Die, I said, he yells. We see two very unpleasant-looking monsters. A card appears with a description of this type of creatures. Boomer, a monster that appears in the extreme lands of Verita's highlands. They are quite vicious and will eat humans and monsters alike. Species, demon. Type, normal. Level 71. Unique traits, this monster has a pattern of leaping several meters above you and slamming down. Warning, the Tesser ring senses strong evil energy. The hero's ring glows. In front of us again is the insane face of the bastard named Mingchen. It looks like he's done for. Jinsung, transformed into a zombie, pierced his torso with his hand. The hero, whose eyes are unnaturally glowing, looks at the enemy. The reason I won't die is an industry secret, you shit, he says. Around the hero we see many huge monsters. Just because I don't die doesn't mean it doesn't hurt, the hero declares. The transformed Jinsung stands in place, assessing the situation. Zombification is about to end, and if I want to sweep that many monsters, he thinks. The hero raises his hand, flowing with blue energy. Should I just show off my skills for the first time in a while, he thinks. Jinsung kneels and touches his hand to the ground. Come out, he orders. A blue formation appears, emitting powerful waves of energy. The number of magic circles increases, they cover a huge area. The hero is reported to be using the Witch Doctor skill Corpse Creed. The ravine is drowning in a blue energy river. Jinsung looks menacingly at his enemy. You think you are the only one who can call monsters? He asks. We see a terrible monster with a long tongue and sharp horns. Let's fight on equal grounds, the hero says. The winged horned monsters attack the monsters the hero is preparing to fight. The four-eyed creatures seem seriously scared. One of them, with eyes wide with horror, flies up, holding her butt. However, there are also those who fight back against the winged monsters. A battle breaks out, in which no one is going to spare anyone. Jinsung majestically tramples one of the slain monsters with his foot. From the start I never once thought of losing, he thinks. As expected of the high-rank predators of the highlands, a huge monster raises his fist above the hero. However, the monster immediately finds itself under attack by the hero's winged allies. But their attack motion is too wide, giving them a lot of gaps, thinks Jinsung. He throws many vials of green liquid at the enemies. The use of the Witch Doctor's skill decay elixir is reported. The hero, smiling, looks up. Wipe them all out, he orders. Green flashes are visible in the sky next to the winged monsters, and severed limbs are flying to the ground. Jinsung looks at something with alarm. In front of him is a giant four-eyed monster, the leader of the boomers. He's already came down from the cliff, the young man realizes. The dagger in his hand begins to glow with red energy. I'll end this in one blow, the hero thinks. He uses the Witch Doctor skill Bloody Impulse. The dagger is stuck in the middle of the monster's forehead. The blade breaks, and only the hilt of the weapon remains in the guy's hand. Jinsung looks in surprise at the fragment sticking out of the enemy's forehead. It seems I overdid it, he thinks. Okay, this will do. Notifications appear. You have defeated the named boomer. You have gained the XP. The hero stands next to the corpse of the defeated enemy, and we see how huge the monster was. Notification: you have obtained Obliterator Skull. A strange skull is visible above the hero's hand. Notification: the effect of a Rune of Greed Extorting Hand has been activated. Jinsung looks at his hand, which is emitting waves of blue energy. Now shall we recharge on blood and mana? He asks. Notification: absorbing the HP of the named boomer. The hero kneels down and places his hand on the monster's corpse. Notification: absorbing the MP of the named boomer. The guy looks off into the distance. Those who have left, headed to the fortress, he thinks. In front of him, at a decent distance, is a fortress built on the side of a mountain. Let's chase them quickly, Jinsung decides. Giorno salutes. I, Reconnaissance Group 6 Captain, Giorno di Jekishev, have returned to Aldian Fortress, he reports. We see who he is addressing. It is Mikhail, Sinister, and Peterson. I heard you have been looking for me upon arrival. What's up? Asks the first of them. I am deeply ashamed, but yes, Giorno answers. The captain stands in front of the table, his arms stretched out along his body. Do you need our forces? Asks his commander. Yes, it is an emergency that is equivalent to the Day of the Twin Moons, answers Giorno. Mikhail looks at the warrior with concern. As we were worried about, he thinks. The man stretches out his hand and begins giving combat orders. Be on the highest level of alert. Effective immediately. Assume protective formation for a great monster. Peterson and several other warriors of no less stern appearance frown at something. Giorno walks forward, snowflakes fall on him. An entire army is lining up on the fortress wall under the majestic castle. Whoa, so cool, someone says. In front of us is a character with blue hair braided into a thick braid. Good day, everyone, he says. We see that he is also standing on the fortress wall. The defense of Aldean Fortress, the event you have all been waiting for, has finally started, says the streamer. We see that quite an impressive force has gathered to defend the fortress. Comments from the audience appear. Crazy, crazy, this is crazy. The fortress transformer is wild. Is no one participating in the defense stream? I think there are only those streaming from above the fortress so far. Peterson raises a huge sword above his head. Go to your positions. Prepare to go into combat, he shouts loudly. The monsters will invade soon. We see the members of the squad that the hero is joining. What a shame. Damien needs to see this too, says I love Choco. Hyun looks sad. Well, he probably logged out and is watching this through the stream, she says. A girl with a huge horn, standing on the fortress wall, informs the defenders of the fortress that the monsters are approaching. We see an army approaching the fortress. Its defenders, dressed in fur coats, look at their enemies with alarm. We see a toothy wolf, who raises his head and sticks out a long pink tongue. A hand descends to the ground, apparently belonging to a huge ape. A creepy, toothy monster appears on top of the cliff, which actually has something of a primate about it. I Love Choco raises her hand, and a green circle appears above it. It is reported that she is using a night crow skill called Scan. She points the green circle at the monsters and touches it with her hand. The monster army at the front line is around 798 meters away, the girl reports. 791 meters, she says almost immediately. Peterson is in front of us. The special strike force of the Night Crow Knights should descend first, he orders. When the monsters are within 500 meters and break through the battle line, several warriors with swords in their hands are preparing to jump down on the fortress wall. Prepare to descend, they hear. We see a mage with his eyes closed, scanning the surroundings. Wait, he shouts. Something is approaching the fortress at an irregular speed. 650 meters. 580 meters. Giorno looks at the mage doubtfully. Are you sure? He asks. There are no monsters in the highlands that can go that quick. Look over there, he hears. The captain looks in the direction he was pointed, and concern appears in his eyes. Giorno sees a huge, hairy monster that resembles a giant monkey. Look at its jumping abilities, that monster must be, Giorno exclaims. The monster flies closer, and the captain casts aside all doubts. It's the leader, Boomer, he shouts. The captain steps forward with a glowing sword in his hand. I'll take that bastard, he declares. We see the hero standing on the monster's back, and he is naked. Giorno, who has wings on his back, pushes off the wall of the fortress and takes off. The use of Night Crow's skill, called New Moon, is reported. Giorno flies towards the enemy, and judging by his facial expression, he is in the most determined mood. The captain strikes and, as it seems, cuts the monkey-like monster's body in half. The hero, who has just had a very strange vehicle cut under him, jumps up. Jinsung lands and rests his hand on the ground. He looks at the shocked captain with a less than satisfied expression. How can you attack without a care? He asks. Giorno recognizes the guy, and a joyful smile appears on his face. My apologies, he says. We see the reactions of the other members of the squad, led by the captain. Welcome back, soldier, the hero hears. He calmly rubs the back of his head, not even thinking about covering his shameful parts. Jinsung takes a dagger in each hand and squats down. Okay, then, he says. We see many scary monsters around him and the captain. Should I go again? The hero asks. Giorno smiles. That's what I was hoping for, he declares. Jinsung, who has a decently dressed chicken sitting on his shoulder, smiles back at the commander. A characteristic streaming screen appears in front of the hero's face. Before I start, I need to stream it, he thinks. The guy looks at the interface, smiling. Since a lot of people will watch it because it's the fortress battle, he muses. Mikhail Sinister screams loudly. When the monsters enter the range, the special strike force of the Night Crows will descend together. The hero looks at what is happening in front of him with a smile. Not to mention, unlike the others who are only going to stream from above, viewers' comments are already appearing in front of him. The sight of the Night Crows coming down is insane. It's best to watch from this streamer as expected. I wanted this kind of realistic stream. The Crow guys are so cool. We see the fighters preparing for battle, and in the front row with the captain stands Jinsung. I can show the fight of the Night Crows, he thinks with delight. We see many monsters, one of them, with tentacles and a very long tongue, jumps high. Jinsung and Giorno are ready to meet the enemy. The monster approaches the squad. Wow, you won't even give me time to greet the viewers, the hero exclaims. Smiling, Jinsung looks into the broadcast window. Everyone, I'll greet you soon, the guy says. Giorno calls out to a soldier named Karen. He looks at his commander. Jinsung rushes forward, warning his comrades of his intention to do so. Karen follows him. The hero brings a blowpipe to his mouth, a chicken in terror flies off his shoulder. Jinsung is reported to be using a witch doctor skill. Streams of yellow energy swirl around the fighter who is following him. He uses the skill Night Crow. The hero fires his blowgun, and his skill is called shooting of poison darts. Karen, in turn, uses Thunder Tempest. The monster that rushed to attack first is defeated. However, an entire army is already moving behind it, the ranks of which seem to be skillfully organized. Giorno, who is standing behind the hero and Karen, gives advice to his fighter. Do your best to hold out, soldier. Concern appears on the captain's face. There will be a bomb soon, he shouts. Giorno shoots a powerful stream of energy in front of him. It is reported that the skill Night Crow, called Full Moon, was used. A pink wave engulfs the entire space. It is so powerful that the hero's cheeks are blown back, as a result of which teeth are exposed that do not need any treatment. Jinsung opens his eyes with difficulty. He looks up in surprise. Wow, so New Moon was nothing at all compared to this, he realizes. Jinsung looks up, where another creature is approaching him. I can't lose either, he thinks. The guy strikes with his knife and hits the monster, who seems way too cheerful for being almost dead. Another lunge, and the monster's torso is cut in half. Jinsung looks over his shoulder. Anyway, a bomb, he thinks. Where? One of the warriors strikes hard and cuts the monster standing in front of him in half. There are a whole bunch of night crows here, Jinsung thinks. 2 warriors from this squad are slaughtering a scary horned monster with huge lower fangs. The guy sees that the fighters are quite far from the fortress. Wait, he thinks. 2 fighters are very effectively dealing with some lizards. Jinsung looks somewhere anxiously. Wait, he asks someone. Waiting is the greatest enemy. Stupid master, the chicken on his shoulder squeaks desperately. Look forward, stupid master. The guy looks where his pet is talking and sees a multitude of monsters there, ready to tear him apart. The lizards stick out their long tongues and make eerie hissing sounds. The hero puts his daggers into action and deals fatal blows to a whole group of monsters. They are going to order a large-scale bomb. The commanding officer at that. At a place where 11 of the top quality human resources, the night crows are, he thinks. That makes no sense. Clouds of white smoke are visible around the hero. Comments from viewers of the broadcast appear. Your moves are amazing as expected. He still got it. He's on the same level as the night crows. Jinsung is very serious, just like the pet sitting on his shoulder. If it's true, then he believes that they will survive the bomb, the guy thinks. He sees one of the fighters kill another monster. Jinsung, frowning slightly, closes his eyes and shakes his head. I don't need to know more details about the situation, he thinks. It's annoying trying to understand. Yellow energy flows from the hero's eyes. He prepares for battle. The sounds of battle can be heard under the high cliffs. Giorno raises his hand. Everyone, retreat to the trench in front of the fortress, he orders. Immediately, the fighters make it clear that they understand the order and quickly run in the indicated direction. The hero, who is still naked, looks after them angrily. Is the bomb starting? He thinks. A huge pink energy sphere appears around the fortress. There's no point in escaping for me, who's not a night crow. I'd just die on that spot, Jinsung thinks. He watches the fighters he fought alongside just recently run away. What I can do right now, he thinks. The bomb is starting, someone says. Magic formations are visible on the shell of the protective sphere surrounding the fortress. Jinsung clenches his teeth, his pet is terrified. I will raise my mana and endure, the hero thinks. An incredibly powerful explosion occurs. Jinsung is kneeling, leaning his hand on the ground. Notifications appear. You have gained XP. You have reached level 60. The hero looks like he is not very well. He looks somewhere into the void from under his mask with a sharp beak. I almost died, the guy thinks. Holding his side, the hero looks around. Is everyone alive? He tries to understand. The fighters are sitting inside a shallow pit. Giorno asks if everyone is alive. His subordinates look dejected, but they seem to be fine. All 11 of us. No one's dead, no one is missing, one of the fighters answers. Everything is okay, the second confirms. The captain looks out of the pit. The monsters, he says. We see 3 monsters of terrible appearance. A trembling hand holds a dagger. Damn it. Not all of them died, someone says. We see a boot next to the pit. Rest some more, Giorno, says the one wearing it. The captain looks at this man. What are you? He says. 2 people are standing in front of him at once, Peterson and Mikhail. Didn't you save them for this moment? Asks the second of them, smiling. We see the faces of the fighters lined up in a row. Another group of warriors. It turns out that an entire army has approached the pit in which the fighters of the advanced detachment were saved. The captain looks at his allies in amazement. The countless forces that will protect Aldean Fortress, he hears. Mikhail turns to his soldiers. Everyone, advance, he orders. Hundreds of people rush to attack the enemy. Advance. I'll kill you all, you monster bastards, shouts Giant Peterson, who runs ahead of everyone. we see several video intros. All of them are dedicated to the hero and the defense of the Aldean fortress. In front of us is a protective sphere in round formations, which protected the fortress from the explosion. Another video intro shows the hero's face and a chicken sitting on his shoulder. The author promises to tell about the siege of the Aldean fortress. In front of us is the very explosion that the night crows waited out in the pit. Now we see the comments of some chat. Master, open the door, open the freaking door. I think that teacher is getting beat up right now and is so embarrassed that he ain't opening the doors. Am I right? Damn those who are wasting their money. Need to stop spamming. Did teacher does live turn off? What happened? It must be that urgent. We see a phone on which someone is watching a live broadcast. Yes, we can hear it. Here we see Young Sing-hoon sitting in a chair under the Wiz Entertainment logo. How do you think he survived there? He says. The man looks at his computer monitor. Even if I was a viewer, I wouldn't have believed it, he says. Sing-hoon smiles. If this video didn't exist, he finishes his thought. The man watches another video in which Jin-sung fights monsters as part of a squad led by Giorno. To be able to upload this kind of video, we see a completely naked hero who is sitting with 2 daggers in his hands and looking somewhere to the side. With that speed, gaining tens of millions of views is nothing, thinks Sing-hoon. Looking absently somewhere to the side, the man brings his fist to his face. I have never seen a streamer with this kind of influence before, he thinks. Sing-hoon, smiling, looks at the monitor. I wonder how far he can climb, he thinks. We see trees with the sun shining brightly above them. Someone falls to one knee and thrusts a sword into the ground. The kneeling warrior curses. Jeong Yuman and some bald brutes stand over him. The young man is shaking all over and leaning on his sword. How could you kill all of our guild members alone? He asks. Yuman, smiling, looks at the book. From the Rising Dragon Assembly to the Azure Dragons. This wouldn't be possible without hacks, he hears. The warrior rises to his feet, holding his right hand, in which he holds a sword. Damn it, we, the Azure Dragons, will never surrender to a hacker, he says. The brute turns to his commander. Arrogant bastard, I'll deal with him, he says. No, Yuman answers. The fighter manages to raise his sword in front of him. I'll be the one to finish this, Yuman says. He raises his staff, from which red energy begins to flow. The villain opens his mouth wide and swings it to strike. The brute looks at the long-haired guy in surprise. It's nothing much, says Yuman. Young master, Secretary Kim Woo-sung is urgently contacting you, says the bald henchman. Okay, Yuman answers, and his image is covered in large pixels. The young man lies down, resting his head on a special headrest. His eyes open. Yuman, clutching his head, rises from his chair. I apologize for interrupting you, young master, says the assistant and hands the guy some papers. I have something to report to you in regards to the AC community you mentioned before. Yuman looks at the tablet screen. What is it? He asks. Yuman sees video intros and user comments. The leader of the Emperor Blood Alliance is a legend. Did you see him kill all of the Emperor Guild members by himself? Is this clip on Audub too? Emperor is awesome. But I think King Arthur would get destroyed by Damien too. You can't even compare them, he's Godmian. Damien carries even without a blood alliance. Damien, Yuman exclaims in surprise. He continues to look at the tablet screen. He's a rookie and streamer receiving the most attention these days. His assistant answers. Wiz Entertainment Korea has been supporting him with unusual marketing. We see Yuman's eyes. Damien, he's much more interesting than I expected, says he. I feel like we'll meet someday. In front of us is a multi-story building. A barbell is lowered onto a stand with a loud sound. Jin-sung sits down and starts cleaning his ear with his little finger. Is someone talking about me? He asks. Why do my ears feel so itchy? Anyway, he says and wipes his head with a towel. The hero looks at the messages in one of the social networks. You worked hard. I am happy to have been on the same team as you. See you again if the opportunity permits. Hyung Nim, it was an honor to fight with you. If it's okay, can I send you a friend request? I am always enjoying your content. I'm really a fan. Jin-sung, smiling, looks at the screen of his phone. There are so many notifications. The Audub revenue must be a lot, he thinks. His friend appears next to the hero. What are you looking at like that? He asks. Just AC news, of course, Jin-sung answers. He lies on his back again and picks up a large dumbbell. Did you raise your level a lot? Hyung, you moved on to Jushin, right? He asks. Huh? I see. I don't know. I got trapped somewhere weird and now I'm just hearing about tri-flowering spirit gathering for quintic anatomical Kai? Hyung replies. He looks in surprise at the sports equipment that his friend is easily lifting. You monster, lifting that much weight is nothing to you? He asks. The hero recalls the location that his friend was talking about. The phrases are that Hyung is talking about aren't unfamiliar at all, he thinks. Hyung is currently at least a hero rank. No, he must be a legend rank. Hyung rubs his chin thoughtfully. Well, anyway, they are only making me train as if they want me to beat someone to death. he declares. Jinsung continues working with the weights. Don't be sad that you are slower than others. It will come back to you in a good direction. You are recording things well, right? He asks. Yes, but I'm bad at editing, Hyung complains. The hero hands him a business card. Take this, he says. Hyung spreads his arms in surprise, looking at the hero. If you contact them and give them my name, they'll edit it for you, promises Jinsung. Hyung takes the business card in his hands and begins to examine it. Okay, thanks, he says. Buy me food sometime, the hero answers. Hyung looks at his comrade with displeasure. What? I'd better buy food for an elephant, he says. You eat as much as me, Hyung, the hero answers. Jinsung frowns and looks somewhere. It turns out that he noticed a girl who is working out on a treadmill. She seems familiar to him. Huh? Jinsung exclaims in surprise. The girl looks at the hero. He points his finger at her. It's you, he shouts angrily. The girl stumbles in surprise and falls face down on the treadmill. She holds her head with an expression of suffering on her face. Above the guy's head, we see him in the guise of a witch doctor with a chicken on his shoulder. That's you, right? He asks. The girl looks at the young man in amazement. We realize who Jinsung recognized in her. That Kunoichi from back then, he shouts. The girl looks at him intently. Are you that asshole I saw at AC? What are you doing here? She asks. The girl is clearly unhappy. She tries to look into the guy's eyes. Did you find out what gym I go to and follow me here? She asks. You stalker. Stalker, Jinsung thinks in bewilderment. He folds his arms over his chest and answers his interlocutor with a displeased look. Hey, I get that you are a narcissist, but I'm not interested enough in you to actually chase you around in reality, okay? We see all three young men from above. I came here to exercise, and I have someone I know over here too, Jinsung explains. The Hyung, to whom he points, begins to mumble something hesitantly. If you have an issue with something that happened in AC, then let's resolve it in AC. Let's not waste time in reality, says Jinsung. The girl looks at him in surprise. Resolve it in AC, she asks. Having collected her thoughts, she turns away from the hero with a displeased expression. Fine. What happens in the game stays in the game, she says. What is it? Do you have any other business with me? Asks the hero. The girl hands him her phone. Blushing a little, she looks at the young man. Here, then give me your number, she says, so we can meet in AC. Jinsung looks at the girl thoughtfully, folding his arms over his chest. In front of us again is a huge building. Number, the hero asks again. The hero walks down the street with a bag in his hand. He rubs the back of his head in confusion. I am seeing all sorts of things, he says. The guy remembers Jumhor running after him with a phone and demanding that he stop. Saying some absurd stuff once is enough, thinks Jinsung. The girl pursues him into the store too. Are you ignoring me right now? She asks. Now she screams angrily, raising the phone above her head. You'll pay for this. After chasing me around all day, she's threatened me to give her my number, Jinsung thinks. He goes to the door and presses the intercom button. She's weird, he says. The shared gate is opening, an announcement sounds. The hero goes inside. He walks, looking somewhere down. I don't want the people I fight on AC to get involved with me in real life, he says. Suddenly, Jinsung notices another girl in front of him who seems familiar to him. The guy looks at her in bewilderment. Miss Seo Hyun, he asks. The girl, holding a bag in her hands, looks up and immediately recognizes the hero. Damien, she asks. Jinsung, smiling, looks at Hyun. What the? Is this neighborhood the hangout spot of AC users? He asks. How do you look so much like your game character? The girl looks at the hero in bewilderment. Says you, she answers indignantly. But how are you here? Hyun drops her bag in anger. Are you stalking me? She asks. A plastic bottle falls to the floor. Does everyone think I have that much time? Asks Jinsung. He bends down and picks up the fallen bottle. The guy points it at the door. Hey, this is my house, he says. The girl crouches down to her bag in surprise. Right next door. Just leave it, she exclaims. How would I have known you were my neighbor? Asks the hero. He picks up the bag to give it to the girl. So don't come to some weird conclusions, he says. Jinsung opens the lock of the door to his room, which makes characteristic sounds. Anyway, who knew you'd live in a place like this? He asks. Jinsung glances at the girl sideways. Even if we don't greet each other when we see each other, let's not dislike each other, he suggests. Hyun looks at the guy in bewilderment. She seems to have blushed a little. So he's not a bad guy, she says quietly. The hero tiredly puts his bags on the floor. What a day, he says. Jinsung takes off his t-shirt. I can finally rest for a bit, he says. A warning appears. Time left, 11 hours, 49 minutes, 57 seconds. If you do not enter the game, you will die, so be careful. The hero looks at the red window in fury. Damn it, they won't give me time to rest, he shouts. The guy irritably walks over to the gaming machine. Are they telling me to die while playing this game or what? He asks. Jinsung sits down in a chair and closes his eyes. I am going, he says. Jinsung is transported to the game. Notification, welcome to Arcia. The hero, in his underwear, lies on a luxurious bed with a red bedspread. A whole series of notifications appears. You have cleared the defense of Aldean Fortress quest. You have cleared the mysterious rage quest. You have obtained the title Survival of the Battlefield. You have obtained the title Narrow Escapee. Jin-sung gets out of bed and stretches. It was good to get a room, he says. 2 more notifications. You have received a message. If you don't come here right now, I will you and you. Maria. Jin-sung, holding a piece of paper, remembers the girl who sent the message. Maria did say to come find her immediately, but I was so tattered after defense of the Aldean Fortress, he says. This is much better than just crawling to her. The hero remembers how, completely naked, he approached the girl sitting at the table, leaning on a stick. Jin-sung looks at his personal card. Since I refilled my health at the lodgings, let's check the system window, he says. In front of us is a window which the guy is looking at. Damien, level 60, class witch doctor, affiliation none, alignment 9,999,999,999, title atrocity, the one who defeated the wild boar alone, agent of revenge, record time clear. Lonely hyena, survivor of the battlefield, narrow escapee. Stats, strength 50, HP 40, agility 40, intelligence 101, talent 40, luck 30. You have 0 stat points left. Skill window, shooting of poison darts LV10, control the dead LV10, bloody impulse LV10, corrupted elixir LV10, voodoo doll LV5, zombification LV1. You have 0 skill points remaining. Rune page, rune of greed extorting hand. Jin-sung rubs his chin thoughtfully, but it's a relief I worked hard to complete these quests, he says, compared to what my equipment is. Jin-sung, who we see in completely tattered clothes, looks over his equipment list. Equipment, weapon, none, shield, Bonclay's poison darted rooster, helmet, chaser of the night helmet, top, chaser of the night shirt, bottom, chaser of the night pants, shoulders, chaser over the night shoulder pads, gloves, chaser over the night gloves, shoes, chaser over the night boots, necklace, none, ring 1, Tessa ring, ring 2, none. Oh, this is terrible, the hero thinks. He touches his finger to the screen. Aside from my equipment being bad, my level is a bigger problem, he says. Jin-sung stares at the system window. Normally, at this point, you change jobs or get promoted, he thinks. Notification, due to an unforeseeable wall blocking you, you cannot develop any further. Find the related quest and complete it to reach higher stages. Jin-sung points his finger at the window, his face twisted with rage. God, these vague and stupid phrasing keep happening, he says. We see a development tree emitting bright rays. What if they only let me change jobs if I complete the 7 deadly sins tree? No, that's probably not it, the guy thinks. Notification, you have an unchecked item. Please open your inventory and confirm the item. The hero looks at the message in amazement. The window is glowing very brightly. What? I haven't even opened it yet, the guy says. Why is it opening by itself? In front of us is some kind of shard with sharp edges. A description of the item appears. Destruction orb fragment piece. Type, other. Rank, common. Description, a fragment of an item with the power of the original 7 evils, the 7 deadly sins. Created with quite tough materials. Comes with the feature of stimulating the instincts of monsters. Due to its feature of endlessly absorbing mana, the item's durability is quite low compared to its toughness, and because an unknown energy has not settled properly, it could easily endanger the user. Jin-sung picks up the object and examines it carefully. This is what I got from the shuttered destruction orb back then, right? He says. Why did this pop out? Jets of black energy rise from the fragment. This energy, I felt it before, the guy thinks. He remembers the enemies he fought already in this life. The mastermind was the crucifix's dawn as expected. Since it has the same nature as that guy, Jin-sung thinks. A book given to him by his mentor appears next to the hero, who is holding the fragment in his hand. Notifications appear. Apocalypse invocation. The Book of the Black Covenant is emitting a strange light. Oracle is being activated. Would you like to activate Oracle? The book opens and flies up above the hero's head. He looks at it in amazement. What is this? He screams. The chicken jumps up on the guy's shoulder in horror. Why is this coming out, stupid master? He asks. I don't know either, Jin-sung answers. The young man looks at the book with concern, but seeing how they are both having the same reaction at the same time, there must be a reason, he thinks. The hero raises his hand, holding the shard. Let's check what it is first, he says. The open book emits a massive light. Jin-sung, gritting his teeth, raises his hand up. We see that he is sitting on the bed. The book falls onto the bedspread. The chicken flies excitedly above it. Stupid master, where did you go? He squeaks. The hero, leaving a bright trail in the air, falls on his back. Jin-sung holds his side. It hurts a lot. I thought I was going to die from motion sickness, he says. The guy looks around a little scared. Just where is this? He asks. It looks kind of familiar. Notifications appear. Oracle has been activated. You have been warped. Current location unknown. You cannot go back until you complete the oracle. We see the hero's back. The oracle? He asks puzzledly. The hero puts his hand on his bent leg, then misses. From behind the trees he is standing in front of, there is a groan and a bird squeak. What sound is this? He thinks. Is that Bundle? No, it's different from the sound Bundle makes. Jinsen walks forward. He picks up a blowpipe and looks through the leaves. Just in case, I'm going to prepare to find it, he thinks. In the clearing, the hero sees a fire and chickens running around it. It almost sounds like a human voice, thinks Jinsen. An enthusiastic boy runs up to him. Friend, he screams. Jinsen recoils from the child in horror. What, is it you? He screams. The boy, holding a staff with a skull in his hands, looks at the guy with displeasure. Why haven't you come all this time? He asks. Shaka, the god of the apocalypse, the hero thinks in amazement. The boy smiles joyfully and throws himself on his neck. I thought I was going to die of boredom, he screams. Shaka jumps onto the hero's back and, laughing joyfully, raises his staff up. Then is this Shaka's space too, thinks Jinsung. His mouth opens in horror. The hero remembers his bearded mentor, who swings his weapon at him. Wait, if I could just enter this space, then why did that damn old man knock me unconscious, he thinks. Biting his lip in disgust, he holds the legs of the young god sitting on his back. Jinsung sits in front of the fire, thoughtfully looking at the system window, and Shaka is running around him. The hero sees 3 identical notifications. Oracle has already been activated. Try again shortly. The guy thoughtfully rubs his chin. Why does this notification keep popping up? He thinks. Traditionally, oracles are given to humans after they ask gods a question. Shaka, with a staff in his hand, looks at his friend in bewilderment. He remembers his spectacular fall on his back. But I am closer to the opposite of that right now, the hero understands. The young god comes up to the guy and grabs him by the shoulder in displeasure. Friend, why are you just sitting there? He asks. Jinsun gets up. Sorry, I was thinking, he says. It's good that I was able to meet Shaka without getting beat up, he thinks to himself. Shaka continues to pester the guy with uncomfortable questions. Explain, why didn't you visit us all this time, friend? He says. Judging by the boy's expression, he is very offended. Anyway, I still can't believe it, thinks Jinsung. This kid, who acts so childish to me, is an equal of the Queen of Gods, Arya, in the mainstream. We see the goddess the hero has in mind. Now we see Shax in a more menacing guise and much more adult. He is the unprecedented god of darkness who stands over all darkness, thinks the hero. He tries to calm the young god, who is beside himself with anger. Aw, I was pretty busy, he says. Liar. Friend is a liar, Shaka cries out offended. I was so bored. Friends waited for you too. Jinsung kneels down. He smiles and looks at the child. I am sorry. I'll come more often, he promises. No matter how strong of a god he is, no man is an island, thinks Jinsung. Shaka is still very angry. Don't do that again from now on, he cries. Chickens are chirping at the hero's feet. Got it, I promise, he promises the boy. Anyway, it's a relief he has these chicks with him, the boy thinks. Shaka, finally, he starts to smile. So, friend, did you bring presents? He asks. A look of confusion appears on the boy's face. Presents? He asks again. Notification, quest condition of reconciliation has occurred. The quest description appears. Condition of reconciliation. Reconciliation means that you must resolve any negative emotions towards each other. There is nothing better than a genuine present when reconciling with an old acquaintance. Let's try to ease the anger of someone with all of our hearts and feelings who we want to reconcile with. Type, epic. Description, gift an item that the target might like. Progress, 0%. Warning, this quest is mandatory. Jinsung frowns at the system window. They are really trying to rip me off this blatantly, he thinks. In front of us is a menu of the items at the hero's disposal. The hero looks at the screen in amazement. Why is the inventory suddenly? He thinks. Shaka, with stars in his eyes, happily familiarizes himself with the item menu. Wow, friend, why did you bring so much? He asks. Jinsung raises his hands. On one of his palms we see an elegant formation. Shaka, 1 second, he says. First, come. We see the hand that holds the device with the item menu. The boy takes the tablet from the hero and, laughing happily, turns away from the guy, who has chickens jumping on him. What the heck? Jinsung thinks. You can just take someone else's inventory like that. The hero looks on in horror as the child rummages through his inventory. Shaka, no, he screams. A series of notifications appear. You have been robbed of frozen ghoul's meat. You have been robbed of Garo's red poison dart. You have been robbed off Swatcher's tongue. You have been robbed of Stitch Predator's spine. Jinsung clutches his head. If you know it's robbery, stop, he thinks. The hero tries to catch up with the child who is rapidly running away from him. Hey, how dare you take those as you please, he shouts. It turns out that they are both running in circles around the fire. Stop right there, the hero shouts. Notifications appear. The 7th god, Shaka, likes you present. Would you like to give him a present? Jinsung is furious, he raises his fist. What? Would I like to give him a present? He asks himself in bewilderment. A bead of sweat runs down the boy's cheek. I thought this quest was mandatory, he thinks. That means I have to press yes. We see stars in the child's eyes again. The boy happily reaches out to the system window. Oh, this is cool, too, he exclaims. Jinsung looks at the young god with concern. What are you taking now? He asks. Above the joyfully laughing child, we see the fragment that the boy recently received. Friend, are you giving this to me too? Asks Shaka. The destruction orb fragment piece. You want that of all things, thinks Jinsung. He rubs his chin thoughtfully. No, let's think about it. The boy, beaming with happiness, shows him the fragment. Maybe this robbery is in the pretext of an oracle, thinks the hero. There must be a reason why this situation came to be. Jinsung clicks on the yes option. Damn it, but to think I'd be robbed of that like this, he thinks. Notifications appear. You have given a present to the seventh god, Shaka. You have cleared the quest condition of reconciliation. The favorability of the seventh god, Shaka, has risen to 100%. The boy runs around the fire, winding one lap after another. Is he a track and field athlete? The hero is perplexed, looking at him. We see the leg of a fast-running child. He runs up to the hero and stops with an expression of absolute happiness on his face. Friend, since you gave me a present, I am giving you one too, he shouts. Jinsung is amazed. Shaka touches the hero's chest with his finger. Take this present, friend, he exclaims joyfully. Streams of pink energy spread around the guy. Jinsung clenches his teeth, fear is visible in his eyes. Hey, you, what are you doing right now? He asks. A purple vortex with a white core is spinning in the hero's chest. Wait, this feeling, he thinks. The guy's eyes become round. Is it that? He thinks. Shaka, smiling, holds out his finger forward. Jinsung and a pink glow seems to be floating in the air. We see an open book. Jinsung, desperately screaming, falls somewhere again. The hero, with his head down, sits on the bed. Next to him we see a closed book and an amazed chicken. Am I back? He asks. Bundle flies towards his face. Stupid master, where did you go? He squeaks. Just how much time has passed? Asks Jinsung. The chick flaps its wings in displeasure. What are you talking about? He squeaks. It's only been 10 seconds since you vanished into that book. The hero asks again in amazement, looking at his pet. The chicken flies around its owner and painfully pecks his hands and head. Why would Bundle lie? Stupid master, he is indignant. The guy holds his head. Was it a dream? He thinks. Jinsung touches his chest, in which we see a small white sphere emitting a purple glow. But it feels too distinct to have been a dream, he thinks. Notifications appear. A strong surge of darkness has filled your body. The seventh god's, Shaka's, power is reconfiguring your mana hull. The guy, who again has a strong pain in his chest, clenches his teeth to endure it. Aw, again, he cries out. Notifications appear. Your incomplete mana hull is now forming its complete shape. 14%. We see the heart in the suffering guy's chest. 39%, 68%, 99%. Jinsung screams deafeningly, throwing his head back. 2 more notifications. Success. Your mana hull is now complete and has formed a new ring. Your body has knocked down an unknowable wall and developed into a higher stage. The guy, who continues to experience unbearable pain, curses everything in the world. The chicken looks worriedly at its owner, hovering at the level of his head. What's wrong, stupid master? He asks. Even if they don't tell me, I can feel the change in my body, Jinsung thinks. He clutches his chest, but his face no longer grimaces in pain. The wall that was stopping me on level 60, he thinks. We see the hero's personal card again. Damien, level 70. Class, Witch Doctor. Affiliation, none. Alignment, 9,999,999,999. Title, Atrocity. The one who defeated the wild boar alone, Agent of Revenge, record time clear. Lonely Hyena, survivor of the battlefield, narrow escapee. Stats, Strength, 100, HP, 100, Agility, 100, Intelligence, 200, Talent, 100, Luck, 100. You have 0 stat points left. Surprise can be read in the hero's eyes. It is gone, he thinks. Jinsung looks at his skill window, which we can see too. Vengeful Spirit's Arrow, LV. 1. Epidemic Rage, LV. 1. Reviving the Dead, LV. 1. Blood's Craving, LV. 1. Blood Curse, LV. 1. Ghost, LV. 1. Saint of Death, LV. 1. You have 0 skill points remaining. Yes, this was the meaning of the oracle, the guy thinks. He smiles, the chick is sitting on his shoulder. This is a new beginning, Jinsung realizes. Notifications appear. Witch Doctor class change. Changing jobs. The hero, smiling, holds a staff with a horn skull in his hands. There is a joyful smile on the hero's face. Shall we test it out? He asks. The chick sitting on his shoulder chirps. Jinsung puts his feet down on the carpet. He rushes forward with shining eyes, and the chick has to fly off his shoulder. I can definitely feel that the flow of mana in my body has increased, the guy thinks. He strikes with his right hand, using the acquired 1-inch punch skill. Smiling happily, the hero clashes his fists. This is so opus, he thinks. This is absurd. This must be S rank. No, it might even be SSS rank. We see the hero's translucent body with 2 circles in the chest area. Well, I have basically formed a new circle. If my 6th sense activates here, I might be able to raise my senses like from my devoted days, thinks Jinsung. The chicken, actively flapping its wings, hangs in front of the guy's face. Stupid master, just what are you doing? He asks. Even though you are almost naked, you are so fast. Yeah, my body is awesome, the guy answers. He lies down on the bed, putting his hands under his head. Stupid master, go away, the chick squeaks indignantly. Bundle has no space to lie down on. I just need some gear now, right? Thinks Jinsung. A pigeon with a scroll around its neck sits in front of the hero's window, cooing loudly. The sound attracts the guy's attention, and he gets up from the bed. Jinsung opens the window, the pigeon sits calmly in place. The guy takes a folded piece of paper from the bird's neck. What's with this letter? He says. Jinsung reads the text, and a strange smile appears on his face. To Damien, if you don't come immediately, I'll kill you so that others can't even find your corpse. From Maria Jones. Shit, I totally forgot about this, the hero exclaims. In front of us is a huge building, towering over a sea of small houses. It is Holy Theocracy Orna's capital Upadal. Someone is sitting on the throne, above which giant golden arches rise. It is Aria, the goddess of light. Her eyes are closed. The girl opens her eyes and looks somewhere up. Through the high glass roof, Aria sees a strange astronomical object. A black star, she says. The star of darkness that swallowed everything is brewing. Anxiety is on the face of the busty blonde. Even though I already died once, she says. How is it? A black star is reflected in the girl's eyes, and it seems to be collapsing. That's, says the goddess. The object does indeed disintegrate, and smaller spheres fly off from it. I see, says Aria. She lowers her eyes sadly. There's nothing more to see, thinks the beauty. We see a bright flash in front of the red star. Tens of millions of years ago I definitely dropped that star, thinks the goddess. To think it's still emitting such a strong energy. Aria raises her hands, which emit a soft yellow light. I need to make preparations, she says. The goddess closes her eyes, and streams of white energy rise up from her. White, says Aria. Notification, white pledge book that calls the creation of the world. The named book hangs above the head of the goddess hovering in space. Aura, my family, says the girl. In front of us is a majestic building with towers. The hero, smiling, leans out of the window and stretches out his hand. I am Ba, he shouts. What exactly he wanted to say remains unclear, since a projectile resembling a fountain pen flies at him. Jinsung dodges at the last moment, raising his head high. Aw, I missed, he hears. We see the object flying in close. The fountain pen of an employee of the Adventurers Guild, the hero thinks perplexedly. Hatsun irritably pulls up the girl standing next to him. I got it, Hatsun, she says. I got it. Smiling, Maria hugs a piece of paper to her chest. You are here? She asks. The hero flies into the room, a dart visible on his neck, which apparently still caught him. Hatsun, can't you do something? The guy asks. The man laughs. Figure it out yourself. I don't know what's going on, he says. Maria approaches the hero and unceremoniously grabs him by the lower jaw. Where are you looking? She asks rudely. We haven't seen each other in a while, so you better focus on me. Yes, ma'am, the young man answers. The girl clenches her fist in anger. She is very unhappy. But you have managed to come back alive. You didn't contact me, so I thought you were dead, she says. I am sorry, answers Jinsung. I was going to contact you immediately, but Maria is the one who sent me to Aldean Fortress, so I feel a bit bad about this, thinks the hero. Smiling, he rubs the back of his head. Did you wait a long time? Maria asks the guy. The girl looks at him over her shoulder with displeasure. As you know, I'm not very patient, she says. I was so worried that someone I had an eye on got hurt, thinks Maria. She grabs the hero's arm and slightly twists it. So next time don't do that, the girl shouts. Got it, answers Jinsung. Maria smiles happily, which puzzles the young man. Nice, she says. Then let's deal with balancing the mission accounts. The girl pushes the door open and looks back at the guy. Follow me, dear, she says. Maria and the hero are walking somewhere along the corridor lit by lamps. The guy's mouth drops open in surprise. It seems he understands something. I think the place we're heading to is the most important place in the core of the Adventurers Guild, he thinks. Together with the girl, he approaches a grandiose structure from which long corridors branch off in all directions. It prides itself on having better defenses than most kingdoms. The heart of the Adventurers Guild, the safe, thinks Jinsung. The girl, smiling, looks at her companion. It's your first time here, right, dear? She asks. Ah, yes, the hero answers. Yes, it's my first time since regressing, he thinks. Normally, it's called a vault, and it's the place where each department's mission rewards and commodities are managed. Maria heads into one of the corridors. This way, she says. It's only open for mercenaries who are receiving an amount higher than the fixed amount, thinks Jin-sung. He looks at something in amazement. In front of him is a vault door with a huge and probably very complex lock. Vault 1492, the girl says, pointing at the door. It's your vault. Jin-sung remembers himself in a past life in fancy armor and a black cloak. God, seeing that reminds me of when I was a devoted before regressing, he thinks. Maria thoughtfully rubs her chin, looking at something. But just what did you do? She asks. Jin-sung looks at the girl in surprise and asks her to clarify what she means. Just what did you do for the fussy nerds at Aldean Fortress to favor you? Maria explains. The guy rubs his chin in surprise. Nerds, he says. Could it be? He thinks to himself. The girl puts her hand on the glowing terminal of the lock. If you are curious, hurry and put your hand here, she says. Once the vault opens, you'll understand what I mean. Jin-sung puts his hand on the door's terminal. Notification, your mana is resonating with the safe's magic technique. The safe door opens. Notification, success. You can now use the safe's vault function. It is so bright inside that the hero has to put out his hand to protect his eyes. The light comes from the enormous amount of gold that is littered all over the floor. Whoa, I can swim here, the young man thinks. Jin-sung, with his pet sitting on his shoulder, smiles beamingly. Bundle, this isn't a dream, right? He says. This is all my money. Stupid master, your eyes look weird. Get a grip, the chick demands. Okay, now I'll quickly explain the rewards you've received, says Maria. We see that she is holding a paper in her hands, as well as the text of the document. Fortress Defense Mission. Dispatch basic fee, 200,000 gold. Tracking down the traitor, 1 million gold. Discovering a new artifact, 2 million gold. Dealing with a rank 1 monster and other fighting bonuses, 2 million gold. Fortress Defense Contribution Bonus. Total, 7 million gold. It's a total of 7 million gold excluding the commander's special reward, Maria declares. Jin-sung happily raises his fist. As expected, I have an eye for people, he declares. 7 million gold, he thinks. If I change that to cash and exclude the exchange rate, it's around 80 million won. The guy spreads his arms out to the sides and throws his head back. He is ready to scream with happiness. I knew it'd pay well, but to think it would be to this extent, he thinks. Stupid master. Have you still not gotten it together? The chicken squeaks. In front of the hero is a suit of knightly armor with a fur cloak. I'll wait. Who gave that? Asks Jin-sung. And I was just thinking I needed new equipment, he thinks. There is paper visible under the belt of the armor. There's a letter in the build, so read that, says Maria. The boy takes a paper out from under his belt. Then he reads its contents. To Damien. It was an honor to be able to fight together on the battlefield, soldier. Jin-sung realizes who sent the gift. The signature under the message confirms his guess. From Giorno di Jekashev. We see the captain giving him a thumbs up. What's with this old man? The guy thinks. He smiles happily. I am kind of touched, he thinks. Maria claps her hands. The hero looks at her in surprise. Okay, last thing, the girl says. What is it? The hero asks. Maria, smiling, holds a hexagonal box in her hand. This is probably the best gift, she says. Jin-sung takes the box from the girl's hands. He opens the lid and looks inside. Inside is a hexagonal badge. Holy shit, the guy exclaims, not believing his luck. Congratulations on entering the top 20% of mercenaries, dear, says Maria. An adventurer certificate platinum tier notification appears. I am platinum tier, the hero asks himself. He puts the badge to his naked torso. The hero is sitting by the fountain. To think I am platinum tier now, he says. Jin-sung examines the badge he received. Although the difficulty level of the missions will get higher, what I can do as a mercenary will diversify, he realizes. The guy joyfully raises his clenched fist. And this isn't all I got, he says. Descriptions of the titles he has received appear. Title, Survivor of the Battlefield. A title given to someone who survives a fierce battle that was not possible to survive in. It seems to contain a strong will that does not come from normal people. 5% chance of achieving a plus 5% critical hit for 30 seconds when attacking. 5% chance of attribute resistance and status effect tolerance plus 5% for 30 seconds when under attack. Title, Narrow Escapee. A title given to one who has repeatedly escaped the strong grip of death. It is as if the user is able to survive from any hopeless situation. If HP is lower than 50%, the title holder receives an increase in attack speed, movement speed, casting speed, and stamina recovery speed of 10%. If HP is lower than 1%, the title holder receives an increase in attack speed, movement speed, casting speed, and stamina recovery speed of 100%. If HP is lower than 1%, the title holder receives an increase in attack speed, movement speed, casting speed, and stamina recovery speed of 400%. The hero smiles and looks into the distance thoughtfully. This might be enough, he says. What are you saying is enough, stupid master? The chicken sitting on his shoulder asks him. Jinsung extends his hand to him. I think it'll be okay to slowly leave this place, he says. What does that mean? The pet asks in surprise. I am saying I have done everything I can do here, Jinsung answers. A small squad approaches the fountain next to which he is sitting. Before I knew it, I reached level 70, the hero thinks. For normal classes, this level would mean the third occupation change. The guy analyzes the information, looking at the system window. In front of him is a map of the area, and he presses his finger on one of the areas. Farming here is limited, he says. Nothing good will come out from staying in one place for a long time. So let's go to the central part now. Jinsung continues to calmly work with the system. Then should we reset the items for now? He asks. Yes, stupid master, Bundle answers. A squad of young people passes by the hero. Let's see if there are any good items, says Jinsung. One of the fighters stumbles over a protruding stone. The hero looks in surprise at the warrior sprawled in front of him. He gets up from the ground and looks with fury at the innocent guy. Hey, where are you looking? He shouts, adding a couple of dirty curses. A fighter in armor and a red cloak flies up to the hero. Don't you see me passing by? He continues to yell. Jinsung looks at the rock jutting out of the ground next to the aggressive fighter's foot in confusion. A smile appears on the latter's face. You, jerk, are you pretending to not know? He shouts. Hey, what's wrong? One of the bully's comrades shouts from behind. He points his finger at the hero. This bastard tripped me when I was passing him, he shouts angrily and curses again. They look like a group, the hero thinks to himself. His attention is drawn to the ornate badge on the chest of the tripped fighter. Judging by the fancy insignia on their chest, they must be quite a famous brotherhood, the hero thinks. Judging by his wide eyes, he remembers something. Wait, that crest is, he remembers. The guy's main enemy appears before his eyes with a baton in his hand. Emperor Blood Alliance, he understands. This is the crest of the Emperor Blood Alliance, the one that Jiang Yuman is the leader of. The tripped fighter's comrades gather around the hero and discuss him animatedly. Wow, is he crazy? He obviously looks like a newbie, but he is not scared. The bully yells loudly at the hero, who is slowly starting to lose his temper. Why, you scared? That's why you should F around of the judging the situation. Jinsung roughly grabs his arm. Keep going your way, he quietly advises. The hero looks into the eyes of the fighter screaming in pain. And don't start a fight with the wrong person, he adds. Inside, the hero is seething. He remembers the events of his previous life. The Emperor Blood Alliance. I want to tear him to shreds, but I don't have the equipment yet, so I need to hold back. Jinsung exhales to calm down a little. He lets go of his opponent's hand. I think you must have misunderstood something. You tripped on a jagged stone yourself, the hero says. The bully pulls his hand away and challenges the hero to fight him. His comrades cheer wildly, supporting the fighter. Amazing, Koharu, one of them encourages him. Jinsung looks at this same Koharu completely calmly. Excuse me, I'll say this again. Just keep going on your pretty way, he says. The bully grabs his saber. This bastard keeps asking for trouble, he shouts. Two heavily armed warriors appear in front of Koharu. One of them rudely calls out to the guy. Knights in helmets and armed with spears. Using weapons in the square is forbidden, says the one standing in front. One of the bully's comrades pulls him back, grabbing him by the cloak. Don't make a scene, Koharu, he says. Let's go. Yeah, do you want to get married by the troop guys? Asks another of his companions. Troop guys, the hero thinks to himself. He recalls the local military hierarchy, so they are just come knights, he realizes. He must be scared of his higher-ups and is going away. Koharu turns to the hero and yells angrily at him. Hey, you bastard, follow me to the hall. An evil grin appears on the hero's face. Huh? The hall, he says. It's no use bluffing, he thinks to himself. How ridiculous. Putting his hands behind his head, Jinsung follows the guy who challenged him to a duel. Those present whisper excitedly, waiting for the most interesting turn of events. Because of the war with the Azure Dragons, there's been more attention to the Emperor Blood Alliance, so there are quite a lot of onlookers, the hero thinks. He stretches and feigns mortal boredom. I don't want to make this embarrassing, so let's end things quickly. I am busy, he says. If you want to get destroyed, keep talking, you little shit, Koharu replies angrily. His comrade puts his hand on his shoulder and tries to calm him down. Hey, calm down, the guy asks. We can't do this here. If you want to go to it, do it at the gate. Koharu turns to the hero. Follow me. You are dead today, he says. The bully's face is distorted with rage. I more or less get what kind of bastard he is now, thinks Jinsung. He's like a high school bully. The hero's face has a very strange expression. It's unsightly how drunk is on attention, he thinks. Koharu raises his fist and demands that the hero follow him up to the roof. He seems to think he is the protagonist of a movie, thinks Jin-sung. Smiling, Koharu approaches the pink portal. You can't run now, he says. Jin-sung walks through the portal ahead of his opponent. It's not even funny, he thinks. Notifications appear. You have been warped. Current location, Fighter Street, Endless Hall. New location information has been created. We see a huge tower that goes into the clouds and disappears behind them. The hero and the chick are amazed. Where are we? Stupid master, asks the chick. Jin-sung looks at the tower, mesmerized. It's been a long time, he thinks. A neutral zone that adventurers can enter through the gate. There's a joyful smile on the guy's face. And a ferocious battlefield where adventures are ranked by battle. We see the spectators, swearing crudely, watching the fight between two warriors. A fighter in a black cloak opens the door. A place where the strongest person owns the highest place of the tower, thinks the hero. We see a warrior standing on a mountain of corpses with his hand raised. This is the place that made me a devoted in my last life, Jin-sung recalls. Koharu appears behind him, emerging from the portal. You mannerless asshole, he says indignantly. Are you going first without replying? Jin-sung calmly walks to the huge gate, ignoring the bully. He, swearing, calls out to the hero, trying to get attention. Notification, welcome to the Endless Hall. The hero walks between huge columns, Koharu runs after him. Although there are a lot of people who want to test their own abilities, Jin-sung thinks. The thought is interrupted by two alerts. The Endless Hall is divided into 7 modes, including free mode, and you will be warped to a select location according to the chosen mode. The Endless Hall follows the edicts of the Emperor of Khan, Adelicia von Wallcroft, and adheres to complete neutrality from ideologies, thoughts, individuals, and groups, regardless of origin or status, including adventurers from the otherworld. Koharu, puffing angrily, follows the hero. There were also a lot of bastards who would use this to legally destroy others. Jin-sung thinks out his thought. 2 more notices. All actions taken by those who participate in the Endless Hall belong to the person involved, and Ripley Store does not take any responsibility. If you agree with these clauses, please reach your hand out to the sign. Koharu stretches his hand out above himself. Stretch your hand out quickly, he says rudely. Stop spacing out. 2 more notifications. User Koharu is inviting you to free mode. Would you like to agree to the invitation? An irritated expression appears on the hero's face. You talk too much. You must have a foul mouth, he says to his opponent. What, you asshole? The latter shouts, amazed by such impudence. Jin-sung raises his hand and puts it where it belongs. I obviously have no reason to reject, he thinks. Yes, he says out loud. We see 2 more notifications. User Koharu has entered the field of honor. User Damien has entered the field of honor. In front of us is an arena with hundreds of spectators sitting in the stands around it. 2 more notifications. User Murashake has entered the field of honor. User Nyang has entered the field of honor. Jin-sung, now wearing a warm cloak and a raven mask, looks at the system window in surprise. Is this working properly? He asks. What are you doing? Asks his opponent. Jin-sung, smiling, raises his finger. What else? I'm filming. Since you might go back on your words later, he answers. Oh, it's on, the hero adds ironically. What kind of insane bastard are you? Koharu shouts angrily. Jin-sung, smiling, continues to work with the broadcast window. Are you, a member of the Peerless Emperor Blood Alliance, scared to lose to a newbie? He asks. Koharu screams in rage, opening his mouth wide. What did you say? We hear the audience's lines. Hey, what did he say just now? The Emperor Blood Alliance. Scared? How funny. He must have some loose screws. Then I assume you have agreed and I am going to film, says Jin-sung. Koharu looks at the hero with anger. Do what you want and just get ready to get destroyed, he says. That's something you'll need to do, Jin-sung replies. Koharu leans forward and charges. You bastard, he shouts. I'm not going easy on you anymore. A look of alarm appears on the boy's face. He looks at something in confusion. He sees the hero, but not where he expected. Hi, he says, raising his fist to strike. Jin-sung punches, throwing his opponent far back. The hero approaches his opponent, who is sitting on the ground. An ominous red light flows from his eyes. Get up, he demands. Stop exaggerating, member of the Peerless Emperor Blood Alliance. Koharu is confused and bewildered. Just when did he? I didn't even see him move, he thinks. The hero swings. His fist flies towards the enemy's face. You'll lose if you block, Jin-sung warns. He hits his left hand in the chin and prepares to punch with his right hand. What's his class? The hero thinks. Koharu is on one knee and throws his own punches, seeing how he's withstanding this. It looks like he's a pure strength-based physical class, Jin-sung thinks. Koharu jumps back twice and finds himself at a good distance from the hero. He looks at the enemy with fury and promises to kill him. Koharu has 2 sabers in his hands and rushes at the enemy. It is reported that the dual blader skill Fatal Storm is being used. We see a red vortex resembling a tornado, with Koharu spinning madly at the top. That's a dual blader's innate skill, Jinsung realizes. The whirlwind approaches the hero. Blocking it is crazy, thinks Jinsung. I need to dodge it. Koharu, who is in the center of the whirlwind, rushes past the hero. How slow, mocks Jinsung's enemy, even though you are probably an assassin class. Koharu looks at the enemy in amazement. You dodged that? He asks in shock. The hero jumps up, spreading his arms out to the sides. After changing jobs, my skills changed into something new, he thinks. Should I try using it? He looks at the system interface. Yeah, this will be good, the hero realizes. Among all his other new skills, he chooses Blood's Craving. A description of this skill appears. Blood's Craving. Level 1. Attribute, Blood. Description, while exploding the target, you will continuously bleed. For 180 seconds, attack and movement speed will increase by 300%, and you will enter a bleeding state that consumes 1% stamina per second. Stamina will not drop below 1%. If you attack while in a state of explosion, there is a 33% chance of putting the target into a bleeding state. The caster will absorb the blood of the target in the bleeding state and activate the bloody shield. Every time the blood is absorbed, the shield's maintenance time will reset. Koharu leans forward, ready to rush into another attack. How dare you look somewhere else when facing me, he shouts and adds a dirty curse. The villain attacks, and for some reason we see him in the plural. The spectators sitting in the stands look on in shock at what is happening in front of them. We hear their lines. What the heck? He is serious. Jinsung looks at the enemies approaching him quite calmly. These are mirror images, he understands. It's unlike the Kunoichi-class shadow clone technique, where the clones are substantial. Koharu rushes into the attack and shouts loudly that his enemy, the bastard, is finished. Jinsung smiles calmly, flashing even straight teeth. We'll see who's going to die, he says. A shadow remains where he was just standing. The witch doctor's Blood's Craving skill is reported. The hero's fist hits the enemy in the nose. We see yellow beams and a mark from a powerful hit. Koharu spits out a stream of blood. This makes no sense, he thinks. Notifications appear. Absorbing HP. Bloody shield has been activated. The hero is holding an object emitting red and black streams. I was thinking of ending it, the guy thinks. Koharu, who can no longer open one eye, looks at the enemy with furious anger. I am going to die, he thinks. I am definitely going to die. The spectators in the stands joyfully raise their hands. We hear their remarks. Weren't you boasting earlier, saying he will definitely win? Does it make sense that a member of the Emperor Blood Alliance can't even beat a normal adventurer? Koharu's comrades are angry. Hey, you idiot, one of them shouts. Get up. If you lose here, we are going to look like fools. Get up right now. A spectator stands up from his seat in the stands and points a finger at the hero. Wait, he shouts. Now that I'm looking, that person's clothes are. All eyes are on the hero, who stands in the middle of the arena in his cape and raven mask. Could it be the chaser of the night set? One of the spectators asks. Isn't that teacher from the defense of Aldean Fortress? We see dozens of excited streamers in the stands and hear lines from their streams. Breaking news. One of the members of the Emperor Blood Alliance is fighting teacher from the defense of Aldean Fortress and is getting crushed. This is insane. And he's a platinum tier adventurer. One of Koharu's comrades raises his fist in anger and demands that the streamers stop their streams immediately. The hero raises his hand and prepares to hit the enemy with the edge of his palm. Hey, I thought you were confident. Are you done? He asks. Koharu receives a powerful slap, his cheek gaining a distinct pink tint. Respond, when I am talking to you, the hero shouts. A bit, Koharu mentally begs the enemy. Just a bit more. His trembling hand grabs the hilt of the saber. Jinsung, smiling maliciously, tries to look into the eyes of the enemy. Hey, are you crying? He asks. Koharu's face changes. He begins to look like some kind of monster. Jinsung seems to be a little scared, noticing this transformation. Koharu raises two sabers. It is reported that he is going to use dual blader skill, which is called Chain Ascension. From somewhere above, thick chains crash into the arena, which destroy the coating, knocking out stones. Many chains fly at the hero as well. Jinsung smiles. He's pretty good, he thinks about his opponent. He's trying to buy time until he can get up. Koharu leans on his sabers stuck in the ground. To avoid the blows of the chains, Jinsung makes acrobatic jumps. But it'll be 30 seconds at most, he thinks. No, by my calculations, this is going to end soon. The hero, smiling, crouches. We see scraps of chains. Bingo, the hero exclaims. He looks at his opponent, who is still kneeling. Hey, this is quite fun, the witch doctor tells him. Suddenly the smile disappears from his face, and fear replaces it. Huh? My back's against the wall, he asks. That bastard. Was this his plan? Koharu, who has crossed his sabers in front of him, looks scary. Tongues of flame are visible around him. All done, he says with difficulty. A strange mark appears on the young man's forehead. Some energy bubbles are visible on his back. It is reported that he is using the dual blader skill, which is called a Sura. A horned creature resembling either a genie or a demon appears in a column of flame above Koharu. The hero's face smiles again. "You psycho, is this what you prepared?" he asks. By burning his own mana, he increases his physical abilities, the hero thinks. An extreme continuous dealing move where the blades won't stop until one side dies. Concentric circles and clouds of smoke are visible in the arena. Jinsung is staring at something. Koharu is visible above his head, behind whom he has 4 extra hands, each holding a saber. The opponent's face is distorted with anger and unbearable tension. The hero's fist glows with purple energy. "I get that this is your lethal move," says Jinsung. A very bright beam of light flashes in front of his opponent's face, and an explosion occurs behind him. "But it's not going to work on me," the hero exclaims. He raises his fist for another punch, but seems to notice something strange. Is it because he's in Asura mode? He thinks. It's like his arms and legs are moving separately. Yellow beams of light shoot out of Koharu's body and fly towards the hero. As if someone else is controlling him, Jinsung thinks. The beams of light shoot out of the enemy's body and fly past the hero. "Hey, I'm pretty confident in my speed too," Jinsung says. He finds himself behind his enemy. "You saw it earlier," he declares. An ominous yellow energy flows from the hero's eyes. "Is your final struggle over now?" he asks. The hero's hands turn fiery red, and the daggers they contain move closer to the enemy's throat. Apparently, this is the end. The spectators in the stands watch the two fighters fight furiously in the arena. "What the heck?" one of them asks. We see the astonished faces of 2 of them. "Is the level of this fight for real?" the young man asks. "Is he going on the offensive now?" the girl asks. The interlocutors clench their teeth in anger. "No, that's the flow of the fight is strange," the guy says. Beams of yellow energy are visible around Koharu. Traces of blows are visible on the hero's armor. Koharu's weapon, Alcazar's Fury, isn't something that you can just block because you want to, the young man thinks. Koharu holds a saber in each hand. If it's one blade, then it's not too bad, but when he's holding both blades, he has the 100% ignore defense option, the guy thinks. The mark on Koharu's face turns bright red, his eyes glow with white energy, and it must be hard to even react to Koharu's attacks while he's in Asura mode. The hero continues to block the blows that the enemy inflicts on him, but this guy is blocking all of them, the guy thinks. Jinsung punches his opponent and encourages his opponent to try harder. The guy's fist pierces the opponent. "You've still got more in you," Jinsung shouts. He delivers one blow after another, and after each one he demands his opponent to try harder. The spectators, who are watching all this, tremble with horror. "I can't watch this," says the girl. "Shouldn't we stop him?" asks the young man. Koharu's comrades are also worried. One of them clutches his head. "That demon-like bastard," exclaims the second. Jinsung raises his fist for another blow, his eyes emitting streams of yellow energy. "Do," he shouts at his opponent. "More," he adds and delivers the decisive blow. Koharu, to the horror of those present, flies high into the air. Then he falls heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Notifications appear. Player 1 win. User Damien has won. The duel has come to an end. Jinsung, looking victorious, raises his hand above his head. Translucent pixels are visible around the hero. The hero rejoices, waving his arms excitedly. "My blood boiled for the first time in a while, so I fought my opponent with my everything without even knowing it," he shouts. "Good job, stupid master," the chicken tells him. Jinsung looks at the system window. "Anyway, can I even use this video?" he asks. "Why?" Bundle wonders. In front of us is the intro of the video with a button to start playing. "I just think I beat him up too mercilessly," the hero answers. "That really was a bit too much," the pet squeaks. Jinsung smiles cheerfully, reaching out a finger to the system window. "Right? If I upload this on Audube, my image might just get worse," he declares. The hero, his mouth slightly open, reads the user comments. "Wait, isn't this a bit? If you get caught, every single bone in your body will be broken. Weren't they the ones who started the fight? On the blood level of the top 50, but people should still know their limits. This is a bit unsettling to watch. Shouldn't you at least listen to what your opponent is trying to say? Welcome to the Emperor Blood Alliance, noob." Jinsung looks at the blue screen in surprise. Was the video already uploaded? "There are a lot of community comments," he says. We again see the streamers sitting in the stands during the battle. Did someone from the audience upload it? The hero tries to understand. He smiles happily, looking at the system window. "Wow, what I was worrying about just now was meaningless," the guy says. "This might make things difficult for Wiz Entertainment, though. And there's the issue of it going up for review." Jinsung clicks the yes option, agreeing to send this video to Wiz Entertainment. He remembers his main enemy, whose name is Jeong Yuman. "But my beliefs won't change," the hero thinks. His face is divided into 2 parts, dark and light. I will repay favors by 100 and grudges by 1,000, he thinks. The hero walks towards the door, behind which a bright light is visible. Whatever, if it becomes a problem, Wiz will contact me. They could edit it for educational purposes, he says. Ginseng walks between the columns to the portal. How did I end up coming here, he thinks. This place is kind of like my heart's hometown. The guy looks thoughtfully into the distance. In front of him rises a huge tower, hidden in the clouds. I wish I could challenge it right now, but the situation is quite ironic, so I can't, he thinks. We see the lifeless body of Koharu against the backdrop of a split emblem. Even if it's a common knight whose honor has been smeared, it will cause me to clash with the Emperor Blood Alliance, thinks Ginseng. In front of us is Jiang Yuman, holding a staff in his hands, emitting a bright glow. Even if he doesn't move right away, he'll pick a fight soon, the hero realizes. It's too early to challenge him right now. The guy looks around, noticing something. He looks at something in shock. What are you thinking about, stupid master? The chick asks him. Ginseng rubs his chin with a mysterious look. Nothing much, he says. It's just I think I'll have to prepare. Bundle doesn't seem to understand what his owner is talking about. He smiles and strokes his pet. A lot, the hero adds to his previous phrase. The moon is shining, there is a sports car in front of the fence. Yuman is sitting behind the wheel. I think we are here, he says. In front of us is a flesh girl. Already, she asks. The girl shyly lowers her eyes. I had a lot of fun today, she says. I've been your fan since before your debut. We see a scene from the movie the couple is filming. Being cast into the same drama alone truly felt like a dream, the girl admits. Yuman, smiling, looks at her. Oh, really? He asks. Yes, the brown-haired girl answers. The guy throws her a sideways glance. Kim Dahai, you're not much either, thinks Yuman. You look naive, but to think you'd be this easy. The guy looks at his watch. Look at the time, he says. It's late, so hurry up and hit in. Dahai runs her hand through her hair, embarrassed. I need to go, don't I? She asks. The girl is about to get out of the car. Have a safe trip, she says. Yuman stares at her. Wait, he says. What? Dahai cries out in surprise. Trembling with excitement, she turns to face her companion. The girl closes her eyes and purses her lips for the guy to kiss her. It's done, says Yuman. Dahai opens her eyes wide. Smiling, the guy unbuckles his seatbelt. I think you forgot to undo your seatbelt, he says. The girl blushes profusely. Aw, I see, she exclaims. What's wrong with me? Dahai looks back at her companion, worried, and thanks him. Running out of the car, the girl starts to cry. See you on the set, she screams. Get back safely, the guy tells her, looking out the car window. He sees his co-star running away, embarrassed. Yuman looks at her with disdain. That young woman already, he says. The guy, who is also blushing, props his head up with his hand. Well, I am no different, he thinks. Is it because we are both human? Yuman smiles a little strangely. Anyway, he says. The phone in the guy's hand vibrates. I told them not to send so many messages, he says. Yuman reads the message from the subscriber, who is designated as AC Lee Rasung. I am sorry to contact you this late, young master. I have an urgent matter regarding the Emperor Blood Alliance to contact you about. Please check the link below. Lee Rasung. He should be managing AC. Why is he contacting me at this time? Yuman thinks. Surprise is noticeable in the guy's eyes. He reads the user's messages. The current Eba's situation, lol. This bastard tripped me when I was passing him. Ginseng, the Eba dogs are all having strokes. Honestly, if you think the Eba is disgraceful, I recommend watching it. Never before seen clip of someone getting screwed over by a platinum adventurer. What is this? Yuman asks, confused. He presses the play button. He sees Ginseng punch Koharu in the nose, and yellow beams shoot out of Koharu in a really strong punch from the winner of the battle. Yuman grits his teeth in anger as he looks at his phone screen. What a bastard, he says. The guy puts one hand on the steering wheel and presses a button on the dashboard with the other. The car takes off sharply. We see the car speeding down the street. Call Lee Rasung, Yuman yells. Now, a carriage pulled by a mechanical horse is driving down the road. The hero is lying in the carriage, working with the system window. Wow, how there is really nothing to buy, he says. Ginseng remembers the moment he bought the carriage. The return to village spell and the usage fee for the warp gate were so expensive, he thinks. The hero is crying and snotty. I'm already sad to have to use an outdated robotic horse carriage. The same notification pops up in front of the hero. The item you are searching for cannot be found. Try to search for something else. Ginseng, who is incredibly angry, continues to poke his finger at the system window. He grabs his head and screams loudly, scaring his pet. To think there would be nothing to buy, he cries mournfully. Why are you scaring me, stupid master? The chick squeaks. Ginseng, sighing heavily, adjusts the helmet on his head. It's because nothing is going the way I want, he answers. The chicken chirps in bewilderment. Even if this is a game that opened not even 100 days ago, it's time for a patch. the guy thinks. The mechanical horse continues to pull the carriage. Are they trying to do it for the 100th day? The hero tries to guess. He looks thoughtfully into the distance, propping his head up with his hand. Guessing from my memories before regressing, the contents of the week-long dungeon sealed demon's altar opens around the 100th day, Jinsung recalls. We see fighters attacking a fearsome monster with a huge beak. Now in front of us is a faintly glowing crystal, and the reward you receive after clearing it is what I'm looking for right now, the sealed mana stone's fragment, the guy thinks. Shedding streams of tears, he looks at the sky as if pleading for something. But the problem is I don't have time right now to wait for sealed demon's altar to come out, the hero thinks. We see the correspondence between Jinsung and Sang-hoon. Damien, will you be okay? This is no different from the Emperor Blood Alliance declaring war on you, a representative of Wiz Entertainment writes. Jinsung, there's no helping it. Based on the endless haul videos that are already spreading, I don't think they will let me be. Sang-hoon, then what do you think about taking the position that this occurred due to a mutual misunderstanding? Jinsung, no, if anything, I think this is good. It's hard to create something worth posting anyway, so it won't be bad to get a lot of views. The hero, smiling, works with the system interface, but then he hangs his head heavily and sits on his knees. Even back then, I thought I'd be able to get all the items I wanted, and I wanted to upload the video in an educational way. I am screwed, he thinks. Jinsung looks at the interface again, annoyed. There's no helping it, he says. The chicken chirps again in confusion. We see the guy's fingers running across the system window. If there are no goods, then I'll have no choice, Jinsung thinks. A series of similar notifications appears in front of him. There are 884,231 results for a lump of charcoal that's halfway burned. There are 766,543 results for petals of a dream. There are 617,241 results for mana dust. There are 917,241 results for Belch's ore. Jinsung is annoyed but determined. I will make them myself, he shouts. Sunlight shines through the treetops. We see a young man with a powerful bare chest and a hoodie. Is it around here? He asks. There are 3 more fighters in front of us. Do you see anything? Ihan, one of them shouts. Ihan, I'm hungry, exclaims the second. I think I have found tracks, declares the guy to whom the previous lines were addressed. It is reported that this is Seo Ihan, the youngest of the Yi trio. Good work, Hyung Nims, he says. We see the 2 fighters to whom this line is addressed. Here we see Kim Yeong, the oldest of the Yi trio, and Lee Yihak, the second oldest of the Yi trio. The Yi trio, fighters from the Holy Theocracy Ornas. Of them, the oldest, Kim Yeong, who is called the oldest of the bulletin board, posts many tips and is a pioneer of the fighter class. We see many laudatory comments from users dedicated to this character. He has quite the fame as a YouTuber with several 100,000 subscribers with quite a hold on the AC community. Yeong puts his hand on the shoulder of the youngest member of the squad. You did all the work, he says. But still, you are not the type to wander around the forest like this, answers Ian. Yeong, whose entire face is covered in scars, smiles. It's fine, you brat, he says. Finish explaining. Okay, I think we are roughly around the right location, but, answers Yeon. The young men notice something. The third member of the squad waves his fists. I am so hungry, I could die, he screams hysterically. I hope something I can eat falls. A huge spider appears above the heads of the young people. It has many eyes and sharp teeth. Yeong raises his hand up in fear. It is reported that he uses the temple monk skill 6 Fists Might. A powerful stream of yellow energy shoots upward. The eldest representative of Yi Trio loudly shouts at the middle one. Hey, you crazy blockhead jackass. Why are you making such a fuss? Aw, Hyung Nim, he answers. But I am hungry. Ihek, holding his stomach, looks at the corpse of the killed monster. Hey, does that look like food to you? Get rid of it. He hears. His hand lowers his weapon. Ihek throws the corpse of the monster somewhere over the horizon. It looked pretty yummy. You are too mean, Hyung Nim. You are not even giving me food, he complains. We see all 3 members of the squad. But I don't think you need to worry anymore, Yihak says, laughing. Yeong. Why? Can we eat now? Yihak shouts. Yehan, smiling, holds up a part of the body of a slain monster. Yes, I got to the tail, he declares. The hungry member of the squad is salivating. He takes the spider's tail and declares that the youngest member of the E trio is the best. Is eating that good? Lee Yihak asks, grinning. We see that the youngest member of the squad is sitting on the middle one's neck. The process of getting here wasn't all that enjoyable. One of the 3 thinks. What began this long journey? Some kind of event is taking place in the Temple of Light. It started from a quest of the Holy Order Selenes, which serves Aria, the goddess of light. In front of us are all 3 members of the Yi trio. For anyone else, this is a quest they wouldn't even be able to fathom. Yeong, mesmerized, looks up somewhere, but we were confident that this quest would connect to the main quest, he thinks. The goddess holds a star in her raised hand. since what we heard that day was a story about the stars. That was why, unlike others, we were able to take a step forward. Eun looks over his shoulder at someone. Eun, finish tracking, he says. The youngest member of the E trio replies that he understands the order. We see a hand with straightened fingers. The use of the temple monk skill carry a lesson is reported. The two older members of the E trio smile as they look at the youngest, from whose hand a stream of yellow energy flows. We are transported again to the road with a cart pulled by a mechanical horse. Bundle is bored on the shoulder of the thoughtful hero. Just how much longer, stupid master, the pet asks. Bundle will starve to death at this rate. Around 36 hours and 27 minutes, says Jinsung. The chick jumps up, very angry. Bundle pecks the boy on the cheek. I'll kill you, stupid master, it squeaks. Stop, it tickles, the hero says, laughing. The chick flies around the guy's head and wishes him dead. The hero notices something, and so does his pet. In the distance, the outline of a city is visible on a cliff. Are we here? Asks the chick. Nope, but they should be popping up around here somewhere, answers Jinsung. A smile appears on his face. What would pop up around a place like this, stupid monster, asks Bundle. Right? It's definitely not a place where something would pop out of, answers the hero. And it doesn't look like a dragon or giant would pop up past those mountains. The outline of the city is getting closer, but someone appears in front of the cart. Yes, it's finally here, the hero shouts. In front of him is a huge spider with menacingly glowing eyes. A description of the monster appears. Ungoliant, a type of spider that is observed in valleys or bogs without human traces and in rare cases in coastside caves and the kingdom culverts. Has a tyrannical personality and stubborn gluttony, so when it spots a prey once, it will not give up. Like the ancient spiders, they have high intelligence and are proficient in catching their prey. Species, Nerubian spider. Type, normal. Level 72. Unique traits, if you attack this monster from close range, it will reflect a certain amount of damage, so use magic to do long distance attacks. Jinsung raises his hand. Wow, long time no see, he shouts. Now is not the time for you to be so lax, stupid master, his pet shouts to him. Jinsung smiles, he is completely confident in his abilities. Don't worry, he tells his pet. That will be our first and last greeting. The hero's hand glows with red energy. It is reported that he is using the witch doctor skill Blood's Craving. The guy stretches out his hand. Move, someone says suddenly. Something flies next to the hero, he shudders in fear. What the hell, he asks. There are traces of blows near the cart. One of the hits hit a huge spider. Jinsung, kneeling on one knee, tries to stay inside his cart. The guy looks at something in shock. Are you serious? He asks. The hero sees a dead monster, from which green liquid flows. He defeated a level 72 Ungoliant on in one go, the guy thinks. Just who? A vague figure with a hammer on his shoulder approaches the hero and his pet. I almost got into trouble, says the approaching man. We see this character up close, he waves his hand. Sorry, I didn't know there would be someone standing, and unknowingly sent my carriage flying in your direction, the man apologizes. Jinsung looks at the man in bewilderment. He smiles crookedly. I can sense it instinctively, the hero thinks. He can do at least 500 for the big three. He's the same type as me. Then the guy notices something and his eyes widen. The hero looks at the huge hammer of his new acquaintance. Wait, that weapon. Could it be? He says. The warrior puts his weapon forward. This? He asks puzzledly. Jinsung covers his mouth with his hand. I am right, he realizes with amazement. It's the legendary warhammer I have only heard about. We see the weapon up close and notice a funny face on its side. A description of the weapon appears. Ogre-born Crusher Maul. Weapon type, hammer. Attack speed, very slow. Rank, hero. Bonus, attack power plus 10, strength plus 500. It has a high percentage of activating armor break upon hitting the target. Description, a hammer strong enough to break even an ogre's bones. It has the blessing of ancient magic, so it is almost unbreakable. Impossible to fix. The man holding the hammer looks at the hero. Why? Have you never seen something like this before? He asks. The hero's eyes glow excitedly. Yes, to think I'd see the famous warhammer with my own eyes, he says. That the national treasure level item that anyone who played this game would know, the warhammer, the guy thinks. We see this weapon inside the display box. It's an item that boosts power by plus 500, so normal class users would get around 500 levels stronger. Even before regressing, it was a treasure-like weapon that always priceless. The blue-haired man smiles happily. Is that so? He asks. I've been using it quite well. There have been many who wanted to buy it, but I refused them all. He raises his weapon above his head. Have I missed talking to people? Thinks Jinsung. He remembers his disgusting reputation and the way people whisper behind his back. Maybe it's because I was avoiding people because of my propensity, but even though I have only talked to this old man for a bit, I like him a lot, the guy thinks. The man puts his hand on the hero's shoulder. Smiling, he looks into his eyes. "Hey, kid, if you are not busy, do you want to help me out?" he asks. I am a bit lost, you see. The guy is amazed. "Sorry, you are lost?" he asks again. The warrior, raising his hand, stands in front of the map. "Yeah, my friends told me to come to Pharma or Farami or something, so I went," he says. The man looks around thoughtfully. A system window hangs in front of him. "But I got lost because I just looked at the map and headed east," he says. "You just recklessly came here?" Jinsung asks perplexedly. His mouth opens in surprise and he puts his hand to his chest. For real, he thinks. This place, Sloth Valley, has often sightings of Ungoliants, so most players use the Ripley Store warp gate. The interlocutors are standing opposite each other. Even if you are lucky and don't come across any monsters, it's quite the distance, so you need to walk for a day straight, the young man muses. He smiles, and the chicken looks at its owner in bewilderment. "Yeah, since it's come to this, should I level up on the way?" Jinsung wonders. "If I am with someone who can send an Ungoliant flying in one go." The hero, whose back we see, is standing opposite his new acquaintance. "I was going there as well, so let's go together, sir," he says. "Sir, what are you saying?" the man asks him, smiling. He puts his hand on the guy's shoulder again. "Call me uncle," he says. The hero laughs. "I don't even know your name, though," he says. "Oh my goodness, I forgot to introduce myself," the man laments. He looks at the hero, throwing a huge hammer over his shoulder. "I am Kim Chunsum." "Call me Uncle Chunsum," he says. Jinsung smiles happily. "Okay, I got it," he replies. "Your nickname is Kim Chun." The guy stops mid-sentence and opens his mouth in amazement. "What? Really?" he screams like a madman. The chicken, which is sitting on the shoulder of the shocked owner, is also very surprised. This person is really that Kim Chunsum, the hero thinks. Jinsung remembers the same man in his previous life. Great Commander Kim Chunsum. Before I regressed, he was not only a master blacksmith, but also the owner of Iron Guard, the top-ranking manufacturing workers' alliance. The alliance emblem hangs above the man's head. Now we see silhouettes, behind which a badge with golden wings is visible. The 10 greatest commanders are on an equal playing field with the 10 greatest blood alliances, Jinsung recalls. We see the man again with the hammer slung over his shoulder. I can't even begin to explain how incredible his standing was in AC, since he led an up-and-rising manufacturing workers' alliance, the hero thinks. In front of us is the guy's yellow eye. That person is right in front of my eyes, Jinsung thinks. Smiling, he clenches his fist. I can't leave this chance go. The guy falls to his knees. Now he bangs his head on the ground in front of his new acquaintance. "Uncle, please, accept me," the hero begs. "Why are you acting like this, kid?" asks Chunsum. There are lights in the guy's eyes. "Bows are just a way for a nephew to greet his uncle," the young man declares. "Nephew?" the man asks, amazed. The guy unceremoniously grabs his hand. "Yes, uncle, I'll hurry and guide the way," Jinsung shouts. He jumps up and starts pulling the man somewhere. The man doesn't understand what he needs to say in this case and just mumbles. We see jets of white energy in front of the man. This man will later create a mythical class weapon, the hero recalls. In front of us is the hero's sworn enemy with a staff in his hand. And that is Arya's Rage, the weapon King Arthur used. The hero has a thoughtful expression on his face. Before regressing, all I could do was look at that weapon, he thinks. Jinsung clenches his fist. "But this time I will prevent it from going to that bastard," the young man promises himself. He grabs the man's hands and looks into his eyes. "Uncle, since the way there is a ref, let's form a party," the hero suggests. Chunsum asks again. A system window appears in front of the man. "Yes, you just need to accept this," Jinsung says, smiling. Notifications appear. User Damien has requested you to join his party. Do you wish to join his party? Chunsum smiles, looking out the blue window. "So this is how you do it?" he asks in surprise. Notification: User Kim Chunson has joined your party. A knife appears in the hero's hands. "Okay, then, let's prepare," he says. To head off. The boy sets off, the man follows him. The sun shines above the dense crowns of the trees. The hero runs towards the man and screams loudly in horror. "What's wrong, nephew?" asks Chunsum. The boy warns of an approaching spider, and we see this monster. The man raises his hammer, preparing to meet the monster. "Perfect, I have finished my preparations," he screams. Chunsum strikes and hits the enemy. The huge hammer comes down on the spider's head. Notification: You have killed an Ungoliant. Another monster is struck. Notification: You have killed an Ungoliant. Chunsum strikes one after another and each time sees notifications similar to the previous ones. Jinsung looks at what's happening before his eyes in awe. "Wow, how amazing," he says. "He really is a monster. I lured them here on purpose to level up, and he one-shotted them all," the guy thinks. A flushed Chunsum happily rubs the back of his head. "I was feeling a bit stiff, so this is perfect," he happily exclaims. "Nephew, you are doing great." Jinsung, who has a knife in his hand, beams with happiness. Don't mention it, he says. It's all thanks to you, uncle. This is why you need to make good connections. Stupid master, Bundle interjects. Trophies fall to the ground next to the hero. Yeah, you're right, he says to his pet. The guy gathers the items into an armful. Notifications appear. You have obtained Ungoliant's canine. You have obtained Ungoliant's skin. Thanks to making an incredible connection, I am basically making money while doing nothing, Jinsung realizes. Notification: you have obtained strong acidic corrosive body fluids. Here is the object menu interface. The hero is incredibly happy, and so is his pet. Should I have gone party hunting earlier? Asks Jinsung. As if that's possible for you, stupid master, the chick tells him. Look at that, says Bundle and points to the red window with disgusting statistics. That's true, the hero realizes. With my propensity like that, there's no way I'd be able to team up with others. Chunsum calls out to the young man, who answers. The man points at the badge emblazoned on the guy's chest. What's that badge? He asks. This. It's my adventurer certificate, answers Jinsung. We see the item in question. This is a platinum badge, the hero explains. The man's face is clearly puzzled as he holds out his finger. Adventurer certificate? He asks again. Yes, if you pass the guild's qualification test, they'll give you one, the young man explains. He looks at his interlocutor in amazement. No way. Did you not receive your adventurer certificate, uncle? He asks. We are seeing a scene of 3 blacksmiths working together. No, I just played with my friends and worked with metals, explains Chunsum, smiling broadly. Oh my god, the hero thinks, not believing his ears. The guy thoughtfully rubs his chin. Working will be a bit difficult without a certificate, he declares. The man looks at him with disbelief. Why? Is it like an excavator license? He asks. No, it's not like that, the guy answers. Rubbing his chin, he looks at his interlocutor. You need it to be able to easily create a blood alliance, he explains. Really? Asks Chunsum. He clenches his fist joyfully. My friends are waiting, so I need to create a blood alliance first, he exclaims. Jinsung squints slyly. His interlocutor laughs joyfully, watching this innocent and naive guy. It looks like what's important right now isn't hunting, the hero thinks to himself. The discussion continues. Do you have members already? The young man asks. Of course. We'll become the best manufacturing workers alliance, Chunsum says excitedly. The guy looks at him with a serious expression. Yeah, you will, he thinks. I need to adjust my plans based on the future too. The hero turns to the man, who has once again slung the hammer over his shoulder. He makes it clear that he is listening. Jinsung reaches out to the mechanical horse. What's more important than leveling up right now is, the guy, with Chunsum standing behind him, smiles slyly. Should we go catch one more spider? He asks. The man asks again, puzzled. The hero raises his tightly clenched fist. Yes, he answers. The one that's bigger than the ones we have caught. To prove my worth to this person and receive his favor, he thinks to himself. The squad moves along a road that runs along the edge of a high mountain. This is reported to be the Sloth Valley Rocky Zone. The hero, with Chunsum standing next to him, looks around. I am sure it was around here, he says. But it's so dark that I can't see. The boy looks at his pet. Bundle, light, he orders. Got it, stupid master, the impudent creature replies. A source of light appears above the chick's head. Jinsung and Chunsum continue along the path winding around the mountainside. What's this? Do better, the young man is indignant. I am doing everything I can, stupid master, the pet justifies itself. A series of notifications appear. New geographical information has been obtained. Current location, Land of the Black Rock. New location information has been created. The chick hops onto the shoulder of the man, who is following the hero. Isn't this enough? Asks Chunsum. Yeah, stupid master is mean, the chick replies. Is there no helping it? Asks the hero. He seems to sniff the air. Chunsum calls out to the boy, who answers, continuing to sniff the air. Why are you sniffing? Asks the man. The hero turns to face him. Since there isn't much light, it's hard to find it, so I am using my sense of smell, he explains. The hero, following the scent, breaks away. Don't worry, it's in this area, so I'll find it soon, he promises. Chunsum turns to the chick perched on his shoulder. Is it possible to find monsters by smell? He asks. I don't know, stupid human, the chick replies. The man laughs, narrowing his eyes. Well, I am sure my nephew has a reason, he says. Suddenly he can smell it himself, so strong that he has to cover his nose. What's this smell? Chunsum asks. A series of warnings appears. Warning, warning. You can feel a strange gaze from your surroundings. You can feel a strange hostility from your surroundings. The man rushes after the hero, who has managed to move a considerable distance away. Nephew, I am suddenly smelling a weird, sour smell coming from, Chunsum shouts. Jinsung smiles, rubbing his finger under his nose. I told you, I found it, he declares. I am almost happy to smell this stench of corpse rotting, he thinks to himself. The guy remembers the squad standing in front of the cave entrance. This feels strange, he thinks. Before regressing, I came here with the whole party, but now there are only 2 of us. Jin-sung, smiling, picks up a knife. Let's slowly get ready to fight, uncle, he says. Chun-sum has prepared his fearsome hammer for battle. Got it, he replies. Notification, warning. Warning. A strong feeling of death has swept this place. The hero and his companion are standing inside a cave, the ceiling of which is covered with hundreds of spiders. Notification, the residents of this refuge are revealing themselves. The hero holds out his hand in front of him, holding a knife. The use of the witch doctor's skill reviving the dead is reported. Bundle ready, Jin-sung asks. He looks over his shoulder but does not see a pet there. However, many chickens are already prepared to fire their blowguns. The chicks put them to their beaks. The skill description appears. Reviving the dead. Level 1. Attribute, summoning. Description, can summon beings at the same level as the user. The amount is proportionate to the user's mana and intelligence stat, and some of your abilities can be used. For each skill level, an innate trait can be granted. Level 1, 25% increase in attack and defense ability. Level 3, 25% increase in magic resistance and abnormal status resistance. Level 5, 100% increase in attack and movement speed. Level 7, every 180 seconds the leader will go berserk. Level 10, upon death, has a 100% chance of being resummoned. Bundle raises his wing in front of the ranks of his brethren. Ready, stupid master, he tells his master. Jin-sung, Chun-sum, and hundreds of birds look at the ceiling of the cave. Okay, all forces, aim at the ceiling, the hero orders. He then orders them to open fire, and the chickens obediently obey. The darts hit the spiders, and green liquid squirts out. The dead monsters fall down. Chun-sum, smiling, wields his formidable hammer. The hero exterminates the spiders with a knife. He also crushes the monsters that have fallen to the floor with his boot. Chun-sum, raising his hammer above his head, looks at the smiling hero. What kind of spiders are these? He asks. These are the grunt soldiers, the young man replies. They are the babies the queen laid and the guards of this place. We see the terrible monster that the hero mentions. Sometimes they even become the queen's meal, Jin-sung adds. We see an information card describing the spiders. Red soldier spider. The soldier spiders that protect the queen's refuge. They become adults 1 week after birth. Unlike the wild Ungoliants, they have much weaker physical abilities. However, because they have innate signaling systems, they move strategically as a group. They have a habit of capturing and killing all organisms near the refuge, and their radiation and poison glands have all atrophied. Species, Nerubian spider. Type, normal. Level 32. Unique traits, if a fixed number of them die, the queen may appear, so be especially careful. It seems the spiders have come to their senses and are ready to give battle. They move solely for the queen, Jin-sung reports. The hero and his companion look at the hundreds of approaching monsters. I think they can communicate with each other, he says. They look very angry, Chun-sum tells him. The guy raises his knife and shouts at the largest enemy with a very angry expression. Ah, you are so freaking loud. Are you the one in charge? Even if I don't understand you, aren't you cursing me out too openly? He fires his blowgun. Die, he screams. His dart hits a large specimen. Jin-sung smiles. How dare you openly curse me? He asks. Jin-sung notices another large enemy above his head. Nephew, duck, he hears. The hero sharply lowers his head, and a moment later his companion's hammer flattens the spider. Chun-sum, looking victorious, raises his weapon above his head. Shit, if I didn't have the sixth sense, my head would have gone flying, Jin-sung realizes. He turns to his companion. Uncle, they are going to come non-stop now. Please, take care of my back, he asks. Chun-sum, smiling, looks at the guy over the top of his glowing hammer. You got it, nephew, he declares. Jin-sung spreads his arms wide and sends hundreds of arrows at the spiders. He is reported to be using the witch doctor skill Vengeful Spirit's arrow. The projectiles fly at the enemies, illuminating the dark cave. We see the description of the skill being used. Vengeful Spirit's arrow. Level 1. Attribute, Spirit. Description, you can shoot an arrow of the vengeful spirit that chases the target, inflicting 300% magic damage to the enemy. If you hit the mark, the target will be poisoned and fall into a state of confusion, dealing 600% magic damage for 30 seconds. If there are no enemies nearby or if the casting method is different, you can summon up to 100 spirits, and that number increases in accordance with the user's intelligence stat. One of the arrows hits a spider. We see that there are many more hits. 2 identical notifications appear. You have killed a red soldier spider. White arrows hit many monsters. The notifications pop up one after another. However, the spiders continue to rush to attack. Jin-sung sees that they have filled the entire space of the cave in front of him with their bodies. There's no end to this. I can't let this go on, the guy realizes. He raises his hand and addresses his pet. Bundle, assume formation and cover me. Got it, stupid master, the chick replies. Bundle flies up and chirps loudly, attracting the attention of his brethren. Everyone, line up into the third formation, he orders. The chickens tell their commander that they are ready and have already done so. Fire, young bastards, the hero orders, and thousands of darts fly at the spiders. Dozens of projectiles rain down on each of the enemies. The number of monster destruction notifications goes off the charts. The hero, smiling, looks at what is happening. Nice, this is definitely doable. Good think I trained Bundle with several strategies, he thinks. As for Uncle Chunsim, the hero turns around and surprise appears on his face. Chunsim raises his hammer to deliver another blow. The man enthusiastically exterminates the spiders, calling them bastards. It is reported that he is using the blacksmith skill Hammer Fall. The weapon crashes down on the enemy, leaving a bright blue trail in the air. A powerful flash occurs in front of the blacksmith, similar to a powerful explosion. Jinsung looks at his companion in amazement. That's crazy, he says. He's no monster. He's basically unbeatable. The floor of the cave is littered with impact marks and huge puddles of spider fluids. Above, on the ledges, chickens stand in tight rows, ready to cover the people below. Jinsung and Chunsim sense someone approaching. What is that sound? This smell again, the blacksmith exclaims. They both look deeper into the cave. Nephew, just what? Chunsim begins to say. Be careful, uncle, the hero warns him. The spiders don't look like they used to. The situation is unusual. The spiders are in formation, the guy realizes, looking at the enemies. Jinsung steps forward, in front of him are neat rows of monsters. The queen puts her survival first and doesn't usually move herself, but if a certain amount of her children and subordinate spiders die, she gets stressed and becomes aggressive, Jinsung thinks. Chunsim raises her hammer to meet the countless hordes of approaching monsters. Notifications appear. Warning, warning, the forgotten spider queen is revealing herself. Prepare for the master of the refuge's wrath. The hero and his companion look ahead with a smile. She's finally crawled out, says Jinsung. Before us is a very strange creature with the body of a spider and the head of a woman. Notification, the forgotten spider queen has revealed herself. We see the face of the monster. It is reported that before us is Spider Queen Aleon. We see the information card of this creature, Spider Queen Aleon, one of the queens of the countless factions who led the ancient spider kingdoms. She was defeated by one of the 12 pure-blooded branches princesses, Arak, and lost most of her lineage abilities, with only the instinctual desire to survive remaining. Compared to several hundred years ago, she has atrophied in several aspects, but she possesses strong acidic bodily fluids to digest most organisms and a strong obsession for her prey. She is much greedier than before. Species, Nerubian spider. Type, named, level 85. Unique traits, this monster is of noble blood and has quite high physical abilities and remaining techniques, so please be careful. Chunsim looks at the strange monster that has appeared in front of him in confusion. What's this, nephew? He asks. You can think of it as a free pass to receive the adventurer certificate, it answers. Jinsung, smiling, looks at the spider queen. She is the same as ever. Now we have to be especially careful, he thinks. Aleon noticeably towers over ordinary spiders. If we move by even a little bit, she will run at us at a fast pace, the hero thinks. Notification, a group chat has been created. Jinsung, smiling, looks at the system window. But I have a plan, he thinks. We see the chat messages. Damien, uncle, can you see this chat? Kim Chunsim, what is this? Why aren't you talking? Damien, when facing Aleon, we can't move brashly. If she moves, prepare your strongest attack. The blacksmith looks at the system window hanging in front of him in surprise. The messaging continues. Damien, we just need one strong blow. Kim Chunsim, is that all it'll take? Damien, yes. The guy turns to his companion. The man, around whose hammer bright electrical discharges are visible, looks at the young man thoughtfully. What is his thinking? He ponders. Judging by what I have seen from nephew until now, he seems to have a plan. One blow that will work against that bastard. We see a hand with long sharp nails, in front of which a purple vortex is swirling. Coral fills the space in front of her with green streams. It is reported that she is using a skill. Judging by the hero's eyes, he understands what kind of skill this is. It is called Blood Explosion. The Spider Queen's face looks focused. A vortex is swirling in her palm, emitting green streams around itself. We see very bright flashes. The hero, spreading his arms around himself, generates energy of many different colors. The Spider Queen glares at him, her mouth twisted. Red energy flows from the hero's hands. How unfair, attacking without muttering a single word, says Jinsung. No morals whatsoever, stupid master, declares Bundle. Chunsim, meanwhile, looks at the queen with concern. When did she come this close? He thinks. Did nephew see that attack? The hero turns to the blacksmith and tells him what to do. Whatever I do, Just think of that one blow, uncle. While you do, I'll stall her. Electricity sparkles around the blacksmith's face. Got it, nephew, he says. The Spider Queen bares her teeth. Thick streams of red energy flow from the hero's hands. Hey, stop glaring at me while I ask nicely, demands Jinsung. The queen towers over the boy noticeably. Before I pluck your eyes out, continues to threaten Jinsung. We see the balance of power on the battlefield. Aleon opens her toothy mouth wide, purple swirls swirling around her. Jinsung looks at her with wild eyes. How dare you, he asks. It is reported that he is using the witch doctor skill Blood's Craving. The purple flashes become more powerful. Something strange is happening to the hero's hands. It's the same attack pattern as earlier. If it were a normal user, he would have helplessly fallen for it because the cave is so dark, the guy thinks. Very bright flashes occur above his head. But thanks to my sixth sense I can see everything, Jinsung thinks. He turns to his pet. It flies up from his shoulder and confirms that it understands everything. Blue energy shines around the guy. We see the arrows he used earlier. Bundle turns to his charges, who are again standing in orderly rows. Is everyone ready? All forces, fire. The chickens release thousands of arrows at the Spider Queen. It is reported that the hero is using the witch doctor skill Vengeful Spirit's arrow. There are many ordinary spiders in front of us. One of them takes 2 hits at once. Another arthropod takes only 1 blow, but it turns out to be quite powerful. The spiders surrounding their queen die one after another. The hero looks at his opponent with alarm. She's using her children as shields, he thinks. I need to tie her feet before uncle finishes preparing his single blow. Jinsung raises his right hand. He is about to use the healer's skill Epidemic Rage. Mosquitoes fly from his hand towards the Spider Queen. There are an incredible number of insects, whole clouds. We see the description of the skill used. Epidemic Rage. Level 1. Attribute, Poison, Curse. Description, applies 50% of magic damage per second by releasing the epidemic aura to those around the caster. If the caster hits the mark, the target's defense ability, magic resistance, and abnormal status resistance will be reduced by 1% every second. The radius of the cast increases proportionately to the caster's intelligence stat, and if there is an enemy nearby not affected, it can move without being influenced by the casting radius. Clouds of mosquitoes climb up the purple legs of the Spider Queen. Behind the hero, we see a joyful blacksmith. Nephew, I am all already, he says. Oh, perfect timing, Jinsung answers. He looks to his right in shock. Incredible, the young man thinks. Is that really uncle's power? We see the blacksmith and understand what caused the hero's admiration. The scarlet light's aura that surrounds the warhammer, the young man thinks. If he hits a vital point, no monster could survive. A mischievous smile appears on the guy's face. Then let's go, uncle, he shouts. Okay, nephew, Chunsum answers. The man raises a hammer over his head, emitting powerful electrical discharges. It is reported that he is using the blacksmith skill Unnatural Death. The Spider Queen's face turns surprised. We can now see that she is in terrible pain. Warnings appear. Forgotten Spider Queen Aleon is howling. Aleon has spewed a highly acidic aura. Jinsung grits his teeth in anger. Damn it, he thinks. Poison Nova takes an incredible amount of mana. She's using it already. The guy turns to his ally and shouts loudly, Uncle, if you get hit by that, you'll die. Dodge it. The blacksmith looks at the Spider Queen with anger. Dodge it, he thinks. Damn it, change of plans. Chunsum raises his hammer above his head, preparing to strike. It is reported that he is using the blacksmith skill Gravity Pose. The hammer comes down, and monstrous pink discharges begin to sparkle around the point of impact. This was another blacksmith skill, Downward Blow. We see falling boulders and marks from the blows. The Spider Queen's leg sticks out from under the rocks. Chunsum stands in a relaxed pose, throwing his hammer over his shoulder. Shoot, was trying to kill her too much, he asks. An excited Jinsung runs up to him. Uncle, that was no joke, he shouts joyfully. The blacksmith looks at his ally. Nephew, what should I do? He asks. I am terrible at dodging things, so I used that one blow. Behind the pensive hero, we see the Spider Queen staggering from the blow. Well, it'd be a lie to say it wasn't a shame, thinks Jinsung. We see Aleon's face and understand that she feels simply monstrous. If he had hit her head, she would have died immediately, thinks the hero. The faces of his allies are very sad. It's fine, uncle, the hero reassures his comrade. Focus on surviving from now on. Just enough to be able to do the final blow. The guy turns away and is about to run forward. Your nephew will take care of the rest, he says. Can you do it? The blacksmith smiles and taps his huge hammer on his palm. Of course, he replies. The hero's face is serious. Thanks to Gravity Pose, which is said to be the best blacksmith skill among all enchant skills, most of the red soldier spiders are dead, he thinks. The cave floor is strewn with the corpses of arthropods. Aleon looks at his enemies with fury, but this will cause the Spider Queen to rage, Jinsung understands. He spreads his arms out to the sides and uses 2 of his skills at once, Blood's Craving and Epidemic Rage. The Spider Queen spreads powerful waves of purple energy around herself. Notifications appear. Danger. Spider Queen Aleon is angered. Jinsung stares at the enemy. Yeah, let's slowly put an end to this, he thinks. It is reported that he is using the Witch Doctor skill Compress. Before us is a whirlwind, as if consisting of two different halves. In the middle of the streams of energy, we see a dense blue drop. The ground cracks under the feet of the joyfully smiling hero. He uses the Vengeful Spirit's arrow skill in the amount of 100 units. Aleon opens his toothy mouth. White light flows from the eyes of the desperately screaming hero. Die, his opponent hears. The energy waves generated by the participants in the battle effectively collide with each other. Many sensitive blows fly at the Spider Queen. Aleon, who has lost most of her bloodline skills, has limited skills at her disposal, the hero thinks. There are more and more flashes on the monster's body. She can't use inherent traps or domain expansion attacks either, Jinsung realizes. Aleon screams loudly. Now I am curious, the guy thinks. He smiles, looking at the opponent. Can I also use domain expansion? Jinsung runs to the Spider Queen. Yes, now you are not a free pass for uncle, he thinks. The hero pushes off the cave floor. He clenches his right fist and appears to guide it with his left hand. You are a puppet to test my skills on, Jinsung thinks. It is reported that he is using the Witch Doctor skill Epidemic Rage. Streams of small black dots are emanating from the hero's fist. The guy is staring at something. And if I slightly change my method and build the area, the hero thinks. He flies above the opponent and prepares to punch her. Jinsung uses his skill Domain Expansion. The hero flies up to the Spider Queen and punches her. It is reported that he used the skill Expand Darkness Spiritual Food Fruit. We see a collision of purple, black, and green energies. Now in front of us is a part of the sphere, above which small black dots are visible. Jinsung smiles, standing in the middle of the cave. Wow, so this works, he says. Now we see the hero's face up close. Even if it's not your typical domain expansion, I can use Epidemic Rage in this way, he thinks. Jinsung sees a chat message. Kim Chunsum, nephew, are you okay? Please respond. Were you logged out? The guy looks out the blue window in surprise. Uncle must be shocked. I didn't know it would work, so I didn't let him know beforehand, he thinks. The hero replies to his companion in the chat. No, I am fine, so don't worry and just prepare to do the final blow. I will do the rest. The young man smiles happily. He looks around. Next up is, the Spider Queen opens her mouth wide and stops looking like a human. Notification, Aleon is poisoned. Jinsung, smiling, looks at her over the system windows. You feel like dying because of the debuffs after coming into someone else's domain, right? He asks. A series of notifications appears. Aleon's defense has decreased. Aleon's magic resistance has decreased. Aleon's abnormal status resistance has decreased. The hero stands in front of the Spider Queen and thinks about something. Aleon is furious. It seems that she is now very bad. Jinsung, smoking with dark energy, looks at his enemy. Yeah, I don't have time to waste, so let's end this quickly, he says. The guy jumps up, putting his right hand forward. I am curious how much I can face you with nothing but my body, he says. Gritting her teeth, the Spider Queen uses one of her skills. Jinsung braces his feet on the ground and strains his entire body to withstand the impact. You bastard, he says. Wait, I think that's different from the blood explosion she used before, he thinks. We see jets of green liquid. Since she doesn't have her subordinate spiders to use as ingredients here, she's trying to use her blood instead to attack, Jinsung realizes. A bright purple swirl appears in front of the Spider Queen, gritting her teeth. This attack is no different from carving and eating her own skin, the hero thinks. The use of the blood explosion skill is reported. Aleon stretches out his hand, and powerful explosions begin to occur around the guy. Hey, do you think I won't be able to pierce through because of this? The young man shouts. He clenches his fist and raises it to strike. Let's face each other properly, he suggests. The next moment, the Spider Queen's hand with very sharp nails appears in front of his face. How dares she try these petty tricks, the hero thinks. The opponent's hands collide. The guy jumps up to strike with his second, free hand. Yes, if it's here, I'll be able to lessen our difference in size, he thinks. The hero strikes and hits his opponent. Aleon flies back. We see her health bar, and it is almost half empty. The hero's foot falls to the cave floor. Gritting his teeth, the hero looks at his enemy. If it's here, it's possible, he thinks. The guy rushes into another attack on the stunned Spider Queen. We see a trace of a very powerful blow. A series of notifications appear. Aleon is poisoned. The effect of the tidal narrow escape has been activated. Aleon is bleeding. The Spider Queen screams, opening her mouth wide. Notification, the effect of the tidal survivor of the battlefield has been activated. A green formation is visible in the hero's hand, who bounced away from the queen a little. I can feel the thrill, he thinks. Notification: the effect of the Rune of Greed exporting hand has been activated. Notification: absorbing a Leon's HP and MP. The hero tilts his head back, the formation in his hand sucking in energy. All of the effects I have earned until now are becoming one and activating, Jinsung thinks. He raises his hand, from which powerful streams of energy flow. The guy delivers a blow that hits the queen and causes the most serious damage. Jinsung is on one knee, leaning his hand on the ground. Is it over now? He thinks. However, red warnings appear in front of the young man. Notification: a Leon is about to release a powerful energy. Some energy is building up in the monster's throat and is already bursting out. Jinsung looks at his opponent in fear and curses. A very powerful explosion occurs. The black sphere seems to be collapsing. In front of us is Chunsum, who puts his hand out in front of him, trying to protect himself from the incredibly powerful radiation. Ugh, some light is suddenly, he screams. Has the barrier been released? The man sees a spider queen lying belly up in front of him. What? Why is she the only one coming out? He thinks. Notifications appear. A Leon is emitting acid breath. A Leon is entering a groggy state. Chunsum turns her head, trying to find her comrade. Nephew, where are you? He screams loudly. If you hear my voice, respond. Jinsung sees a queen in front of him, her legs thrown high above her head. Chunsum and the chicken sitting on his shoulder look at someone in surprise. Through the green haze they see the smiling hero. I hear you just fine, he says. I am over here, uncle. The blacksmith and the pet are incredibly happy to see the boy again. They each address him in their own way. Next to the hero we see the head of the spider queen, which is shaking slightly. It's really good to see you, but let's talk after we punish this bastard, says Jinsung. Bodily fluids of one color or another are flowing from all the holes on the queen's face. The hero raises his leg. Then he brings it down hard on the enemy's head. Then let's end this damned insect, he screams. A Leon lies on his back with his legs up. Jinsung jumps off the monster and appears in front of the blacksmith. The boy, smiling, raises his hand. She's not even much, but she is acting up, he declares. Chunsum looks at the hero with concern. Are you okay? He asks. I thought you died because of the light from earlier. Jinsung looks at the man with serious eyes. Oh, that. I was fortunate to have the perfect skill to use at the time, he explains. The guy smiles. Although it is my first time using it, he says. What was the skill name again? He asks. We again see the source of powerful energy inside the spider queen's throat, and the frightened face of the hero, clenching his teeth in fear. The skill description appears. Ghost, Level 1. Attribute, Spirit. Description: transforms your body into a spirit state and moves it to the spirit world, living a puppet in your place. Your body, which will be transported to the spirit world, will move to a designated location within a 10-meter radius, and once time passes or the puppet is attacked, it will disappear. Items and skills cannot be used when in the spirit state. We see how the hero's ghost separated from his body when the queen fired the energy accumulated inside her body. Jinsung smiles happily. Ghost, was it? He asks. The young man looks at the blacksmith standing in front of him. Aw, uncle, it's not over yet, he says. There's still something left? Chunsum asks, puzzled. A flask of green liquid appears in the guy's hands. Yes, the most important thing, he says. The blacksmith looks at the young man in surprise. That's, he says. Horror appears on the man's face, and he screams loudly. What are you doing right now? I think she'll die if we just leave her, Jinsung answers, pouring the contents of the flask onto the spider queen. It looks like it was a healing potion, since the monster's health bar begins to rise. The hero stops pouring the contents of the flask onto the enemy. Okay, that's good, he says. The guy turns to the blacksmith standing next to him. Uncle, your one blow is ready now, right? He asks. Jinsung asks again, puzzled. He is holding a hammer in his hands. My one blow. The guy smiles slyly and looks at his companion. You need to have the last hit, he says. Jinsung and Chunsum stand opposite each other next to the spider queen. You did all the work. Is it okay for me to do the finishing blow? Asks the blacksmith. The hero smiles happily. Yes, this is a present I've prepared for you, he replies. You will die at this rate, the chicken squeaks. Hurry up and hit her, stupid human. Chunsum looks at the defeated queen lying in front of him. If so, he says. The blacksmith raises his hammer, emitting electrical discharges. Then he delivers the finishing blow. Notification: you have defeated Spider Queen Aleon. Chunsum raises his huge hammer above his head. Nice shot, Jinsung praises him. This feels exhilarating, the blacksmith exclaims. A series of notifications appear. You have obtained Aleon's core. You have obtained Aleon's blood. You have obtained Awakening Bead. You have obtained 100,000 gold. Jinsung and his pet are incredibly happy. Oh, the rewards are crazy, the hero exclaims. Stupid master, this is amazing, bundle squeaks. Notification: you have reached level 71. The guy looks thoughtful. I didn't just obtain items from killing a Leon, he thinks. The hero remembers his battle with the Spider Queen, namely the moment when he generated blue energy by stretching out his arms and bending his knees slightly, using mana for Vengeful Spirit's arrow to make it a tri-beam and creating an area through Epidemic Rage to make expand darkness spiritual food fruit, Jinsung thinks. He remembers the powerful blow he dealt to the Spider Queen. I have basically obtained a new skill, the hero realizes. Black streams consisting of tiny dots also appear in his memory. The blacksmith places his hand on the hero's shoulder. Good work, uncle, Jinsung praises his companion. You did most of the work, he replies, laughing loudly. Chunsum reaches into his pants pocket. Oh, right, he says. The man takes out a red crystal and shows it to the young man. Something like this entered my inventory, he says. The boy seems to understand what is before his eyes. A description appears. Bloodstone. Type, ingredient. Rank, hero. Description, a transparent gem that shines an ominous light. Contains the blood abilities of the ancient spider kingdom. Although most of the abilities of the gem have been destroyed after much time, the inherent mana of the queen, which has accumulated over several hundred years, is booming with power. It has a captivating beauty that will capture anyone's gaze. We see the described artifact up close. Before us are a multitude of terrifying monsters. Bloodstones are gems that are discovered in boss monsters who are named rank or above, Jinsung thinks. They are mana stones that contain the inherent abilities and traits of the boss. We see alchemists who obtain ingredients in a laboratory setting. Unlike the artificial materials that alchemists make, they are rare because they are created by the beings of high intelligence and ego, thinks Jinsung. He remembers his glory in his past life. This is why before I regressed they were very expensive and I had a lot of fun with them. The hero points to the red crystal the blacksmith is holding. I think if you take that to the Adventurers Guild, you'll be able to get a free pass to the gold tier, he says. Chunsum, not believing his luck, looks at the treasure. You'll get a lot of money from selling it, but getting a free pass for the Adventurer certificate is way more beneficial, explains Jinsung, smiling. If that's what you say, then obviously that's what I am going to do, replies the blacksmith. The guy with the chick sitting on his shoulder looks at his ally. But it took way longer to clear than I thought. What should we do? Your friends must be waiting, he says. Chunsum laughs loudly and hits the hero on the shoulder where the chicken is sitting. Why are you worried about something like that? Those old men are probably fine playing on their own, he says. Holding his bruised shoulder, the boy looks at the smiling blacksmith. The whole raid was so fun that I didn't notice time pass by, thinks Chunsum. The man strokes his thick beard thoughtfully. This is all thanks to him guiding me well with his talent, he realizes. Jinsung and Chunsum continue their conversation. Nephew, what do you think about playing with me for a long time? Asks the blacksmith. Pardon? What do you mean? The hero tries to understand. Chunsum smiles and holds out his hand. I am asking you to join my clan, he replies. I haven't done it yet, of course. A series of notifications appear. User Kim Chunsum is showing favor towards you. User Kim Chunsum wants to become friends with you. Will you agree to User Kim Chunsum's request? Yes or no? In front of us is a large, beautiful city. It is reported that this is the Principality of Pharma. In front of us is a weapon shop. Come again comes from there. We see the hero in a completely new guise. This is pretty good, says Jinsung about his outfit. Stupid master, did you buy new clothes? Asks Bundle. The hero remembers what his old clothes have turned into. Yes, since my clothes became like rags after fighting a Leon, he explains to his pet. The guy smiles. But it was still quite a fun raid, he admits. Of course, the biggest reason for that was Uncle. The guy remembers the blacksmith laughing happily. I don't really have a reason to deny his offer, he thinks. It is clear from the hero's eyes that he has the best memories left. Since that's what I wanted to begin with, he thinks. If anything, I feel sorry for everything he's given me. Jinsung, still in his old suit, screams loudly. Are you really not taking this, Uncle? Behind the smiling blacksmith are many different artifacts. What am I going to use this for? Asks Chunsum. Take them all. The hero feels guilty. But can't I give you anything in return? He asks. Hey, nephew, do I look like someone who would take these? Asks the blacksmith. He laughs loudly, narrowing his eyes. If you insist, I'll take it as the Blood Alliance activity funds for later, he says. Jinsung, already in a new suit, looks over his shoulder. But I can't just receive it, he thinks. I should buy him a gift later. The sun is shining brightly above the city. The hero approaches the blue portal along a shallow mountain pass. It's almost time to arrive, he says. Just how much are you going to walk? Stupid master, asks his bundle. The hero looks at the system window and says that they are almost there. Stupid master, look ahead, the chick cries to him. There are so many towers. There are many magnificent buildings in front of us. The hero goes through the portal and finds himself on a street with quite a lot of people. We are finally here, the guy says. The Mage Tower street is called Ivory Tower of Truth. It's a place where you can find many rare items you can't get even at the trade center. In front of us is a tower done in black and yellow tones. Mage Tower of Wisdom, researching in-depth inquiry and enhancement of mana. The next tower has a sharp spire with something like a crown on top. Mage Tower of Vision, researching magic scrolls and progressive experimental application of enchantment. The third tower is quite thick and surrounded by fancy balls. Mage Tower of Dimension, researching otherworld adventurers and developing multidimensional and parallel world theory. The fourth tower is decorated with a figure of a dragon. Mage Tower of Traits, researching complete understanding of monsters and objective theory of evolutionary genealogy. The hero walks along the street of magic towers. There are many diverse towers, but I only have one place I want to go to, Jinsung thinks. The chick notices something unusual. Stupid master, what's that tower? He squeaks loudly. The hero looks in surprise at the structure the chick is referring to. We see bright sparks next to the guy's eye. Why is that place all gold? Bundle asks. "Oh, my eyes," the hero cries out. He squints so as not to go blind. "It's just as I have heard," the guy thinks. "A tower that shines so bright you might go blind." We see a blindingly bright tower. It is called the Mage Tower of Alchemy, and it's the gold storage of what seems to be all the treasures in the world. We see alchemists with flasks. Before I had regressed, it used to be called the Gold Tower, where only money ghosts obsessed with alchemy and transmutation gathered, Jinsun recalls. There were also rumors that if you entered, your pockets would be cleaned out. Notification: would you like to enter the Mage Tower of Alchemy? The tower gates are slightly open. This is the place I was looking for, the hero thinks. He goes inside and turns his head, amazed by the splendor. Jinsung approaches the table at which stands a young man in round glasses and magnificent clothes. "Welcome, otherworld adventurer who is searching for the truth," the young man says. "I am Arwen," he introduces himself, smiling. We are informed that this is Arwen, the probationary alchemist of the Mage Tower of Alchemy. The hero looks at this man in surprise. A probationary alchemist? But he is dressed fancier than the priests of the 6 orders, he thinks. The young men stand opposite each other. "What brings you to our Mage Tower?" asks Arwen. "I want to meet Sir Renos," the hero says. The blonde man in glasses seems surprised. "By Sir Renos, do you mean?" He tries to clarify. "Yes, that's correct," Jinsung replies. He puts his fist to his chest. "I want to meet Sir Renos, who is called the Hand of Gold," Jinsung declares. Arwen looks away and puts a bent finger to his chin. "Oh, is that so?" he asks. His acting, as if he's in an awkward position, is better than most supporting actors, the hero thinks. Arwen narrows his eyes, his expression becomes serious. "I am sorry, but Sir Renos is quite busy currently, so it will be difficult for general guests to see him," he declares. Jinsung smiles, looking at his interlocutor from under his brows. Past that business smile of his, the hero imagines what is really on the mind of the smiling blonde man in glasses. He's not someone a beggar like you can meet is probably what he's thinking, Jinsung thinks. We see a black silhouette in front of the Golden Tower. Hand of Gold Renos is a core character who runs the Mage Tower of Alchemy, so if you are not a VIP, you cannot meet him, thinks Jinsung. Arwen extends his hand away from himself with splayed fingers. "But if you still wish to meet Sir Renos, you need to pay a separate deposit and make a reservation," he says. "No," says the hero and reaches under his burgundy toga. "But who am I?" he thinks. Jinsung puts a full bag on the table. "Is this enough?" he asks. They are the same when it comes to moving through the logic of money, the hero thinks. Arwen, smiling, raises his hands in front of himself, trying to stop his interlocutor. "Sir, I apologize, but our Mage Tower does not accept solicitations and lobbying," he says. Jinsung looks at the blonde defiantly, crossing his arms over his chest. "Open it," he says. Arwen unties the lace with trembling hands. He looks inside and begins to scream shrilly. The guy sees a scattering of precious stones. "What is all this?" he asks in amazement. The hero raises his index finger. "1 big bill," he says ironically. Arwen looks at the hero in shock. "1 big bill? 1,000,000 gold?" he asks. Jinsung looks at him with serious eyes. "Glad you understand," he says. "If you want this 1,000,000 gold, guide me to Sir Renos." A very strange smile appears on the hero's face. "Right now," he adds. "Please, hold on tight to the handle." We are rising to the top floor, the hero hears. The Golden Tower, as it turns out, is crowned with a gazebo. We see blue crystals and streams of energy of the same color. Jinsung approaches the low railings beyond which there is nothing but the starry sky. "It's moving," says the hero. "It's dangerous, so stay still, bundle." The chicken lands on the guy's shoulder. "Amazing, you can make whatever you need here, stupid master?" he asks. "Yup, that might be the most important," Jinsung answers. He sees in front of him a multitude of identical balconies hanging in the middle of empty space. "I will definitely be able to make it here," he thinks. Even just seeing those 100 floating stones, you can know just how advanced magic engineering is here. The hero smiles. The chicken on his shoulder is already sitting upright. Those floating stones were made by embedding high-quality monostones at the bottom, the guy thinks. Just one floating stone alone is worth an astronomical amount. This is the 50th floor. You have arrived at the master class, another announcement sounds. The hero gets off the platform. We are here, he says. Passengers, please get off carefully, Jin-sung hears. He stands in front of a strange structure surrounded by large balls. In front of him is an incomprehensible object emitting a golden glow. It turns out that this is a magic formation. The hero sees notifications. Entering master room, hand of gold, Reno's room. Would you like to activate the magic circle? Jin-sung, smiling, looks ahead. Yes, he says. The hero steps onto a golden formation. He is transported somewhere and looks around in surprise. Judging by the expression on his face, Jin-sung is a little puzzled. Where are we, stupid master? The chicken asks. Not sure where are we, the young man replies. The next moment, he finds himself in a luxurious office, the owner of which is standing in front of the window and looking out of it. Jin-sung smiles. Hello, are you Sir Reno's? He asks. The man he is addressing is still looking out the window. Finally, he turns around and we see an old man with a long gray beard. Your face is full of anxiety, he declares. You, a pilgrim who searches for the truth. The hero looks at his interlocutor in surprise. Pardon me, he says. Huh? What's with his cult-like fortune teller vibes? He thinks to himself. The old man puts his hand on the hero's shoulder. No need to worry yet, he declares. I will become the signpost for you who are lost. Reno's holds up an elegant staff decorated with crystals. Nice to meet you, he says. I am this Mage Tower Master, the hand of gold that represents the Principality of Pharma, Reno's. The hero looks at the old man in surprise. So, what have you come all the way here for? He asks. Jin-sung leans forward and speaks with a sly smile. I wanted to ask for an excellent opinion from the most outstanding alchemist, so I inevitably requested an audience with you, Sir Reno's. The old man closes his eyes. An audience? He asks. Yes, that would be all right, Jin-sung confirms. Behind the old man, there are mountains of gold. Of course, he answers. I heard that you gave quite the amount for our research funds. Jin-sung, smiling, narrows his eyes. It's nothing much. It's just basic etiquette, he says. Of course, you would be bothered, he thinks to himself, since when exchanged, that would be worth tens of millions. We see the jewels in the bag. The hero's face has a strange expression, which means I need to get my money's worth, thinks Jin-sung. Other than money spent on family or friends, I don't waste a single dime. That's my creed. The hero's yellow eye looks very strange. Child, he hears. The hero points his finger at himself in surprise. Yes, did you call me Sir Reno's? He asks. The old man looks at the guy suspiciously. Why are you opening your eyes like that? He asks. The hero is standing in front of the table at which his interlocutor is sitting. I have felt this earlier, but you seem different compared to normal adventurers, the old man says. Pardon, what do you mean? Asks Jin-sung. Reno's looks at him intently, resting his head on his hand. Even like how you are comfortably sitting in front of me? He says. This man is not ordinary either, the hero understands. He caught a gaze I had for maybe a fraction of a second. Jin-sung closes his eyes and humbly lowers his head. Oh, I didn't mean to. I couldn't hide my excitement after seeing your face since you're very famous, he says. Exposing my intentions would be stupid, the hero thinks. The old man strokes his beard, still staring at the guy. Is that so? He asks. He had a strange gaze on his face, thinks Reno's. Maybe I used too much mental power talking to a VIP yesterday. The old man puts his hands on the table and looks at the guy standing in front of him. Then let's slowly get to the point, he says. What is it that you want? Jin-sung rubs his chin, looking somewhere to the side. It's not something that could be made with ease, he says. The old man jumps up from his seat and starts shouting loudly. Did you really just say it would be hard to make? Do you not know who am I? You are the hand of gold that can make something out of nothing. The living legend of alchemy, Sir Reno's, the hero reports. The old man stands with an important air, crossing his arms over his chest. Yes, you are quite aware, he says. Reno's looks at his interlocutor with displeasure. So do you still think I would be unable to make the item you are speaking of? He asks. Jin-sung looks at him with devoted eyes, crossing his arms at chest level. If it's you, there really isn't anything you can't make, right? He asks. Of course. So hurry up and say what it is, the old man answers irritably. He hits himself on the chest with his fist. You've given me quite a sum, and I am the type of person who returns as much as I've been given, Reno states. Jin-sung smiles, looking at his interlocutor. Wow, really? He asks. Then, the guy's eyes are hidden under the hood. Have you heard of the World Tree's Tears? Jin-sung asks. The old man looks somewhere down. Oh, I see, he says, as if trying to remember what he was talking about. The World Trees. Judging by the expression on his face, the old man realizes the meaning of the words. The World Tree's Tears, he exclaims. We see the yellow crystal in question. The World Tree's Tears, an ingredient of hero rank. Even seeing it would prove to be difficult. as it is protected by fairies. In front of us are fairies armed with spears, due to the world tree's crystals that sprouted through the will of causality. The old man looks at his interlocutor. What do you want to use that for? He asks. Is he trying to get the crystals of such a holy tree with just a few words? Reno's muses. That's something that cannot and should not happen in the Arcia continent. Jinsung looks at the old man carefully. You can do it, right? He asks. If not for advanced alchemy, he thinks. The old man turns to the window and puts his hands behind his back. The world tree's tears, he says. Of course, even making it with an advanced alchemist is difficult, Renos thinks. So difficult that. Jinsung also comes to the window and stands next to the old man. It won't be difficult to make, the old man says. No, it will be a little difficult, but there's one problem. Even Renos said that it was the most difficult thing he's ever made, Jinsung thinks. A problem? He asks, looking sideways at the old man. But that's none of my business, he thinks. The old man has a strange expression on his face. So, he says, not very decisively. Then Renos whispers something in the hero's ear. After finishing whispering, the old man looks at the guy. Now you get the situation, right? He asks. We don't have the ingredients at our mage tower right now. Even if I wanted to make the world tree's tears for you, it's difficult right now, Renos explains. Jinsung behind the old man raises his hands and seems to pull something out of thin air. Even though it's my rule to repay as much as I have received, what can I do? Renos says meanwhile. Of course, if I had the ingredients, I would do it. How unfair. A huge sack appears in the middle of the room. The old man looks in bewilderment at the smiling hero, who is standing leaning on the sack. That's not a human, he shouts. Hey, don't worry and open it, Jinsung tells him. The old man looks into the sack and, to his amazement, realizes what is inside. Before us are many amazingly beautiful artifacts. The Pendant of Light, the Marble over Awakening, the Fairy Wing Powder, the Conch of the Abyss. Wait, where did you get these items? The old man shouts, not believing his eyes. The hero is standing in front of him. I bought them, he answers as if nothing had happened. You bought these with money? Asks Renos, who simply refuses to believe what is happening. Jinsung, smiling, rubs the back of his head. Yes, I thought I'd need it, he says. The old man, clenching his teeth, looks at the guy. This kid, he planned it from the very beginning. No matter what I said, it would have been useless, thinks Renos. The hero leans over a little and puts something in his interlocutor's hand. It's a present, he says. For our hand of gold, Sir Renos. Jinsung smiles, continuing to hold the old man's hand. So it should be possible now, right? He asks. Renos asks again, he is clearly shocked. The hero goes to the exit, leaving the bag next to the owner of the office. He lifts the handle of the golden latch. The boy turns around, his eyes streaming with an unkind red light. The world tree's tears, he says. Renos looks at the young man in fear. Are you just going to stay here until I make it? He asks, realizing that this is exactly what the hero is about to do. A piercing scream resounds over the golden tower. No, the old man shouts. In front of us is a tavern. Gosh, you exaggerated so much, someone inside says. The hero is sitting at the table, and the chicken is lying on it. You just needed to try a little hard to make it, don't you think? Jinsung recalls the words he supposedly said to the old man who made the artifact for him. Yep, stupid master, his chick supports him. The boy smiles happily, taking out a piece of food stuck in his teeth with his finger. It did take a bit of time, but I think you have made back my money, he says. Child, have you heard that rumor? He suddenly hears. Two men are talking at the next table. What rumor? Asks one of them. About that artisan murderer, answers the second. A vague figure is visible above the heads of the interlocutors, in which we easily recognize the hero. The bastard who hides his face using the Brotherhood robe set and goes around to all types of mage towers, says the owner of a beret with a feather. Those who have suffered at his hands include Sir Renos and Sir Glint, says the character with a black eye patch. The hero clears his throat into his fist, and the interlocutors look back at him. They look at the guy with sympathy. God, he's still such a young guy, yet he's already having problems with his body, says the first. I've never seen you before, but you be careful too, advises the second. You don't know when you might become his target too. The hero, smiling, raises his clenched fist. Yeah, I should, he answers. The same goes for you too. Jinsung says goodbye to his interlocutors and leaves. The chicken looks at its owner in surprise. Were they just talking about us, stupid master? He asks. I think so, the guy answers. He smiles happily. Well, I may have made a bad reputation, but I got everything I need, so that's good, he says. This is the result of squeezing the masters of countless mage towers dry, he thinks. We see what the hero means. These are the rarest crystals and artifacts. Jinsung is dressed in a new suit topped with a wolf's head. Then shall we move to our next location? He asks. Outfit change, wolf totemic set. The description appears. Wolf totemic set. A long time ago, the heir of the Mbadu tribe, Lakam Yadume, spent his whole life with the wolf he raised. When he united 46 tribes, people called him the incarnation of the silver wolf. Type, set, rank, hero, option, 2 set, Vengeful Spirit's arrow will change into the form of a wolf and, upon hitting the mark, will go into the abnormal status of blood loss. 4 set, upon attacking, Vengeful Spirit's arrow will automatically activate and be divided with a 50% chance. Automatically activated Vengeful Spirit's arrows will not consume any mana. 6 set, Vengeful Spirit's arrows' continued magic damage will increase from 30 seconds to 300 seconds, and ending magic damage will be immediately given. The hero, smiling, looks at the system window. The options are crazy, he says. The hero smiles under the wolf's head. Well, including the money I spent on the masters, I used around 100 million in real life, so of course it should be this good, he says. I need to spend at least this much to make my way through the central part, thinks Jinsung. Before us is the sea and the shore it washes. There is anxiety on the guy's face. He raises his right hand. Gosh, I'd be nice to get rid of this damn curse before that, he says. The thing sticking to your body, stupid master, Bundle asks him. Fear is visible in the guy's eyes. He stares into space. Yes, what master mentioned before, he explains to the chicken. Revenge is important, but I have another important goal, thinks Jinsung. He recalls the incomprehensible speech that sounded in his head. The curse I got after regressing back 10 years, which will reveal the identity of the OVO system. If it wasn't for this curse, I wouldn't have felt so pressured to raise my specs like this, the hero thinks. He recalls the notifications that appeared in front of him, sitting in the chair. Beginning countdown. Time remaining, 167 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. If you do not enter the game, you will die, so be careful. Jinsung clenches his fist. This system is the biggest question, he thinks. Now scary monsters appear before his eyes. I am tracking Aleister Crowley, who seems suspicious, and the crucifix is dawn for now, but no, let's not get ahead of ourselves, the boy thinks. He closes his eyes and looks incredibly sad. The hero, in his new clothes, walks towards the gates visible ahead. I need to do what I can for now, he realizes. The results will naturally follow. The boy looks resolutely into the distance. The hero is walking through a very strange area. Stupid master, how far are we going? Asks the pet. Be quiet, asks the chick Jinsung. He peers around, trying to see something. I'm sure it was around here somewhere, says the hero. It's already dark here, says Bundle. A howl is heard ahead. The chick squeaks in fear. The chick frantically flaps its wings and presses itself against its master's cheek. Stupid master, what if a ghost comes out? He asks. What ghost? Asks the hero in return. He walks forward through the tall grass and comes to a group of crooked trees. It looks like a ghost might come out here. The chick continues to scare him. What are you talking about? Jinsung reassures the chick. The hero laughs cheerfully, pointing a finger at his pet. You are a ghost too. A chick ghost? He says. Bundle is not a ghost. I am a chick spirit, the pet squeaks indignantly. Jinsung struggles through the tall grass. Yeah, whatever. Just wait a bit more. I am sure it's here, he says. If I didn't have a sixth sense or my experiences from before regressing, I never would have come here, he thinks. Jinsung stands in front of a hole with a light visible inside. Found it, he realizes. The hero climbs down the tangled roots of the plants, a place that's been disconnected from the world because you can't even set up that common warp gate here, and a place you might lose your life upon entering if you aren't quite strong, he thinks. Jinsung looks into a hole in the ground from which a rather bright light is beating. The guy clenches his fists. We are here, he tells his pet. A place where ancient monsters live eternally, he thinks. Jinsung clears his throat into his fist. Transcending species and age, simply for one goal, we see the completion of his thought. The hero stands on an unusual circle, through which pillars of flame beat upward. Is anyone there? The young man shouts loudly. Notifications appear. You have discovered a hidden street. Current location, Oldir's Furnace. We see this structure from a different angle. Notification, new location information has been created. Bundle flaps its tiny wings in fear. This place is weird. Stupid master, he squeaks. I feel like I am going to become chicken soup. The mana here is super clean. Yeah, Jinsung asks him. Something very hot is flowing under the stone bridge. Of course, this is a blessed space, and it's rich in mana. Enough to be called a ley line, the hero thinks. He looks around with a puzzled expression. Is no one here? He asks. It's super quiet, master bastard, the chicken says. Jinsung listens and thinks he hears something. No, if you listen carefully, it sounds like noise coming from over there, he thinks. The hero walks forward. In front of us is a character with giant fangs on his lower jaw. Who's the bastard? He asks. Jinsung looks at this character in shock. Sir Lexar, he asks. In front of us is a creature with a pumped-up torso, an original beard and the aforementioned fangs. What is it? Human? It asks. Lexar, his eyes sparkling, looks at the guy. How do you know my name? He asks. We are informed that we are facing an orc. Jinsung stares at him, beads of sweat running down his cheeks. As expected, his overpowering presence is as incredible as ever. he thinks. If I make the wrong response, something bad might happen. The guy humbly lowers his head. How could I not know you, Sir Lexar, who led the Red Hammer Alliance, he says. We see an orc with a huge hammer over his head. The sole heir of the incredible warrior, Sir Roctor, and the owner of the immortal King Hammer, Jinsung continues. Lexar thoughtfully rubs his chin. I was that orc at one point in time, he says, although that was several hundred years ago. The orc looks at the smiling hero standing in front of him. You are quite knowledgeable for a human, he admits. Jinsung thanks him for these words. Lexar, hammer in hand, stands on a small pedestal. In the orc world, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Lexar a mythical hero, the hero thinks. An orc fights a dragon. After the heavenly demon battle, he was the one who defeated the rampant black dragon single-handedly. Jinsung recalls. Lexar stands on one knee before the throne, and after the great warrior Roctor died to the black dragon, he received the immortal King Hammer, which had the power of the previous heroes in it. Lexar raises the hammer above his head, an army of orcs is visible behind him, and he united his species with the most outstanding power and charisma to create the Red Hammer Alliance. His existence was akin to a god's among orcs. The hero looks at the orc with a serious expression. Then he disbanded the alliance, retired, and is spending the rest of his life at Uldir's Furnace, the boy thinks. But why is he alone? At Uldir's Furnace there is definitely. Jinsung looks around, trying to see someone else. Lexar looks at the guy with a satisfied expression. So, let's say that's how you know who I am, he says. What gives a human the gall to come here? I need to answer carefully so that he doesn't get angry, the hero thinks. Smiling obsequiously, he looks at the orc. Ah, yes, he says. I have an offer for you, Sir Lexar. He looks at the guy, narrowing his eyes slightly. Hey, human, he says menacingly. Yes, Jinsung answers. Anger appears in the orc's eyes. Do you want to die? He asks. The guy smiles, trying to soften the orc's anger. Pardon, what makes you ask that all of a sudden? He asks. Lexar flies into a rage and bares his sharp teeth. Not only did a mere human dare to come into this place, but you came to make a deal with me, he roars loudly. The orc raises a huge hammer over his head. If you want to die, let's hear that offer of yours, he shouts. Jinsung looks at the orc in surprise. I'm fucked, he thinks. The guy crosses his arms in front of his face, trying to protect himself. I messed up, he thinks. It looks like Lexar is about to bring his weapon down on the hero's head. Who dares to talk so loudly in this holy place? Someone roars deafeningly. You orc bastard, shut up right now. The hero looks over the hand he uses to protect his face. These voices, he thinks. Finally, two shadows appear on the bridge leading to the central part of the forge. The other owners of Uldir's Furnace, Jinsung thinks. The silhouettes, glowing with different energies, become more distinct. They are here, the hero understands. We see a bearded man with a blue hammer, and he looks very unhappy. You damned orc bastard. How dare you swing around that heinous weapon of yours, he shouts. It is reported that before us is the first king of Durin, the great dwarf kingdom below the mountain, Muradin Raidatosk II. Now we see an old elf who is also very angry. We let alone a lowly orc in, and look how his arrogance reaches the sky, he shouts. He is Balak Obron Parahavpoyan, fairy king, who protected the land of fairies from the great evil. The hero, whose face is hidden by a wolf's head, greets the two characters who have approached the scene. Greetings, Sir Muradin, Sir Obron. This is my only opportunity to survive that I've been waiting for, thinks Jinsung. Muradin looks at the hero in amazement. Who is this, a human? He asks. How did you know our names? Obron asks. The guy looks at the two kings. I came here after hearing an oral story, he explains. We see Roctor working at his anvil. Tubal-Cain sounds next to him. So does Muradin. Wayland sounds next to him. Obron holds a sword in his hands. In this case, it is pronounced Vulcanus. The three kings raise the forged weapon. To determine who is the best blacksmith out of the three species, they took part in a competition lasting 1,000 years, deeming whoever wins to be considered the continent's greatest blacksmith. Obron smiles and brings his fist to his mouth. Oh-ho, Vulcanus, he says. Haven't heard that in a while. Has my name spread among the humans? The two kings begin to quarrel. He said my name before yours, you empty-headed elf bastard, shouts Muradin. What are you saying, you stumpy drunkard? Obron yells back. The orc is also involved in the squabble. Immature bastards, why did you come here to cause a fuss? We have so much to do, he fumes. They are just as crazy as ever, thinks Jinsung. Aren't they tired of staying here and fighting every day? We see weapons and jewels. But that's the reason Uldir's Furnace was a place everyone wanted to find in my past life, the hero thinks, since a fight like this can lead to the creation of a random craft item that has advanced abilities. The three kings stand next to each other, arms crossed over their chests. Their quarrel resumes with renewed vigor. You lowly bastard, aren't you embarrassed in front of a young human? Obron shouts angrily. Are you done? Muradin yells. Although it's because they put their all into this that they have no social skills and are so ill-tempered, thinks Jinsung. The elf raises his yellow hammer over his head. I can't stand this, he shouts. I'll beat you up first. Muradin is also ready to use his weapon. That's what I'm saying, he shouts. The two kings look at something in bewilderment. In front of us is an enraged orc whose eyes emit streams of red. Yeah, if you want to die so badly, he shouts. Bundle calls out to his master in horror, who looks at what is happening in front of him in shock. The orc raises a huge hammer and shouts that he will kill the other two kings. He strikes. Jinsung starts to run to get away from these madmen. A powerful flash occurs in the middle of the forge. The smoke clears, Rokter is sitting at the table, and behind him are visible the corpses of the kings he killed. So you are saying you want to make an offer to me and those bastards? He asks the hero. The hero smiles, looking at the orc, who frowns at him. Yes, that is correct, Jinsung answers. This is ridiculous, he thinks to himself. Obviously, he's much better than them. We see the orc's colleagues buried under rocks. The three kings look at the strange figure hanging in the air before them. These three are tied together by one covenant. They bet their lives to serve the winner of the competition as an older brother, the hero recalls. The hands of the blacksmiths reach out to the unusual golden figure. Thanks to that curse-like covenant, they can't die and keep repeating this tiring fight. The guy sits down at the table and addresses the orc king. I know why you three are staying here, he says. It's because of the 1,000-year-long covenant. Rokter looks at the guy angrily. You even know that? He asks. The hero smiles and reaches under the wolf skin that covers his body. Yes, that's why I came to see you three, he answers. I know how to end this bet of yours. The orc hums thoughtfully, expressing doubt in the words of the interlocutor. The latter shows him a red crystal. What is it? Asks Rokter. He looks closely and, judging by the eyes, understands what is in front of him. We see the red crystal up close. Is that the flame light called the Eye of the Fire Dragon? Asks the orc. He examines the crystal, which is already in his hand. How did someone like you come into possession of such a precious item? Asks Rokter in bewilderment. The hero smiles smugly, folding his arms across his chest. I have my ways, he answers. I didn't get the name Mage Tower Murderer for nothing, he thinks to himself. Two huge shadows appear behind the orc. You sure are a human with no manners, says one of them. We see that the two kings, who were recently dead, are in excellent health again. Don't you know the expression elders first? Asks Muradin. If such a thing does exist, then you should have given an offering to me first and taken my opinion, Oberon adds. The hero, smiling, looks at the resurrected. Of course, I have something to give to you as well, he declares. Bundle, take it out, the hero orders the chicken. It jumps off the guy's shoulder. Got it, stupid master, the chick squeaks. In his hands, the pet holds two artifacts, yellow and blue. These are your presents, Bundle declares. The blacksmiths look at the artifacts in their hands with admiration. This is the World Tree's tier, Oberon asks. An Akrisha Hamel document. How did you, a human, get a hold of such a precious item? Muradin exclaims in bewilderment. The hero and the chicken smile happily. It worked, they are hooked, Jinsung understands. The blacksmiths look at the guy in surprise. Why are you giving this to us, human? Oberon asks. Why is that? Muradin echoes. The guy puts his hands on the table and begins to explain. Not only are you three considered the greatest blacksmiths of your respective species, you have also left your legendary marks on the continent. Is that correct? Muradin looks at the hero and replies that it is true. Jinsung raises his index finger. And you have been competing to find out who the best blacksmith for 1,000 years, he continues. This time Oberon says that it is true. Jinsung looks at the kings carefully. Isn't it strange that even though you have been fighting for hundreds of years, you have yet to come to a conclusion? He asks. The orc thinks for a moment, as if something is beginning to dawn on him. The blacksmiths look closely at the speaker, who is leaning on the table. From what I know, after you make items for a whole year, you rate each other's works and tally them, says Jinsung. Muradin asks angrily what the big deal is. The hero explains, holding out his index finger. That's the problem. You each have different standards, and you are competing with each other, so how would you be able to fairly assess each other? The blacksmiths look at the hero in amazement. The orc bares his teeth and shouts loudly at the other two kings. You old pricks. Is that why my scores have always been so low? The blacksmiths start arguing again. As expected, you two are the problem. I shouldn't have signed any kind of contract, shouts Muradin. What did you just say, you dirty dwarf? Oberon shouts indignantly. Powerful electrical discharges sparkle above the table. The hero addresses the blacksmiths, folding his palms in front of him. This won't end by fighting each other, he shouts, trying to reason with the kings. The orc turns to him and asks what the way out of this situation might be. Jinsung smiles and points to himself. You have someone here who can fairly judge your works right now, the guy says. Muradin and Oberon look at the young man in bewilderment. We can't be certain that you are going to be fair, the first one objects. Or assurance that you have a good taste, the second one adds. If you find it difficult to believe me, take these, says Jinsung. He takes out a bag and dumps a whole mountain of various items onto the table. "What did you bring so much of?" one of the kings asks in bewilderment. The blacksmiths look closely at what the guy brought them. "Iron ores, sunstones, pyrotechnic stones," the orc says. "They are all necessary for metallurgy and they are all of high quality," says Muradin. Jinsung looks at his interlocutors. "Do you agree that all ingredients are of the same level?" he asks. Oberon thoughtfully rubs his chin. "Yes, these are all ingredients of the same rank," he answers. The hero happily raises his clenched fist. "With the same amount of time and ingredients, please compete with one additional condition," he says. "Having someone to use them will make the standards clearer, don't you think?" The blacksmiths look at him in amazement. "Someone to use them?" asks Rokter. Jinsung puts his hand to his chest, demonstrating his sincerity. "Please, create equipment just for me. As a user I will assess them as fairly as possible," he promises. The blacksmiths silently look at the mountain of objects towering on the table. The hero, smiling, extends his hand. "What do you think? Do you guys want to do it?" he asks. The hero walks along a shallow gorge. He sits down tiredly on a stone and sighs heavily. "This is killing me," he says. Jinsung remembers the blacksmith kings he just had to talk to. "Just looking at them drains me," he says. The guy looks tiredly into space. "Even so," he says. A series of notifications appear. "The hidden place Uldir's furnace has been activated. You will now be able to use random craft item. You have accomplished the achievement How Dare You. You have accomplished the achievement Looming Song of Fire and Iron." The hero, smiling, looks at the system windows. "I'm just glad we made it out unharmed," he says. The guy gets up and looks somewhere up. Now the problem that needs solving is 2 more notifications. "You have come across the quest terms of the oath. Open the quest window to see the quest details." Jinsung remembers the elf king thoughtfully rubbing his chin. "What an amusing offer," the blacksmith says. "Though there is one thing that bothers me." Oberon points his finger at the guy. "Isn't concentration the most important for the competition?" he asks. "But there are annoyances that break our focus, so I am kind of hesitant about participating. In front of us is a forest covered in thick fog. However, if one of us catches them, that could reflect in our score too, right?" the elf continues. "So, if you catch them, I'll accept this match." The blacksmith, narrowing his eyes, smiles. Here is a description of the quest. Terms of the oath. "For some time now, pesky creatures have been swarming the mountains, and because of them focusing on our work has been challenging. Seeing how they're exuding similar energy to yours, I'm sure they'll be familiar to you when you meet them in person. When the mountains quiet down once again, I'll accept your offer." Category: Epic. Description: investigate the disturbance near Uldir's furnace, find the cause and resolve it. Progress: 0%. Note: if you abandon the quest, random craft item will be disabled, and you will never be able to enter Uldir's furnace again. Jinsung rubs his chin thoughtfully. "It's the quest from that elf," he says. "How sad of him." The hero looks at the ring on his finger. "Well, it does seem like there's actually something to it. After all, ever since I came into the cave, the Tessa ring's been acting up," he thinks. The hero stands sadly in place, closing his eyes. "But if that's a Leicester or the crucifix is Dawn, I have no way of following them," he thinks. The boy remembers a young god named Shaka, since Shaka took the destruction orb fragment piece as a gift. "No, after stealing it off in the name of a gift from me," he thinks. Jinsung grabs the ears of the wolf whose skin is on his head with his hands. "Not one thing is working out," he screams. Judging by the expression on his face, the guy is very angry. "Anyway, from what I remember, there's nothing that could be a nuisance around here aside from a few dungeons," he thinks. The hero looks thoughtfully somewhere to the side. "Is there a field boss nearby? I haven't seen Master around lately either," he says. "Aren't you too busy playing around, stupid Master?" asks the chicken. Jinsung raises his hands and smiles ironically. "That's right. He must be eating and shitting somewhere just fine," he says. The guy throws up his clenched fist with a victorious air. "Now, if we focus on this again," he says. "In front of us is a map of the area. When I left the dukedom, the Tessa ring was pointing towards the southwest," the hero thinks. "A bright red beam shines through the trees. But right now, it's pointing to the west. Given that the Pharma dukedom is to the north, silhouettes of animals, most likely wolves, are visible between the tall trees. That means the target is not a dungeon, but something that can move," Jinsung thinks. He frowns at his ring. "Does that mean?" the young man thinks. His eyes are wary. "Is someone on my tail?" he asks. The chicken sitting on the hero's shoulder notices something and chirps loudly. The guy looks in the direction where the danger seems to be lurking. "I have to check it out," he says. Jinsung uses the skill Sixth Sense. Streams of black energy spread from his figure deep into the forest. We see a young man standing on one knee. The guy cries out in pain. Waves of red energy are visible next to him. Seo Ihan uses the skill Christ Ellison and begins to heal. The young man looks at his hands in surprise. "What on earth?" he thinks. "Without the holy spell I would have been burned to a crisp." The guy, gritting his teeth in pain, holds his wrist. He threw a holy spell away, he thinks, and I can't even trace them now. The members of his squad run up to the young man. Ihan, what's wrong? Yihak shouts. The two older members of Yi Trio stand behind the younger one. What happened? Young shouts. Who did this to you? Yihak says. Ihan smiles happily, looking at his comrades. We are not being ambushed, so you don't have to worry, he declares. Young looks at the younger member of the squad with concern. Are you sure? He asks. Then what's wrong with you? The guy, whose face shows something like shame, lowers his eyes. I missed the target, he answers honestly. What did you say? He hears. Young walks up to the young man and puts his hands on his shoulders. Tell me in detail. What do you mean? He asks. Ihan looks away. Looks like the target realized it was being tracked, he says. Judging by how the tracking spell was completely destroyed, he seems to be an expert at not just using magic, but holy spells too. Young looks at the younger member of the trio's hand in amazement, which is emitting yellow energy. Young is incredibly worried. What did you say? He shouts. Ihan looks at him with a relatively calm expression. Even so, it's not like the target went to the heights of heaven or the depths of hell, he states. If anything, our encounter just now made it easy to track him down. The guy is very determined. We can't rule out the possibility that a third party detected the tracking spell and broke it, but I am sure he's in the vicinity, he says. The two older members of the squad look at the younger one with concern. Either way, this can't be good, Young states. That's right, Ian replies. We have an unwelcome visitor. They hear someone's voice. All three of them turn to the source of the sound in surprise. Yihak is furious. Who is it? He shouts loudly. Hyung-nim, quickly, Ian exclaims. Yi-young, as a commander, gives the order. Keep your heads down. Streams of yellow energy swirl around him. Yi-young uses the holy fighter skill called Six Fists Might. The ground under the fighter's feet cracks and collapses. We see very strange creatures with long tongues and clawed paws. These creatures have very sharp teeth and scary glowing eyes. The monsters surround the Yi trio from all sides and tighten the ring. Where did all these monsters suddenly come from? Yihak asks. Get ready for battle, Yi-young orders. The youngest member of the squad raises his hands. Oh, light, he shouts. Yi-young raises his fist, and Yihak raises two at once. Ian puts his fists together at chest level and begins to pray. Lord Almighty, have mercy on us, forgive our sins, and give us eternal salvation, he says. His fist emits streams of yellow energy. The monsters' heads begin to glow and emit electrical discharges. Ian delivers a powerful punch. It is reported that he uses a holy fighter skill called Fierce Dragon's Mighty Power. A powerful explosion occurs. Ian, squinting, generates powerful electrical discharges. Yi-young shouts at the youngest member of the squad to hold on a little longer. He replies that he understands the order. The commander's fists stream with yellow energy. I'll kill these punks, he shouts. Yi-young uses the holy fighter skill Anti-Demonic Progressive Illusion. Many fiery fists fly at the monsters. We see a hit on the torso, and then on the monster's face. When the monsters die, they splash black bodily fluid around you. It floods the forest where the battle is taking place. Three fighters stand over the corpses of their defeated enemies. Did you get all of them? Asks Yi-young. Yeah, I think they are all dead, answers Yihak. So you are servants of the false god? The strange voice sounds again. Yi-young looks in the direction it came from. In front of us is a huge black blot. You three weren't my original targets, but, says the mysterious creature, I guess you'll be able to entertain me for a while. The fighters from Yi Trio take fighting stances, preparing to meet the enemy. They look in amazement at what has appeared in front of them. It is a huge monster wearing the familiar white mask. A vile entity with a white mask instead of a head approaches the three members of the squad. Notifications appear. You cannot confirm the opponent's identity. Due to the opponent's high level or special magic, you cannot confirm his identity. Try using a detection item or skill. Ian looks over the top of the system window in alarm. This means that he's the same level or possesses a power that's incompatible with temple monks, he thinks. The vile entity approaches, emitting a red glow from its eyes. How foolish, servants of a false god, it says. As heaven is near and the day the Messiah will come again is soon. Repent and confess. If you do so, the Messiah will save you. The soldiers look at the vile enemy, their mouths open in amazement. Even if you have come here because of the calling of a different dimension, the entity in the white mask says, we see how much larger it is than the people standing below. If you accept His Holiness completely as servants of a false god, it cannot be said that you are completely useless as vessels, the enemy declares. If so, there is no need to create new vessels. The entity looms over the fighters, its body beginning to resemble a whirlwind. The whirlwind completely hides its hands in white mask, blocking the sky above the trees. Prove to me whether you are worthy vessels, the squad members hear. The guys scream in fear, not understanding what to do. Damn it, we've been had, says Yi-young. We are trapped in the domain he created, Ian answers him. we again see disgusting creatures of indeterminate appearance. They acquire more distinct outlines and begin to resemble ghouls. Anthropomorphic monsters surround the squad from all sides. Or whether you are mere good-for-nothings, says the puppeteer in a white mask. A series of notifications appears, guiding you to the target spot. You are approximately 1 kilometer away from the target spot. 849 meters. A mysterious energy is getting stronger. 732 meters. The light of the Tessa ring is getting stronger. The hero walks through the forest. How strange, he says. Where the monsters hear these few, red energy flows around the trees. Jin-sung touches his nose with his finger. Why does it smell like blood? He asks. The hero looks at something with alarm. It turns out that a monster is already flying towards him, with its arms spread wide. The monster strikes with its fist, but only hits the ground. The guy smiles. Too slow. Oh, I get it now, he thinks. He remembers the elf blacksmith. That old man was trying to test my abilities with that quest as an excuse, Jin-sung realizes. Another group of monsters is running towards him. There are so many of them, the young man thinks. We see a mark on the ground. The hero jumps and raises his fist to strike. And their temperament is similar to mine, he thinks. Jin-sung hits the enemy and flies past him. The guy stops between two trees. Notification: you have defeated a twisted modified test specimen. The monsters are looking in the wrong direction from where the hero is standing. Their names really explain them, Jin-sung thinks. It's obvious who made them. One of the monsters rushes to attack the hero. We see an information window. Wolf totemic set. Type, set. Rank, hero. Jin-sung places his hand on the ground. Option 2 set. Vengeful Spirit's arrow will change into the form of a wolf and, upon hitting the mark, will go into the abnormal status of blood loss. 4 set. Upon attacking, Vengeful Spirit's arrow will automatically activate and be divided with a 50% chance. Automatically activated Vengeful Spirit's arrow will not consume any mana. 6 set. Vengeful Spirit's arrow continued magic damage will increase from 30 seconds to 300 seconds, and ending magic damage will be immediately given. In front of the hero, a ghostly wolf is seen emitting a bright blue glow. It is attacking the monsters and seems to be successfully dealing with many of them. The hero stands over the corpses of the slain monsters. You weak things, Jin-sung says. A series of notifications appear. Rune of Greed extorting hands effect is activating. Absorbing the HP of the twisted modified test specimens. Absorbing the MP of the twisted modified test specimens. Streams of red energy swirl around the hero. Okay, now I just need to find him, right? He asks. The chicken sitting on the guy's shoulder points somewhere to the right. Stupid master, there's something strange over there, he says. Where? Jin-sung asks. He notices something and starts to smile. In front of him is the same black vortex we saw a little earlier. I don't even need to find him, he says. Ihak, whose nose is bleeding, looks at the enemy with anger. The fighter has put up a protective wall in front of himself and is trying to hold it. Yihan, I'm also at my limit now, he shouts. The youngest member of the squad tries to carry out the commander. Hyung Nim, he yells. The bearded man closes his eyes. It is becoming increasingly difficult for him to provide protection. Hurry up and run, he shouts. Since when did things become like this, he thinks. I did expect that this wouldn't be easy, but... Notifications appear in front of him, directly on the yellow shield that Ihak creates. Warning, warning. There is a lot of strong demonic energy around you. The twisted modified test specimens are spreading rampantly. Prepare for the approaching monster wave. A monster wave, the bearded man is perplexed. He clenches his teeth in rage. We see an exchange of messages between the squad members. Ihak, Ihan, when you get my signal, leave with Yeom. Ihak, if it's now, you'll be able to break through the dome. Ihan looks at his comrade with a martyr's expression. The exchange of messages continues. Ihan, then what about you? Ihak, I don't think even I can block him. There's no other way, Ihan. From the dark vortex, the black hands of a creature in a white mask reach out towards the bearded man. How futile, it says. Even if one of my selves was lost to your people. We see the hero, and we understand that the creature means him. That is only because of a mistake stemming from my pride and vanity, the creature says. This is the first step towards salvation. Consider this my last act of mercy towards you all. So, the eye holes in the white mask glow menacingly. Die, the creature says. Ihak raises his hands with clenched fists and screams loudly in pain and tension. The bearded man is scary to look at. A yellow sphere glows brightly in his hands. A grinning tiger appears above the fighter's head. It is reported that the Temple Monk Skill Mountain leading tiger is being used. The yellow animal approaches the white masked creature, preparing to attack. Ihak looks at his allies. Hurry up and leave, he shouts. Ihan, gritting his teeth from the effort, drags his commander away. Monsters resembling ghouls are trying to reach the boy. The hand of the youngest member of the squad glows with yellow energy. He uses the Temple Monk skill Sanctum Hasta. The energy takes the form of a spear. The boy throws the weapon at something. Ian carries the commander towards a bright source of yellow light. Notifications appear. Party member Lee Huk has died. Party member Lee Huk has logged out. The white masked creature looks indifferently at the fleeing young man. I told you it'd be useless, it says. Streams of black vortex swirl around the boy, who is carrying his commander on his back. The boy turns around. Lee Huk? No, this is the only method, he says. Streams of yellow energy swirl around the commander, who is not showing any signs of life. Ian lowers his comrade to the ground. I hope at least you, he says. Blood flows from the boy's eyes and yellow energy flows. I am sorry, Hyung-nim, he screams. The commander's body flies away from the boy at great speed. Ian looks at something with alarm. It's a notification. Party member Kim Yeong has died. Ian falls to his knees. He looks doomed. No, is this really the end? He asks someone incomprehensible. What the heck? He suddenly hears next to him. I thought it was a monster. That scared me, stupid master. We see the back of a trembling young man. Notification, an endless abyss of darkness encroaches. Ian turns around, looking exhausted. Notification, dark star, a malefic star that helped the development of a star that swallows everything, has appeared. Ian looks at the dark figure with glowing yellow eyes in fear. Dark star, he says, puzzled. Before us is a hero with a naked upper body. This man is the malefic star that inherited the progression of the dead star, the star of darkness that died once, as well as the core of the mainstream we received from the Order, the stars. Bundle, what is this person saying? Asks Jinsung. I am not sure, stupid master, the chick answers. Blood runs down the face and arms of the shocked young man. The hero comes close to him. I know you, he says. Aren't you Ihan, one of the 3 E's that have been booming these days? How did you? The guy asks, shocked. Jinsung smiles, looking intently at his interlocutor. I just thought all of you would get awfully entangled with me, he declares. A multi-armed entity in a white mask appears above the heads of the 2 guys. Jinsung extends his hand to the guy injured in the battle and offers him to stand up. Ah, yes, he says. The young men frown at something. A red warning appears. There are windows hanging in front of the guys. We see their contents. Intense magical energy is filling the surroundings. Due to the formation of a domain, magical power is continuously decreasing. Due to the formation of a domain, stamina is continuously decreasing. Beware of the upcoming monster wave. Jinsung raises his hand, which is streaming black energy, absorbing the resources of living creatures within the space to summon specific monsters. Is this some kind of infinite loop summoning magic circle? He thinks. Ihan is standing behind the hero. Be careful, this one is not to be underestimated, he says. Ah, it's okay. We have met before, Jinsung answers him. Met before? Ian asks puzzledly. What do you mean? The hero looks thoughtful. It means we have fought before, he replies. The entity in the cracked white mask looks at what is in front of its red eyes in bewilderment. It seems to recognize the hero. He stands calmly, arms folded across his chest. Long time no see, dried up fish head, the guy declares. He looks at the enemy that has appeared in front of him, smiling mockingly. No, should I call you Aleister Crowley? He asks. The entity's eyes glow brighter than before. How dare you? She asks. A stream of energy spreads from the monster towards the young men. Die, you unholy beast, he exclaims. The familiar monsters that look like ghouls appear next to the guys. The hero calmly looks at the enemy. Only your mouth is alive, he says. Black streams rise around the young man's boot. It turns out that the hero has just crushed one of the monsters with a light movement. It is reported that he is using the witch doctor's skill Dark Apocalyptic Harvest. One of the monsters gets stuck in a web. A bloody Ihan looks at the hero in bewilderment. What is this power? He thinks. Notification, warning. Warning, your defense has decreased. Ian raises his hands and folds them in front of himself, trying to defend himself. More notifications appear. Your magic resistance has decreased. Your resistance to status effects has decreased. Around the hero, whose back we can see, jets of black energy rise. It's hard to believe in this power, even though I see it with my own eyes, thinks Ian. In front of us is the hero's concentrated face. Even with the 3 of us combining our strength, we struggled against what he dealt with by merely kicking, thinks Ian. What kind of power does this man possess? The guy calls up the system window and starts working with it. No, this isn't the time, he thinks. Ian presses his finger on the record option. I must record this somehow, he thinks. Blood is running down the guy's face, but he looks satisfied. This monster and the stars we found. First time encounters with such formidable beings, he thinks. Fewer comments immediately appear. Sammy broadcasting is on. But why is Ihan alone today? What is that I see? The creature in the white mask looms over the hero. How dare you? It asks. Is this really the time to be concerned about that? Jinsung asks. Notifications appear. The rune of greed, the grasping hand, is activated, absorbing HP from Aleister Crowley. The creature looks at the hero warily. Notification, absorbing MP from Aleister Crowley. The hero smiles and looks at the enemy, his hand emitting jets of blue energy. It transforms into ghostly blue wolves. The creature looks at these enemies with concern. It seems to be aware of what is happening. "How dare you use my power?" Aleister Crowley asks. Jin-sung smiles. "Your power?" he asks mockingly. "Ah, those shoddy ghouls." Besides those, the hero jumps up and charges at the enemy. "Show me something better," he demands. Yihan looks at the enemies, who seem to be about to clash. Shock is visible on the boy's face. To inflict such a wound with just a single blow to someone we couldn't handle? He thinks. Yihan looks at the system window. Streaming this live will be such a huge gain, he thinks. The guy reads the viewer's comments. "What is that Damien? Why is Damien here? What's with that weird curtain-looking kid? Wow, viewer count is record-breaking. Damien power indeed." Yihan is shocked. "Is that really?" he thinks. The guy looks at the hero, who is raising his fist. Damien, he thinks, shocked. Jin-sung, meanwhile, gets into a defensive stance. He looks up and addresses his opponent hovering above him. "Hey, how have you not changed since then?" he asks. However, now his face is confused. Aleister Crowley sprouts a multitude of black tendrils. Jin-sung stares at the monster. "What's with that tentacle-like thing with a mouth?" he asks. The tendrils rush towards him. The hero sees rows of sharp teeth dripping with drool. Jin-sung holds out his hand. "Damn, I must avoid it," he thinks. A tentacle flies at the guy and throws him far back. Jin-sung, spreading his arms wide, slams into some kind of barrier. He sinks to the ground. The hero looks tiredly at the creature in the white mask. "This bastard," he says, doing weird stuff again. A tear runs down the guy's cheek. A huge figure made of toothy tentacles grows in front of him. Jin-sung looks at it in shock. "This is insane," he says. A tree torn out by the roots flies in front of the guy. The hero is thrown back. Notification: the domain in the field disappears. A trickle of blood flows from the corner of the hero's mouth. He sits, leaning against a rock. Next to him lies the body of the youngest member of the Yi trio. Notification: recovered from status abnormalities. The tentacles of the creature in the white mask reach out to the hero. "Seems like you've grown stronger," it notes. "This time for sure." Aleister Crowley holds out his hand, which is all made of black swirls. The ground beneath the hero cracks, and a powerful white swirl appears in front of him. We see a huge horned red snake. It is reported that this is Kurlikyu of Nahashtan, the serpent living under the Skull Mountain where the demon of greed, Kurlikyu, resides. After the Sin War, the arrival of the Saint of Sin and the Seven Sins was characterized by their savage and intense presence, leading to divided opinions on whether it's a type of demon or a malevolent spirit. Species: demon. Type: champion. Level: unknown. Special note: being a spirit that cannot exist in the physical realm, it has a characteristic of not being able to stay long in the intermediate realm, but the abilities it exhibits vary greatly depending on the means and capabilities of the summoner, so one must definitely flee. Aleister Crowley, a blue snake visible above his head, looks at his opponent with concern. "This will not be as easy as before," he says. "In front of us are huge snakes. Their horned heads are approaching the youngest member of Yi trio lying on the ground. No way. We can't win this. Even if the elders were alive, no," thinks Yihan. "Even if we three gave our 100%. A white mask crowning the black swirl can be seen behind the huge snakes. It's overwhelmingly daunting, to the point where we wouldn't dare challenge it," the guy realizes. His face is covered in blood, his eyes are almost closed. "Were we really nothing?" he thinks. Jin-sung is standing on the head of the red snake. "Oh, is this a new eel you are raising?" he mockingly asks the entity in the white mask. Blood is also running down the hero's face. "Wouldn't this cost tens of millions of gold just for the food?" asks Jin-sung. "Buy lots of nuts and stuff, you miserable owner," Bundle shouts in irritation. Aleister Crowley holds out a black hand. "I never thought you would die easily." "Heretic," he says. All three enemies attack the hero, who has to jump back. Jin-sung lands and braces himself on the ground with his hand. "No, really, I don't get it," he says, smiling. The guy looks at the three enemies looming over him. "But if you really think about it, aren't you the one who's fundamentally wrong, not me?" he asks. Aleister Crowley answers with a kind of sad look. "What are you even saying?" he asks. Jin-sung, smiling, looks up. "No, isn't your worshipped Balak also from the bottom?" he asks. "Everything about the Lord of the Underworld and such is fake. Is it worth acting like a king among rabbits when there's no tiger on the mountain?" We see the creature in the white mask from behind. "Please, know your place, you cultist fools," it hears. Aleister Crowley stares at the hero standing before him. "Thus darkness approaches silently," he says, whispering in the ears of the faithful, deceiving their eyes and ears. We see the mask up close, it has a sad expression. "My faith is not so shallow to be swayed by your vile words. I will separate your flesh and spirit to offer as a sacrifice to the coming Messiah," the creature promises. The snakes above his head open their mouths wide, preparing to pounce on the hero below. That will be the rooster crow announcing our grand plan is near, and a testament to my absolute faith towards the Messiah, Aleister Crowley declares. Fang tentacles reach out toward the boy. Jinsung, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, smiles. Getting all worked up for a cultist, he says. Notifications appear. Witch Doctor Skill Phantasm. A unique spirit skill of the Witch Doctor that teleports the caster to a designated location within a 10-meter radius. The hero finds himself behind the creature in the white mask. Aleister Crowley turns around in confusion, noticing the danger. Jinsung raises his left hand and flies up. In front of the hero is the black body of the creature. Where do you think you are daring to go? Asks Aleister Crowley. It's just a stepping stone, the guy answers. We see a trace of the jump directly on the black body of the creature. Blue streams of energy, reminiscent of spears, are biting into the monster. We see the white mask up close and understand that its owner is now very unwell. Opposite the creature, the hero hangs in the air, around whom blue discharges are noticeable. The guy lands and leans on his hand. A loud scream is heard above the hero's head. He looks up. Notification, warning. Warning. Dull-sized copper snake, Nahashtan, roars. Jinsung looks at the two snakes hanging over him. The red one, Nahashtan, uses death echoes. A description of this skill appears. Twist the mana flow of those who hear it, hindering spellcasting and skill activation, causing stun and damage by itself depending on the physical condition. Notification, powerful magical sound waves are approaching. Beware of various status abnormalities and attacks. Jinsung looks at the enemies warily. Look at this, he says. The guy rushes to attack, this time red energy flows from him. The hero looks into the eye sockets of the white mask. Do I look like a fool who falls for the same trick twice? He asks. Jinsung brings down a powerful energy attack on the enemy. He looks at the enemies predatorily, trying to assess the results. We see the description of the skill. Bloodlust. Level 1. Attribute, blood. Description, causes continuous bleeding in exchange for berserking the target. Increases attack and movement speed by 300% for 180 seconds, and health decreases by 1% per second. Health does not drop below 1%. Attacks in a berserk state have a 33% chance to cause the target to bleed, and the caster absorbs blood from bleeding targets to create bloody shield. The hero pushes off the creature's black body. Then he points his hand down, on the palm of which we see a magical formation. A powerful stream of red light hits the enemy. The use of the healer's skill Kaigong Cannon is reported. Jinsung lands. Told you, striking first is the key to winning. No matter how powerful the summon is, if the main body is weak, it's useless, he says. That's how it is, owner, the chicken answers. The hero examines the enemy's tentacles sticking up chaotically. Even though he summoned Nahashtan, the main body is still a Aleister. If we incapacitate the main body, naturally, we can also stop Nahashtan's movements, Jinsung thinks. Gray streams appear above his head. The hero and his pet look up in alarm. They are being attacked by two huge snakes. The use of Nahashtan's skill called Sulphurous Breath is reported. Jinsung curses, fear visible in his eyes. The forest is illuminated by a bright flash of white light. The trees are broken, a deep crevice is formed in the ground. Jinsung sits on the ground, trying to collect his thoughts. What kind of crazy eel is this? He screams in rage. Notification, user Sioyan has died. The guy approaches the edge of the crevice and looks down. That's why you should have logged out from afar. Why stay around? I would have been dead too if it wasn't for fantasy, he says. Judging by the expression on his face, the hero is shocked. No, really, he says. It turns out that the bottom of the crevice is covered with countless corpses. What kind of prank was this? He asks in amazement. We see the dead creatures up close. They have bald heads and sharp teeth. Jinsung looks down thoughtfully. What are all these? Asks Bundle. Did you flip a graveyard or something, you owner? Well, the guy says, not knowing what to answer his pet. Jinsung takes a step forward. You'd believe it if I said it was a burial site, he thinks. The guy stands in front of a crevice littered with corpses. Even I, a 10-year veteran, am seeing this type of corpse for the first time. Thought it was some kind of necromancer dealing with twisted mutants, he thinks. Jinsung remembers one of the monsters he already had to deal with. Wasn't just simply dominating and enhancing monsters like a patchwork predator, he muses. Well, that alone wouldn't be enough to summon Balak, the lord of the underworld. The hero sees the huge snakes above him again. A black vortex appears inside the crevice filled with corpses, its sleeves already rising high up. Certainly, you are different, the voice of the creature in the white mask is heard. Even the seeds of false gods didn't catch my eye. Aleister Crowley looks like himself again. Not only did you contain my power within you, but you made that power your own and thrust a dagger, he says. Indeed a vile greed worthy of the sovereign of all darkness, a force to be wary of by the false six gods. The creature looms over the hero. Yet, even so, the power with you is utterly feeble, merely a star that has already died once at the hands of the false gods. It continues its speech. The black vortex around the white mask swirls with renewed vigor. Only the Messiah, rising from death, will save the world, and our mission, following the dawn, will continue until the end of the world, declares Aleister Crowley. The eyes of the mask turn black. Behold, heretic, the creature utters. It looms over the hero menacingly. With your vessel, we will boldly rise and form an army, says the enemy, and pull down the false god from the high heavens. Jinsung, clenching his fists, stands before the creature. His eyes fill with determination. Get ready, Munchie, he orders his pet. Got it, you miser owner, he replies. Black and red streams of energy rise from the hero's feet. The guy is reported to be using the Plague Aura and Blood Cravings Witch Doctor skills. He is preparing to engage in battle with two huge snakes and an entity in a white mask. The enemies attack the young man. We see long energy trails and a powerful explosion. Jinsung jumps. With the bloody shield broken and even the formation of the dark apocalyptic harvest domain collapsed, I have to face those two snakes and Aleister simultaneously, he thinks. It's an extremely difficult challenge, but black and red streams swirl around the guy again. He looks at his enemies predatorily. Let's give dying a try, he thinks. The hero, in the air, attacks the blue snake. Notification: Nahashtan's defense has decreased. Streams of red and black energy swirl around the snake's head. Notifications: Nahashtan's magic resistance has decreased. Nahashtan's resistance to status effects has decreased. Jinsung raises his left hand to strike. First, let's start with spreading the plague, he thinks. Notifications: critical hit. The title effect Revenant of the Battlefield is activated. The hero's fist emits a bright red glow. Notification: spirit arrows are automatically generated. Aleister Crowley, looming over the guy, he asks his signature question. How dare you? Jinsung looks at the enemy warily. Notification: warning. Warning. Curlicue's brass serpent, Nahashtan, releases magical energy. The hero stands on the head of a blue snake. Notification: be cautious of various status effects and attacks. Jinsung jumps off the snake's head and it opens its mouth wide. Now there's a red snake in front of the guy. Hey, isn't this attack too predictable? The hero asks. The snake opens its mouth and spews out a stream of fire. This is reported to be Nahashtan's skill, called sulfurous breath. Jinsung glares at his opponent. Damn, to use such a tactic, he thinks. Streams of red energy swirl around the hero's legs. No choice, thinks Jinsung. To survive, one must choose. We see that the guy is between a stream of fire in the sky and a blue snake waiting on the ground. But it's better to be electrocuted than burned by sulfur fire, he thinks. Jinsung hangs in the air and shakes under the influence of electric discharges. He screams loudly from unbearable pain. The guy's mouth is wide open. You bastards. It feels like I'm really going to die since my sensory limits are unlocked, he thinks. Jinsung clenches his fist. But if I can just endure this, he thinks. The hero hits with a fist that is almost invisible under the blue streams enveloping him. Die, Jinsung screams shrilly. A powerful blow flies to the head of the blue snake. We see the hero on top of the monster's head. Notification: the effect of the Rune of Greed, the grasping hand, is activated. Notification: absorbing HP from Nahashtan. In front of us is the hero's fist, glowing with two types of energy. Notifications: absorbing MP from Nahashtan. The title effect Narrow Escape is activated. Jinsung stands on the head of the blue snake and strikes with his fists. We see the guy's face, it looks focused. After another blow, the monster's jaw crashes into the surface of the ground. Exhaling heavily, Jinsung steps down to the ground. The snake's head is shaking, but it doesn't seem to be going to give up easily. What kind of creature is this? The hero thinks. How high is his magic immunity? Still so vigorous after all this. The guy looks into the mouth of the red snake. The techniques used so far seem more like innate abilities than characteristics, he thinks. Then, two snakes hang over the hero, preparing to attack. He uses the Witch Doctor skill, Blood Cravings. In front of us is the eye of a blue snake. Aleister Crowley, who is standing nearby, seems to suspect something. What ugly trick are you planning to use now? He asks. The creature looks at its enemy. Two snakes intertwine and attack the hero, but he again manages to jump away in time. Jinsung lands and kneels. The hero jumps and strikes the red snake. Hurry up and come out already, he shouts. Aleister Crowley looks up in amazement. There flies a creature with 8 pincers. We see that the hero's pet, Bundle, is controlling this creature. It raises one wing and informs its master of its arrival. Jinsung stands in front of the animals that have come to his aid. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. A lucky for a lucky, right? He says. Aleister Crowley looks at the enemy with an arrogant expression. You think you can oppose me with such minions? He asks. Next to him we see the body of a red snake. Notification: Nahashtan's health decreases. Aleister Crowley looks at his allies with concern, who seem to be having a hard time. Messages about Nahashtan's health decreasing continue to appear. Jinsung is sitting on the ground behind the creature in the white mask. That's why I had already prepared the seasoning, he says. The hero sees that the enemy is worried about the state of the snakes. The effect of blood cravings increases attack and movement speed by 300% for 180 seconds, but receives a bleeding debuff that decreases health by 1% per second, Jinsung thinks. The black hand of the creature in the white mask trembles with tension. In this situation we benefit just by standing still, says Jinsung. Master, you are smart, the chicken praises him. Aleister Crowley raises his hand up. A blue snake is visible above his head. Streams of red energy rush upward around the red snake. The guy stands behind the creatures the chicken brought, smiling. Yeah, whatever, he says. If you're confident, try attacking on your own. The guy looks at the enemy from under the wolf's head. But you'll probably die before that, he supposes. Aleister Crowley frowns at his opponent. Such childish tricks, he says. Both snakes are visible behind the creature in the white mask. To mimic me and absorb my health, it continues its thought. Such an ugly act fits you. A mad smile appears on the guy's face. Is that really what you should be saying right now? He asks. A powerful blow flies right into Aleister Crowley's mask. The hero looks at the enemy with glee. Good thing I started with spreading the plague, he thinks. The blood cravings I applied to Nahashtan spread to the others. His high magic resistance would have made any direct spell fail. Jinsung rushes at his enemy. The hero remembers his past life. Before my regression, Curlicue handled thousands of Nahashtans and demons, he thinks. This level is manageable for me. The guy raises his fist to bring it down on the creature in the white mask. I thought Nahashtan was exclusive to Curlicue, he thinks. It's surprising that this guy summoned it. Really, is the Crossdawn Society related to the 7 great demon lords? Then, the hero charges at the enemy, fist outstretched. The 7 great demon lords, who were followers of Abraxas, and the 7 sins under Balak might be the same entities, he thinks. We again see the evil creatures that the guy must face. The 7 sins, Balak's subordinates and the original 7 evils. Unlike Balak, who is trapped in the nether, they clearly exist in this world, and they scheme some sort of plan through their apostles to pull him from the nether, Jinsung thinks. He remembers the face and words of his mentor, whose name is Karen. What you've done is merely bring them to the surface. Afterward, you'll have to defeat them one by one and absorb their powers. Before us is a page of a book with a picture of a tree on it. So, what happens when all this is completed? The boy remembers the question he asked the old man. You'll gain power comparable to the Lord of the Nether, Karen answered then. The hero looks back at the old man. Of course, you'll have to be careful not to be devoured, but that thing inside you, he says. There is a thoughtful expression on the boy's face. He looks up at the enemies he will have to destroy. Originally, darkness is meant to increase its power by devouring and being devoured amongst themselves. He remembers the wisdom he heard. The hero runs up. We see the black body of a masked creature beneath his feet. Aleister Crowley looks closely at his enemy. His eyes begin to flow with threatening red energy. You bastard, he says. A black vortex forms above the hero. The guy stands still, as if waiting for the events to unfold. A powerful explosion occurs. Aleister Crowley looks at the smoking ground. The hero looks menacingly at the enemy. He puts forward a fist. Do you think that kind of firepower will be enough? He asks. Jinsung jumps up and finds himself on the same level with the enemy. Get ready to be smacked in the solar plexus, he says. The use of Nahashtan sulfurous breath and thunderstorm breath skills is reported. The snakes bring down streams of energy of blue and red colors respectively on the hero. Aleister Crowley watches calmly as powerful currents affect the young man. The hero clenches his fist and grits his teeth, trying to withstand this attack. The chick watches this from the side in fear and tries to scream for his master. A strong explosion occurs in the middle of the forest. Bundle bends down to the ground and covers his head with a wing. The chick looks in horror at the bodies of monsters lying in front of him. Bundle runs around the battlefield and tries to scream for his master. Master, where are you? He screams. Master's energy keeps fading. The chick looks in fear at the creature in a white mask, the outline of whose body has become very strange. Aleister Crowley, who seems to have suffered greatly during the battle, examines the battlefield. I won, he says. We see many creepy red balls. As expected, you didn't let me down, the creature says. Aleister Crowley, his body once again taking on a relatively human shape, approaches the hero lying on the ground. I knew it all along, he says. Your body wouldn't just disappear so easily. The creature is getting closer to the hero. Moreover, if it were a vessel that completely contained the remnants of a forgotten god, it's obvious that your body would be superior to those countless false gods. It says, in front of us is one of the appendages of the creature's torso. Thus you will as a living sacrifice to the coming Messiah enjoy the infinite glory of being wholly reaped, both body and soul. The appendage increases in size many times over and becomes covered in countless sharp teeth. It is clear that you could not overcome the 99 lives that I possess. Now your body is mine, Aleister Crowley declares. Clouds of smoke and bloodstains are visible on the ground. A red beam shoots upward, at which the creature with a white mask looks in amazement. Says who? Says Jinsung. Aleister Crowley is completely confused. The hero clenches his teeth, his eyes emitting an eerie glow. Hurry up and open your mouth, he says. Ginseng uses the witch doctor skill blood curse. Bolts of red energy fly at the enemy. What are you doing, you bastard? Aleister Crowley shouts. The creature's body is pierced in many places and from the inside. What the hell is this? Aleister Crowley asks. This bastard is doing filthy tricks again. Jinsun calmly walks away from the enemy, from whose body many red spikes stick out. Ah, really? He says. The guy looks at the enemy, putting his hands on his hips. This damn thing is so troublesome, he says. Jinsung rubs his shoulder, onto which a chicken is trying to jump. Munchie was really startled. Master, the pet shouts. Why did you get hit? This damn thing suddenly pulled me, the guy answers. Well, anyway, says Jinsung, looking at the system window with the description of the blood curse skill. Level 1. Attribute, Curse. Description: when the target's health is below 25%, use half of your current mana to cast a curse that binds the body. If successful, it restricts the target's movement with a high level of magic and controls the target's body for a certain time. The hero approaches the body of the creature in the white mask, from which huge red spikes stick out. Thanks to you, I don't need to make a doll, he says. Here is the second part of the information window. Depending on the caster's will, it causes blood thorns to sprout, dealing damage proportional to health, and absorbs HP equivalent to 1% of the caster's health per thorn. If the number of thorns exceeds the caster's health, the remaining damage is converted into a blood shield. The white mask is turned over, blood streaming down the cheeks and forehead, but it only activates when health is below 25%, asks the hero. That's a bit too much. What's the use of someone who is nearly dead? Aleister Crowley raises his head and looks at the guy. You bastard, he utters his only curse word. Don't move, Jinsung answers. One of the spikes is sticking right into the throat of the creature in the white mask. If you don't want to die, says the hero. The enemy's black arm is also pierced in many places. How much did you consume to survive after taking this? Asks Jinsung. Notification: absorbing HP from Aleister Crowley. The hero calmly looks at the enemy pierced by dozens of spikes. The things you do are inhuman, I swear, he says. Ah, well, you are not one to begin with. Notification: absorbing HP from Aleister Crowley. The hero's bare feet are visible behind the creature's black body. Notification: blood shield amount has increased. Just asking out of curiosity, says the hero. He stares at the enemy. You heretics worship stuff like the 7th great demons, he asks. The thing you summoned is also raised by one of the 7 great demons. We see a spike protruding from the forehead of the white mask. Answer me, the hero demands. Aleister Crowley, who is lying in front of the hero, begins to answer, saying one word after another with long pauses. Look, dawn has broken. The creature's black hand trembles slightly. Even if your vessel is large, don't be arrogant thinking it's unique, it says. Jinsung looks at the enemy, under whom pools of blood are spreading. The great plan is complete, says Aleister Crowley. We shall rise decisively and form an army. We see the two opponents from a bird's eye view. Your forgotten and false gods, be afraid, says Aleister Crowley. The result of your petty faith will bring destruction to this world. An angry red fire burns in the eye socket of the mask. The creature's body transforms into a multitude of black streams. Jinsung looks at his enemy with concern. This damn thing is up to something again, he says. Notification: warning. Warning, a remnant of powerful magic is approaching. A strange red and black ball is approaching the guy. Notification: be especially careful not to be logged out. A black sphere is spinning above the hero's head, spreading ominous energy around itself. The guy looks at the swirling red vortex with concern. In front of us is the hero's red eye. How dare you, he hears. A very powerful explosion occurs. Jinsung is on one knee, gray clouds of smoke are visible above his head. Notification: you have defeated Aleister's clone. The guy looks up, where very small fragments are flying. A series of notifications appear. Notification: you have defeated a remnant of powerful magic. Experience points gained. Reached level 72. Jinsung brings the back of his hand to his chin. Notification: cleared the quest conditions of the Covenant. Return to Fairy King Oberon for your reward. Jinsung looks around, clenching his fists. He has a serious expression on his face. Leveled up and cleared the quest, but I can't be happy about this, he thinks. The hero remembers the snakes that attacked him just recently. The breath of Nahashtan, he thinks. We see the guy's huge eye again. In addition to enduring the presence of the powerful magical remnant, the power granted by Sakar is tremendous. But despite having that much power, I am only slightly ahead of that guy. That's my current level, Jinsung thinks. We see him from behind, covered in a wolf skin. I thought I had reached a high level, the guy thinks. He calls out to his pet, who runs after him, quickly moving his paws. Got it, master, the chicken answers. Jinsung stands in front of a deep crevice that was formed as a result of the recent battle. In front of us is a forge, another forge, located above a lava flow. I managed to come back alive somehow, thinks Jinsung. But who would have thought I'd run into trouble like this again? The boy is standing on all fours in front of 3 items crafted by the Smith Kings. All 3 are staring at the young man. What are you doing? Asks Oberon. Hurry up and judge without delay. Yes, says the hero, looking at the system window. Notifications appear. Random craft item has been completed. Evaluate which of the completed items is the most outstanding. Jinsung closes his eyes, sweat running down his cheeks. I'm about to die here, and you are kidding me, he thinks. No, it's not like I've been dragged to the guillotine. I just got back from the battle and this is what I am faced with. The blacksmiths nervously hurry him. You'd better give up on any tricks, human, says Roctor. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, says Muradin. He punches the ground. I am dying of frustration here, he adds. There are cracks visible where his fist landed. I managed to persuade these oddballs last time, thinks Jinsung. But I didn't expect them to blatantly ask me to pick one. The 3 kings look at the hero with displeasure. He recalls his sad experience from his past life. Stay calm, Jinsung reassures himself. It's different from before when I died before even reaching Uldir's forge. Now I can handle this situation. If there's no escape, no avoiding it, then. The guy looks at the items made by the blacksmith standing in front of him. Then I'll start judging, he says. Jinsung picks up an elegant purple dagger. Information about this item appears. Twilight Starlight Kukri. Category, dagger. Attack speed, very fast. Rank, heroic. Options, attack power plus 3740, strength plus 33, health plus 33, agility plus 33, intelligence plus 33, additional damage plus 10%, fire attribute, indestructible. The weapon in the hero's hands emits a soft purple glow. We see additional information about it. When using explosive skills, triggers an additional explosion. Explosions from skills spread to other enemies. The hero's mouth opens in amazement. Incredible, he thinks. Roctor, who crafted the dagger, smiles. You seem quite surprised, he says. Jinsung examines the weapon and runs his finger along its blade. It's the first time I see a fire attribute weapon with such a high damage increase rate, he thinks. From attack speed to stats, additional damage. There's nothing bad about it, right? The hero smiles excitedly. Plus random craft options include indestructibility and explosive traits. This isn't only desirable for physical classes, but also for magic classes, he thinks. It's a total success in the draw. Jinsung looks at the weapon in admiration. Eshiganer's black crystal is said to be difficult to process due to the purity and properties of its magic, he says. You wouldn't believe it at your level, says Roctor. Exactly. It's an insane weapon, indeed. The hero confirms. The orc puffs up with pride and tugs at his beard. If you two weren't here, I would have immediately declared Roctor the best blacksmith on the continent, declares Jinsung. The orc's 2 competitors look at the hero with displeasure. Praising such a skinning knife, Oberon says dismissively, what's so great about it? Such a blockhead. I swear, I'll kill you if you don't judge properly, threatens Muradin. The guy smiles and puts the dagger on the floor. Yes, let's proceed to the next judgment, he says. Roctor silently looks at the guy, who timidly turns away. Please, look favorably upon this, Jinsung begs himself. If not, I'll completely offend them both. The 2 kings look at the hero carefully. He reaches out his hand to the yellow ring. Anyway, each one is of insane quality, thinks Jinsung. The craftsmen of the continent couldn't even come close to this level of perfection. The guy's eyes widen in amazement. The ring flies high into the air, and Muradin becomes furious. It seems he is ready to rush at the hero. Such a crazy human, screams Muradin. You dare throw away a masterpiece filled with blood and sweat. Jinsung stretches out his hands and catches the ring before it falls to the ground. I was just surprised, he justifies himself, to engrave all 12 zodiac signs on this tiny ring. We see images of constellations on the decoration that the hero holds in his hands. Moreover, these zodiac signs are from Akrija's harmonial document, Jinsung exclaims. Before us is a description of this item. Zodiac ring. Category, ring. Rank, heroic. Options, magic resistance plus 25, defense plus 10, intelligence plus 45, all elemental damage increases by 10%. When dealing elemental damage, attack power increases by 25%, stacking up to 12 times. When receiving elemental damage, defense increases by 25%, stacking up to 12 times. Muradin points his finger at the hero. As if that wasn't obvious, he shouts, only a fool wouldn't utilize the power held by such superb ancient runes. The hero looks at the ring with admiration. Indeed, Muradin Raidatosk II. It's said that no one can match him in the utilization of runes, he recalls. We see an open book with runes inscribed above it. Rune. In this world, it's not just the language of a nation, but a transcendent speech and script. The power held by runes is often far stronger than that of common magic, sometimes exerting absolute force depending on its origin and lineage. We see two hands and a bright flash between them. Whether the language of the main god or the demon god, the language of a transcendent being alone influences this world. That's why runes are called the origin of magic and the language of gods. We see the dagger and ring that Jinsung has already examined. Twilight Starlight Kukri might just have lesser runes of Gaona etched into its spine, but it fully captures the destructive power of Gaona, annihilating everything. And the Zodiac Ring contains the runes of the 12 gods from Akrisha's harmonial document, shaped into zodiac signs and engraved, housing the power of numerous elements. The guy thinks. It's not about the level of superiority, but the difference in methods. Nuruddin and Roktar exchange glances. The hero, looking at the ring, gives his verdict. It is engraved with 12 runes without missing any, and the ring is designed to withstand the torrent of their power. I have never seen such a ring since I've been in this world, he says. Oberon, folding his arms over his chest, looks at the guy. Jinsung fakes a laugh, looking at this king. We cannot keep the most senior among us, Lord Oberon, waiting any longer, he says. You have good sense, the elf answers him. I was about to chop off your head after one more word. Judging by the expression on the blacksmith's face, he is not joking at all. The most dangerous person here is Oberon, the guy thinks. Now, Lord Oberon's creation must be here, he says out loud. The elf stands on the mountain and holds someone's severed head in his hand. Oberon is known for destroying his opponents by any means necessary, recalls Jinsung. Even the Lord of the Nether, Balak, or the Seven Sins would marvel at his methods. The elf smiles, his eyes burning with an ominous fire. The merciless fairy king of iron blood, Oberon. That's another name for this being. Get your act together. If you lose focus here, it's over, the young man thinks. The hero stands before the three kings. Now, let's judge the last creation, he says. The guy looks at the system window in surprise. In his hand is the item that is evaluated last. We see the description. Iskandar's deep roots. Category, necklace. Rank, heroic. Options, intelligence plus 99, magic recovery speed plus 50%, cooldown reduction plus 25%. Generates 1% ether with each casting, and upon reaching 100%, activates Iskandar's blessing skill. When Iskandar's blessing skill is activated, consumes 100% ether for 300 seconds, critical chance plus 100%, critical damage plus 400% increase, ether accumulation impossible while active. The guy looks at the bracelet with admiration. A smile appears on the elf's face. What is this? What are you talking about? Someone's voice is heard. We see that Muradin is simply furious. Am I seeing this wrong? He shouts. My work is compared to this trash. Oberon reaches for the sword that sticks out behind his back. I expected such words from your mouth, but hearing my masterpiece equated with this vile things, I can't stand it, he says. The orc also does not stay away from the squabble. I shall adjust the judgment I made of you, he says. You're not just a mere human, but comparable to the lizard I faced before. Your dark innards resemble that black lizard whose skull I crushed with this hammer. Jinsung is frightened, backs away. He grabs the items he was supposed to be appraising. Damn, it's over, the boy thinks. Now that it's come to this, Jinsung runs away from the three Smith Kings, who are trying unsuccessfully to hit him. Run away, the young man screams. Jinsung runs through the forest, breathing heavily. You can tell by his face that this is incredibly hard for him. I am seriously going to die, he says. The boy remembers the Smith Kings. Lucky for me, those guys couldn't leave the forge because of the pact, he says. A slight misstep and I wouldn't have been outside the forge but on my way to the netherworld. Jinsung picks up the dagger the orc made. Still, it's a relief I managed to get all the items, he says. We see the glittering inscription on the blade. Just listing them on the exchange would bring in hundreds, no, millions of one, the boy says. He looks up absently, remembering the three smiths. This is simply a stroke of luck, he thinks. If I had been caught by those guys, I would have met an undeniable death, he thinks. Jinsung imagines himself being thrown into the lava. The young man picks up the dagger and looks at it. I need to become stronger, he thinks. Much more than now. Jinsung lies on the ground and looks at the system window. Let's check the status window, he says. The corresponding window opens. Damien, level 72. Class, Witch Doctor. Affiliation, none. Disposition, minus 9,999,999,999. Titles, Utterly Ruthless, The One Who Hunted a Boar Alone, Agent of Revenge, Fastest Breakthrough, The Lone Hyena, Survivor of the Battlefield, 9 lives. Stats, Strength 100, Health 100, Agility 100, Intelligence 200, Dexterity 100, Luck 100. Remaining stat points, 10. Skill window, Spirit Arrow LV1, Plague Arrow LV1, Lion's Resurgence LV1, Blood Curse LV1, Phantom LV1, Saint of Death LV1. Remaining skill points, 2. Jinsung raises his dagger. Another window. Equipment, Weapon, Twilight Starlight Kukri. Shield, none. Helmet, Wolf Totemic Mask. Top, wolf totemic tattoo. Pants, wolf totemic pants. Shoulders, wolf totemic cape. Gloves, wolf totemic gloves. Shoes, wolf totemic boots. Necklace, Iskandar's deep roots. Ring 1, Tessa ring. Ring 2, Zodiac ring. Ginseng lies on the ground, closing his eyes. It's a mess, he says with a sigh. I never ponder when allocating stats and just shove used items into my inventory. What's the point of fighting my best every time? The hero looks up thoughtfully. If it was before regression, he thinks, I would have calculated thoroughly to achieve the fastest growth possible. We see the hero in knightly armor on a mountain of human corpses. And I actually did that before, he thinks. We see a bright blue flash in front of the armored hero. Even for my unique abilities Kai Explosion or Dark Apocalyptic Harvest, I would have researches them all night by casting on the Millennium Solid Rock, thinks Ginseng. The guy sadly looks at the dagger he received from the orc. In a situation where even holding up somewhere to raise my skill proficiencies to their limits would not be enough, I wandered around without researching my class, just spending money, he says with a sigh. Looks like you understand that very well, you foolish disciple, someone's voice is heard. The hero flinches in surprise. An old man with a pumped-up torso appears in front of him. Master, Ginseng exclaims in bewilderment. Karen raises his leg to kick his student. Long time no see, my disciple, he declares. The mentor lowers his leg, but hits empty ground. The hero jumps back and takes a fighting stance. The use of the Apocalypse Priest's skill, which is called Black and White Full Night, is reported. Ginseng curses and puts his hands in front of himself to defend himself. Save me, master, the chicken squeaks pitifully. The old man, clenching his fists, runs to his student. You've got some nerve, lying down in front of your teacher, he shouts. No, I was going to greet you, the guy makes an excuse. Karen strikes and Ginseng flies back. The guy opens his mouth and screams loudly in pain. The old man looks at the kneeling boy, thoughtfully rubbing his chin. How did I end up fostering such a person, he asks. The boy looks at his mentor with resentment. Why are you doing this, he asks. After all this time, you just show up. What do you mean why? I'm teaching my foolish disciple what strength is, Karen answers. The hero, staggering, gets to his feet in front of the teacher. His recklessness is still the same, he thinks. However, he's still incredibly strong. Behind the hero, on the rock, there is a mark from a blow. Even I, prior to regression, wouldn't have been assured victory against him, the boy thinks. Karen, smiling, looks at the boy. Your outfit is still bizarre, but you have changed a lot since I last saw you, he declares. That's not what someone who's been absent for so long and suddenly appears should be saying, Ginseng answers him. The old man turns away from his student in irritation. Still got that venomous tongue, he says. The fact that you haven't died and are alive is indeed Shaka's blessing. I did all this on my own, you know, the young man replies indignantly, without any significant help. Karen turns to the hero, who hides his eyes. Never mind, says the young man. The old man puts his hands on his belt. Okay, now get ready to fight, he says. Excuse me, Ginseng asks again, puzzled. A smile appears on the hero's face. He rubs the back of his head. Are you angry, perhaps? He asks. Striking your only disciple is a bit. What the hell are you saying? Karen shouts indignantly. Shouldn't we verify how much you have grown since then? The old man beckons the guy over with his hand. Stop talking and come at me, he says. Including all those strange things, show me the full extent of your power. The hero takes out a dagger and holds it out in front of himself. The guy, smiling ironically, looks at his mentor. Seeing the old man speak like this, it seems the items I risked my life for in the forge weren't a total waste after all, he thinks. The boy stands in front of the mentor with a dagger in his hand. I won't back down even if you ask me to, he declares. How long are you planning to make me repeat the same words, asks Karen. Red and black streams swirl around the hero's hands. It is reported that he is using the witch doctor's skill Blood Cravings. The boy looks closely at the old man. Here I go, he says. Karen smiles. Bring it on, he urges. Ginseng jumps high into the air, bounces off several surfaces, flying towards the mentor in order to attack. The boy is holding a dagger, an orange glow emanating from it. What a racket, Karen says, smiling. The hero's fist approaches the mentor's face. You are just like your tongue, trying to hide your essence behind a flashy facade, says the old man. Unhealthy, hooded faces appear around the hero. It is reported that he is using the witch doctor's skill Plague Aura. However, the furious attack is broken by the yellow energy shield that the old man has put up in front of him. Karen smiles. You are predictable, he declares to the hero behind him. The latter tries to hit the enemy with the many fists that we see around him, but to no avail. We see one of the sickly faces up close. A blinding flash occurs in front of the old man. A series of notifications appear. Iskandar's Deep Roots has generated ether. The second constellation of Zodiac Ring, Taurus, is activated. Bloody Shield has been created. Spirit Arrow has been automatically generated. The hero's hand, which holds the dagger, generates streams of yellow energy. Jinsung strikes, apparently successfully. Notification: critical hit. The effect of the title survivor of the battlefield is exerted. The old man looks at his student's face with utmost calm. "Didn't I tell you?" he asks. "You should use all your power, including those peculiar things." Jinsung generates a huge amount of yellow energy. Karen continues to calmly watch what his student is doing. He looks at his mentor in surprise. This is not enough, just a little more, he thinks. Hundreds of yellow energy projectiles fly at the old man from behind the guy. The young man uses the Witch Doctor skill Spirit Arrow in the amount of 999 units. We see many yellow ghost wolves flying at the old man. Notification: Iskandar's deep roots is filled with ether. Notification: Iskandar's blessing is activated. Karen walks across the scorched earth as if nothing had happened. Notification: the 12th constellation of Zodiac Ring, Pisces, is activated. All attack power has increased by 300%. The surface of the earth is destroyed under the hero's feet. Jinsung squats and looks at his mentor. "Even with the Iskandar's blessing and the 12 stacks of Zodiac Ring, I am merely wasting time facing the master," the hero thinks. Karen shouts to the boy sitting high on the cliff. "One of your tricks is worth knowing. After all," he says, "its strength is not bad either." The old man lowers his left hand. Then he traces a figure in the air with it. "Well, this too is an old man's amusement," he declares. The hero sits high on the cliff and looks at his mentor. "Just like kicking a pebble on a whim," the young man says. A wall of blue energy again smashes against the yellow shield that Karen has held out in front of him. "Even after I focused and cast Plague Aura, seeing it blocked means there's some kind of shield or the level of his very being is ridiculously high," thinks Jinsung. "At my current level, it's totally ineffective." The hero folds his hands at chest level. "Damn," he thinks. "If only I could at least bind him." Powerful waves of black energy swirl above the old man. "Is this all you've got?" asks Karen. The master, smiling, raises his left hand. "For all the posturing and pretense, this is disappointingly inadequate," he says. Karen walks forward, ignoring the black vortices generated by his student. "You still have a long way to go," he says. "What you like is..." Suddenly, the old man notices something. It is a huge energy sphere with a white center and a red and black shell. Jinsung, smiling, looks at the master. "So what do I lack?" he asks. A huge sphere with a white core hangs above the old man. Karen, looking at it, remains completely calm. "Ha, audacious fellow," he says. The master, with a serious expression, watches what his student is doing. "I had anticipated something like this, but the timing is quite exquisite," he says. Jinsung, in turn, looks at the old man. "Of course," he thinks, "if the opponent is reading my attacks, I must read their moves in return." Something like a meteor flies down on the old man. "I'll press the attack relentlessly," the guy thinks. "I must not be pushed back." Karen looks up thoughtfully. "So, that was your thought," he says. Jinsung jumps off the edge of the cliff. He flies up to his mentor and raises his fist to strike. "Try everything you can," Karen advises. "However, it wouldn't be fun if you just keep getting hit." The old man holds up 2 fingers with a smart face. The hero looks at his opponent in bewilderment. Notification: warning. Warning: a powerful aura of apocalypse engulfs the space. Notification: a powerful aura of apocalypse weighs down on the earth. A huge black ball hangs above the opponents fighting below on the ground. Notification: status of normality. The hero kneels down. The old man still stands, his arms stretched out along his body. 3 more alerts. Your character has been slowed. Your character has been engulfed in darkness. Be cautious not to be obliterated by the approaching apocalypse. The hero is worried. Beads of sweat are running down his face. Gravity intensified and visibility blocked, he thinks. The old man looks at him, his hands on his hips. "You have 5 minutes, he says. "If you can't deal with me in 5 minutes, you will die." "What?" Jinsung asks, puzzled. Karen smiles. "You also need motivation, don't you?" he asks. The guy clenches his teeth from nervous tension. This is still not enough to be called going all out. He hears. The hero again raises his fist to hit his mentor. "This crazy old man," he shouts. "Are you planning to blow up the Yuta mountain range just for that?" The old man's yellow shield reflects all of the guy's blows. "If you dislike it, then give it your all," Karen says. Jinsung jumps. He is reported to be using the Witch Doctor's skill Ghost Walk. Many ghosts appear around the old man, which are exact copies of the hero. Notification: the effect of the title survivor of the battlefield is exerted. The number of ominous black spheres increases. We see another series of notifications. The effect of the title 9 lives is exerted. The shield amount of bloody shield increases. The effect of the rune of greed, grasping hand, is activated. Karen, smiling, looks into the eyes of the guy, above whom 2 ghostly copies are visible. "See?" the old man asks. He folds the fingers of his left hand to flick the guy on the head. "You can do it, no?" the mentor asks. Jinsung looks at the old man in fear. He flicks his finger, sending the enemy flying a long way. The hero crashes back into the rock. He opens his mouth wide, trying to catch his breath. The old man calmly approaches him. "Remember that sometimes blocking is impossible," he says, "and keep in mind that it could lead to death, especially if you are facing an opponent beyond your calculations." The old man smiles. Karen looks up at the dark black spheres hanging. It turns out that his attention was drawn to the chickens standing on the tops of the cliffs surrounding the lowland. "Was this what you were clinging to me so desperately for?" Karen asks the hero. "Master, are you okay?" Bundle shouts. The hero looks at the pet over his clenched fist. "If you were me, do you think you'd be okay?" he asks. Jinsung looks at the black spheres hanging above the battlefield. Those things are gradually growing larger, he thinks. Just standing up is consuming a significant amount of mana. Jiryo looks at the pet standing on the top of the cliff. "Fire away," he orders. "Got it, master," Bundle replies. He holds out a blue flag. "Are you ready, my younger brothers?" he asks his kin. A veritable rain of darts falls on the old man. "Save the master," the eldest chicken screams. Karen raises his left hand. "Now you are showing some promise," he tells the hero. "Only 3 minutes left." Jinsung jumps up once again. The chickens on the cliff fire at the old man. "Fire everything, my younger brothers," Bundle summons them. Jinsung, dagger raised above his head, flies up to the enemy from above and behind. He strikes, trying to hit the back of the head. The use of the witch doctor's skill blood cravings is reported. The old man calmly looks at the guy hanging in the air in front of him. "As expected," he says. "A skilled guy does as a skilled guy should. Are you planning to use the power of that thing in reverse to increase its strength?" Notification: the effect of the Title 9 lives is exerted. Jinsung looks at the enemy angrily. Notification: warning. Warning. HP falls below 10%. The old man's face is extremely calm. "But I clearly told you that your life is hanging by a thread," he declares. Jinsung tries to hit his mentor with his knee. "Trying to prevent the collapse of the body with mere tactics?" says Karen. He delivers a powerful punch, and the hero once again flies far back. "There's nothing more to see," says the old man. "This is a method to end one's life before dying." Bundle watches from the top of the cliff as his master flies away from the old man and tries to shout to the hero. Karen approaches the guy, who is leaning on the ground with a trembling hand. "Remember, even if you, as a mere adventurer, have shown commendable tenacity, thinking that it will always work is nothing but arrogance," says the old man. Jinsung jumps up and rushes to attack his opponent again. His hand almost reaches the old man's face, but he calmly declares that time is up. Jinsung spits out an incomprehensible liquid from his mouth with a disgusting sound. Karen calmly walks away from the guy lying on the ground. "It wasn't bad, all things considered," he declares. "It's just that your opponent happened to be me." The old man closes his eyes and walks away. "You won't die, as the power of the apocalypse is with you," he says. The mentor's eyes widen and he hears a very strange sound behind him, like a quacking. The hero begins to rise from the ground. He bares his teeth and giggles ominously. Continuing to chuckle, the guy jumps up and ends up above his opponent's head. Emitting a yellow glow around himself, he falls on the old man. Karen looks angry for the first time in the entire fight. The old man flexes his magnificent muscles and the hero flies away again. "How dare you reveal your wicked nature?" Karen screams shrilly. We see black spheres above the combatants again. The old man looks angrily at the hero. In front of him is some kind of monster emitting jets of black energy. The mentor is reflected in the eye of this creature. "Indeed, surely your body must have been transformed into one that cannot die by Shaka's power," says the mentor. "However, what's inside is not you, but a vile beast." The old man, surrounded by black spheres and purple streams of energy, puts his left hand aside. "There's no choice. I must revert it back," he says. We see that the mentor has extended his middle and index fingers forward. "Try to withstand this, though I am not sure what will become of that fine body of yours," he says. Runes begin to burst out of the black spheres. They surround the hero, who is standing in some kind of awkward pose. It is reported that the Apocalypse Priest uses his skill Earth's 4 wheels of emptiness. In front of us are sharp rocks. The hero, lying on the ground, gasps for air. He gets up and grabs his head with his hand. "What, did I faint?" he thinks, not understanding what happened to him. The guy remembers the blow that the old man dealt him. "Certainly I remember being hit by the master's attack," thinks Jinsung. He also remembers flying away from the mentor under the frightened glances of the chickens. "But I have no memory of what happened after that," thinks the boy. The bare legs of an old man appear behind the hero. "I really did my best, but I still ended up passing out," says the young man. Karen hits the student on the back of the head, and the chicken flies off the hero's shoulder. The boy holds his bruised neck and looks around. "What are you doing?" asks the old man. "If you are awake, you should go see your master immediately." Jinsung curses. The old man raises his hand and angrily asks who and where the hero just sent. It seems he is ready to give his student more. Looks like you haven't been hit enough, he shouts. No, I was hit perfectly well, the young man says pleadingly. He smiles and rubs the back of his head, looking at the furious teacher. How was my level in your opinion? The guy asks. The old man looks at the student with displeasure. Trash, he says. Jin-sung looks at the teacher in surprise. Excuse me, he asks. Did I hear that wrong? The guy wonders. He remembers the skill he used, which resulted in the old man having to fight many doubles. All the techniques I displayed, aiming to prove myself, summed up in one word, trash. Karen sits down on the ground and begins to explain. True power is about using limited resources to suppress the opponent as efficiently as possible. If one possessed infinite power like myself, the definition might change, but you, who hardly possess the strength of an ant's droppings. The old man looks at his student with displeasure. Why do you try to flail your strengths around like a bull's hind kick? He asks. The teacher and student sit opposite each other on the ground. As if you have always been doing so, or as if you have ever been on a level comparable to mine, Karen reproaches the guy. We see a castle damaged as a result of the battle. Furthermore, without even researching the nature of the darkness that sleeps within you, your current state is like a castle built on sand, the old man says. What use is a sandcastle that falls with a single touch, and if not trash, then what should it be called? The guy looks at his mentor in surprise. Honestly, everything he said is true, he thinks. Karen looks closely at the young man. I've been pinpointed more accurately than I could have done myself, the hero thinks. He looks back at something over his shoulder. The reason I have been able to flourish while recklessly using power is due to the absurd stat amounts and job characteristics of Witch Doctor, a hidden class, Jin-sung realizes. He remembers his character in a past life. Fighting with the habits from my past life, based on those overflowing resources, it was inevitable I couldn't fully harness the power of the Witch Doctor, the hero thinks. We see a hand hovering over a book. I've been trapped in old habits, not changing my combat style, forcing my specs into those habits. Karen gets down on one knee. What you currently need isn't about pushing your own power to its limits, nor is it the venom to definitely bring down your opponent, he says. The old man looks closely at his student. Your power is far from insignificant, and your mercilessness towards your enemies is more than enough. However, not contemplating how that power works is like a fatal poison, he says. It's not just about a one-dimensional aspect of how to suppress the opponent. We see a moment of the hero's fight with a pumped-up opponent. Now in front of us is the guy's hand, emitting a greenish glow. It's about how much power you have left and how to bring down the opponent most efficiently and quickly, Karen explains. We see that the hero is confronted by a demonic entity with sharp horns. In short, you need strategic contemplation, says the old man. He angrily turns away from the guy. Stop boasting about brute strength. If you can suppress the opponent with the minimum resource expenditure for the maximum efficiency, you might not reach my level, but you can achieve higher growth, the old man explains the development strategy. Jin-sung looks at him thoughtfully. Karen turns to the guy, it seems he wants to add something. The old man is very angry, judging by the expression on his face. Don't gaze into the abyss, he says. If you look into the abyss also looks into you. Jin-sung puts his hand to his chest, from which jets of black energy are gushing. Be wary of the beast within you, advises Karen. One must be careful not to become a monster while fighting monsters. The hero is sitting in a gaming chair. He climbs out of the capsule with difficulty. Goodness, if only I could understand what all that means, he says. Notification, you have been logged out. Be wary of the beast within you. The hero recalls the words he heard just recently. He imagines a horned demon. That must be referring to the override system and Abraxas who sent me back in time, thinks Jin-sung. The guy remembers the blow he received in the battle with his mentor. Could it be that something happened after I lost my consciousness? He thinks, like trying to take over my body. The young man opens the refrigerator door. Truly, a series of unbelievable events, he thinks. From the beginning, returning 10 years back itself is nonsensical. The guy drinks a drink from a tin can. But at least, the Cross-Dawn Society or Chiron doesn't cause trouble in reality, he thinks. There are no restrictions from the override system in reality, not just in the game. A voice begins to sound in the guy's head, pronouncing words in an unfamiliar language. Jin-sung grabs his head. He clearly does not like the feeling. What's that in my head? He thinks. The young man takes the ringing phone out of his pocket, and then falls to the floor, unconscious. The guy, whose vision is swimming, lifts his head. It feels like it's going to split open, he thinks. The voice in his head continues to speak incomprehensible words. A vague male silhouette appears in the open door. The hero's head is lying on the floor, the creepy voice still sounds in it. The guy, who is lying on the hospital bed, opens his eyes. Jin-sung, are you coming to your senses? Someone asks. A girl with blue eyes is leaning over the hero. Do you recognize me? She asks. Jin-sung sits up and looks at the visitor. Where? He asks in a weak voice. We are in the hospital. You have been unconscious for 2 days, the girl answers. I was on my way to the convenience store and ran into the paramedics. We see Hae-yoon peeking out of her room. The girl looks at the hero with concern, touching her cheek with her finger. The doctor said it seems like a vasovagal syncope, she explains. They said they need to conduct further tests for more details. It seems I played the game too long. Luckily, she's my neighbor, thinks Jin-sung. The hero looks at the girl. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. I'll make sure to compensate, he promises. We see the hospital room from the ceiling. Thank you so much, the guy says. Why would you say that? Asks Hae-yoon. She folds her arms across her chest. I was genuinely worried, the girl says. And the first thing you talk about upon waking up is compensation. Jin-sung tries to object, but the girl interrupts him. She blushed. If it really bothers you, maybe you could buy me a coffee later, she says. Yeah, coffee is no big deal, the hero answers. Hae-yoon gets up from her chair and slings her bag over her shoulder. I have to go because of my part-time job, she says. If anything happens, make sure to contact me. The guy looks at her in surprise. But we don't have each other's numbers, how can we contact? He asks. Oh, right, Hae-yoon exclaims. She stretches her hand out slightly. Then give me your phone, the girl says. Yes, the guy asks. Hae-yoon, blushing, fixes her hair. So I can give you my number, she says. Jin-sung gives the girl his phone and she dials her number. Hae-yoon hands the device to the guy. Saved, she says. Oh, and your phone has been ringing a lot earlier. I'll check it, says the guy, looking very embarrassed. The girl goes out the door. Then rest well, Jin-sung, she says finally. Thank you. Take care, the hero replies. At the door, the girl collides with the young man. What the? This isn't, he says. The young man enters the room and immediately starts yelling at the hero. Damn it. Why aren't you answering your phone? If you were sick, you should have contacted me first. Jin-sung laughs and rubs the back of his head. Bro, how can you yell in the hospital? He asks. Shut up. Do you know how worried I was? Shouts Min-jun. He remembers how he came to visit a friend. You weren't answering calls, and somehow you were logged out of the game. Your brother was going crazy, so I went to your apartment and saw your room. I thought a professional wrestler had broken in. Jin-sung, smiling, rubs his chin. It's nothing serious. I was immediately taken to the hospital, he says. Min-jun sits, resting his hand on his hip. Limit your gaming, man, he says. Do you have any idea what happened while you were at it? What happened? Calmly asks Jin-sung. A friend shows the hero the phone screen. Look at this, he says. The hero takes the device and watches the video. Famous gamer and streamer Damien hasn't been logging in for days, becoming a topic of concern. Fans are worried and Damien's management sounds from there. The hero's face shows concern. What? Just because I haven't played for a few days, says Jin-sung. How much did you play for it to come to this? Asks Min-jun. The phone rings, the hero looks at the screen. Why am I suddenly getting calls? He thinks. The guy looks over the phone in confusion. He brings the device to his ear and answers the call. Yes, he shouts excitedly into the phone. Min-jun looks at his friend in alarm. What are you saying? He asks. Jin-sung looks at his comrade in confusion. Bro, I think I am really F, he says. Next to the hero's bed, his friend is sitting. Why? What's going on? He asks. Jin-sung scratches his cheek with his finger. Well, he utters a meaningless word. The hero brings the phone to his ear and answers the call. Hello, Damien, are you feeling better? He hears. I heard you were hospitalized. Jin-sung laughs. News travel fast, he replies. Just to be safe, it might be best to move with a dedicated security team for a while, he hears. Surprise appears on the face of the guy sitting on the bed. A security team? He asks again, perplexed. They should be arriving soon. I'll explain more when we meet face to face, the hero's interlocutor says. Jin-sung takes the phone away from his ear. It is clear that he is shocked. What's arriving? He asks, not fully understanding what is happening. On the phone screen, a map is visible with a red mark. Hello, this is Yu-Yuna from Wiz Korea's Security Team 3, comes from the device. We'll arrive in about 10 minutes. Jin-sung shows the screen to his friend. Bro, I am screwed, right? He asks. In front of us is a skyscraper belonging to the Wiz company. In front of the hero, who is sitting at a huge table, there are some papers. So, you are saying this is all scheduled? He asks. Yes, that's correct, replies the guy sitting on the other side of the table. We see the man's face and remember that his name is Young Seung-hoon. It was urgent due to the importance, so we had to bring you from the hospital quickly, he says. You can take your time to think it over. Jin-sung shuffles through some papers. Honestly, I am not sure if I am someone who should receive such an offer, he says. The offers here have been filtered by me, Seung-hoon declares. The hero reads the contents of the papers handed to him. It's about a third of what you received, and the contract conditions are well above the industry standard, Sang-hoon says. Jin-sung, not believing his eyes, looks at the papers. But should I really sign an exclusive partnership so readily? He asks. The conditions make me suspicious because they are so good. You don't need to worry too much about that, replies the representative of the Wiz company. Sang-hoon raises his hands to look more convincing. You'll just have to wear the exclusive brand's products at official events and occasions, he says. And you will be treated well, as you'll become the muse for that brand. Sang-hoon hands the hero a folder with a clearly visible logo. Moreover, the chairman of this group is also the younger sibling of the CEO of the main office, he says. Wait, the chairman of Under Army is Switch's president's younger sibling, asks Jin-sung. Yes, and a passionate fan of Damien as well, says Sang-hoon. That can't be, the hero thinks to himself. He imagines a pumped-up guy and girl. The Under Army, that's beloved by muscle maniacs and one of America's top 3 sports brands, the hero thinks. Before us is a muscleman with impressive biceps. The CEO himself is a hardcore fitness enthusiast who hits the big 3-500. That Under Army, flushing with excitement, Jin-sung reaches out to the folder that his interlocutor gives him. The owner of my favorite brand is Alan's sibling and even a fan of mine, he realizes with delight. If only the partnership restrictions were a bit less. There are documents on the table between the interlocutors. Your trajectory seems to match their taste for machismo, says Sang-hoon. Jin-sung immediately imagines himself a real macho. I see. Well, I'm specialized in that, he says. The interlocutors rise from their chairs. Please, take your time to consider and let me know, asks Sang-hoon. Yes, I will. Thank you always, replies the hero. The young people walk down the corridor. Have you heard? Asks the Wiz representative. In front of us is a ghostly user working with an equally ghostly keyboard. For the 100-day anniversary of the open beta, Evertail is preparing a new event, reports Sang-hoon. Despite Evertail's strict principle of non-interference by users being designed by a hyper-AI, we see enthusiastic people throwing wads of bills into the air. It's unusual for them to officially endorse an event, and various communities are reacting heatedly, says Sang-hoon. The hero looks at his interlocutor with concern. Now that I think about it, a lot of named characters were produced during Act's first event, he thinks. Do you know the name of the event? He asks the interlocutor. The young people are standing in the elevator. Yes, replies Sang-hoon. It had quite an impactful wording, so it stuck with me. It's called Island of Fierce Battles. Jin-sung thinks. If I remember correctly, the name was, he thinks. Sang-hoon rubs his chin. Though the details haven't been disclosed, it's said to be a kind of survival event. The homepage will provide guidance soon, so it should be happening shortly, he says. We see anxiety on the hero's face. I don't know what's going on, but this is going to cause quite a stir again, he thinks. In front of us is the entrance to a 2-story building. Alan Jacobs is sitting in a chair and looking at the screen of his tablet. It's strange, he says. The man seems to be worried about something. Evertail surely cannot control the Akashic records, he thinks. The fact that there haven't been accidents since Act's start is almost miraculous. Still, the intent of the hyper-AI remains unknown. We see hands, between which the translucent earth swirls. Yet, players are continuously thrown into a world created by AI, Alan thinks. He imagines the artificial intelligence that owns the hands shown earlier. With this situation and now a major update called the Island of Fierce Battles for the Open Beta 100-day celebration. What exactly is Evertail trying to do, the man thinks. We see a finger reaching for the surface of the ghostly planet. If an event baits millions of users to move, who knows what variables it could introduce to the Akashic records, Alan thinks. He presses the stylus on one of the windows on the tablet screen. Or is it aiming for those variables, or observing the data generated through them? One thing is to be sure, this isn't just a mere update, the man realizes. People might be deceived, but my eyes cannot be, he thinks. Alan brings his smartwatch to his face. Gordon, it's Alan, he says. We see the man through the window of his home. Can you check something for me? He asks. If possible, right now. In front of us is a brick building that houses a tavern. Jin-sung is sitting at a table on the veranda of the establishment, eating scrambled eggs. Announcement, Arcia Chronicles 100-day anniversary update. The guy is watching the video. We see his hand with a ring on his finger. Defeat monsters coming through the portal and craft new equipment, he hears. The Island of Fierce Battles is here. Survive the battle against the primeval giants, Umbala and Targan, guarding the Dimension Gate. Explore the new region, Arnor West, the highland city of Pokhara, and uncover the primordial mysteries. Jin-sung is looking at the system window with a sad face. There are definitely subtle differences from before my regression, he thinks. We see a tropical beach with tall palm trees. Even though there were events before my regression, no one had this name, the guy recalls. The event's location and content are also entirely new to me. In front of us are mountains with snow falling over them. the western kingdom of Arnor-Kurest Mountains, rumored to be too rugged to implement. With the Highland city Pokhara being updated, many adventurers will soon start strategizing, thinks Jinsung. He pops a sausage into his mouth. The existence of Nulika might become known sooner than expected, he says. After the content patch, it might even be possible to go to Jeshen. Next to the plate we see a chicken, which also seems to be having lunch. Master, what are you mumbling about by yourself? He asks. It seems I might need to change my destination southward, the owner replies. Jinsung angrily slams his fist on the table. Focusing on exploring the updated content might be better than progressing the story, he says. I need to quickly dominate the content and solidify my position on Switch and YouTube. Things are moving faster than expected. I am going to be busy, says the hero. There was also the master's warning, he thinks. The guy remembers the old man's displeased look and his words. Be wary of the beast within you. To summarize what I heard back then, don't act recklessly, Jinsung realizes. He picks up a piece of bacon on his plate with his fork. Considering the master's warning and lost memories, it can be ignored, the hero realizes. He remembers how he was possessed by the entity lurking somewhere inside. Having checked the risks posed by the override system and Abraxas, if I don't want to end up in the hospital again, I need to be careful, the young man thinks. He calls up the game interface and starts working in it. Well, for now I'm not about to die immediately, so let's try to control it gradually, says Jinsung. First, we see a hand holding a glowing ball. The sphere lies on the table next to an uneaten fried egg. Can you hear me? Jinsung says. Something unintelligible is heard in response. The guy brings the ball to his ear. I hear something, he says. Oh, no, then comes from there. The hero takes the sphere in his hand and holds it over the table. From the ball come rude curses, offending the hero's honor. Jinsung smiles. Maria, he asks. The hero holds the sphere in both hands. Horror appears on his face. What? Can't my words reach? He thinks. In front of us is the girl with whom the young man was talking. Finally, you have called, she says. Dear, we see the girl's eye. Why didn't you contact me all this time? She asks. I really missed you. The shadow of her hand obscures the image of the hero inside the ball. Aw, that's, the young man answers. Maria, whose veins are bulging, grabs the sphere. It would be wise to answer well, she says threateningly. The girl's eyes glow threateningly. Before I fly over there right now, she declares. The hero is sitting in front of the table on which the blue ball lies. The guy looks closely at the sphere, a drop of sweat runs down his cheek. So you want to know about the recent anomalies being observed? Comes from the sphere. Yes, answers Jinsung. Maria, holding a piece of paper, adjusts her glasses. It's been quiet the talk lately, she says. Twisted warp gates. According to reports from the Lipper Consortium, a newly established warp gate malfunctioned due to non-resonance with magic stones. In front of us is one of the stones the girl is talking about. And it's not just one place, but all over the continent, she continues. We see the top of the white sphere where explosions are occurring. All at the same time on the same day, asks Jinsung. Yes, it's as if someone deliberately meddled with them, says Maria. Notification, Quest Twisted Warp Gates has been activated. Jinsung looks at the system window in surprise and repeats the name of the quest. In front of it is the corresponding description. Twisted Warp Gates. Newly established warp gates have surged simultaneously, causing unknown dimensional rifts across the continent. Eliminate the monsters pouring from beyond the dimensions and close the warp gates to protect the continent of Arcia. We see a magic stone installed on a low pedestal. Category Epic. Details: Twisted Warp Gates monster elimination, Twisted Warp Gates boss elimination, Twisted Warp Gates ceiling, progress 0%. Note: be aware of the difficulty spike depending on the region. The day the seal is broken varies by region, so consult your order or organization. The hero, sitting at the table, looks at the system windows. It's exactly the same as before my regression, he thinks. Back then it was a dungeon I cleared daily. The guy holds out his finger and selects the answer yes under the question of whether he wants to accept this quest. We see a huge bird above the ruins of columns in the middle of a stone desert. Though it's a randomly open typical daily content, the level design and even the types of monsters vary depending on the location and stage, making it hard to clear if you don't know the strategy, thinks Jinsung. Maria holds a pen in her hand. Now shall I continue explaining, dear? She asks. Yes, the hero answers her. We see a planet and many connected dots on its surface. A total of 355 warp gates have surged across the continent, the girl says. The Adventurers Guild is responsible for 172 of them. The rest are divided among the kingdom's Knights of Selenes, 6 orders, academies, and others. We see representatives of the organizations named by the girl, a knight, a priest, and some singing students. The Emperor's decree has been proclaimed, so they should all be in action by now, says Maria. Young men with scars on their faces hold up sheets of paper. 172. That means the Adventurers Guild is handling almost half, asks Jinsung. Yes, dear, the girl answers him. Our affiliated mercenaries are the most numerous. The hero looks at the blue ball, in which his smiling interlocutor is visible. Well, it's the place where human lives are most easily and cheaply saved, he says. You know too well, Maria answers him. But it's not as light an issue as you might think. We see a man in a crown with a paper in his hand. According to the decree, all orders and organizations must share information until the dimensional gates are closed, the girl says. And depending on the situation, they are required to cooperate with each other regardless of their doctrines or creeds. Before us are representatives of different fighting classes fighting monsters together. Maria, what's the situation like within the guild? Asks the hero. Before us is a questionnaire in which someone puts a mark. The phenomena occurring at each dimensional gate vary, making it difficult to allocate personnel, the girl answers. There are reports of entire squads of gold-tier adventurers being wiped out. Jinsung thoughtfully rubs his chin. The overall difficulty is expected to be high in the eastern and southern continents, he says. If it's near Terra, perhaps silver tier could push through, but I wouldn't recommend it. Maria, whom we see inside the ball, looks at the hero carefully. How do you know? Dear, don't tell me you have a separate information network, she says. I have my ways of hearing things, the guy answers, laughing cheerfully. He remembers himself in his previous life. Actually, having run through dimensional gates every week before my regression, I naturally came to know these things. It's nothing to boast about, thinks Jinsung. He looks at the blue ball, which lies on the table in front of him. For the eastern side, at least platinum tier adventurers will be necessary, he says. In the southern regions of the Arnor Kingdom, like Ardatane Plains and Todoik Forest, diamond tier adventurers are needed. The girl the hero sees inside the blue sphere puts her hand on her waist. Is that information reliable? The decree was issued less than half a day ago, she says. If you can't trust it, feel free to check it yourself, Jinsung replies. I am only telling this to you, Maria. The girl seems flattered by these words, pink hearts fly around her. What? Now I have to believe it, she says. The hero smiles, looking into the blue sphere. Come to think of it, Maria, do we have any personnel dispatched to the ancient castle Agilante? He asks. We see the structure Jinsung is talking about standing on the edge of the cliff. Are you referring to the Forgotten Tower? The girl asks. As far as I know, no personnel have been assigned there yet. We see young fighters being chased by a huge monkey. Gold-tier adventurers are guarding the exterior, but it seems difficult to penetrate the interior, says Maria. Jinsung taps his finger on the table on which the blue sphere lies. It's bound to be tough. That place is more dangerous than the locations I mentioned, he says. The Arnor Kingdom's branch has already requested help with manpower, Maria reports. They said even newcomers from Whispering Island would do. We see the hero's back, but we understand that the girl's words have alarmed him. The situation must be pretty bad, he says. Sounds like they are planning to use them as cannon fodder. Maria looks at her interlocutor hopefully. Are you interested, dear? She asks. Jinsung, resting his head on his palm, smiles back. Notification, new geographical information acquired. Current location, the abandoned estate. Notification, new location information has been updated. Fireballs fall onto the cape at the end of which the castle is located, leaving behind black tails. Jinsung twirls the tail of his wolf suit, raising his hands above his head. Thanks to Maria, getting here was easy, but, he says. The guy sees fireballs falling onto the base of a rocky cape and doesn't understand what it could be. The hero looks closely, putting his hand to his forehead. What is that? He asks. Smoke rises in front of him and loud sounds are heard. Looks like they have already had a round of fighting, says Jinsung. We see a brunette in a white cloak who jumped into the air. Now we see other fighters in front of us who are attacked from all sides by monsters. It's the 7th monster wave. Magic squad in the 2nd row, get ready, someone shouts. A bright blue whirlwind with a white core appears in the sky above the cape. The people over whose heads it hangs stretch their hands forward. White pillars of light that erupt from the whirlwind strike huge toothy monkeys. One of the primates jumps back and runs away. Some kind of bird falls from the sky. The huge monster raises its fist to bring it down on the people, who are significantly inferior to the monster in size. One of the guys looks up in horror. It is he who is hit by the monster. The poor guy flies far to the side. The brunette strikes. Her hand leaves a noticeable red mark in the air. The monkey looks at the girl in surprise. 2 bloody marks are visible on her pumped-up chest. The monster roars deafeningly. The brunette is thrown aside. The situation is bad. We need to retreat first, the girl thinks. The brunette and the huge monkey clash and battle again, trying to strike each other. The monster hits with his fist, but the girl manages to jump back in time. There is a counter-strike, and the monster flies back. The brunette looks at her enemy with anger. How do you? She says. Blood gushes from the monster's mouth. The girl, in front of whom the huge monkey falls to the ground, looks back. giving a retreat order in this gap, she thinks. The first line is collapsing, she hears someone scream. Knights of the Great Satan, another phrase reaches her ears. The girl looks at someone with concern. These are mounted warriors, one of whom raises a sword over his head. It's time to sweep away these vile creatures and save the kingdom of honor, this warrior shouts. We see an even line of mounted fighters. All troops, towards the Forgotten Tower, the order sounds. March forward. The warriors spur their horses and gallop in the direction indicated by the commander. No, the brunette screams internally. Another girl stands in the way of the horsemen, she is armed with a staff. Move aside, the rider who gallops first shouts to her. The next second, his horse's hoof presses through the chest of the confused girl. The horsemen, trying to retreat, are forced to defend themselves not only from the monsters, but also make their way through the ranks of their own allies. The formation is falling apart, their commander understands. Another confused fighter stands in his way. Don't block my path, you mere cannon fodder, the bastard screams shrilly. He is ready to deal with his ally. You are useless. Die, the scoundrel yells. The brunette stands between him and the confused fighter. Stop right now, she orders. The frightened horse rears up and throws off its rider. The scoundrel flies to the ground, letting go of the sword. The commander of the cavalry gets down on one knee. How dare you, he shouts indignantly. The brunette looks at him with indignation. Using people as bait to charge in. Are you out with your mind? She shouts. We need to retreat quickly now. Something flies past her head and hits the commander of the cavalry. The brunette looks around, she cannot understand what is happening. What is that? How did it get there? She exclaims. The girl looks closely and seems to understand who is in front of her. We see a terrible monster with glowing eyes. A werewolf, says the brunette. The bastard who fell from his horse stands behind the brunette and claims that she is very lucky. He reaches for the sword that is lying on the ground. The guy turns to fight the werewolf, but tells the girl that she is next in line. The brunette looks at the fighter, whose sword begins to glow with red energy. To wield magic so effortlessly you must be a sword expert, she thinks. The warrior takes the hand of the corpse lying next to him. The brunette sees how the lifeless hand begins to move. What the hell? She exclaims. The fighter throws the corpse at the werewolf standing in front of him. The monster strikes and in one motion cuts the corpse flying at him into pieces. However, the monster, apparently, is alarmed. The guy strikes with the sword and hits, the monster loses a lot of blood. The fighter, who is on one knee, puts the sword in its sheath. As usual, adventurers are of no help, he says. The fighter turns to the brunette. Between them lies the corpse of the dead werewolf. Now what shall I do with you? Asks the commander of the cavalry. The girl's fists are shaking, with long, sharp blades sticking out from them. For a mere adventurer, you are somewhat impressive, she hears, and quite beautiful to boot. The brunette looks at the guy sullenly. Is he insane? She thinks. Is this really the time for that? Should I give up on the quest now? The guy starts to approach and stands on the huge corpse of a werewolf. Most of the expedition members have logged out anyway, the girl thinks. The cavalrymen, with whose commander she is talking, are also gathering around her. Above all, I don't want to succeed by getting help from such scoundrels, the brunette thinks. An extremely wary expression is on her face. And the situation isn't looking good, the girl thinks. She tries to analyze the situation and remembers the monsters she had to deal with. Looking back at the situation so far, monster waves have been erupting about every hour, the girl thinks. She remembers the cavalrymen trying to break through the ranks of monsters. With a third line of defense, we could hold off up to the 7th wave, but now that it's collapsed, there is no chance of winning, the girl realizes. She sees the commander of the horsemen approaching her. Yeah, if we are going to retreat, now is the time, the brunette thinks. She turns her head in the direction of the mounted warriors, one of whom is shouting loudly that it is necessary to give the order to retreat. The commander of the detachment, who is standing in front of the girl, is amazed. What? Who decided on a retreat? He asks. The next second, the villain appears in the hand of a terrible armored monster resembling a reptile with a human body. We see the profile of this creature. A description appears. Armored lizard. A lizardman, mutated by some power. Skin as tough as steel and a grip strength of hundreds of kilograms. Its 2-meter-long tail can strike with more force than a full-speed cavalry lance. Species, lizardman. Type, elite. Level 87. Now, be particularly careful as some individuals may use skills like breath attacks. The brunette looks at what is happening in bewilderment. What is this? What's happening? She screams in bewilderment. The lizard jumps over the werewolf's corpse, attacking the girl. In front of us is a knight with blue hair, who is yelling at his subordinates. What in the world are you doing? He asks. We see the face of this character up close. He stands up and loudly slams his palm on the table. You are dragging my reputation through the mud, he screams. We will fix this immediately, Your Highness, the young fighters answer. The hero, whom we recognize by the ring, pulls back the tent flap. Wow, he says. Ginseng looks inside. This is a complete mess, he says. This is why you haven't made any progress with the command center in such a state. The fighters inside point their swords at the intruder. "Who the heck are you?" one of them asks. "How dare you enter here so carelessly?" The boy picks his nose with feigned indifference. "It's strange. With this level of capability, you should be joining the front lines," he says. "Are you suggesting even the first knights are expendable? Reveal your identity now," one of the fighters demands. Jinsung tosses a folded sheet of paper. "Seriously, who else could it be?" he asks. The young fighters stare in amazement at the document in their hands. "I am here to clean up your mess," Jinsung tells them. We see the contents of the document. Adventurers Guild official certification. The headquarters confirms the identity of Damien, a platinum-tier adventurer affiliated with the guild, and includes a response to Prince Iron of Mollywood's request for reinforcements. It has been decided to not only increase the number of troops at Crescent Cove, but to fundamentally address the underlying causes through qualitative improvement of the forces. The hero, arms folded, watches as the warriors familiarize themselves with the paper. This notice is in accordance with the decree of His Imperial Majesty Adelarich von Wilkerfortz of the Great Khan Empire and has been processed through legal procedures. Adventurers Guild Honor Kingdom Branch Chief, Klin. Prince Iron, whose hands are shaking, looks angrily at the document. "What the heck?" he shouts. One of his subordinates tries to reason with the enraged commander. "But, Your Highness, this is undoubtedly the seal of the branch chiefs of the Adventurers Guild of the Honor Kingdom and the Terra Kingdom," he says. Prince Iron shouts, pointing his finger at the hero. "Are you all the reinforcements equivalent to the first expedition?" Red and black energy streams swirl around the hero. "Now's not the time to worry about that," he says. "What does that even mean?" the prince asks irritably. The walls of the tent rise under the pressure of the whirlwind. Iron and his subordinates look at something, their mouths open in horror. In front of them is a cape with a fortress over which an eerie red smoke rises. "When did this happen?" one of the fighters asks excitedly. "In front of us are lizard people who are splashed with blood from head to toe." The brunette screams loudly. The use of the vampire lord and blood massacre skills is reported. The girl looks up. Now she lowers her gaze and tries to clear her throat. The brunette drops to all fours and rests her hands on the ground. Even a lizardman would have fallen by now, she thinks. The girl smiles. "No matter how heavily armored it is, it can't withstand my damage," she thinks. The lizard delivers a powerful blow, and the girl flies back. Notifications appear. Status ailment. Hit by armor break. The protective plates on the girl's arm fly apart. Notification. Durability of Kalaza blade has dropped below the threshold. The brunette is horrified. It seems that everything is not going as she hoped. "No, my finishing move," the girl thinks. The lizard raises its fist to deliver its next blow. It is reported that the armored lizard is using its destruction roar skill. We see a very bright flash, and the monster's paw, which is very similar to a chicken's. The lizard clenches its fist and prepares to deliver another blow. However, the brunette grabs the limb flying at her. "Got you," she says, smiling. In front of us is a white mask with eerily glowing eye sockets. The use of the vampire lord skill is reported. Blood spurts from the armored monster's hand. The monster's body explodes. The use of the blood explosion skill is reported. The brunette sits tiredly on her knees, breathing heavily. The girl looks sadly to the side. "I barely managed to kill it," she thinks. "We need to retrieve before another armored lizard arrives." She rises to her feet with difficulty. There's still some time before they regenerate, so it should be safe, the girl thinks. The brunette looks at something in amazement. We see the body of the monster beneath her. Streams of blood are flying into the air. "Damn it," the girl thinks. "I thought the attack was successful." The lizard, having come to its senses, sticks out its long forked tongue. Blood is coming out of the brunette's mouth. "Didn't it die?" she thinks. The monster is holding the girl's body in his hand. He throws it high up. The girl's body flies down. We see that the still alive brunette is picked up by Jinsung. "Oh, nice timing," he exclaims. Pushing off the ground, the hero flies high into the air. However, the armored monster is already standing in front of him. "All right," the guy says. The lizard looks menacingly at the new opponent. Jinsung, who is holding the unconscious brunette in his arms, smiles. "Long time no see, you lizard bastard," he says. The lizard watches as the hero sits the girl down under a tree, who seems to be coming to her senses. Jinsung turns away from the brunette. "You better log out while you still can," he says. "Don't die here and lose all your gear for nothing." The monster reaches out to the squatting hero. Jinsung jumps up and stops the monster's limb with his fist. We see the clash of two hands from above. "This bastard. I was being nice and yet you attack," the hero asks his opponent. "Let me teach you some manners." Jinsung smiles and swings his free left hand. The guy throws a punch and hits the target. The opponents are again standing quite far apart. "Be careful," the brunette, who is sitting under the tree, warns the guy. "What? Are you still alive?" Jinsung asks, puzzled. He turns away and looks at the monster again. "Well, vampires don't die easily, do they?" he says. "Worry about yourself, master," advises the chick sitting on the guy's shoulder. The girl clutches her head. Doesn't that lizard look incredibly strong? Asks the owner of Bundle. I'm fine, he replies. A chick talking, the brunette is perplexed. The lizard and the hero, dressed in wolf skin, stand opposite each other. The monster opens its mouth and roars, preparing to rush into another attack. Jinsung puts up his index finger, on the tip of which a bright blue sphere glows. Damn, all this from a mere lizard, he says. Yellow streams swirl around two of the hero's fingers. The hero points his hand at the enemy. Such an irritable temperament, he says. The guy is reported to be using the witch doctor skill Haunt Arrow. Many bright yellow arrows fly at the lizard. She sharply moves her hand in front of her and, it seems, simply brushes all the projectiles aside. The monster jumps up and is about to fall on the hero from above. Oh, really? He exclaims. Smiling, Jinsung prepares to attack the enemy with his other skill. Let's see if you can block this too, he says. Ghostly yellow wolves pounce on the lizard. The monster roars deafeningly, repelling the attack. The guy sends another toothy predator into battle. A blinding yellow flash occurs in front of the brunette. What is that even? The girl thinks. The hero stands in the middle of clouds of dust and smoke. Aw, that's it, he says. The guy, smiling, looks to his left. Now, what's left is, he declares. Jinsung approaches the girl, who is sitting on her knees. You manage to hold on, he asks in surprise. The brunette, whose whole body is shaking, gets to her feet. The guy clarifies whether she really needs to strain herself so much. The hero, smiling, looks at the vampire girl. Looks like you drained a lot more blood than I thought, he says. Seems like I killed it quicker than expected. The brunette notices something behind the hero and shouts a warning. The guy turns around. It turns out that there is a whole army of armored lizards there. The hero looks at the monsters with irritation. These lizard bastards, he says. This is getting tiresome. The guy turns to the brunette standing next to him. Let's skip the chit-chat, he says. Can you fight now? Here I go, the girl answers. People and lizards run towards each other to have a fight. A huge yellow ball is visible above the castle standing on the edge of the cape. Ah, no, says one of the fighters, looking at this picture from afar. How is that possible? Prince Iron stands next to him, standing out with his blue hair. The royal person and the henchman standing next to him have wide eyes from amazement. Crescent Cove has turned pitch black, says the young man. What in the world is his identity? Asks Iron. The fighters standing on the ledges of the mountain jump for joy. We hear their lines. We survived. The Grand Fire Mage has appeared. The prince indignantly raises his hand and approaches the edge of the cliff. Stop joking, you scoundrels, he shouts. All our survival thus far is thanks to the glorious Knights of Satan. Iron is very angry, he grinds his teeth with rage. Even pushing the adventurers aside for our name, and now some guy shows up and tries to take all the credit, he shouts. The prince turns to one of his subordinates. Targo, he calls him. Yes, your highness, the young fighter responds. The prince's face expresses the most ill intentions. The moment those adventurers steal the glory, you and everyone here be prepared, he says. Jinsung, not far from whom an incredibly tired girl is standing, joyfully throws up her hands. He sees several notifications. You have defeated an armored lizard. Experience points gained. Achieve level 73. The guy examines a piece of spine. The experience points are insane. The items are dropping nicely too. He rejoices. These guys must have stuffed everything they could into their mouths, the chicken exclaims. Jinsung, smiling, looks at the vampire girl. Are you okay? He asks. Yes, thanks to you, we managed it, she answers. The guy looks thoughtfully ahead, putting his hands on his hips. Seeing that the monster was an elite like the armored lizard, it seems the difficulty has indeed increased, he says. The girl approaches the hero. It looks like most of Satan's forces have been killed, and the Forgotten Tower seems empty, the young man says. Smiling, he looks at the brunette. It seems the remaining quests will be tough. Should be part of the ways here, he asks. Well, actually, the girl answers. Smiling, she looks at the hero. If you are not too busy. The brunette's gaze becomes pleading. Could I ask you for a favor? She asks. There are 4 characters standing in front of the hero. So, the guy asks, you want to complete the quest with these people? That's the favor. Judging by the expression on his face, the young man is quite surprised. The brunette smiles. Yes, these are the only survivors, she says. I'll introduce them one by one. We see a young man with long hair. This is Vile, a level 85 ranger, says the brunette. Now we see a brown-haired man adjusting his hair. This is Gramdatik, a level 77 alchemist, the vampire says. Finally, we see a slightly frightened girl in round glasses. And this is Yuichan, a level 82 arcanist, says the brunette. Vile extends her hand to the hero. Thanks to you, we survived, he says. I thought this expedition was over. Ah, yes, you are welcome, answers a flattered Jinsung. Are all of you affiliated with the Arnor branch? He asks. Vile responds with a strange look. Yes, that's correct, but now we have so few left, he says. We again see the scene of mounted warriors escaping from the battlefield. After the Satan family's betrayal, all the adventurers below the gold tier have perished, and the few survivors have abandoned the quest and left, Vile reports. Honestly, we barely managed to save our own lives, so I'm not sure what we can do in this situation. Gramdatik joins the conversation with a white scroll on his belt. What can we do? He asks. Those bastards were hopeless anyway. They wouldn't budge even up to the 7th wave. The little girl in glasses, holding a staff topped with a skull, also makes her presence known. You are right, it might be better for us to pull out at this point, she says. The girl shows a map. Unless you want to end up like this card, she declares. Those present look at her. What? That's a creepy card, Gramdatik exclaims. Don't you get it? It means death, Yuichin says. The brunette, a little ashamed of her comrades, rubs her chin. It's a bit chaotic, right? She asks the hero. Everyone here has a strong personality. Jinsung laughs and says that he doesn't mind at all. However, something makes the guy think. Now that I think about it, these people look quite familiar, he realizes. He sizes up the two young men. Vile, the pioneer of the full power rangers and a walking siege weapon. Gramdatik, who pioneered the path of combat alchemy with unprecedented techniques. Skulls fly above the little girl in glasses. Yuichin, a rising star of heroic class arcana, Jinsung thinks. He remembers himself sitting in front of several monitors. Top 1% platinum tier adventurers with an average level of 80, the hero thinks. I am sure I've seen them on Switch streaming. This could be useful. The hero smiles and tries to stop the squabble caused by his unexpected allies. Now, everyone, calm down, he asks. In front of us are fighters on whom winged monsters are diving. The task you were assigned was to ensure the monsters of the abandoned estate do not escape Crescent Cove, the hero says. Gramdatik thoughtfully scratches the back of his head and remembers the prince with blue hair. Well, that was the initial goal, he answers the hero. Reclaiming the Forgotten Tower became a secondary objective when Count Satan's family joined the fight. Jinsun, in front of whom Gramdatik stands, thinks. A secondary objective. It's naive to think of it as something easy. Blocking monsters and tackling the twisted dimensional gates are two different challenges. We see chains bound by a padlock. If we don't address the root cause, the twisted dimensional gates, the monster invasions will never end, and we won't be able to defend the estate, the hero thinks. There's a reason why Colin promised a huge reward. The guy smiles and raises his index finger. So, here's my suggestion. If you're okay with it, he says. Vile looks at the hero, thoughtfully rubbing her chin. A suggestion, he asks. The obvious thing, Jinsung answers. The members of the spontaneously formed squad raise their heads and look at the magnificent castle. The hero smiles beamingly. The ancient castle of Agilante, would you like to clear it with me? He asks. Gramdatik and Yuichin turn to the hero. So you are saying we should go in there now? The young man asks. I didn't mishear you, did I? Just us against the source of the monster wave, the girl asks her question. The hero, arms folded across his chest, looks at his new acquaintances. Well, I can go alone if necessary, he says. But since I have come as reinforcements, considering your situation, sir, and everyone else, I am extending this offer even more. The hero's potential allies look at him carefully. Is that so? Gramdatik asks. Before us is a castle, around which an incomprehensible dark energy flows. The 8th wave has just ended, so the Forgotten Tower should be empty now, Jinsung explains. If we don't go in now, we'll have to break through when the monsters swarm. Before us is a prince, the owner of enormous wealth. If we give up on the quest now, we will not receive any rewards and might even have to compensate the Satan family for damages, the hero says. The interlocutors look at him carefully. Seriously, they'd go that far for not completing a single request? Yuichin asks incredulously. If it was a guild-only request, maybe not to that extent, Jinsung answers. Before us is a figure in a crown with a long unrolled scroll. However, the twisted dimensional gates are a phenomenon that has occurred across the entire continent, and it's a different story with an imperial decree issued by the Emperor of the Khan Empire. The hero continues. We see local residents who have suffered from the events that are taking place. For players, it's just another game update, but for the people of the continent it's a game that has actually broken out, Jinsung says. The brunette, raising her hand with long blades to her chest, speaks in support of the guy. I also think now is the most appropriate time, she says. Ever since the Satan family used adventurers as bait, there hasn't been much choice. This could be a chance to break out of a desperate situation. Vile thoughtfully rubs her chin. We see a torn paper with a wax seal. True, he declares. Quitting now would be hugely disadvantageous for us. It would naturally affect our position in the platinum rank and various other rankings. Gramdatik objects. Wait, hold on. No matter how I think about it, an enraged gray-haired knight gallops in front of the ranks of horsemen. You bastards, can't you stop that wicked behavior right now? he screams furiously. In front of us is the information card of this character, Antonio de Marcella, eldest son of the Marcella family, which has served the Satan family for generations, and a loyal follower of Prince Mollywood Satan. Appointed as the commander of the newly formed Knights of Labiengros when Mollywood Satan established his knight order. Species: human. Affiliation: Labiengros. Level 88. The old man is incredibly angry. "How dare you gather like rats and whisper amongst yourselves?" he shouts. "What are you doing? Why aren't these traitors being escorted away?" the old man asks his subordinates. The hero looks at the old man with disdain. "Sniffed us out like a ghost," he thinks. The horsemen surround the hero's small squad from all sides. The thought of the one person who came as reinforcement stealing all the glory must be burning him, Jin-sung realizes. The members of his squad are indignant. "What is this behavior?" Vile shouts. "Accusing us of ridiculous crimes?" Sir adds. The old man yells at them to shut up. Antonio reaches for his sword. "If you are soldiers, you should report to the Satan family and follow orders," he declares. "From your reaction it seems your intentions are highly suspect." The old man's weapon is already unsheathed, his face is distorted with anger. "I, Antonio de Marcella, following the will of Prince Mollywood, will make this traitors pay," he declares. The hero looks at the old man defiantly. "Blah blah, so noisy," he says with disdain. "What did you say?" the old man cries out in amazement. The guy's face is completely calm. "Go on, if you are so confident," he says. One of the young fighters tries to reason with his commander. "Sir Antonio, that..." The guy whispers something in the old man's ear. "What? Is this guy comparable to the first wave of troops?" the latter asks, perplexed. "Yes, hence it would be wise to treat him cordially on the surface," the guy advises. "What blasphemy is this?" the commander is indignant. "As long as this Antonio is the commander." A purple whirlwind is already glowing in the hero's hand. "These bastards are keeping me so busy," he says. Jin-sung is on one knee, a purple whirlwind swirling around him. "What are you whispering about?" he asks. The horsemen look at the enemy in amazement. "My mana, it's being drained," one of them shouts. The old man's horse rears up. "Damn it, what kind of trick is this now?" the rider yells. Antonio, judging by the expression on his face, he's very angry. "Just stop it already," he yells. "If you were going to attack, you should have done it quickly," he hears. The hero smiles. "Why the delay?" he asks. We see a huge purple whirlwind around the hero and his squad. The use of the witch doctor's skill dark spirit consumption is reported. Gramdatik and Yuichin try to understand what's happening around them. "This feels less like a barrier and more like," the guy says. "Be careful," the girl shouts at him. Sir takes a fighting stance, a red mark is visible next to her. "We may get caught up in this too," she warns. "Gramdatik, please reinforce the rear shield," Yuichin asks. A vial appears in the guy's hand, he smiles happily. "And you make sure to hold your ground," Gramdatik shouts. We see a powerful whirlwind around the hero's squad. Notifications appear. Antonio de Marcella's defense is reduced. Antonio de Marcella's magic resistance is reduced. Antonio de Marcella's resistance to status effects is reduced. Antonio de Marcella is afflicted with poison. The old man looks at the hero in surprise. "How dare you use such low tactics against me?" he asks. Antonio clenches his fists and begins to emit some kind of energy. "Can't you stop this nonsense?" he yells. The old man jumps high into the air and points his sword at the hero to deliver a stabbing blow. "I will personally administer punishment," he shouts. Jin-sung, in front of whom the mark of the blow is visible, is completely calm. He is reported to be using the witch doctor's skill Ghost Walk. Antonio glares at the enemy he failed to hit. "This bastard. I was going to handle him myself," he cries. The old man holds out his index finger and orders the horsemen to destroy the hero's squad in its entirety. "Follow the captain," he orders. Sir looks anxiously at the approaching horsemen. "It seems too late to turn back now," she says. Gramdatik and Yuichin prepare to engage in battle. "Can't be helped," the boy says. "Let's each earn our keep," the girl says. Bile takes out a huge bow. "Open fire," he says. "We'll be cornered if we get surrounded." Yuichin, his mouth slightly open, looks at the enemies. "Then I'll cover our rear," she says. The horsemen approaching her stop. "She is trying to bewitch our eyes and ears with her sorcery," one of the fighters shouts. "Strike down that youngster first." Sir appears in front of Yuichin. "Wait," she shouts. The brunette holds her hand out to the side, with jets of dark energy swirling around it. She turns her body, and red charges fly at the enemies. "Block this first," Sir shouts. The projectiles she launched hit people and horses, and cries of pain are heard. "Vile, are you ready?" the brunette asks the guy standing behind her. "Yes, that's enough," he answers. He pulls back the bowstring of his bow. "For starters," the guy says. It is reported that he is using the ranger's skill-charged arrow. A disproportionately large pink arrow flies towards the horsemen. The riders look on in fear as this projectile approaches. It takes off the head of one rider and flies into the second. A powerful explosion occurs, which scatters an entire group of enemies. Vile, apparently satisfied with the result. Okay, that hit, he says. Here is information about the skill he used. Plus 11 Blue Wind Clear Moon. Category, Heavy War Bow. Attack speed, very slow. Greed, heroic. Options, attack power, plus 4740, strength, plus 100, additional damage, plus 25%. Critical hit, plus 100%. Uses some mana to automatically generate non-elemental arrows when a skill is used. Usage restriction, total character and equipment strengths must be over 200, exclusive to rangers. One of the horsemen turns around in horror. Oh no, how dare you attack our knights, he shouts. The horsemen begin to fuss. All troops, charge, one of them shouts. We need to push before he can aim another arrow, another fighter adds. Vile draws his bowstring again, angry. Is that even possible? Let's see if you can handle the next arrow, he says. The guy fires, another explosion occurs in front of him. The horsemen, a small gap in whose ranks has formed, approach their enemies. These damned adventurers, one of them shouts. Do you think you can kill all this force with just arrows? Gramdatik and Yuichin look at the enemies with fear. There are still too many of them. The shield is in danger, the girl screams. Damn, isn't there a way out? The guy asks. Yuichin holds a staff with a skull in front of him. We might have to deactivate the shield, she says. If we pull the Emperor's card, it might be possible. Gramdatik, holding several measuring cups, he looks at the brunette. I'll hold on with sir, he says. We have to try something, the girl answers. The guy throws his flasks at the horsemen and rushes to attack the enemy line. Sir, let's go, he screams. The brunette runs after her ally. Yes, I'll give it a try, she screams. The yellow flask flies apart, yellow liquid splashes out of it. A huge creature with thick yellow tentacles appears above the heads of the riders. What is this? One of the riders screams in horror. Yuichin looks up somewhere. Now is the time, she screams. We see long ribbons of individual cards around her. It is reported that the girl is using the Wheel of Destiny skill. Yuichin, gritting her teeth, looks at the card she is holding in her hand. Please, she begs. Shock appears on the girl's face. We see the card that opened up to her. The devil card. Why did it have to come up now? She exclaims in bewilderment. The hero looks with a smile at the horseman fighting the owner of huge yellow tentacles. Oh, you are holding up better than I thought, he says. Antonio de Marcella tries to hit the guy with his sword. Right, Munchie, asks Jinsung. He is much better than this fool, master, the chick answers. The old man angrily yells at the hero. Who are you talking to? You should be focusing on this battle. He strikes, the guy dodges with difficulty. You think Antonio's sword is a joke? The old man yells. Jinsung carefully looks at his opponent. I'm getting tired of dealing with this guy, he thinks. We see all of the hero's allies in this battle, but seeing him hold up against so many sword expert level knights, he might withstand a dark spirit consumption, thinks Jinsung. Still, it's worth a test. The old man swings his sword again, calling his opponent a bastard. You can tell from the old man's face that he is genuinely indignant. How dare you treat me, Antonio de Marcella, like this? I'm the commander of the great Satan family's knights. The hero punches him. Ah, an opening, he says cheerfully. His hand hits the target and the old man flies back. Antonio lies on the ground in an awkward pose. He's all brawn and no brains, Jinsung declares. The guy calmly looks at the old man lying in front of him. Judgment, leadership, strategy, tactics, strength, agility, it's all lacking. How did you become a commander? He asks perplexedly. Antonio looks dead, but the hero is not at all convinced that he really is. Hey, are you awake? The boy asks. Seems like he's not dead yet. Jinsung scratches his head, looking at the enemy. Such a nuisance even on the brink of death, he says. Well, if he doesn't get up, nothing can be done. The hero grabs the old man's leg. Just have to drag him along, he says. Giant yellow tentacles are visible above the hero's squad. One of the opponents strikes with a sword. His comrades seem full of enthusiasm. These guys are nothing special, one of them shouts. Cut them all down, his comrade yells nearby. An arrow flies by a few centimeters from the fighter's helmet. We see Vile raining down a hail of arrows on the sword-wielding enemies. He is reported to be using the ranger's skill-piercing arrow. The cavalry charges. Impudent, says one of the foot soldiers. An arrow flies at the fighter, but he only smiles and says that it is too easy an attack. The foot soldier swings his sword and cuts the flying arrow. Did you really think it would work again? He asks. The fighter raises his sword in triumph. This time I'll tear you limbs apart to honor my fallen comrades, he shouts. So, it doesn't work a second time, asks Vile. We see some kind of liquid under the horse's hooves. It's a real fountain, and it's the color of blood. What? One of the horsemen screams in fear. The ground suddenly. We see that Sir has taken up the matter. She uses the Vampire Lord's skill blood field. Not only people, but also horses slide along the ground. Eoji, one of the fighters screams, provide a footing. The soldier puts out his hands so that his comrade can step on them. He pushes off and flies high into the air. Go, Elliot, the guy who played the role of a footing screams loudly. Gramdatik, who is being flown towards by an enemy in the air, is scared. Are we still far? He screams. Are we actually going to die here? Yuichin grinds his teeth from the strain and holds his staff with both hands. The devil card can only hold them off for so long, she says. Need to draw properly again. The girl, however, notices something strange and asks what it could be. In front of us is indeed a very strange picture. A fighter flying up, a yellow creature with tentacles and a huge arrow flying towards the ground. Sir puts his hand forward with spread fingers and tells his comrades to try to dodge. The opponents are also extremely scared. Move, everyone spread, the order sounds in their ranks. The creature with huge yellow tentacles crashes into the ground. The fighters turn around in fear. What was that just now? Asks one of them. Hold on, that's. His comrade seems to understand what is in front of him. It is the old captain, who was recently knocked out by the hero. Captain, shouts one of the fighters. The young warriors gather around their commander. We hear their cries. It's Captain Antonio. Protect the captain. The fighters lift the old man and look back at their opponents with hatred. How dare they leave the captain in this condition? One of them shouts. These cowards, what have they done to the captain? Gramdatik and Yuichin look at their enemies in surprise. What are they saying? The guy asks. I don't know. Have they all gone mad? Where did that come from? Sir glances sideways at his allies. Everyone, get ready, she says. It looks like our chance to break out. As the ranks break, the encirclement weakens. Something is bothering the girl. She puts her hand on her head. All the participants in the battle are sitting and lying exhausted on the ground. Something wrong? Someone says. My body isn't responding. Vile looks at the system window in surprise. What in the world is happening now? He thinks. Notifications appear. Your defense power has decreased. Your magic resistance has decreased. The squad members are sitting powerless on the ground, blue windows hanging around them. We see 2 more notifications. Your resistance to status abnormalities has decreased. Warning, warning. We see the outline of a figure and recognize the hero in it. Notification, some of your skills are sealed by an unknown force. Your HP and MP are being drained. Jinsung looks at the participants of the battle in surprise. Everyone looks terrible, he says. How much have you been hit? The guy approaches 2 young fighters. You there, one of them shouts. Oh, so you are a sword expert and still standing? Jinsung asks him. The fighter, whose back of his head we see, turns to the hero standing above him. Do you truly think you will remain unharmed after doing such things? Aren't you afraid of the Satan family? Even the king of Honor Kingdom won't forgive. Green smoke starts flowing from the fighter's mouth and his gaze freezes. The guy clutches his chest and falls on his back. Jinsung stands over the fighter, who lets out a terrible scream. His 2 comrades look at the hero in amazement. Have you finished your piece? They hear. Well, the guy seems like a real monster to them. Anyone else want to die? Asks Jinsung. One of the fighters stands before the prince with blue hair. So, the conclusion is, he says, 1. The Satan family will disengage from this restoration operation. 2. Do not blame the adventurers or guilds for this retreat. The prince listens to the soldier with a very gloomy look. 3. Should you violate this, remember that it could threaten your family, kingdom, and personal safety. This is the message from that guy, he says. Prince Iron looks grimly at the messenger. Is that all? He asks. Yes, the fighter answers. The prince slams his gauntlet on the table with all his might. He rises from his seat, shaking with indignation. You swine. Can you even call yourselves knights after that? Asks Iron. Why did you return alive? The prince, glaring at the fighters, grabs his sword. 100 sword expert level knights were defeated by a single adventurer. And all you bring back is that guy's threat? He cries indignantly. The young men look at their lord in fear. Sir, let's rethink, one of them asks, but the prince roughly shuts him up. Iron raises her sword above her head. Didn't I make myself clear? He roars. The prince strikes and seriously wounds one of the young fighters. The moment we lose the honor, I will kill you all, he yells. The wounded man lies on the floor. His comrades move in front of the prince, trying to stop further bloodshed. He's lost it, completely lost it, Iron cries. How dare a mere adventurer threaten me, Mollywood? The madman raises his sword again. 2 fighters try to stop him. Sir, please, calm your wrath, they beg. Get out of the way, I'll kill you all before I kill myself, the enraged prince yells. The fighters hold their lord tightly. Let me go, you bastards. Are you not letting go? Asks Iron. It looks like the wounded fighter is taking his last breath. Please, restrain yourself, sir, his comrades shout to the prince. One of the horsemen sits on his horse next to the foot hero with a confused expression. If it were me, I'd just run away now, says Jinsung. The hero looks at the fighter, smiling. I am saying this because I know people, he says. Do you think that bastard will leave you alone after you deliver the message? Jinsung leaves, waving his hand goodbye. You'd better start packing now, he says at last. The boy who disobeyed the hero back then is bleeding on the floor with a huge wound in his chest. "Oh, goddess area," he says quietly. The party stands next to the fortress wall. Several notifications appear. New terrain information acquired. Current location, Forgotten Tower. Location information updated. Jinsung looks around, his hands on his hips. "It took us quite a while," he says. Jinsung seems thoughtful. "Those knights interfered so much, delaying us unnecessarily," he thinks. "The state inside the castle probably isn't great either. Before us is a majestic building, around which some ominous streams flow. Notification, warning. Warning, an unknown energy filled the interior of the castle. Notification, would you like to enter Forgotten Tower?" Gramdatik looks anxiously at the system window. "This seems pretty dangerous," he says. Sir looks anxiously at the hero. "Are you sure it's okay to go in?" she asks. "There won't be any dying right upon entry, so it should be fine. We've delayed quite a bit, but it shouldn't be too hard to handle, right?" Vile approaches. "If that's the case," he says. However, he cannot finish. "Yes, well, it could be a life-threatening situation, especially since the difficulty will likely increase after the 8th wave," he hears and turns towards the voice. It turns out that he was interrupted by none other than Gramdatik, who smiles and scratches the back of his head. "It's a bit late to back out now," he continues. "By the way, that person looks familiar. Is that who I think it is? The famous streamer, Damien." We see the hero on the cover of a magazine, where he is named Streamer of the Month. Yuichin looks at the guy in surprise. "So that's why you suddenly became cooperative?" she asks. "Opportunities to play with a major streamer like Damien aren't common, are they?" answers Gramdatik. Sir, raising his fists, looks at Vile. "Given his fame, maybe we should trust him and get started?" she asks. "Let's do that," says the archer. Jinsung looks at the system window. "Shall I send out the party invites then?" he asks. Notification, user Damien has sent a party request. Would you like to join the party? The sun rises over the magnificent castle. Notification, you have entered Forgotten Tower. Notification, a strong monster presence fills the tower. The hero and his companions walk through the castle. Notification, be cautious of the upcoming monster wave. Remaining time 3 minutes 44 seconds. Jinsung works with the system window. "Hey, would it be okay to start streaming now?" he asks. "I haven't streamed much lately." "Of course. I can believe I am going to be on Damien's stream," Gramdatik exclaims happily. Jinsung reaches out to the screen to start the stream. "Although we are pressed for time and the situation isn't easy, being on stream might make these people trust me more," he thinks. Jinsung waves at the camera to the viewers of his stream. "Can you hear me?" he asks. "It's been a while since I streamed, so today we are doing a collab." The guy points at his ally. "You might know him already. Mr. Gramdatik, please introduce us," he says. The young man raises his hand, smiling. "Yes, I am Gramdatik," he confirms. The hero raises his index finger. "Today we are introducing one of the new areas from the latest updates," he says. Behind him, the audience sees a majestic building with a high spire. "As you all know, this is where monster waves continuously pour out," says Jinsung. Notification, remaining time, 2 seconds, 1 second. Waiting time over. Gramdatik and Sir look at something with anxiety. Notification, a monster wave is emerging from Forgotten Tower. A glow appears above the high fortress wall, and streams of purple energy rise from behind it. Now we see strange toothy creatures with bald heads. "You see, this is the first phase of the Twisted Dimension Gate, the monster wave," Jinsung informs his viewers. The first user comments appear. "Wow, they look seriously strong. Damien, are you sure you are okay?" Vile takes an arrow from her quiver. "Damien, it seems pretty dangerous here," he says. We see a couple more comments. "The master doesn't even blink at this stuff. He must be confident then." Gramdatik holds a vial in his hands. He smiles. "The firepower is crazy. Almost 150,000 viewers. Can't afford to make any mistakes," he says. The monsters rush to attack. A description of the creatures appears. Twisted Plague Parasite. Creature from another dimension with raw dimensional energy and inherent fluid, boasting potent toxicity. Rank from class 1 to 5 based on strengths and intelligence. Class 1 parasites are considered high-risk monsters with formidable power and intelligence surpassing humans. We see the monster with its toothy maw wide open. Species, parasite. Type, standard. Level 74. Special note, this monster will seek a host to parasitize when in danger, so be extremely cautious. The hero, with the monster jumping into the air visible behind him, smiles. Luckily, this one is a class 5 parasite, weaker than an armored lizard, but the toxicity is a real headache, he tells his viewers. The guy suddenly puts his bare leg forward. He jumps up and flies at the enemies, raising his dagger to strike. When facing it, simply aim and burst its eyes and core, says Jinsung. With one sharp blow, the guy kills the monster, to the amazement of his allies. Vile and Sir watch what is happening, their mouths open. If it's hard to locate, you can set it on fire or freeze it whole before shattering. The hero continues broadcasting. He looks very pleased. Pretty simple, right? The guy asks. We see a few more comments. What was that? Did anyone see how fast it moved? Isn't that a bug? Can a player really move like that? Trust in God, Damien. I always believed in him. The allies can't hide their amazement. How did you find the core's location? Asks Yuichin. I told you. This guy is really something special. Gramdatic admires. The hero stands facing his squad members. Alright, I think that's enough demonstration for today's first collab content. He tells his viewers. Jinsung smiles. Let's bet on who can take down the most parasites. The betting starts now, he reports. Powerful flashes occur under the fortress wall. We hear someone counting. 1,021, 1,022, 1,023. Jinsung kills one monster after another. Bundle, who is sitting on the guy's shoulder, shoots from his blowgun. The dart hits the monster's head and blows it apart. Gramdatic appears next to the hero. Wait, Damien. Isn't using summons cheating? He asks. Didn't I tell you? I am not holding back. We are judging by results only, Jinsung answers. Gramdatic smiles slyly. Really? No going back on your word later? Okay, he says. The guy picks up colorful vials and gets down to business. Better start thinking about the prize, he shouts to the hero. The vials fly into the crowd of monsters that has already managed to form under the fortress walls. I have already clinched the first place, Gramdatic declares. It is reported that he uses alchemist skills called Flame Sulfur Bomb and Acid Corrosion Bomb. The monsters, around which heavy green streams spread, barely crawl along the ground. The contents of the yellow flask act even more effectively. A series of notifications appears. Class 5 Parasite have been afflicted with burn. Class 5 Parasite's armor has corroded. Class 5 Parasite has been poisoned. Class 5 Parasite's health continues to decrease. The monster, from whose back the green liquid flows, barely breathing, stands on one knee, leaning his hands on the ground. Gramdatic smiles happily. Alright, I've marked that one, so hands off, he says. But the next moment a huge pink arrow pierces the monster. Gramdatic loudly complains, standing below, under the wall. Where is the rule for this? He shouts. Vile silently chuckles. You are really going to do this? The alchemist shouts. The archer once again pulls the bowstring. You heard him, right? We are not restricted by anything, he replies to his allies' indignation. The arrow he fired flies into a cluster of monsters visible to the other squad members. The girls smile cheerfully. It looks like Gramdatic might end up last, doesn't it? Asks Yuichin. You know the bet includes a penalty for the last place, right? Asks Sir. The alchemist, gritting his teeth in anger, watches his squad mates deal with the monsters. He is holding 6 beakers with green contents in his hands. Even if I do, I know nothing, he replies to the question asked by Sir. Laughing cheerfully, the guy throws containers of poison at the monsters. Mind your own business, he shouts loudly. A powerful explosion occurs high in the air, fireballs fly to the ground. This is reported to be the result of using the alchemist's skill Hellfire Sulfur Acid Corrosion Bomb. The girls look at the fiery rain in amazement. This is crazy, says Yuichin. Gramdatic laughs like a madman, watching the fireballs rain down on the monsters. You guys made me do this, he shouts. The girls whisper worriedly. Isn't this insane? Asks Yuichin. Feels like his personality has changed a bit, hasn't it? Says Sir. The hero, smiling, looks at the squad fighting the monsters. Definitely the setup isn't bad, he says. Seems to support the firepower, and the teamwork is really clicking. Seems so, boss, replies the pet sitting on the guy's shoulder. Jinsung thoughtfully rubs his chin. Still a bit rough around the edges, but they are connecting plays quite adeptly, he thinks. The hero sees how angry Sir is, looking at his ally. Even Gramdatic, who seems reckless, isn't abandoning his role of tying down the opponent, thinks Jinsung. An archer is visible above the squad members located under the wall, and both Sir and Yuichin, instead of blindly attacking, are fully leveraging Bile's powerful combat abilities. The hero analyzes the situation. You can tell they have been syncing up for a long time, the guy thinks. He runs forward, as if afraid of being late for something. Gramdatic looks at another flask with a mad look. Great, since I'm going to win first place, better get that prize ready, he shouts. A huge crowd of shrilly screaming monsters is approaching him. Fear appears on the guy's face. He looks in amazement at the hands reaching out to him. What's happening? He shouts. Suddenly, from where? We see a wave of yellow energy flying at the monsters jumping from the fortress wall. People, disperse, someone's voice is heard. It's Manchi's turn to take over now. A powerful explosion is heard over the alchemist's head. Gramdatic sits on the ground, not believing his luck. I just dodged a bullet, he says. Human, know that you are alive thanks to Munchie, says Jinsung, who comes up from behind. The hero stands next to the alchemist sitting on the ground. Alright, Gramdatic, I am deducting 25 points, he says. What? Why? The guy is clearly discouraged. Because each life is worth 25 points. If Munchie hadn't saved you, you'd be dead, explains Jinsung. Sweat is running down the alchemist's cheeks. Wait, if my life isn't worth just 1 point, then each parasite isn't worth 1 point either, he thinks. The toothy, bald monster stretches out a hand with huge curved claws. We see that Yuichin is standing in the monster's path. She curses. A pink whirlwind swirls around the girl's legs, and behind her back, a huge winged knight with a sword in his hand grows. The warrior raises his weapon. He plunges his sword into the ground, causing deep cracks to form in it. The skill description appears. Judgment card. The 20th Major Arcana. It will enforce your will and justice on everyone while instantly turning the tide of your desperate situation. Effect: summons the card's knight to strike with a sword, dealing 1000% magic damage within a 5-meter radius centered on the caster. Yuichin stands over the impact site and looks in shock at the monsters, who for some reason are still intact. The girl holds the card she just used in her hands. Damn it, it's still fine after the attack, she asks in confusion. Is this a bug? The monster charges forward, making frightening sounds. Yuichin closes her eyes and screams in horror that she won't be able to block this attack. However, she is saved by Sir, who takes off the heads of many monsters with a series of quick, deadly blows. The brunette, down on one knee, explains to her ally where she's gone wrong. Even if their limbs are blown off, they can still move if their core isn't destroyed. If you don't annihilate them in one hit, they'll pile up quickly. One of the monsters charges toward the girl, holding out its hand. Sir's eyes emanate an ominous red energy, ready to use the long blades protruding above her fingers. The girl strikes and blows off the monster's head. Notifications appear. Critical hit. Successfully destroyed the core of a grade 5 parasite. Defeated a grade 5 parasite. Gained experience points. Yuichin, with another monster running up from behind, looks at her ally in surprise. So that's the core my sister mentioned, she says. The girl notices the danger and turns around. I didn't see it clearly, but it seems right below the head, about the size of a fist. Yuichin holds a map in front of his face. She is reported to be using the quick draw skill. She swings her staff and the monster apparently dies. Here it is, Yuichin exclaims. We see the audience's comments. Huh? Isn't Arcana totally overpowered and easy? Our Yuichin did it. Gramdatik rushes at the monsters with a vial in his hand. Getting cocky after just one win? He says. The guy throws the container, causing a powerful explosion that scatters the monsters in different directions. Anyway, I am going to be number, Gramdatik exclaims. Here are more comments. Is Madak working this hard? Our Madak is putting in effort. This is precious. Sir stands behind his allies. Jinsung looks at her, smiling. What are you doing? Forfeiting the bet? The guy asks. No, it's not that, the girl answers. Jinsung smiles, looking at her. History, he says. Miss Sir has a good sense. Is it different from the legendary class? What are you talking about? Asks the girl. We see Gramdatik and Yuichin dealing with the monsters. Facing the parasites of the twisted plague isn't that hard, says Jinsung. This bet is just a warm-up. Sir looks at the hero in surprise. Does that mean? She asks. What are you two talking about? Interrupts Vile, who comes up from behind. Gramdatik and Yuichin run away from the battlefield in panic. Save me, the guy screams. What's happening all of a sudden? The girl screams. We see what scared them so much. It is a giant monster with very strange appendages, growing as if straight from its back. A description appears. Leader of the Twisted Plague. A creature of a higher rank than the parasites of the Twisted Plague. Despite its high mass, it moves at speeds defying physical laws. The monster's head, it seems, is the same as those of the other monsters. Description continues, a commanding entity that leads grade 5 parasites. Unlike grade 5 parasites, some can partially wield dimensional power. Species, parasite. Type, named. Level 99 unknown. Special note, it commands and leads lower parasites, so be extremely cautious when facing it. The purple monster looms over the party. Sir and the hero stand next to each other. So that's the main focus of the bet, the girl says. That's right. For the first phase, the young man answers. The monster with appendages stands on the fortress wall, a purple vortex swirling around it. Notification, warning. Warning. The unrefined dimensional energy is thickening. The unrefined dimensional energy is infiltrating. Vile and Sir cover their faces with their hands, but the hero seems calm. Notification, your character is exposed to dimensional power. The hero's allies look at him in surprise. Hey, Damien, aren't you going to avoid it? The brunette asks. Notification, status ailment. Your character is poisoned. Jinsung is genuinely happy about something. I am streaming, so I should explain this, he says. Here is an image that his viewers see. As you can see, the twisted dimension gate changes and evolves according to its environment, the hero says. The plague guide was supposed to appear in phase 3, but the guy raises his index finger. We took too long, so the phase 1 monsters have evolved, he says. We see the viewers' comments. Hey, what are you doing? I don't think this is the time for explanations. No matter how skilled you are, soloing the twisted dimension gate is a bit much. Gramdatik and Yuichin run away from a huge crowd of monsters. The monsters we saw at Crescent Moon Cape are an extension of this phenomenon, Jinsung explains to his viewers. He is calmly communicating with his audience. Gramdatik and Yuichin are already very close to him. So now, a time attack doesn't make much sense, says the hero. If we reach phase 3 in this state, something even stronger than that will be waiting. In front of us is a monster, overtaken by streams of purple energy. Gramdatik runs as fast as he can. Some shells crash into the ground next to him. What the heck are you doing? The guy yells. We are going to get killed at this rate. Yuichin is running next to the healer. Why are you suddenly charging forward? She screams. Who told you to follow me? Gramdatik asks, perplexed. Their comrades look at what is happening with concern. It's time for us to help, says Vile. I agree, says Sir. Their health is depleting, so we need to hurry. We see that Bundle is now sitting on the girl's shoulder. Come out, human, says the chicken. Vile and Sir look around in amazement, seeing a sea of chicks at their feet. Bundle holds a red flag in his hand. Now it's our turn, human, he declares a little brazenly. Shoot them all, little brothers, he orders. The chicks open fire with their blowguns. The darts hit the toothy monsters right in the heads. Sir and Vile look at what's happening, surprised. They are targeting the parasite cores, the girl notes. The hero approaches from behind, yellow streams of energy swirling around his arms. Munchie is doing well, he says. The guy looks forward, studying the situation. Alright, let's see what I can snatch up properly, he declares. Ghostly yellow wolves appear around him. The hero is reported to be using the Vengeful Spirit Arrow Haunt skill. Bright yellow flashes are visible on the body of one of the monsters. A ghostly wolf approaches the monster's head. A very powerful explosion occurs. Sir and Vile put their hands forward to protect themselves from the shock wave. Gramdatik sits among large stone fragments and looks at the notifications that we can see too. Defeated a Twisted Plague parasite. Defeated the Plague Guide of the Twisted Plague. Acquired dimensional key. Gained experience points. Is this for real? The guy asks, not believing his luck. The young man hears something and screams loudly in fear. In front of us is Yuichin, who is trying to crawl out from under the stones that are crushing her. Yuichin and Gramdatik look at each other. This is a mess, the guy says. Why are you looking at me? The girl asks. Yuichin and Gramdatik sit by the stones. New notifications appear in front of them. The unrefined dimensional energy has dissipated. The intense monster energy has dissipated. Time remaining, 59 minutes 37 seconds. We see the fortress wall from a bird's eye view. Notification, the Forgotten Tower is wary of you. The hero appears and applauds the boy and girl. Oh, you survived? He says. I'll give you each 10 points. Seriously, Gramdatik replies. This wasn't a bet, it was a scam. Jinsung smiles happily. Now let's tally the scores, he suggests, counting 1 point per kill. In front of us is the alchemist and the girl in round glasses. Mr. Gramdatik got 66 kills, Miss Yuichin got 57 kills, the hero says. Now we see the two remaining members of the squad. Miss Sir got 37 kills, and Mr. Vile got 43 kills, says Jinsung. Adding the life points, the grand loser is Mr. Gramdatik. Congratulations. The alchemist is horrified. Damn it, what did you say? He shouts indignantly. You should exclude the near death from the boss. The hero, smiling, raises his index finger. Come on, honestly, you are in the most danger compared to the others, he says. The girls smile happily. Well, it seems like a fair scoring system to me, says Sir. Mr. Gramdatik, tough luck, adds Yuichin. Vile, smiling, rubs his chin. A bet is a bet, we should follow Damien's words, he says. You traitors, shouts the alchemist, whose face has turned purple with anger. We see the comments of the audience. Ahaha, this is legit. Madak, you loser. Hundreds of chickens surround the guy and start tying him up. Why are you tying me up? Shouts Gramdatik, who doesn't understand anything. What kind of punishment is this? The hero approaches the tied up guy and looks at him intently. Mr. Gramdatik, did you pick up any drop items from those monsters? He asks. Drop items? The young man asks again, amazed. He remembers something important. Now that you mention it, I did get a dimensional key, the guy admits. Why? Do you need it? Jinsung laughs, raising his left hand. Yes, we need that to move to the next phase, he says. You should have told me earlier. Just untie me in, suggests Gramdatik. No, we don't need to do that, Jinsung answers him. A sly smile crosses his face. Just hold on to it. Got it? The hero asks the alchemist. Gramdatik is sitting on the ground among the chickens. He asks, what the hell is going on here and what are these chicks? Jinsung laughs. Mr. Gramdatik, please stay like that, he asks. Let's continue the explanation. The rest of the squad stands in front of the hero. From this point on, things like opening the exchange will be impossible. Dimensional equipment would be nice, but you need to clear the twisted dimensional gate to get it, explains Jinsung. The hero holds up 2 fingers. You'll need at least 200 advanced HP potions or similar continuous recovery potions, he says. It's better to buy them, even if they are a bit expensive. The party members look at the boy. You'll earn more gold from clearing the quest anyway, he says. Now let's get going. The entire party is in front of us. Vile and Yuichin are scared. Notification, warning. Warning, the unrefined energy of the dimension is thickening. The unrefined energy of the dimension is infiltrating. Bundle points a wing at the tied-up Gramdatic. Notification, your character has been exposed to dimensional energy. Sir looks over his shoulder. The dimensional energy is too thick. Without the portions, we might have been overrun and died by now, she says. Vile and Yuichin drink from beakers. How does he even know this? Is there a player around who's cleared it? The girl asks. That can't be it. The method to clear the twisted dimensional gate changes constantly, the boy replies. Gramdatic moans with his mouth tied. Stay still, you human. Save the first for later, the chicken orders him. Sir approaches the guy, who has green liquid poured right into his face. But navigating dozens of split paths without getting lost even once and managing Mr. Gramdatic's stamina, she says. The girl stands behind the hero. Damien, you are definitely not new to this, she says. Alright, we're almost there, the guy replies. There is a barefoot in front of us. Turn left here, says Jinsung. Notification, new terrain information acquired. Acquired. Current location, Forgotten Territory Abyss. The squad is standing on a wide platform. Notification, new location information updated. Jinsung smiles. Honestly, I was a bit confused, but it seems we have arrived correctly. You can save your potions now, he declares. Gramdatic, surrounded by the other members of the squad, is still tied up. I mentioned that the twisted dimensional gate is divided into 3 phases, right? This phase has a rather rare gimmick, the hero says. He looks over his shoulder. This is also why we placed a penalty on the bet. It would take too long by myself, and it's not a very reliable method, the boy says. He looks ahead. It's important to go safely. In front of us is a corner of the ceiling. Vile is alarmed. Wait, he says. A purple arrow flies at a tied-up squad member. Gramdatic writhes in pain. Sir calls out to him, but he only moans. The squad members are amazed. The first gimmick of Phase 2 is for everyone to survive and reach the lowest level of the castle. Next, we use the dimensional key obtained in Phase 1 to open the hidden street, Jinsung tells them. The boy smiles. And to do that we have to fight an opponent cursed by the twisted dimensional gate, he says. Gramdatic screams in unbearable pain. The twisted dimensional gate drives the owner of the key to its location insane, the hero says. There's a slightly mad smile on his face. So then, please accept the penalty gracefully, Mr. Gramdatic, he asks. In front of us is a guy with glasses. Wow, damn. This is insane, isn't it? He shouts. On the monitor screen he sees a hero. The streamer I used to watch has not only reached 1 million subscribers, but also gained fame as an AC top instructor, the young man admires. The guy looks up at the monitor. They have uploaded clips and written guides, so they must have plenty of time, he says. It would be great if we could get an interview with Mr. D. The programmer recalls the words of his friends. Jamie, so you quit being a programmer. You are making videos like this. Get a grip? Genius programmer Jamie doing stuff like this. What a waste of talent. It's such a shame. It feels like I am hearing my friends nagging again, the guy says. But they can't expect me to just code in a room until I die. An unread message icon appears on the monitor. Notification, you have a new message. This is Alan Jacobs. Jamie sees a window where Gordon asks her to check the message. The guy clicks his mouse. What's this guy up to? He's been quiet for a while, he says. We see the text of the message. To Jamie. How have you been, Jamie? You must be having a lot of fun. Sorry to interrupt. If it's okay, I'd like you to work on something with me. The terms aren't bad for you either. Finding someone as suited as you for this job is quite a challenge. Please, reply as soon as you see this message. I'll be waiting. From Gordon. Jamie sits back in his chair. Doesn't he know I have retired? He says. Judging by the flattery, it must be a tough job. It's obvious why they'd send this kind of email to a security programmer. The guy starts typing. Mr. Gordon, I'm sorry, but I'm satisfied with my current life, so please don't contact me. Jamie looks at something in surprise. What is this? He asks. Judging by the monitor, his computer has stopped working properly. That crazy Gordon, what the hell did he do to the message? The guy shouts. Here are user comments. Wow, is this for real? So you're clearing the twisted dimensional gate like this. Sensei, so what are you doing now? Jinsung pours out the contents of 2 vials. Just monitoring. Is this the right recipe for the corrosive solution? He asks. Jinsung squats down in front of the tied-up guy. Oh, I thought you'd be weak since you are an alchemist, but you are holding up. This guy is really tough, he says. Bundle commands his fellows. Grab him properly, little brothers, he shouts. Tough meat isn't tasty. Jamie. Gramdatic looks very angry. Hey, Munchie. He's angry because you called him food, the hero says. A three-dimensional blue ball is visible on his left hand. Let's see, says Jinsung. Hermes Trismegistus Wave, 5th Destructive Alchemy Formation Technique. Alchemira Linea Ars Magna, Razar Elquin Essizard Rigdunes. Yuichin and Vile look at the hero in amazement. No, how are you using Mr. Gramdatic's technique? The girl asks. That's a technique even Gramdatic had trouble handling, the guy says. A rift in space is visible in front of the hero. It is reported that the alchemist's skills Flame Sulfur Bomb and Acid Corrosion Bomb are being used. Jinsung stretches out his hand. We see user comments. XD Real-Time Human Alchemy, seriously. How do you know and use someone else's job item? Gramdatic can barely breathe. Notification, party member Gramdatic has entered critical status. The party members look at their comrade in horror. Notification, be especially careful to prevent party members from dying. The hero smiles. Oh, it seems we have succeeded, he says. Mr. Damien, is it really necessary to go this far? Asks Sir. Even though there are comrades who fought with us, it looks a bit. Jinsung folds his arms over his chest. Good question. Without an explanation, it does seem like torture, he says. Tears flow from the tied-up boy's eyes. This gimmick fails if the first keyholder dies, and if a party member dies from the keyholder, the number of cursed people doubles, Jinsung says. In front of us is a health bar with only one division. The keyholder must take damage only from his own skills or attacks. It's essential to reduce his HP to exactly 10 or below, putting him in a critical state, the hero explains. The party members listen intently. The simplest strategy is to use reflection-type magic to counter their attacks. Unfortunately, our party doesn't have anyone with reflection-type skills, Jinsung says. The guy smiles. A powerful white flash occurs in front of him. So, as an alternative, we restrained him and put him in a critical state, the young man explains. A stream of white energy shoots from the guy's chest. Notifications appear. The curse on party member Gramdatic has been lifted. The dimensional key is tracking the curse of the twisted dimensional gate. The energy stream moves towards the door. Notification, use the dimensional key to open the location of the twisted dimensional gate. The guy clutches his neck. And Mr. Gramdatic still seemed the easiest to mimic, the hero explains. Isn't this guy completely crazy? Asks Gramdatic. Jinsung puts his left hand aside. I can't memorize the entire Arcana deck. I'm still a bit inexperienced, he declares. This is really abnormal. Even I only use skills that aren't easy to use, Gramdatic complains. Here are the audience comments. Your class skills are pretty good, lol. But how did you do it? It's really fascinating, for real. Gramdatic screams, clenching his fist. Why even have class distinctions if it's like this? I can't believe how easily he copies skills. Jinsung puts his hand on the gate. Well, what's more important now is clearing phase 3, right? From here on it might get a bit difficult, he says. The hero looks at the enraged alchemist. Mr. Gramdatic, do you have any time-stop potions left? The kind you can make with 5th grade alchemy? He asks. The interlocutor looks up thoughtfully. Well, it's not too hard to make them right away, he says. I can probably make about 4 in 5 minutes, the hero declares. Gramdatic is incredibly surprised. What, 5 minutes? He asks. Then, please, go ahead as expected, Jinsung tells him. The squad members formed a circle. Yuichin, please, draw the hermit card if possible, and Vile, says the hero. Hey, you are asking me to do 5th grade alchemy 4 times in 5 minutes. Are you crazy? Gramdatic shouts. You have been pushing it since earlier. Just because you are a famous streamer, you. Jinsung grabs the guy by the neck. Mr. Gramdatic, he says. The hero looks intently at the alchemist. As you know, I can't guarantee the next phase, he says. If we don't have those potions here, the best option might really be to give up. The hero's hand is on the alchemist's neck. We are live in a collab stream right now, says Jinsung. It wouldn't be good to kill the vibe. There are a lot of people sharpening their knives, just waiting for you to slip up, especially with your big fandom. The hero looks at his ally, smiling. I'm not insisting on doing it within 5 minutes, but trying it might make for good content on the stream too, he says. The other members of the party whisper among themselves. What are they doing? Are they planning something in secret? Asks Sir. I'm sure they have their reasons. They are the only ones among us who can use crafting skills, Vile answers. Gramdatic is furious. That's not it, you crazy people, he thinks. Jinsung is standing at the gate. Okay, let's assume we are ready, he says. The guy smiles brightly. Shall we get going now to the next phase? He asks. Notification, the forgotten domain of Chalice reveals its hidden location. Notification, the effect of the dimensional key has expired. The squad enters the gate. Remaining time, 4 minutes 43 seconds. Notification, enter hidden street and purify the twisted dimension gate. The squad stands on top of a tall column. Notification, new terrain information acquired. The portal is in the center of the round structure. Current location, Shantalia Ruins. The portal is visible next to the stone rectangles. Notification, new location information updated. Sir and Yuichin look around in surprise. It's surprising that such a place existed in the ancient castle Agilante, says the brunette. How is there such a structure under the Crescent Moon Cove? The girl in round glasses wonders. The chicken sitting on the hero's shoulder thinks about fish. Shantalia Ruins, an ancient aqueduct system that existed before the high castle of Agilante was built, says Jinsung. It served as a breakwater and also utilized a maze-like waterway for fishing. In front of us is a huge portrait. Archduke Akrasia Yu expanded and reconstructed these ruins and built the castle on top of it. That's why the architectural style of the castle we passed through is different from that of this place, says the hero. He extends his index finger and smiles. And at the heart of this place, our goal lies right there, says Jinsung. A purple vortex swirls inside the portal. Jinsung claps his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, he says, you have done well to come this far. Fortunately, we have managed to keep the party together. Purple energy flows out of the portal. The state of the dimension gate looks somewhat unstable. It seems that the time we gained in Phase 2 dealt a significant blow to it, says Jinsung. We see several crystals. As you might have guessed, the final phase of the Twisted Dimension Gate involves stopping the function of the magic stones on both sides of the gate, the hero says. He looks at his allies, smiling. Although they have a lot of HP, it should be straightforward if there are no major interruptions. If you have skills with piercing abilities, breaking the magic stones should be quite easy, Jinsung says. Vile takes an arrow out of his quiver. It doesn't look like it's too far away, he says. The fighter draws back the bowstring. It is reported that he is using the ranger skill piercing arrow. Vile fires. There is a very bright flash. We see comments from the audience. Wow, that's just insane. It's not even an arrow. It's like a cannon. Seriously? Told to destroy the magic stone, and he bombs it. Vile is very surprised. What the heck? He says. The gate's durability has hardly decreased. It hasn't lost any HP at all, the archer asks, puzzled. The hero standing next to him smiles. "Aw, I forgot to mention something," he says. Attacks from a significant distance, especially the long-range attacks, almost never penetrate. The party stands atop a stone pillar. The otherworldly energy enveloping it is impervious to ordinary physical forces. Unless it's a massive area spell with enough power to blast away the entire dungeon, Jinsung reports. The party's girls are in front of us. Wait a second, Sir asks. Look over there, Yuichin shouts. A purple whirlwind erupts from the portal. The young men examine the whirlwind. Is that something like a specter or a ghost? Sir asks. They are different types, but have a similar purpose to spirit beings, Jinsung answers. Getting close probably won't do us any good. A black whirlwind swirls above the pillars. Notifications appear. The Twisted Dimension Gate is wary of your presence in the ruins. We see the vortex from above the cluster of columns. Notification, be cautious not to be corrupted by the unrefined dimensional energy. Notification, the Twisted Dimension Gate attempts to absorb your vital energy. Jets of black energy are approaching the squad. Notification, the unrefined dimensional energy is pursuing you. Remaining distance, 300 meters, 265 meters, 203 meters. Faces are visible at the ends of the black jets. Damn, now that it's coming to this, Vile exclaims. He jumps down, and the other members of the squad do the same. Only the hero remains at the top. I told you it's similar to a spirit, he screams. Black ghosts are chasing the squad members. Why is it chasing us? Get the hell out of there, Gramdatik screams. We see the picture of the chase from above through the eyes of the ghosts. Yuichin holds a staff with both hands. We can't just keep running like this. It will never end, she screams. The girl generates a powerful purple vortex. It is reported that she is using her anti-spread field skill. In front of us is a worried face of a girl. I'll put up a shield to buy us some time, so the rest of you can target the Twisted Dimension Gate, she shouts. The shield she put up cracks. Sir appears next to her. She asks if Yuichin is okay. The brunette opens her mouth and shouts loudly. Let's spread out and launch a full attack. We'll handle the shielding. In front of us is a powerful pink whirlwind. Staying together will just make us easy targets, someone shouts. Lyle prepares to shoot. Alright, let's try something, he says. We see an arrow flying. It is reported that the archer used the Expel Evil Arrow skill. In front of us is another pink whirlwind. Jinsung looks at what is happening. It looks like they have chosen to split up as a strategy, he says. A powerful flash occurs behind the guy. The current state of the Twisted Dimensional Gate is that it has significantly expanded its energy, Jinsung says. Despite this, the reason it continues to aggressively attack is, it seems like it needs a way to replenish the resources it's used up. We see the sad face of the monster. The creature flies up to the hero upside down. So, what's swooping down now is roughly the size of its mouth, the guy asks. He jumps off a rectangular column. Essentially, it's mealtime for it now, he says. The hero jumps from one column to another. Thus, the moment we touch those dozens of unrefined energies, a debuff that reduces movement speed by 100% will apply, and it will start to drain various resources. Health and stamina alike. We could be forced into a logout in no time, Ginseng says. The black creatures chase after Sir. This unrefined dimensional energy is far denser than what we encountered in the first and second phases, the hero says. Vile prepares to fire. Surviving on potions like before, or breaking it down with ordinary strengths is impossible, says Ginseng. Gramdatic runs away from the black jets. Unless you are a dimensionalist class, trying to face it head on is like throwing eggs at a rock, the hero declares. Yuichin raises his staff. You all have about 10 minutes to escape being consumed by the dimensional energy, Ginseng says. He lands on one of the pillars. Here is Chantalia ruins, the young man screams. Gramdatic is incredibly angry. This is outright deception, a scam, he screams. Oh, did I mention, comes from the screen broadcasting the events. Gramdatic quickly runs. The Twisted Dimension Gate has another means of defense, the hero informs his viewers. The alchemist's eyes grow round with fear. What is that? He asks. A black hand crawls out of the ground next to the portal. Notifications appear. The Twisted Dimension Gate is going berserk. The Twisted Dimension Gate summons its guardian. It summons a guardian to protect itself, Ginseng informs his viewers. Notification: the ultimate guardian, Regarnoxus, appears. The creature appears before us. The notification confirms that it is indeed the ultimate guardian, Regarnoxus. The hero looks at the monster from the top of the column. Alright, now I'll be live streaming all the party members, he says. Before us is the alchemist. He is crying. How are you? Yuichin asks him from the screen. I feel like I am going to die, Gramdatic answers. He drinks the contents of the beaker. Even with all this otherworldly energy, how come potions aren't working at all? He asks. Exactly, Yuichin tells him. The girl looks into the distance, putting her hand to her forehead. If Mr. Damien hadn't briefed us, we'd all be dead by now, she says. That's true. He's really something, Gramdatic agrees. Ginseng looks at the notifications from atop the column. We can see them too. The unrefined dimensional energy is converging in one place. The unrefined dimensional energy is dissipating. Warning: a powerful presence is detected. Be careful to ensure your character does not die. The hero smiles. Okay, he says. Here is a diagram of the squad's deployment. Now that everything is set, Ginseng declares. Gramdatic sits with one leg tucked under him. Let's see how this unfolds, he says. Trusting him now is. Regarnoxus roars shrilly. Ginseng stands on a column above the monster. But exactly how is he planning to defeat it, says Gramdatic. I don't know. The hero smiles. I guess Mr. Damien has a plan for everything, replies to his comrade Yuichin. Before us is the monster that the party must fight. We see the creature's information card. Regarnoxus, the guardian who protects the dimensional gate that opened in Goseong Azalante. A commander leading the Twisted Plague Parasites, a faction of the Parasites. Race: Parasite. Type: Champion. Level: 125 unknown. Special notes: this dimensional creature won't fall until its connection with the dimensional energy is cut off, so be extra cautious when facing it. Ginseng stands on a stone pillar. It's coming, he declares. Regarnoxus passes between the purple spikes. I have only explained it vaguely as one of the Twisted Dimensional Gate beasts, but its ability is to materialize the energy of the dimension like a swarm of sharks in water chasing its target, the hero thinks. Streams of purple energy reach out to him. There is an explosion, the guy has to jump off the pole. I hate dealing with such persistent creatures, he thinks. Ginseng rests his hand on the red square. Who's going to fall for such an easy attack, he says. Regarnoxus roars angrily. The hero jumps off the red square. Man, it's been tough from the start, the guy says. He makes a series of jumps and lands on top of another pole. Left, 75 degrees, 45 degrees diagonally, and next a frontal attack, Ginseng thinks. Hey, stop messing around and come at me for real, will you? He shouts at the monster. The monster turns its head towards him. The hero, clenching his fists, stands on the pole. If you don't get what I am saying, I'll come at you myself, he shouts. Ginseng puts out his hand and jumps down. A white arrow flies towards the monster. Ginseng smiles. Oh, you're going to push through with sheer numbers, he asks. The guy is back on the red square. Well, I've got my own plan too, he declares. Ginseng jumps high into the air again. The pole beneath his feet cracks. We see hundreds of chickens on the tops of the poles. Everyone, face forward, the hero orders. Open fire. On one of the poles stands Bundle with a red flag. I said open fire. Come on, you fools, the hero's pet shouts. The chickens fire their blowguns. A huge explosion is heard below. Ginseng puts out his hand. It is reported that he is using the Witch Doctor skill Kai Cannon. A huge red arrow flies towards the monster. Notification: the effect of the title Survivor of the Battlefield has activated. Your critical hit chance has increased by 5% for 30 seconds. A powerful flash occurs under the hero. Notification: critical hit. The effect of Greed Rune, Grasping Hand, has activated. The hero smiles. Notification: you are absorbing Regarnoxus's HP. You are absorbing Regarnoxus's MP. A pink whirlwind swirls around the monster. Notification: you are absorbing part of Regarnoxus's abilities. You have sealed the ability Plague Rain of the Twisted. The monster, whose head we see, roars loudly. In front of us is an information window. Rune page. Greed Rune, Grasping Hand. Steals a certain amount of HP, MP on hit. Steals the target's abilities on hit. Sir, who is standing on top of the pole, sees the spectator's comments. No way, isn't this a bug? Stop bullying the Guardian. I was wondering how you'd handle this, says the girl. It's like you know everything. Vile looks into the distance, placing a palm to her forehead. I agree, no wonder you are called a top-tier instructor, he replies. Anxiety appears on Vile's face. Streams of purple energy swirl around the monster. Notification: warning. Warning. Unrefined dimensional energy is approaching. Regarnoxus, now seen from the side, roars deafeningly. Notification: status abnormality. Cracks are visible under the hero's feet, sitting on the pole. Notifications continue to appear. Unrefined dimensional energy is penetrating. Your character has been exposed to dimensional energy. Anger is visible on the hero's face. What? You withstood that? He asks. You bastard, you think you are the only one who can lay down area effects. Now Ginseng laughs. A green glow surrounds him. He uses the Witch Doctor skill Dark Heavenly Spirit Fruit. The monster roars loudly again. Notifications appear. Regarnoxus's defense has decreased. Regarnoxus's resistance to status abnormalities has decreased. Regarnoxus's magic resistance has decreased. The monster looks at the hero standing on the pole. Notification: Regarnoxus has been poisoned. The toothy monster makes a strange sound. Ginseng holds out his hand. Well, I can't just sit here doing nothing when you've got the champion title, can I? He says. Ginseng uses the Witch Doctor skill Blood Cravings. Black and red streams fly at the monster. A wave of energy covers the monster. Notifications appear. Regarnoxus's blood is boiling. Regarnoxus has entered a rampaging state for 180 seconds. Regarnoxus's attack speed has increased by 300%. The monster's eye glows red. 2 more notifications. Regarnoxus's movement speed has increased by 300%. Regarnoxus's HP is decreasing. The monster raises its head and makes a deafening sound. Yuichin looks at the broadcast window. What are you doing right now? You are giving Regarnoxus a buff? She asks, confused. Now we have Gramdatic in front of us. It's hard enough to stand, and now you are doing something more? He shouts. Sir is also very surprised. That makes no sense, she says. That speed. The broadcast window shows the monster. The monster roars at the hero standing on the pole. Ginseng smiles. Oh, have you come to your senses now? He asks. Pretty fast, huh? We see the monster's tail. The hero jumps off the pole. The monster's eye glows ominously. Ginseng looks at his opponent. As expected, even while being gnawed away by the Dark Heavenly Spirit Fruit and Blood Cravings, you can still move like that, he thinks. The hero lands on another pole. That proves he's up to something, he realizes. The monster hits with its tail, and the guy has to jump over again. That tail isn't a weapon, Ginseng thinks. It's a defensive act to stop me from approaching. Notification: the final guardian Regarnoxus is absorbing energy from the Twisted Dimensional Gate. The hero looks at the monster and the portal from above. Notification: the magic stone of the Twisted Dimensional Gate resonates with Regarnoxus's will and causes a reaction. Notification: the Twisted Dimensional Gate is releasing unrefined dimensional energy. The monster strikes again with its long tail. Notification: the final guardian Regarnoxus is trying to restore its body. Ginseng saves himself again by jumping off the pole. Is it trying to protect the dimensional gate at all costs? He thinks. We see the health bar above the monster. Regarnoxus's HP has dropped by more than 30%, the hero thinks. It must have judged that recovering Regarnoxus is more advantageous for defense than setting up a barrier with dimensional energy. In front of us is a portal with a purple vortex inside. In other words, the dimensional gate is now unprotected without its barrier, Ginseng realizes. The guy gives the chicken a thumbs up. Got it, master, he shouts. The guy the arrow is flying at calls his pet again. The chick raises a red flag. Now's the time. Fire, you fools, he orders. The chickens fire their blowguns. Put every last ounce of strength into it, Bundle shouts. Hundreds of darts fly at the monster whose curled tail we see. We see a powerful flash from which a beam hits the air. The chicken fires a blowgun. There is a bright flash in the sky. It's the signal, says Gramdatic. The guy is holding a vial of green liquid in his hand. "This is what we've been waiting for," he shouts. Yuichin holds his staff outstretched. "Don't mess up and get ready properly," she says. The girl uses her skill, the End of Fate. Vile fires her bow. "I know, to drain the energy from the twisted dimensional gate all at once," he says. He uses the skill Full Charge Arrow. Sir stands with his arms wide apart. While Damien holds that guy down, she says, and uses the skill Lance of Longinus. Bramdatic stands in the same pose with vials in his hands. "I'll strike it precisely with enough power to blow the dungeon away," he declares. The guy uses the skill Golden Giant Punishment. The hero shouts for his allies to join the fight immediately. A blinding flash occurs in front of the guy standing on the pillar. Electric discharges sparkle around the purple sphere. Notifications appear. "You have successfully neutralized Regarnoxus. The final Guardian Regarnoxus failed to absorb energy from the twisted dimensional gate." We see a portal. Notification: the magic stone of the twisted dimensional gate failed to resonate with Regarnoxus. The unrefined dimensional energy retreats beyond the other world. The monster stands in front of the portal. Notification: the final Guardian Regarnoxus failed to restore its body. "I almost got caught up in that myself," says the hero. We see the monster's head. The hero stands behind the monster. "At this level," he says. The guy pushes off the ground. He kicks the monster in the side. "It's a pass," he says. The monster makes a strange sound. Then it bounces off the ground twice and falls on its side. The hero looks at the monster, who is back on his feet. "I was wondering how it was holding out. Turns out one of its traits is crisis evasion," says the young man. Jinsung looks at his opponent. "A bothersome ability that lets it revive once after dying," he says. The hero runs. "Well, anyway," he says. The guy swings his fist. "I just have to kill it again," he exclaims. In front of us is the hero's fist. Jinsung strikes. The young man seems surprised. We see a bleeding scratch on his cheek. "Right, I forgot one thing," he says. Purple spikes appeared on the monster's body. "The Thorns of Vengeance deal 1000% reflective damage to the caster when struck," Jinsung says. "Thorns of Vengeance." The monster opens its mouth wide. The hero jumps back. "As expected from a champion, it comes with all kinds of annoying traits," Jinsung says. He smiles and clenches his fist. "Of course, I have no intention of taking the hit," Jinsung declares. The use of the witch doctor's blood-craving skill is reported. We see a red glow around the hero. He jumps high into the air. A powerful blow flies at the monster. The monster roars loudly. Jinsung hovers high above his enemy. "Did you think I couldn't avoid the reflective damage?" asks the Moa. We see a red flash. A red grid appears around the monster. We see comments from viewers of the broadcast. "How did they dodge an instant counter like that? Is this even possible with actual control? Is this an MMORPG or a bullet hell shooting game?" A red arrow pierces the monster. "Hey, don't flatter me too much, guys," the hero addresses his viewers. Dozens of hero doppelgangers descend on the monster. "It's really not that impressive," says Jinsung. He is reported to be using 99 Ghost Walk. Multiple red jets approach the monster. A red explosion occurs. Notifications appear. Warning, warning. The final Guardian Regarnoxus is preparing a powerful strike. The monster raises its head and roars loudly. Notification: the roar of the final Guardian Regarnoxus echoes. Jinsung clenches his fist. "Now it's time to die," he exclaims. The hero, smiling, strikes. A powerful explosion occurs. Notifications appear. "You have successfully neutralized Regarnoxus. Regarnoxus failed to absorb energy from the twisted dimensional gate." Vile looks at what is happening in front of him. "Wow, damn," he exclaims. The archer's face is surprised. "As expected of Damien. He handled that thing all by himself," the young man says. We see the hero on the broadcast screen. "We barely made it through the first pattern with 4 of us throwing in all our ultimates, and yet he ended one of its patterns by himself," Vile says. Jinsung clenches his fist. A bright flash is visible in front of him. "I can't even begin to imagine how strong he really is," the archer declares. A series of notifications appear. The magic stone of the twisted dimensional gate has been destroyed. The unrefined dimensional energy is rapidly dissipating. The twisted dimensional gate has been purified. In front of us is Jiang Yuman holding a staff in his hands. Notification: you have gained experience points. Return to the royal palace to claim your reward. The young man looks at something. "Good job, everyone," he hears. An old man with a staff approaches him. "Indeed, your skills are slightly better than those of green rookies," he says. "You are too kind," Yuman replies. We see a bald old man with a long white beard. His information card appears. Hildebrand de Garcia, one of the 5 swords of the Empire, and a wizard who has lived for over 300 years. A Grand Master who taught at Alicia von Walcroft and, as the Guardian of the Empire, is the only person allowed to be praised besides the Emperor. The one and only Grand Duke of the Empire Khan. The old man and the blonde man talk to each other. All you need to do is act accordingly, so there's no room for gossip, says Hildebrand. Understood, Human replies. The old man, having said goodbye, teleports away. A bald assistant stands behind the guy. Are you alright, young master? He asks. What could be wrong? I'm not even hurt, Human replies. The blonde man thinks, closing his eyes. That arrogant old man. To think he'd expose all my tricks like this. I used up too much power trying to capture just one-dimensional gate, he thinks. Human and his assistant walk forward leisurely. How is that thing I ordered earlier going? Asks Human. Are you referring to the southern continent expansion? The bald warrior clarifies. That, and the rest as well, says the blonde man. The assistant answers, closing his eyes. Yes, I'll relocate and report back. The bald warrior is holding a paper in his hands. The interlocutors are transported to a luxurious hall. This is the Emperor's Alliance hideout. Human walks ahead. We have achieved part of our objective, but we haven't gotten exactly what we wanted yet, the assistant walking behind him tells him. Not yet. Does that mean we'll have it soon? Asks the blonde man. The bald warrior looks at his master. Yes, according to your instructions, we successfully started a full-scale war between the two alliances occupying the southern continent, he reports. Human sits down on the throne. Their forces are continuously losing strength, so it shouldn't be difficult to expand our occupied areas afterward, he hears. The bald assistant lowers his head. How long do you think it will take? Human asks. At the fastest, about a month. At most, 2 months, the warrior answers. The blonde props his head up with his hand. Not bad. That's not too long, he says. Human looks at his interlocutor. So, we failed to acquire the Iron Guard? He asks. The assistant stretched his arms out at his sides. I apologize, young master, he answers. Securing Kim Chunsum and the Iron Guard will have to wait until after the southern conquest. Human hits the floor with his baton. I see, he says. Let's talk about this more plainly. Sitting on the throne, the guy looks at his subordinate. Now, explain it to me properly. Why couldn't you make those old fools bow down? He asks. We see the comments from the viewers of the broadcast. The atmosphere seems to have changed somehow. That's not human. More like a beast. Kind of scary. Gramdatic looks at the translucent window in amazement. What's with that guy? He asks. It turns out that he is watching the hero's actions. Isn't he seriously crazy? The young man says. Shouldn't we stop him? Yuichin asks. The girl also looks at the translucent screen. No way, did you forget what he said earlier? Comes the answer. Bile puts her fist to her chest. Everyone, get ready, he orders. Our job is simply to use that at the right time. A drop of sweat runs down Yuichin's cheek. Come to think of it, she says. The broadcast screen shows the monster's health bar. Regarnoxus's HP has dropped below 20%. The final phase will likely start once it falls below 10%, the girl says. Sir picks up a vial of red liquid. Good, nothing to lose at this point, she says. Gramdatic holds a similar container in her hand. Yeah, well, that guy probably has a plan, he says. The guy holds the vial by the neck. Just trust in this potion, he says. Jinsung punches him. We see the hero's tired face. It's almost over now, he says. Thanks to that guy I've been able to figure out how far my limits actually go. Jinsung stands in front of the monster. Facing Regarnoxus was the right choice, the guy thinks. 2 red eyes are visible above the hero's head. I needed to see how much strength I could use without being consumed by instinct, Jinsung thinks. The monster roars. A circle of white energy is visible around the monster, which makes a deafening sound. Notifications appear. The final guardian Regarnoxus is absorbing energy from the twisted dimensional gate. The magic stone of the twisted dimensional gate resonates with Regarnoxus's will. The twisted dimensional gate is releasing unrefined dimensional energy. A powerful purple vortex is in front of us. Jinsung covers his face with his hand. Notification, warning, warning. A dark cloud looms over the ruins of Shantalia. The monster looms over the hero. Now only the trickiest trait remains, the hero thinks. The monster opens its mouth wide. Its HP won't drop below 1 with regular attacks, Jinsung remembers. He looks at his opponent over his hand raised to his face. However, I've prepared for that too, the boy thinks. He turns to the alchemist standing next to him. Hey, Gramdatic, do you have any of those time-stop potions left? He asks. The ones that can be crafted at tier 5. Jinsung, who has a chicken sitting on his shoulder, looks at his ally. As you know, I can't guarantee what will happen in the next phase. Without that potion, the best option would be to quit now, he says. The hero places his hand on the boy's shoulder. Got it, I'll handle it from here, he declares. See, even Gramdatic is useful after all, Jinsung thinks to himself. The hero holds a glowing red sphere in his hand. Alright, finally, he exclaims. Red liquid pours out of the flask. Energy of the same color covers the columns. Now is the time, an order sounds. Vile holds a flask in her hands. Sir pours liquid from an identical container over herself. Gramdatik pours the contents of the flask onto his face. Stones crack under the red liquid. Water flows from the cracks. The columns are washed away by a stormy stream. A powerful whirlpool is formed. Gramdatik and Yuichin are sitting on the ground, with impressive headlines of social media posts visible above them. Wow, it looks like Forgotten Tower got cleared. The shocking reason behind the Southern Continent raid. Switch top-tier instructor Dejang's streaming update. Man, to think we're actually cleared, Gramdatik tells the girl. Yuichin smiles cheerfully. Didn't you think you were going to die too? She asks. Of course. What kind of strategy is this ridiculous? The young man answers irritably. The girl lies down on her back. That's true. This was the most absurd strategy in my gaming life, she agrees. Sir appears next to her. Neither of you got hurt, right? She asks. Of course not, Yuichin answers. Sir looks up somewhere, putting his hand on his cheek. I'm still stunned, she says. To think they blew up the ruins, sinking both the Guardian and the Dimensional Gate. Doesn't seem like a normal strategy, does it? An archer sits down on the grass next to the alchemist. Normal or not, it's certainly not a standard approach, he says. A strike capable of blowing up the entire dungeon wasn't just a metaphor, asks Gramdatik. The entire squad relaxed on the grass. Still, the result turned out alright, didn't it? Says Sir. Gramdatik examines the empty flask, using the invincibility effect of the time-stop potion to escape the blast impact. How do people even come up with ideas like that? He asks, puzzled. The two guys sit down. Wait a second, did we just get a free pass here? Asks the alchemist. Oh, has the almighty Gramdatik finally had a realization? The archer answers ironically. The alchemist, with Yuichin standing behind him, shakes his head. Even I have a conscience, he says. I don't know, seems like you shouldn't be the one worrying about that, the girl answers him. What are you suddenly talking about? Asks the young man. The whole squad is sitting on the grass again. Look at this, says Yuichin. What the heck? Gramdatik exclaims in bewilderment. The young men are amazed. Am I seeing this right? Asks one of them. We see notifications. Samsung Class Mini has gifted 1,000 switches. Elkolgoja has subscribed for 12 months. Combat Kubriasong has gifted 15 switches. Crying Baby Campfire has subscribed for 8 months. Jinsung stands with his arms outstretched. Thank you all, everyone, he exclaims happily. Will the donations you've sent be used for my personal greed? A notification appears for another 1,111 units to be transferred. The squad members see the notifications and cannot stop being amazed. 2 more notifications. General Hujun has gifted 2,222 switches. Bundle, he spreads his wings and looks up. How much is all this, boss? He asks his master. General Hujun sends 3,333 switches, and then 4,444. Jinsung is incredibly happy. Oh my god, Chairman Hujun just donated total of 11,110 switches, he rejoices. There are hundreds of chickens surrounding the guy. I can't just let this pass. Time for a big reaction, Jinsung says. The chicks line up at the hero's feet. Attention, they hear. Jinsung puts his hands behind his back. At ease, he says. Bundle, who is sitting on the hero's shoulder, raises his right wing. Attention, he orders. Jinsung salutes. To the subscribers at the front, loyalty, he says solemnly. Bundle salutes too. Thank you, viewers, they hear from the chick. User comments appear, this time completely meaningless. A galaxy hangs above the ruined columns. Alright, shall we end the stream? Asks Jinsung. The guy looks at the camera, smiling. I'll take a little break before uploading the video of this expedition. Thank you again for watching today's stream, he says. The young man stretches. Finally, it's over, says the chick. Yeah, Bundle, you did great too. And your little brothers too, the hero praises his pet. A series of notifications appear. You have cleared the dungeon Goseong Azalante. You have cleared the quest Twisted Dimensional Gate. Visit the Leaf Guild and Adventurers Guild to claim your reward. Jinsung raises his fists. Oh, looks like the rewards are popping up now, he says. Notification. You have reached level 80. Jinsung, smiling, works with the system window. Man, the rewards are amazing, he rejoices. Though I didn't go through all this trouble just to get this. The guy looks thoughtfully into the distance. The reason we went to such length to take over Forgotten Tower, even at the risk of crossing paths with Satan, and why we nearly died alongside Regarnoxus while reading the dungeon, is all for the reward you can only get from being the first to clear an unsealed dimensional gate, Jinsung thinks. We see an old man in uniform. The Divine Spear, Akrasia's legacy. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.